And as you can see by the photograph embedded in thumbnail, I do not want to be here, and I'm just rather just lose myself in the bottom of my wine glass. But we're here, and
All
so
right. I'm gonna get you that link.
thank you.
All right. Thumbs up.
Thank
And
you. Bless you.
here we go.
Thank you, young man. All right. So let me open up that, and all right. Let's
Now
see.
I can assassinate Richard Cunt Cole.
Oh shit, what did I just do? I just knocked myself out of call, so let's go back to that. And yes, you wrote an incredible rap, and you're free to take us to the top of the hour with that. I'm not going to
Uh,
complain. Yeah.
all right. Dick Cunt Cole sat on his
Oh, let me open up
sword.
that.
They all saw his failure, but said not a word. He labored each day for the passage of stool. His intestines now swollen, the blood starts to pool. Vision grew doubled and pain with each breath. Still he is troubled, for now comes his death. Dick Cunt-Cole tripped and did fall. A perceptual slip marked the end of it all. From fucking his chickens he did grow so sick. Red, bo- red boils and blisters formed on his dick.
Ha 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 ha.
He rushed to the ER, but now it was too late. Poor Richard K. Cole resigned to his fate. And so the peacock angel has spoken, the skull of Cunt's corpse, Mikey's last token.
That's beautiful. Oh my God, that's beautiful. That's incredible. Wait, like, sometimes I have to admit I'm inspired by drugs to some of my higher accomplishments in art. Was that the case for this? Or
It was beyond gone. I was like seeing double vision and shit.
holy shit. Well,
What about that?
it does have some positive results. Oh my God, that's incredible. And you know, deeply impressed. And for God's sakes, oh gosh, I'd like to have that published on my timeline, but then again, it's just too much for some people. I think that would probably let's hold off on that for now. But then we'll seriously consider publishing that on my timeline. I don't know what kind of illustration would match that. When our man Peter Moon does his posts. Yeah.
I think we should ask Daniel Arola to do the drawing of him.
That's a
That
that's
would, that
that's a
would
good
be
idea. It's a
rich.
good idea.
That would be
Yes.
rich.
Yes, that's a yeah. Daniel Arola can produce the elo, the meme actually is what he would produce, some kind of meme. So yeah, let's ask him to do that. Oh my God. Well, if he's around, I might well bring him on tonight. Let's see what we can do. And
You want to see if we can add him?
yeah, give it a try. Yeah, see if he comes on. And our man Brendan Zoget, speaking of narcotics inspired art, our man Brendan Zoget shared a lot of his earthenware pottery that he made in moments of chemical inspiration. In his case, it's all organic shit because he's a militant vegan, so it's psychedelic mushrooms and shit. And his work has that kind of look to it. It's this otherworldly beauty. Yes, the otherworldly beauty of, how do we express it?
I
Uh,
still gotta check that out
yeah.
because I don't know if I have Brendan as a friend or not. I think I scare the crap out of him, so he never adds me when I send him a
Well,
request.
he's got nothing against you, I'll tell you that. And he relates to you in the sense of a fellow recreational narcotics abuser. So
Oh yeah,
he
that's true.
yeah, except his is all organic, so he has this sense of superiority about it. You know, these vegan assholes, right? I only do organic. Yes, that's right.
And
I say that with affection.
I'm pretty sure Peter Moon kicked me at some point because I was just like a negative. Man, I'm going to destroy everything, which
Yeah,
is fine.
I don't think that bothers him. So if that happened, you might just refriend him again. He'll probably
Yeah,
accept it.
yeah.
I mean, honestly, there's this one chick. You know. older with a turn in her eye, and she's a wonderful woman as far as I can ascertain, and she's unfriended me multiple times, and I just sent her another friend request because she keeps accepting it. So then it just goes back into the cycle. It's one of these things that, when I've mentioned people unfriending me in the past, it's mostly just because it's funny. It's just, that anyone would, take social media that seriously as to consider that a way of expressing something. But
Yeah, I actually used to take it so seriously that I would literally groom my friend list. I'd be like so angry. I'd be like, I'm going to show you. I'm going to groom my friend list. You are unworthy of hearing me complain about how much I hate life.
oh my God. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, of course, after that, that was when I had that period off of Facebook, and you thought I was dead.
Yes, that's right. I remember that. Yeah.
Oh man.
And I thought that you did that again because I noticed something last night about last night when I was just dealing with a number of people on the Facebook timeline. I noticed that this is what I noticed. I noticed that when by the way, Sammy Romero says we're sounding loud and clear. Shout out to Sammy Romero and his brother Isaac, who I need to get in contact with at some point soon. Let him know that, Sammy, that he's foremost on my mind. And even all the drugs I use haven't erased that yet. Yes, when we bring anybody else on, I'll share the other things that are going on the timeline with people just for the fun of it. And aside from that, I guess my point was when I was, that was it. Okay, Bill Lyons. Just remember if there's a the wonderful woman whose birthday was just recently, who's Sarah Lyons, and I believe her brother is Bill Lyons, and her husband, unless she married her brother. By the way, it's her husband. They're all Irish, so they're all related in one way or another. They're Irish, right? I mean, oh my God, not to imply anything, mind you. My father was a quarter Irish, so I have the Irish blood in me, and I'm proud of it. But I mean, they're an island, and anyhow. So Sarah Thomas Lyons, her husband is Bill Lyons. So if you remember the Miami Vice Darth Vader and Death Star icon with the palm trees, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Bill Lyons, which is really Sarah Lyons who uses his account. And so if you could, apparently that got blocked somehow.
It
Did
did?
you check on that? Yeah. If so, then I guess it wasn't you. It might have been.
No, it probably wasn't me.
Okay.
Okay, I see the participants in the chat. I don't see them on yet. So anyone who starts to participate in the chat, I'll see them.
All right.
I can.
Take your time, and just when you get a moment's time, you can look through the latest transmission in the chat and see if you see anybody like her who got, because you remember the icon, right? I mean, because that was,
yeah.
just look for that and see if that somehow got blocked by somebody. I mean, there's other people besides yourself who have.
I know she was. Yeah. I know she was saying some. I remember someone was saying something, and I think Selena Khan blocked them.
Oh, okay. That might have happened. Of course, we don't know that. There are other people besides Selena who have that ability. One of them is Brendan Zoget. The other,
right.
Yeah, and there may be one more, but certainly so we know now it wasn't you. But be on the lookout, and if you can find out where they got, see if you can reinstate them, and that's all. When you get a moment's time. Had to bring that up now because we almost never get a chance to talk beforehand. Oh yes, let me check something here. Do me a favor. Let me take a moment's time here. I really gotta get into changing this stupid text on all of the promotional banners. But let me check for something here. And give me a second, and then
all right. Okay. So I'll take over for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Take us to the top of the hour, and then I'll ask you about this later on. Okay. So, by all means, it's all yours, the stage for now.
All right, folks, it is 4/28, 2021, which is actually 2012 on the Mayan calendar, just to explain a lot of the upheavals going on. Well, it really does seem like these days the media is really starting to focus on these UFO stories a lot.
Yes.
I mean,
What a coincidence, huh? Oh my, yes. So.
I mean, they're focusing on these pyramid UFOs, and again, they, I prefer calling them UAPs as well, because the unexplained aerial phenomenon makes more sense when I think about it, because it doesn't necessarily mean that we're looking at an object. There could be a phenomenon causing something visual to occur within the visual spectrum. And these could be things passing through the super spectrum, which is, again, what John Keel named it. And that's what I love that name. I rather honestly, instead of calling them angels, demons, and gods and stuff like that, I rather call them residents from the super spectrum.
Thank you.
Which is essentially what they are.
And, oh, by the way, Daniel Arola says, I was eating and finishing up some chores when you called. So feel free to give him another call. And,
all right.
Thank you. And that's an interesting noise.
Hey, Daniel.
Daniel.
Okay, so he's on the call. He's muted right now, but he's on the call.
Okay, he's welcome to talk anytime he wants to. And okay, if he's able. And aside from that, let me try this. So with the UAPs, obviously, this is being emphasized to basically give people, quote unquote, total disclosure at a time when we're talking about how America lost World War II. There's no coincidence in this, yes. And
now I'm also thinking, though, they keep now they always bring up the sort of activity around nuclear sites. And I'm thinking, my thought is that the activity around nuclear sites, I think, has to do with the fact that when you're dealing with something radioactive, like that splits the atom, I'm thinking that there's what happens to that energy when that energy decays? What happens when that when it rips other atoms apart? All that has to turn into information. This is based on the second law of thermodynamics. So what I'm thinking is the information is actually stored in a higher dimension. So what we're seeing is the phenomenon of that information being stored from the radioactive decay. I don't know if that makes any sense, does it?
There's a certain kind of logic to it, but honestly, it's probably just a lot more, the Occam's razor. The simpler answer is probably the correct one. Is the 1,000-year Reich in exile was just monitoring a lot of the, nuclear activity on the surface world. After all,
making sure the Americans don't go apeshit crazy, because we are apeshit crazy.
Well, let's put it this way. Here's the point: when mankind pioneers a new environment, unfortunately, the way mankind does this generally is by first spewing his toxic waste into that environment. So the human race has turned the ocean into its piss bucket and has just poured toxic sludge of every imaginable and unimaginable sort into our oceans. This is before we've even truly started inhabiting the oceans, as many people say we should, as mankind begins to lose more and more access to the land, and the land becomes more and more desertified, or rather turns to desert under climate change, etc. Mankind has the option, as they used to imagine science fictionally, of relocating some environments or some living domain, or in other words, relocating himself to an extent into the sea. And but before we did that, we sent all our waste products first. This is also what mankind is doing with the subterranean world. So just remember, when we're burying nuclear waste, when we're just downloading chemical waste into various landfills, much
There's
of
no
this.
shortage. Yeah, there's no shortage of life forms down there that are going to be like, "Hey, what the hell you mofo's doing?"
Yes, yes, and
Makes perfect sense.
thank you. And the thousand-year Reich in exile, which has relocated into Unterland, would be the primary observers of such, and seeing what's going on the surface world, and maybe even once in a while triggering some nuclear power plants into meltdown.
Which
Uh,
which 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 would actually be
They'll come back
apropos.
as aliens.
oh, what?
They'll come back as
Well, certainly they'll be interpreted as such. The surface world will propagandize them as such. Oh my God. So a lot of people leaving a lot of feedback onto this wonderful publication by Selena Khan. And so glad to see that. And by the way, Greg LaLiberty has just entered a comment into the footage of Richard Dolan, which Daniel Arola was unable to publish on YouTube. Maybe Daniel Arola can take what Selena Khan has produced and publish it on YouTube. Probably they've got his IP address identified, Daniel's, so that he can't do that, but he could try. And but Greg LaLiberty added the comment, one of the things that can be verified, mainly U.S. personnel were used in cleaning up atomic waste. Why wouldn't they, who allegedly occupied Japan after World War II, force Japanese POWs or unemployed Japanese to clean up nuclear weapons waste? And anyhow, this is Newsweek.com. He's citing, which says U.S. won World War II by bombing Japan and then making its own soldiers sick from nuclear, I'm presuming, cleanup. I may not have to click on this. And from nuclear cleanup duty. Well, there we are. But the thing to remember is that Greg LaLiberty is the same individual who would, this is not a negative, by the way, this is just relating what he was relating. He had met some old black guy who was basically a mass gravedigger in Japan, and he was saying, well, we must have won World War II because we were burying all these bodies of dead Japanese. And of course,
I remember that.
yeah. Of course, then
Oh
why
my
was your
gosh.
black ass the one burying the fucking radioactive bodies instead of, why weren't the Japanese doing that themselves instead of using your, radioactive glow in the dark black ass and shit? And that's anyhow. So, obviously it didn't bother him any. He soaked up all that radiation and just came home with reptilian
Super
skin.
smart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super
smart.
yeah. So Greg LaLiberty was, relating what he said, and it was like now Greg LaLiberty relates this, and I mean it reinforces each of the other. But that's funny. It's not taking my reaction. So maybe the computer stopped responding to me or something. So long as everybody can hear me. Oh shit! It's 4 minutes after the top of the hour. Let's officially start the show. So both of you can hear me, right?
Yes, and now would be a good time
Sure.
for me to see if I could bring on
Salmon.
Salmon and Shake.
Yes. Salmon and Shake like he's a team. Yes. And so let's see if we can bring him on. And Amanda, and let's see how that works. And Daniel said something, but I'm not quite sure what he said. It sounded like.
I said you sounded clear.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh shit, my screen disappeared. Holy shit, what the fuck happened? All right. Let's see if I can move this around or get out of here. Where am I right now? Okay, so let's hope that everything keeps working because right now my computer has stopped interfacing. Not quite sure what's going on. It might have something to do with this weird ass Newsweek article that I looked up. But my the link was provided by our man Greg LaLiberty. Hopefully he didn't give me some polluted link or something that pumped more viruses into my computer or something. But I'm getting like 3 copies of the same link. It like reproduced itself like a virus. So hopefully Newsweek hasn't, stooped to something negative Uh,
All corporation, most of those outlets have
oh
these days,
God.
sadly.
Oh God. Well, at any rate, all right, let's get that out of the way. Shut that down. And hopefully the computer will behave itself from this point. I have the hyperlinks taken care of. We have Daniel and Jameson Reese with us. God bless Daniel for coming on with us, and we're sorry to have bothered him while he was eating and tending to responsibilities. But we are officially starting the program now, and we will bring him on to kind of describe what he was doing, just for the sake of, updating us on his life. And Jameson will update us on his. Derek Talley is at work. And
We also have Salmon Shake in
Oh,
as well.
wonderful, wonderful. He will also update us. And Salman, please be patient. We'll bring you on in just a moment. Let's have our man Daniel Arola start with a little bit of a lowdown on what's going on in his life, and then our man Mr. Jameson Reese will give his debriefing, and then we'll turn to Salman, who will say hello to everyone, and then we have that. How are we doing, Daniel?
Oh, I'm feeling great now because I just finished my my dinner with pork chops on the grill with some of these Cajun spices I got from this Cajun meat market here that I've been going to recently. And right now I'm outside watering the plants. So if you hear any outside sounds, that's me when I'm not on mute.
Wow, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. What an idyllic life you lead. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Life.
I'm a big eater. I gotta eat good.
Yes, I agree. I'm the same. I'm the same. What about yourself, Jameson? Nice debriefing on how things are going with you.
All right. Getting actually starting to refocus myself on some of the clepothic work I had done earlier last year, before descending up to the what do you call it? The transclyphotic void. So I'm going to be doing a lot of revising and getting more detailed on each race and being an entity and whatnot, and just really creating my own grimoire so I can have everything like solid, which is actually fun for me to do. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh my God. And well, there we have that. Just the kind of activity you want to hear your kids relate to you while
Yeah.
you send them to.
Douglas, don't tell my mom. Don't tell my mom.
I'll try not to. I'm afraid she already knows. Afraid she already knows. Oh God! By the way, this Newsweek article was from 2017. Oh my God! So now we turn to Salman Sheikh, and he's welcome to give us whatever opinion he has on Jameson's activities, and of course, Daniel's involves a lot of recreational narcotics, and Salman has given up such indulgences because he's of a higher level of chakra orientation. So Solomon, tell us what's going on with yourself. How's your day been? And I know that you have a pretty good bookkeeping. You have a pretty good bookkeeping concerning your itinerary. So you could probably tell us what was going on throughout the week. It's only been a few days since we spoke to you, but I'm sure they've been quite active. You can catch us up.
Yes, my brother Douglas. Assalamu alaikum to you, and my love to you, Daniel, JMO, all of Team Dietrich. And no judgment for JMO. I know that there's a purpose for all of us being here on this planet, and I love my brother very much. As for my week, what's been going on is I got my parents vaccinated today with their second and final COVID shot. So thank God that's out of the way. And I've been making some new lectures on the side. In terms of like the Masonic education and just catching up on the things that I need to catch up on with work, with home, and everything else in between. And just trying to maintain that balance, my brother, between prayer, giving time to my family, giving time to myself. Because I think once you find that perfect balance and not be an extremity of any side, that's when you find that perfect balance and happiness and peace within yourself. And just like Brother Daniel, I also like to eat a lot of good Pakistani food in large quantities.
Basically.
Wonderful, wonderful. He said basically for those of you who
Yes.
didn't catch it. Yes. Because he is doing garden work right now, and we don't know how much of it, passes through to our listeners with good audio. But, Mr. Salman Sheikh surprisingly always has good audio. I presume that this is... Are you speaking to us from a cell phone or your computer, Salman?
I'm speaking from my iPhone. I have a good Wi-Fi connection with Comcast, and with my iPhone, if you use the Skype app on the iPhone, it works a lot better than what I've noticed, like on the laptop or computer.
Wonderful.
Is that from your townhouse in Abu Dhabi, right, Salman?
Yeah, yes,
right.
my brother. That's
where they at. That's
right.
They at.
Hey, where the white women at?
Yep, know it.
Yes.
At the townhouse in Abu Dhabi.
Yes. Oh, that's so funny. By the way, oh my God, what was that?
Here, I'm here, Douglas.
Oh,
That was my nephew in the background.
thank God. I thought that was the voices in my head. Oh my God, that was frightening. Good God, that was like just that right tenor. It was like it came out of nowhere. It was like how old is he or she? Is a he, yes?
Yeah, he's about like I believe he's between 5 and 6. So he comes up to my room sometimes to check up on me. So I just send him back downstairs.
Okay. No, that's wonderful. Certainly, it's good to know that you have company, and there you have that. And aside from that, I thought it might be one of JMO's cats. Of course, with all the occult that he's engaged in, it wouldn't surprise me if they started to talk. Such being said, our man, Mr. Daniel Arola, speaks with his puppy dogs, of course, and sometimes they join in on the conversation too, but that was the most coherent of that we've heard. And so aside from all of that, let me see if Assalamu alaikum. Just wanted to say that, and I should have said that when I brought you on. It's one of those things
Walaikum salam.
yes, it's one of those things that I do forget. It was so long. No. One thing that I presume, obviously, just so people understand this, that greeting is pretty much universal throughout Doral Islam, or the land of submission, but it's Arabic, and so even non-Arabic speakers will tend to say that in the Islamic world. But I believe that Salman Sheikh's first language was probably Urdu, and I'm assuming that you do read and write in Urdu, yes?
It's funny, Brother Douglas, because when I came here at the age of 5, I can only speak Urdu and understand it, because I started learning English when I came here, and I had an Indian teacher from India who had taken me under his wing, and he would teach me a lot of the English, and he encouraged me that in order to understand English better, I would have to learn it visually, because some people learn it in a different way. So I would watch a lot of movies, like video games, like read books, watch cartoons, especially a lot of Japanese anime that was dubbed in English. So that helped me a lot understand English and have the, I guess, accent that I have now throughout my time living in this country. So, that's the thing about a lot of the Pakistani immigrants, the children that come here, is that at home they might be able to talk with their parents because that's the language at home. But in terms of reading, writing, speaking, they're more probably better in English, and that's just the way it is. You just have to find that balance in between. But I'm thankful that at least I can, speak the language fluently, even though I can't read or write in it.
Wow. No, definitely impressive, and I'm glad to hear that. In terms of when you went to Pakistan and you had a lot of people asking you about, can you help me get to America, or whatnot. Exactly what is it that you tell them to dispel them of what kind of false hopes or that they have, or do you try to encourage them to just do something on their own? And what exactly do you tell them?
Well, that's the thing, my brother Douglas, because they have a colonial mindset there. They don't realize that they have access to more opportunities and resources than coming over here. And actually, here you actually have to work for a living. Over there, You have people that, even though they might not be able to work, they have a joint family system. So if, let's say, there's 2 incomes coming in the house or 1 income coming in the house, and there's like 10 people living in the house, they're able to manage their large joint families that way. And I tell them that you all want to come to America, but why don't you just work and make your own country better and, you know, help yourselves and help your family? You come to America, you got to work, you got to pay bills. That misconception that whatever was placed in you, that this is a land of milk and honey and everything is okay and everything is fine. There's more struggle here than compared to Pakistan. And I noticed that every time I went to Pakistan, I come back with a refreshed mindset because food is good. They don't have that stress that we have to deal with here in terms of just being able to survive on a month-to-month basis. So that's what I try to tell them, is that take that mindset away, where the only way that you'll feel happy or successful is if you come to a Western country, which I believe is probably the lingering effects of the programming since they were colonized for such a long time. So that kind of like stays in the mentality of them, like coming to America or England, and then they feel like that they made it. Even though I've seen some people in the rich areas of Islamabad and Karachi that are having like a 10 times more better life than here, with
Thank you.
good food, cars, like access to money and everything. So it's just that colonial mindset that they have. But then they come here, you'll have somebody in Pakistan that might have an MBA degree, but when he comes here, he's working at a gas station because that's the only opportunity he'll get. So that's what I try to tell them, like, yo, just stay where you are. You're much happier there.
Right. So
I know exactly where Salman's coming from, because it's the same shit back in the Philippines too.
Yeah.
I used to have relatives that used to pester me about helping them come to America. Like, well, you asking the wrong dude.
Right. I was going to turn to you exactly because of the colonial imprint upon the Philippines. So when you tell them that they're asking the wrong individual, Daniel, what else do you tell them? I mean, obviously, Daniel, I'm much more familiar with the Philippines than I am with Pakistan. But in terms of the Philippines, the one thing that Daniel and I are both aware of is the overwhelming pervasiveness of the pettiness. And it's the pettiness that makes it just almost impossible for the Philippines to progress. And so with that in mind, Daniel, even though you've agreed with what our man Salman has said, Salman, I'm trying to get the pronunciation right. And by the way, could you pronounce your first name for us, just the way you prefer it, Salman?
Yes, my brother. So, my family calls me Salman with my Pakistani pronunciation. And then my friends in America, they call me Salman or Sal. So whatever is comfortable for you, my brother, you use that.
Thank you. And so with Daniel, when you're in the Philippines and you're confronted with this, take me with you back into the great big, land of milk and honey in the sky. Of course, with the Philippines, it's more like what would be the great post exchange, the great military PX. Aside from whatever you tell them, do you think they would be better off generally coming here? I mean, the Philippines is unless you're kind of like living, with nature, you're kind of in a shithole. It's so tough.
When I was younger, living there, me and my younger brother, the last time, every time when my mom came to visit during the holiday season, she would always repeat that fact. She goes, it's a lot. Life is a lot harder there in the Philippines. You're probably better off making the best of what you have here because you have all the resources that get imported to the USA anyway.
Yeah.
Or move to China.
Okay. Yeah. And so thank you. So basically she was just basically telling people to be happy with what they had rather than dreaming of something that is really just a fantasy. Across the Pacific, right? Is that the message?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's like any sort of rural living, especially when you're young and you're really bored. So you believe that life is better outside of the village, only to end up returning after leaving jail once or twice.
By the way, we have a lot of people inside of the chat room, and let's take a look at what some of them are saying. But first, I'll go back to Salman and say, when did Pakistan change? When it was originally, basically, Pakistan is, of course, it's the manifestation of the yearnings of many Muslim people who were in South Asia and decided to unite, and they created the concept of Pakistan, and it was really a concept. And maybe you would explain to people, of course, that it's not an organic unit. Pakistan is, in a very real sense, an artificial synthesis of several different ethnic groups, and the only real unifying force is Islam. And so it came into being with the breakup of the Raj. And the Pakistani people, of course, it's a somewhat fragile construct. Nevertheless, because of the sheer size of the population, it has the potential for superpower status, which happened with, just so people understand this, Pakistan is the Stan of Stans. And that means that if the word Stan is a Turkic word and it means land, that's all it means. But Pakistan is the land of lands in the sense that above it, up north, you have Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, all of these former Soviet Central Asiatic republics, and Baluchistan and Afghanistan. Of all of these republics put together, or all of these geopolitical entities put together, it's Pakistan that overwhelmingly has all the population. And so all of those lands that I've mentioned, all the way deep into the heart of Russia, to the point where the north of Pakistan is a Russian population, but it's a Kazakhstan kind of boundary, where when the lines were drawn artificially by the Soviets, they included a bunch of Russians within the nation of Kazakhstan. So when it broke away after the collapse of the Soviet Union, you have Russians living in a primarily Muslim nation. So that being said, if all of the Stans united, Pakistan would, Islamabad would be the capital. There's no doubt of that. But the sheer gravity of that, they would have to deal with a Russian population in the north that they would either have to eradicate or simply expel by redrawing the lines so that the Russians could be reabsorbed into the Russian Federation. But Pakistan has the potential of superpower status, but originally it's a product of British colonialism. So the real dysfunctions source from the British. But at some point, their fantasy became like, oh, I'd like to go to America. And this is where many Pakistanis go. Yet many wind up in Britain. So when you are there, is there any gravitational pull towards Britain? Like some of them like talk about going to England, or is it just because they know you're an American, that's all you hear is, I want to go to America?
Yes, my brother. Like when you're there, they just have this mindset, I guess, because it's like you explained the origins of Pakistan. Most people do not know that Pakistan is a Masonic experiment, just like how America was created as a Masonic experiment. Originally, its foundation was to create a secular state for non-Hindus outside of from the Indian subcontinent, and then it stayed very good. Like everything was secular. There was no like extremism of any kind. Then once you get to 1970s, like in the beginning, that's when the military like took over and basically made it into their own theocracy, which still exists in many ways. I mean, now they say it's a democracy, but still they have a lot of their own issues of control and other influences that are guiding them in many ways. So the reason, and when I went to Pakistan right now, there's also a lot of Chinese influence, because every city I went to, I saw Chinese in every major city in Pakistan.
Yes.
And what's going on is, like, when I'm there, it's a lot of people, Brother Douglas. You have the top 1%, which are the elite, which are in Islamabad and Karachi and Lahore. Like, they're living a good life. And then you have the 90% of the population, which is like working for scraps and barely, and some of them like make like 10,000 rupees a month, which is like $100, like $100 here. So that's the reason that they're just barely scraping by. You have all of these influences that are keeping that country and its resources held by the top percent that are there, holding and enjoying their luxury life. and then you have the others that are fighting and working for scraps and for resources. So a lot of them, they're just trying to find their way out of there. They just want to escape from that area, but they don't realize is that when you come here, it's actually more worse than over there. So that's what I try to teach them, is that doesn't matter what you're going through. Wherever God has decided to keep you, be thankful. And on top of that, it's the aspect of sexual repression, because in Islam, like you are taught to be, one with the man and the woman. But see, over there, you have the concept of cultural Islam. They're not following the true Islam. So the men and women are very repressed. And they also have that mindset that when they come to the West, like, women are easy. And I teach them this one thing, that, Islam is a matriarchal religion. You're taught to respect your mothers, wives, daughters, etc. So instead of getting your repression out of control, and know that over here, it's not like that. You have to respect women here also. And that's what I try to teach them, is that you coming here to the land of milk and honey and beautiful white women and all that good stuff, just stay where you are. You'll be happy. And I can't even imagine, Brother Douglas, how many people that I see here, especially in the Philly area, working at the 7-Elevens, who have degrees and all this stuff. But when they come here, the American system doesn't accept them. Doesn't accept it.
Yes,
this is
where doctors from foreign lands wind up driving taxis. Yes. Oh God, we'll get a little bit into that. By the way, I do want our man Jameson, feel free to get rid of the man with the vegetable name, Johnny Yarugula. Yes, he is just a troll. I mean, it's just stupid shit he's saying. So you can, there we are. Yes. Basically was saying Team Dietrich can relocate to China with all the veggie eaters, and he's equating vegetarianism with liberal progressivism, and which of course he's pigeonholing us all into, because we're not spewing right-wing hate talk. So and then obviously,
let's go to Taiwan.
Considering that we only have one thumbs down, I think that's Richard Cagle.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And it's just a new kind of.
He obviously was not happy about my poetry.
There we are. Yes, he put his one thumb down for the night and came in to say that. But yeah.
Yeah, I gotta tell him, Richard, Dickie. Actually, I gotta call. I gotta come up with a name for you. Mr. Dick Cunt.
Yes.
All right. Go warm your chickens.
The Martian Marine.
Yes, the Martian Marine. I mean, it's his voice. Yeah, it's his voice, and it's the amazing thing is none of us who are on the round table tonight right now is a white male by the classic definition. And therefore, we're not subject to his influence. I think the greatest tragedy that I've run across is how many white males are subject to his influence. But this is really because they pretty much source from the cult in the beginning, like Pavel Edward did, etc. It is, of course, a pattern that, if anyone has noticed, people have been thrown at me to quote-unquote assist myself, have often just quote-unquote turned against me. It's to make it look as if I'm somehow rejecting them, but that's not the case. Anybody who's listened over the years knows that what'll happen is these people later on attempt something like Pavel Edward did. He was attempting to try to download my entire Google account, which is just the information was so vast that they told him that it would take over a day, over 24 hours, to download all of that information. And that was at that time that he was doing that. And so that's how I caught him, was that he was in the process of doing what he was doing. It was taking over a day to get it done. That was how I caught him. It was just so much to download. But he was trying to turn all of that over to Dickie Cunt Cole, which is the name that Jameson has come up with. By the way, Marcus Grix says that Australia has pledged 280 billion Australian dollars to upgrading military. And every time they report this here, they reference that USA Marines are stationed in the Northern Territory. Yeah, Australia is probably the most American manipulated nation on earth. In terms of a place like the Philippines and Pakistan, they're both very dependent in different ways. Daniel Arola.
Fox News.
Yeah, say that. Yeah, Daniel.
Fox News in
Yeah,
Australia.
Fox News. Yeah, in Australia, it's just awful. It's just awful. Well, Fox.
Yeah.
That's where actually the tail begins to wag the dog, because the Fox News is headquartered in Australia, and the Murdoch family is Australian, and they're running America from Australia. So that was, I mean, but take a look at the results of Australia. Australia has undergone an apocalypse. Australia has truly gone from simply being like a desert continent to truly a scorched earth wasteland with climate change, which they are continuously denying. It's part of this vicious cycle, and most of it has to do with a patriarchal mindset. And so in the Murdochracy, the Murdoch media machine it runs Australia. They choose who's the prime minister, and whenever the prime minister goes against their policy, they take him down, and they institute another prime minister who follows the Murdoch orders. It's insane. And so Australia gets, in a very real sense, what it deserves. So Marcus Grix is saying 280 billion is crazy, double what Australia spent on corona response in total. Defense minister says drums of war beating. In the Pacific, Australia is first to go if China starts a world war. And Arietis of Rigor Mortis says, yeah, they are also training U.S. Marines there. That's because, of course, the U.S. Marines have been kind of kicked out of the Philippines, but then they're kind of moving back. Marcus Grix points out that mining of coal is our biggest industry. Yes, Australia's biggest market for their coal was communist China. And so communist China and Australia going head to head as they have been is really going to do a number on Australia's economy. So probably what they're trying to do is militarize to provide an alternative to their coal industry. It's basically becoming like America, marrying their economy to the military-industrial complex. This is something I've been predicting actually forever. And the point that I make that many people don't understand is Australia is one of these places that would be like the Deep South prior to the American Civil War. It's a place where you've got a primarily white population. During World War II, they pretty much all joined to serve. They will go back to that heritage and just kind of remilitarize. So this is something where they will, of course, become the regional powerhouse in a sense, and therefore become dominant, particularly up towards the Philippines, where they are used to having some kind of superpower back them up. The Philippines is just used to that. They're just used to that economically. It was the Spaniards, then the Americans, then the Japanese, then the Americans again, and the future, basically the only regional power that would be Western oriented, which the Philippines is always Western oriented. They just are very much prefer a Western colonial input. They prefer a Western input more so than any Asian input. Duterte was kind of trying to change that, but I think that he's been threatened with a coup if he continued what he was doing with China, and therefore he changed and is now standing up to China. And that brings us back to Pakistan, of course, which is just the bridge between China and America is Pakistan. It straddles those two superpowers. So in the middle of the Sino-American Cold War, it was just like the Cold War of the past when China was very Maoist. Pakistan was still the bridge between America and China. It still had it's always been straddling. This is why it has this kind of independent superpower potential, is that it straddles these superpowers and is therefore kind of able to call its own tune to a degree. The Philippines, of course, has the potential for that. We'll see what happens. In terms of, I do want to turn towards Daniel for a minute. Have you heard anything new, aside from the fact that the Filipino Coast Guard is now running basically military drills near the disputed islands. The reason that's important is because it's the Coast Guard. I know the Philippines has a navy, however small it is, but the fact that they're sending their Coast Guard in to run drills near the disputed islands means that they're truly trying to claim it as part of the Philippines in the most interior island sense, the disputed islands in question. So I don't know if you've got any updates on that, Daniel, but feel free to share what you can before we turn back towards Jameson and Salmon.
Actually, that's kind of news to me, but what I would like to happen for that is that these Filipino soldiers would actually defend those islands, because I don't really recall Filipinos defending against foreign invaders since 1521 when Magellan got killed there, but because they're too busy trying to kill each other. But, I think it's cool.
What's that? Say that again. I'm sorry.
But I do think that's kind of cool, though. If they had a military installment on those islands, posing as if they're defending against China, I mean, if there was some action that would result from that, that would be interesting. But honestly, I really don't see it happening. But I think it would be cool if it did.
Right. Wow. Well, I think something is going to happen. Just to put this into some perspective for people so they appreciate this, the Filipinos are essentially a colonial culture that has provided their colonists with military cannon fodder, and their troops can be, it can go either way, but their troops can be exceptional. I mean, to the point of historic records of performance. A great example of this would be the Battle of Yultong in the Korean War. And at that time, the Americans imported Filipino troops onto the Korean Peninsula to fight with them under the United Nations. There was one point in the Korean conflict at Yultong where basically the Filipinos were abandoned. The Americans left them, and it was like less than 1,000, about 900 Filipinos found themselves facing the entire communist Chinese army. And at that point, they defeated 40,000 Chinese communist troops. So 900 Filipinos beat 40-1 odds at the Battle of Yultong. There's very few military performances like that in history. So that is something that for some reason no one has ever heard of. I only dealt with it because I destroyed the records. But they must have leaked at this point. And so if you look up the Battle of Yultong, it would be spelled Yultong. You'll probably have some allusion to the 1,000 Filipino troops who fought alongside the Allied forces and were pivotal in defeating 40,000 Chinese soldiers. As a matter of fact, if I were to try and call up my own notes on this, I'd say that altogether with some reinforcements, it probably equaled up to about 1,300 Filipino troops, along with some UN allied forces. But the core of the force was around the Filipinos, and they fought more than 40,000 Chinese soldiers. It was probably the largest offensive of the 44th Division of the Chinese People's Volunteer Army and the Communist North Korean Army during the Korean War, as a matter of fact. And the only thing that stopped it was the Filipino force. So that certainly cannot be denied, and it needs to be respected. But you're
Douglas, I pulled something up, and General Douglas MacArthur says, "Give me 10,000 Filipinos, and I will conquer the world." So that should tell the listeners something.
Thank you. So the Filipinos are certainly not without courage. The problem is they have no technology. So a naval battle seems predestined towards defeat and of the Filipinos. So what this is where the Australians would come in. You see, the Australians, of course, what they lack is manpower. this is why I keep saying the logical unity in the Pacific that would be of Western orientation would be kind of an Australian masterclass with a Filipino population that would be providing the troops. In other words, kind of an Australian officer class and Filipino troops will probably become the superpower of the Pacific in the South. And that is the problem that I see with that is that people really don't understand this, and even the Australians don't really grasp it consciously, just how racist they are. So it would be very similar to the antebellum South or the Civil War Dixie, with a kind of simply a far more militarized colored class. So this is what I foresee as the future, and kind of like the political divide of the future. The political divide of the future would be this kind of Slavocracy, or a kind of caste system in Australasia, and much of the rest of the world antithetical to that if they are espousing freedom or democracy. So we'll see what happens, but the interesting thing is that, as I said before, contrary to this would be kind of like a new underground railroad where Filipinos who live in Hawaii and the American mainland would try to smuggle people out who resist that kind of enslavement. But the reality is that this would give us a reflection of what the South was truly like. And it's something that most liberal progressives would be unable to cope with. The fact is that most Filipinos would voluntarily enter that slavery. You would always have some that would be independent-minded and would resist, but the majority of Filipinos, this is what they kind of are used to. It's kind of what they've culturally...
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel.
And that's also why a big number of them are also Trump supporters here in America.
Oh, that's how they brought Duterte into power. He was the Trump of the Philippines, right?
Yep.
Yes,
pretty much.
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah, and now they're mad at him over China.
Yes. Well, that's what I said. I believe that Duterte is facing a potential military coup if he doesn't man up to China, and that's why he's trying to do that.
I would like to see happen.
Yeah, and it might help. And in the case of the Pakistan, that did happen, and I'd like Salman Sheikh to disambiguate that from what I've said before. Now, Salman, you've probably heard me bring this up before, and I'm wondering what you can say to kind of add to that. And by the way, just to finish up on the Filipino subject, this is the problem that we'll see, is that basically we will see what the people in the South basically remember with nostalgia. And this is truly the problem with black relations in America with whites of Southern heritage, is that what the blacks in America find the most offensive is the Southern memories of slavery being patronizing. That the memory of slavery is that, well, we treated our blacks like family, and we like raised them as, as if we loved them in this very patronizing manner, and they'll actually be sincere about that. They actually,
like Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, where they're fucking them too. They don't bring that up, but it's basically where they feel that they were doing these blacks a favor, that they were caring for them. This is probably just the most offensive to blacks in America, is that attitude. That's the attitude that is just drives them to anger, and it provokes them. It provokes them the most, is that kind of attitude.
Rightfully so. I mean,
I
really
understand.
Does,
yeah,
because rightfully so.
Thank you. But in the Philippines, you still have the attitude where many Filipinos feel that way about the days when MacArthur was around. They feel that way about the days when the Americans were there. It took a lot to finally get rid of the Americans, and then they're still bringing them back. So there's this like, it's the psyche is much different in the Philippines, and so we would see a realization there of what the Southerners remember as a kind of nostalgia fantasy here. And it'll be easier to realize there because it's just how they're culturally slave circuited now, to use a pun or to use a kind of a mechanical analogy. But in terms of Pakistan, with what we were saying about the military junta, originally Pakistan was a monarchy. And the point that I brought up before was it was around the time of Hillary Rodham Clinton that that things began to really fall apart. By that I mean around the time of before Clinton was president. And it was around the time that this was what related directly to myself and impacted myself directly, was that, as I mentioned before, and I'm certain Salman has heard this a number of times, he's never spoken to it publicly, but we'll have him speak to this. Basically what had happened was when I was 14 years of age, the blood market crashed. And when the blood market crashed was when I had my bleeding duodenal ulcer and my parents were told that I needed a blood transfusion or I would die. And that's when they convinced them, because all of the blood is unavailable right now, organic transfers of blood from humans, that they had to resort to an experimental blood plasma, an artificial plasma, a synthetic blood plasma that had killed everyone who had used it beforehand. And my parents agreed because they saw no other alternative. I was killed, I died, and was clinically dead for at least a day, more likely 2 from what I understand. And when I came back, I was not the same as before. I was very much physically different. But that being said, the reason that came about wasn't a large part due to Bill Clinton. And this was because Bill Clinton in particular was campaigning on donating a lot of blood to the blood market by getting prisoners to donate from the Arkansas state prison system when he was governor of Arkansas. And they would entice the prisoners with a small amount of pay or prison privileges to give a pint of blood each. And they were all infected from fucking each other with everything from chlamydia to venereal disease to AIDS, just, and hepatitis, everything you can imagine. And along with other places, all other states in America, just taking blood from homeless people and prostitutes. It simply was most extreme in Arkansas, but it was all over the United States. The blood market inevitably crashed. But one of the things that basically was resultant of that, and this was Hillary Clinton, whose husband was doing this in Arkansas. It was called Bloodgate, or Billy Bloodgate at the time. She basically called up her sorority sister because she had gone to the same I believe it was Oxford. It was a British university. She went there and was sorority sisters with Tansu Siller and Benazir Bhutto. And Benazir Bhutto was referred to herself as a spoiled Muslim princess. And Tansu Siller was so butch that when she became prime ministeress of Turkey, she forced her husband to take her last name. This is a Muslim nation, mind you. And so Tansu Siller was running Turkey for a period of time, and Benazir Bhutto was running Pakistan. And of course, Pakistan and India had had a number of wars that almost went nuclear. And we're talking about the largest tank battles in the world after World War II was India versus Pakistan. And the big armored columns and clashes would collide in the Thar Desert, is it? I think, which desert is that, Solomon? It's the killing field of the tanks. But it's right between Pakistan and India. And then what happened was that in preparation for the next war, Benazir Bhutto told her military, we've got to have a pool of blood so that our troops can have that to fall back on when they're injured. Now, one of the things I can tell you happened, because I worked with destroying the records, was at that time Pakistan was part of CENTO, Central Treaty Organization, and it was the Southwest Asian version of NATO or CETO, CETO being Southeast Asian Treaty Organization. That was the Southeast Asian version of NATO, which was centered around containing communist Vietnam. And when it came to CENTO, Central Treaty Organization, that comprised the Shah's Iran and Pakistan and Turkey. And so at the time that they were still part of CENTO, at the time CENTO still existed, Benazir Bhutto got her generals to get a bunch of the men to donate blood. She had the medics under special orders to strap them down to the gurneys, the tables, and drain them dry. So when the medics strapped the troops down, instead of taking one pint of blood, they took 12. And they killed thousands of their own troops. My understanding from the records I burned was 20,000. And so at that point, the military said, fuck this shit, we're taking over. And so Benazir Bhutto fled to London, but she made a killing in the blood market. That's how she was able to afford to do that, because at that point, blood was gold. And she was able to present the blood market of the world with, well, I've got military-grade blood that's been tested for VD and AIDS and everything else. So it's proven clean. And, so she killed her own men to do that, wiped out her own military to a great degree. After that, the military took over. I'm forgetting the military dictator's name, but the man who ran the junta, he ultimately, fled himself. He wrote a book. He even showed up on The Tonight Show or David Letterman show to push his book. I forget the guy's name now. He was just this kind of like, non-committal kind of fellow. It wasn't very impressive, but, the military junta had run Pakistan for quite some time. It was under them that Pakistan became a nuclear power. So they basically led Pakistan into the nuclear age, or maybe that was around the time of Benazir Bhutto. I know India became the nuclear power first, and Pakistan had to respond. At that point, they had to go nuclear because, and nobody ever talks about this, that nuclear, that India and Pakistan are nuclear powers that are ready to annihilate each other. So if you could put all this into some context, or what you remember of it, any of this, or any people you know who might be impacted, because I know when Benazir Bhutto, when Hillary Clinton was running for president, she was so convinced she was going to win, she called up Benazir Bhutto, her sorority sister, and said, you can go back to Pakistan now. And that's when Benazir Bhutto returned to Pakistan, and I said it on Revolution Radio. I said, she's going to die. I said, as soon as she steps off that plane, every Pakistani man whose father was killed by her is going to be out to get her. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as she stepped off that plane, somebody with a suicide backpack jumped and blew himself up and took out half 100 people at the airport. She escaped that. She got into an armored car. As soon as she got on the road inside this armored vehicle, she died the way that American troops die in Iraq. She died of traumatic brain injury because some other man with a bomb in a backpack threw himself underneath the armored car and blew himself up, and she died because the force of the blast threw her up against the ceiling, where her brain was smashed inside of her skull when her skull cracked up against the armored ceiling. This is how soldiers die when their helmets collide in Iraq with the armored Humvee rooftops, and then their brains get splattered, and that's how she died. And of course, stupid people in America were saying, oh, this is because the Pakistanis couldn't stand her because she was so westernized and was wearing lipstick, and just all this stupid shit. I mean, nobody was even aware of Bloodgate. And when I tried to talk to people about this on places like Coast to Coast AM, when I called in with so-called international experts, none of them knew about this. So what do you remember of this, or what was the Pakistani story regards all of this, or Salmon, if you would be so kind?
Yes, my brother Douglas. First, before I answer, I want to give you credit for the Bloodgate information, because when I had started listening to you, I had a feeling the Bhutto family was involved in something that was not right. And you had confirmed my suspicions with all of the knowledge that you had gifted us in those transmissions. And again, stating it tonight. So to start from the beginning, Pakistan is such an important power because even when the Soviets were in Afghanistan, the Americans had used many factors of the Pakistani intelligence and military to basically drive them out of there. And now, even now with the Americans negotiating peace with the Taliban, that only happens with Pakistani support. So they do have sway over that area, along with now China having their own influence there. Most people do not know, Brother Douglas, that even though Pakistan stayed I guess, under a British monarchy system until 1956. It's still registered in the Commonwealth, in the British Commonwealth in many ways. So that's the reason why many of the leaders, when they get exiled, they run to England, because that's where their safe house is, and that's where a lot of them are basically groomed in many ways. A lot of the leaders, and now the current person in charge of the Pakistan People's Party, which is Benazir's party, is her son, who himself has been groomed from that part of the world and sent to be a leader in Pakistan. So moving on to the aspect of Bloodgate, it's not a surprise, because Benazir's family in Pakistan has, corrupt in many ways, and throughout the years, they were just living a lavish lifestyle while the people of Pakistan were suffering. Just an example of many third world nations, Brother Douglas, where the leaders are hoarding all the wealth. America sends all this money to them, but they don't know if it really goes to the poor people or not. You have all these people that send money to them. They don't know where it goes. So it's the people at the top that are living the lavish lifestyle, and they look down upon others. And that's the reason why they're just following that old caste system culture that has existed in those lands even before Islam came. And that's the reason why she was hunted down and killed. You were absolutely right, because that culture, you do something to them or do something to their family, you could go back to that land 1,000 years later, and that story will be passed down that it was this person that did this, and they just have this mentality of revenge. So it was inevitable after what she did to those 20,000 troops by draining them dry and being in hell's harlots with Hillary Clinton. That was inevitable that's the fate that awaited her. And after that, it was her husband that became the president of Pakistan, and now it's the son leading the party.
Oh my God.
But their party is not in charge. But it just goes to show you that these people get groomed from one generation to another. And it was General Musharraf who had, I believe, ousted her.
Thank you, Musharraf. That's how I remembered. Yeah. Thank you. Please go on. Yes, he was the guy who appeared on David Letterman. So believe it or not, you can could probably look it up on YouTube. Pakistani General Musharraf, Musharrif or RIFF maybe, but he was the man who wrote his own book when he retired. Yes. And went around the world, but on shows like David Letterman, and just, like this harmless little guy. But tell us more about him, please. Take it from there.
Yes, so he had exiled the Sharif family, who's also groomed from a lot of the Western agencies, and now the Sharif family is back in London, and now and then after that time, he had taken over for about a certain amount of years. And he was good friends with America, because when the coalition war started in Afghanistan, he got the Pakistanis involved in it too, which resulted in a lot of chaos in Pakistan as well. But, you have a man that was ultimately looking out for his own interest. And as you see, just like how Benazir was attacked and ultimately killed, there were also assassination attempts on his life as well when he was in Pakistan. So as time went on, eventually he got ousted as well. And then, they have another leader that's been groomed, another leader that's groomed. So ultimately, the people that run Pakistan is basically their army. It's their army and intelligence that run the whole show. But they have these front men that become prime ministers, or they become leaders that run everything. But ultimately, they have no power. And then you have the military and intelligence people that are ultimately influenced, have a Western influence most of the time, and they get a direction on which way to guide what chess piece onto what and to what. And then those who fall out of line, let's say the Benazir example or the Musharraf example, and when they exile and they come back, they do make an example out of them, as we've seen that. And Benazir's family, especially with her time with Hillary Clinton, and I guess they were in Hell's Harlots, a sorority or something like that. Over time, it's a family thing. So, basically her son and her daughters that are now in the political game, they're probably involved in some of those things like that too on the side. And it's a reason why those kind of people stay in power. When they're in power, then they sign their kids over, and it's a cycle that continues over and over again with a lot of these elite families that exist in Pakistan plus with other third world nations, it's kind of like the same thing, and that's exactly what it is. And the reason, I mean, if you look at it this way, Brother Douglas, if Pakistan and India and Kashmir were all still one, they wouldn't be facing the issues of poverty and all disease and war that they're facing right now. That was by design, to keep them separate. They're genetically the same people. To keep them separate so they continue fighting with each other. It's the same people fighting against one another, and they're too busy not helping the poor of their own community. So at the end of the Raj, that was done on purpose to keep them like that, so they could be in an endless cycle of war, and then both sides could be Commonwealth territories that could be controlled in their own special way, to this very day that we're seeing with different leaders that pop up here and there. But the poor are still suffering. Americans are sending money, British are sending money, other people are sending money, nothing goes to the poor people. It's the elite families at the top. Then you have the cycles of the military ousting them, and then the people want revenge for what they did to their families. So it's like a big quagmire, my brother. And I got to give you credit where it's due, because I knew something was off about the Bhutto family with the way they carried themselves and the way they lived. And you confirmed, even myself being from Pakistan, I did not know that. And there were many people from Pakistan who I had shared your original transmission with, and they were like, thank you. That really opened up my eyes about who these people were and what their party stood for.
Thank you. And this is sadly, when you hear about what Americans say about Democrats and Republicans are both the same party, that a two-party republic offers no choice, it's no longer the case. The Democrats and the Republicans truly are polar opposites now, and they truly do stand for completely antithetical ideologies. When it comes to Benazir Bhutto and General Musharraf and their families, this sounds like it's the true two-party republic offering no choice. This sounds like what's going on in Pakistan. You got a choice between Musharraf and the Bhutto. It's like, and then the ISI is the Pakistani CIA. So the ISI is the intelligence that basically created the Taliban. That is in an attempt to try and maintain the insurgency by which they can supply the Muslims in Kashmir, who are now just persecuted horribly by Narendra Modi, the dictator running Asian India, who has now led India into a catastrophic wave of COVID-19. Because he ignored the reality of the disease and was holding massive rallies. The Asian Indians are now paying the price. This is, it's a nightmare. So you have that, and at the same time, you have many Muslims in India who may be forced to escape there's no place else to go but Pakistan, certainly not Bangladesh, which is completely impoverished. And and Pakistan would use these as pretty much the cannon fodder for Afghanistan. You have India now. Their military is not nearly as powerful as what the Pakistani military fields, and so India is talking about trying to make deals with the Pakistan when the Americans leave, and their military is trying to shore up some kind of buffer against China. But obviously, just so people understand this, Pakistan is very much on the side of communist China in the sense that that is their primary balance against India. And so that's why they straddle themselves between the Americans and the communist Chinese. And so in that sense, they're right between the two conflicting superpowers. It's a very strange position to be in. We have Peter Moon with us now, and we'll segue to Peter, and I want to welcome him. Thank him so much for his time to be here. And I'm sure he has some questions.
Peter.
Yeah. And Daniel Roll is with us too, and we were talking about, of course, the kind of parallel in this kind of corruption with the Filipino families. But Daniel, are you aware of any kind of, before we turn to Peter, are you aware of any kind of duopoly like that? Obviously, Pakistan is trapped between, in particular, two elite families when it comes to politics, the Bhutto and Musharraf dynasties. But in the Philippines, it seems somewhat different. After the death of Marcos it was kind of like there hasn't really been a government that's been able to stabilize things, or how would you say it? There's no real, Duterte's daughter, he's trying to groom her to run for politics. So it's like he's trying to assert his own dynasty with asserting his children everywhere. What else do you have to offer in that regard? And then I'll ask you to turn it over to Peter.
Well, a lot of what Salman has been describing about what's been happening in Pakistan about the colonial mentality, all that's the same design going on in the Philippines too, including depending upon other foreign powers, and it's just as bad over there too. They're lacking leadership. I mean, well, they have leadership, but those leaders also compete against each other, and they hate each other as well. So they need someone with maybe like a nuclear level of charm, like Subhash Chandra Bose, who was able to unify men of all different faiths and caste levels, while he had his thing going. But I don't think it's really gone that far in the Philippines for that kind of leader.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't even know if they're ready for it.
That's a good point. I mean, when I talk to Filipinos here, it's almost as if they try and hope for that in Duterte, and they bring up, oh, the drug situation was so bad, and oh my God, could it have been possibly that bad, where where mass murder is the answer? But for people who don't understand, Brendan Zogit was just talking about his, we all know Brendan Zogit is very much into the Vedic traditions, and so he's taking a course in his college now in Sacramento, where he's in an Asian Indian history course, and he brought up Subhas Chandra Bose, and nobody in his none of his teachers, none of his professors who teach Asian Indian history even heard about this guy. And he told me he was just scared to death to bring up the fact that Subhas Chandra Bose moved to Taiwan, and that the Taiwanese hid his death. Basically, they faked his death, saying he died in a plane crash, but then he was able to establish himself in Taiwan and run his operations to ultimately rid India of the British from there. And it was funny, the one thing he found out from his professors was when they followed up on what he had to say, because no one believed him, and they looked up Subhas Chandra Bose. And by the way, for people who've listened to me for years, they understand that I always say, just by a slip of the tongue, I keep saying Sirhan Chandra Bose, and the person who keeps correcting me, a shout out to him, is Marty Methuselah. I forget his Native American name, but he's really a Native American Canadian. And but it's Subhas Chandra Bose, and he was the fascist who fought on the side of the Japanese against the British. And he was someone who would be like Asian India's Malcolm X, ramped up by orders of magnitude. Give Malcolm X entire armies, and you've got Subhas Chandra Bose. And so when it came to the Americans, everybody relates to, or the British, everybody relates to the propaganda figure of the Martin Luther King Jr. equivalent, again, ramped up by orders of magnitude. Give Martin Luther King Jr. 1 billion people in a population base to lead, and you've got Mahatma Gandhi, who was a total asshole, who's just a product of myth and propaganda, was incredibly abusive, and spent his childhood partying in universities. And they actually showed this, or parodied it, in a satire called Clone High. And Clone High is an animated cartoon for adults that you can look up on YouTube, and you can see scenes from it where they show this clone of Gandhi interacting with clones of John F. Kennedy and Cleopatra and Joan of Arc, and they're in this high school together being raised as part of a secret military experiment, and Gandhi's always partying and drinking, and the Asian Indians made them get rid of that character from this American cartoon because Asian India said it was offensive to the memory of Mahatma Gandhi. The memory of Mahatma Gandhi is a fucking fantasy and a myth, and that's actually the real portrayal of him, was being a party animal, asshole, abusive kind of idiot. And so Mahatma Gandhi was promoted by the West because he was this peacemonger, he doesn't fight back when we beat up his followers, and so just like they gave Martin Luther King Jr. a holiday but there's no Malcolm X Day. It's the same with Gandhi promoted instead of Sirhan Chandra Bose. But when the teachers followed up on what Brendan Zogit said about Sirhan Chandra Bose, they found out, oh, well, the Asian Indian nation conducted a huge investigation into his dying in that plane crash, and they said he really did die in that plane crash. Well, you know, obviously, first off, if you look back into the headlines of when Sirhan Chandra Bose died in 1945, and you see the headlines on the English-speaking newspapers, those headlines say, Japs say that Sirhan Chandra Bose died in a plane crash when he was headed towards Taiwan. This is the headlines, mind you. So the biggest source for the death of Sirhan Chandra Bose in 1945 was the Axis. That's the biggest source for his death, the enemy of the Allies. And then the Asian Indians look into it now and they're saying, well, we did all this research and we found out that he really did die in that plane crash. Why would they even need to do that? That's what Brendan asked. Why would they need to do research confirming this guy died in a plane crash unless he didn't? I mean, it kind of is. It's something like, if it were so obvious in the beginning, nobody would have needed to have followed this up with some stupid investigation, quote unquote. The funny thing is, Sirhan Chandra Bose's relatives live in the United States, and they're the people who established Bose Stereo Company, BOSE Stereo Company. So when you have those Bose stereos, the Bose headphones, that's all his dynasty that has reestablished itself as a Western industrial power. And those are the people who were the fascists in World War II. That would be like a company in America called Mussolini that was selling you high-tech goods. And this is something just remarkable. Nobody even knows this. Nobody, you know, people buy Bose headwear and audio equipment all the time. Nobody knows they were the fascist power of India in World War II. So there you go with that. With that, we turn it over to Peter Moon, who, of course, has been dealing with, you know, the normal kinds of stresses and strains, and he has been through an interview today. He's going to, of course, ask some questions of both Daniel and Salman about geopolitics, but mostly he's going to relate to us what he talked about with, I'm going to see if I can get the name right. Aside from the fact that it's Penny, her first name is Penny, the name of her show is something like Nachtwaffen pilot or something, or Night Force pilot, Nachtwaffen pilot in the German. She was banned from Facebook permanently, as I myself was, because in her case, she was like Lena Shea was doing on my timeline, putting up a bunch of swastikas. So she's behaved herself since then on Facebook. Come back under a different timeline, as I have. And is now going to interview myself, but interviewed Peter first. So Peter will tell us about what books he brought up with her, presumably about Romania in general, but he hopefully brought up the Roswell deception, and he'll tell us how that was received.
Well, if I was a quiz show host, I would do the buzzer. Wrong answer, wrong comment. I was not on with Penny today.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm scheduled to be on with her Saturday.
Oh, cool. Oh, good.
And we're going to leave early in the morning to take a hike to Bear Mountain. And so I have to, we're leaving early so that with our Mexican friends so that we can get back by 5 o'clock to do the show. 5 o'clock my time. So I will be doing a show with Penny. And of course, so much of what I will say in the show will be driven by the host and what the host asks. I would certainly like to focus on the new book. Certainly like to focus on the new book. And I'm very happy to do that. So I don't have any update on that.
By the way, Bear Mountain, you're leaving early in the morning to tomorrow or when?
On Saturday.
Saturday. Okay.
She's going to interview me on Saturday.
Okay.
And somebody else one of her colleagues or synergistic friends, fans, or colleagues wanted to interview me. I think.
Yes, he's got his own radio.
No, it's a her. It's a her.
Oh, a her. Okay, go on.
It's a her, but that's not going to happen because that's next week. But I'm going to Pennsylvania on that day, where I hope to meet up with Salmon.
Right.
I'm hoping that can happen in the evening, and I have to. I'm working with 3 other people, my wife and 2 ladies that we're going to go get some therapy, not counseling therapy, but certain holistic procedures. And so we're doing this. It's with a special friend of ours. But what I have to tell you that I am tremendously relieved to have gotten this book to the printer. I had 2 relatively small problems with the printer in terms of that I've asked. It has to do with the lucidity of the pictures in the book. Right. I'm asking this. I want them to get the best quality they can, because the quality I've given them is not quite reflected. It's I'm going to do the best I can for it. They gave me a proof and I rejected it twice. So I'm trying to get them to do the best possible job they can on the photographs, rendering the black and white, because they appear darker than what I gave them.
Right.
So on, and I will say, I was telling Paula this. When I worked for L. Ron, I mean, people will hear about L. Ron Hubbard's temper, and they will portray it in some of the most uncomplimentary and unflattering ways. Well, I was subject to not his temper on a personal level. I understood his temperament probably far better than most. But I was subject to listening to certain management briefings that he gave, part of which were a course. It was not for the general public. It was not for the general staff. It was only for people who were insiders, for lack of a better word. And I would hear him go into fits of anger or rage, but it was always very directed. It wasn't like somebody flying off the handle. And one of them had to do with printing. And I would see him or read about him going into just exacerbated anger about people not getting printing jobs right. And why is the executive of this organization having to wear the hat of the designer, the graphics person, and a job that he set up called printer liaison?
Wow.
Printing is less complex today because of what do you call it? Desktop
digitization, basically.
Yeah, but it's still an issue. And quality has become sacrificed in digital printing.
Yeah.
But in any case, what he would go into tirades, and I would just listen to this stuff, and it really didn't concern me personally, other than trying to understand what he was saying and why he was saying it. Listening to this printing could be a mad business, a crazy business. And I say, why do you have the top executive of an organization, to say nothing of the legitimacy of the organization or the illegitimacy of it or anything like that? It's just, why is he having to go all the way down and make sure not only that the goddamn printer does the job, but that the people who are supposed to proofread what the printer does do the job right? And this served me so well when I did my first book, The Montauk Project, right. Because the printer, who was from Kansas, the person that was on the floor doing the job would send me back just butcher jobs. We sent the mechanical boards, and they would somehow send us the proofs, and they were god-awful embarrassing. How could anybody send this back to us, where you have a box around a photograph and the box is no longer around the photograph? I mean, how can you be so stupid? And I was very friendly with the woman I had met her in person a couple times at book fairs, and we had a very friendly relationship. But I would have to like emulate the anger of L. Ron Hubbard to get the job done right.
Wow.
And I'd say, get this son of a bitch to do his fucking job.
Yes.
And she'd say, he is a very nice young man. He is a very nice. I said, he's not a nice man. He's screwing up the job. I mean, can't you see? And, you know, I don't like to do that, but it was necessary to get the job done right.
It's true.
It's true. A lot of yelling and screaming. And I saw what Hubbard went through. And this has nothing to do with in his case, on this specific thread, nothing to do with anything other than just getting a printing job done right. But
definitely the reason that he was so adamant about it was because he dealt with all of the problems of being an author, and he saw what happened to his works when they were published. And the problem is that this reflects upon the author. A lot of people blame the author for the mistakes of the printers and the publishers. And as a result, because of his familiarity with the publishing industry from the days that he had to make a living as a writer, this was extraordinarily important to him. It was very personal.
This wasn't for his books. This was for promotional literature.
Right.
It was for promotional literature, one of which was a Jewish brochure for the synagogue in Curacao, which was only being done as a public relations effort by the ship, which was in the island of Curacao. I mean, that was one case. They called it the Jewish brochure and they also had a tourism brochure for Curacao. That they were doing this at, a very song of a price just to ingratiate themselves with the local community. But that was one example I remember specifically. There were also other examples that might have had to do with church publications, but so he was actively involved in the PR of what was going on in the environment. But yeah, it was a good education that I got because it carried forth into my own profession. But that was just a side comment. But with regard to interviews, what I've been going through is I'm going through a period of, mourning, MOURNING, mourning. My best friend from childhood had passed away a week ago, and it wasn't unexpected because he was suffering badly from throat cancer, which was exacerbated from smoking. He smoked even when he was told he shouldn't by the doctor, but he was my great friend from the age of 4, and he was a great musician. He played, that's what he did for, I guess, the bulk of his life, was a musician. I know he played with the Guess Who. He was a very good organist, and he could play any instrument. Had I continued to stay in his neighborhood, he would have taught me all these instruments because I would learn, he taught me the fine points of baseball. He taught me the fine points of throwing a football, which he learned from his father, and he was my second family. His family was my family. When my parents passed, I would send his mother, I would call his mother for Mother's Day. So we were very close. And it's what's so special about the mourning, and it's like, I'm going to be going to his funeral service, which will be in June, which will interrupt the delivery of the book, probably, maybe not. But it might come during that week while I'm gone, so I will say, save it for the next week. But what's so special is we're going to be gathering the people from the neighborhood that lived there in the 1950s and the 1960s. That was the so-called ideal of the baby boom generation, with all the kids growing up. And I contacted one of my friends from across the street that I played with every day when he was a baby. I read the story of the Alamo in his bedroom.
Wow.
we would, and that was the only Bible reading I got. His father would read the Bible at night.
Wow.
And I would, and because I was there, and before I would go home, well, it's time for me to go home. Okay, well, let's read the Bible, then you can go home. So they'd read something from the Bible. It went in here and went in one ear and out the other. It didn't make any sense to me. Why are you picking up in the middle of this book and reading it? And you're hearing all about, Rebecca, Ruth, Jehoshaphat, and whoever the heck they were talking about. It made no sense to me. Whereas my Italian family, they were Catholic, and they didn't read the Bible. I mean, and when you went, and I did have occasion to go to Catholic church, you couldn't understand a word they were saying because it was all in Latin.
Right.
So, one in one ear and out the other. The other one went in somewhere else and out the other. It's just, so it's like you're being, talk about cognitive dissonance. You're just, being, and I will be returning to the church where I first went to church, not for very long, but I only like to go to church. We only went to church at my instigation because I was curious, right. And then I liked donuts they would serve afterwards. So I was motivated by donuts, powdered sugar donuts, and so because you couldn't understand a word they were saying, they had a prayer book with the colored ribbons. That was kind of, you look at the colored ribbons, it made no sense to me. But the first time my mother took me into the church there, at St. Pancratius in Lakewood, it was, I said, I want to see God. I want to meet God. And she points up to the altar, and there's a priest up there. And he's doing a mass. He's by himself. There's nobody in the church but me and my mother.
Wow.
And I looked at this guy, and I said, in my own childhood thought patterns, I think, and this guy's a son of a bitch. I didn't use the term son of a bitch. This man is no good. This man is not good. He's not. And she says, well, he's a intermediary with God. And I thought this something. Now I was only thinking about this after, in the wake of my friend. And I'm thinking, like, I was picking up on the perverted nature of priests.
Right.
But even back then. I mean, later in life, I thought this guy was just some unfortunate soul who didn't know what he was doing. It was actually much worse than that. And not knowing at that time that my father had been either molested or attempted to be molested by priests and his brother.
This is the first time I've ever heard of this. How did you find out about that?
Well, I'll talk about that. But then, so I said, I don't like this. I said, well, this isn't God. And she says, well, where's God? She says, well, and then she points over to this big, tasteless crucifix. And she says, that's his son. I feel like this isn't doing me any better. It was not impressive. So, but I wanted to meet God. I asked questions. I think the most profound thing she ever told me is that God is everywhere. And that kind of threw me a little bit, but I think that's very true. Is like everything is a shard, fragment, or part of the whole. And that could be a whole other conversation. But where the molestation issue first occurred was I was in my Montauk investigation. I became friends with a psychic who was a very good psychic. She was so good that she worked with the police, and they wanted to know where a dead body was. And she says, well, you go down this road, you go in and you'll find the body in the trunk of this car. There'll be a car at the end of the road, and there'll be a carcass. They went down, they found the body, and they immediately listed her as a suspect.
God, that's so fucking predictable. Oh, shit.
But she was not a murderer. And this was one of the hard aspects of being a good psychic. One time she was in a, what do you call it? It was kind of I guess, a bar or something like that in Colorado, I think it was. And there was a slot machine in there. And this, I think it was an Irish spirit, came out and told her, play the slot, you'll win. She played the slot and she won something like thousands of dollars. And nobody'd ever won in that, and everybody was just mystified that she won. She had real ability. She also had a dark side to her, but she was, she had real ability. And when I say she had a dark side to her, she certainly was not an evil woman. She liked to listen to Black Sabbath. I remember I said, just please turn that off. I can't, it was just, to me, it was just a cacophony of chaos.
Yes. Thank you.
I just like, I mean, I liked her and all that, but I just don't want to hear this music. If it could be called that. But anyway, we were having lunch one time and she looked at me and she started picking stuff up on my father. And she says, he trusted the cloth, but it betrayed him. She said he was, and I don't know if she said molested, but he was an altar boy. And he talked about being an altar boy. And he said that, and he, of course, hated the Catholic Church. He grew up in the Catholic Church. And I don't know that he went to Catholic school. He grew up in La Jolla, in beautiful, beautiful coastal town near San Diego. And so he said that the priests they were a bunch of drunks and they'd bring me more wine. They were always asking for more wine after the ceremonies. Right. So he was always being asked to bring them wine. So you put two and two together and it made sense. Then of course my father died young in a car accident at age 54. His younger brother, who was always very kind to me, they looked so much alike that when I was young, I mistook him. I went out and I guess when he was visiting us, I went out and hugged him and I was sitting with him, not even realizing it wasn't my dad. And that moved everybody. But anyway, when he passed away, my cousin told me that he had talked about being molested by the priests. And this is my cousin telling me that his father, I guess when his father heard all this stuff coming out 20 years ago or whatnot, he kind of said, yeah, that was happening to me too. He says, I told my mother, which was my grandmother, and she says, oh, the priest wouldn't do that. The priest wouldn't do that. Oh, God. So, they were enabling, and my grandmother was enabling and dismissive of what the kids would have told her.
By the way, this is so important because what the real horror of this kind of violation is that the parents become understandably hated by the child as much as the abuser, as much as the rapist, as much as the priest, because they become essentially a co-conspirator. And this is very similar to the one individual I knew named Rick Prestel, who, if you ever watch the original Roswell and the Rising Sun, where we just literally have these images thrown up on literally a wallpaper at Denny's, where no one even provided a screen. And the man who's turning the slides for me is this guy who accused me later of rape. And this individual, he wanted a place to sleep where he wouldn't have to pay another several $100s to stay in a hotel room. And my medical cosmetologist, had left the conspiracy conference at that time, so I allowed him to stay in my hotel room. And the next day he accused me of rape. Now, this is exactly why I avoided this incredibly beautiful young lady who was trying to come up to my room, and I said no because I just sensed she was going to accuse me of rape. Well, the end result was, one way or another, someone was going to accuse me of rape that night. It was just being set up for that. Fortunately, he was not a charismatic character and it didn't go anywhere. But I think the background for what kind of groomed him to be corrupted in the sense where he was willing to do that for whomever gave him the order. And that was at the same conference, by the way, where Richard Dolan was attacking myself. So what it was supposed to come down was that Richard Dolan was supposed to destroy me intellectually, and then I was supposed to be destroyed reputationally by being outed as a rapist. That was all that was supposed to happen. That means Richard Dolan was in on that conspiracy and almost certainly knew I was going to be accused.
Oh, Richard destroyed himself.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And but in terms of the this individual, he had a mother who, for whatever reason, turned him over repeatedly to a male care provider. Of course, this was like a babysitter, quote unquote, an adult male. Obviously, this is not a normal woman. It's impossible to imagine why anyone would turn over a child to an adult male to babysit. It's just not a normal thing to do. But he kept coming back to her and saying that the man was basically abusing him, assaulting him, raping him, describing what he was doing to him. And his mother just had that same attitude that's shut up, that's not possible, you're fantasizing, you're sick, you're mentally, it's your own mind, you wish he would do that, essentially. And so this led him to become a pathological misogynist. He was a woman hater. And when I knew him, there were several signs of this. One was that he was married to this blonde female reporter, of all things, and she was a local journalist on a local television station. This was in Sacramento, the capital of California, same place where Brendan Zogit lives now. And she was at that time, very angry with him because he was turning towards conspiracy and basically quit his job, which was, I forget what he did, but it was something steady, real estate or something. It was something that brought in a steady income. And he quit that to get into alternative energy and wound up working for some kind of bizarre warehouse where they were just working with things and the income was very sporadic. And so his wife left him. And then when he, in her place, he married this Thai woman. And of course, this Thai woman was someone I expected to be beautiful because, for those of you who are unaware of this, Thai men are known as the best cross-dressers in the world. Thai men are famous for passing off as women. More than any other culture, Thai men have a reputation for being able to drag successfully and pass as female. But when it comes to this woman, I was waiting to see her, assuming, well, she must be beautiful if the men are that attractive.
They're generally very beautiful, are they not, generally speaking?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, but she was, God, she looked like a man. So when I ran into her, it was like, oh my God.
She was so good looking, she looked like a man?
No, oh God, no. She was just very harsh looking. Looked very mannish. It's just, I don't want to get offensive. It's just,
The butch look?
She looked kind of like a dwarf, kind of like dwarven features, except larger. She wasn't a dwarf, but it was that gave her overall a mannish appearance. So imagine like the guy with the beard, Littlefinger from the Game of Thrones or something, without a beard. That's kind of how she looked. I was like appalled. Yeah. Yeah, Tom. And so then the interesting thing was that at that time that I knew him, he and I were engaging in man talk. This was, of course, before he accused me of rape. And I was, of course, we were engaging in man talk. And I was telling him about my relationship with V at the time. And I was saying, well, I get along with her well physically. And I was saying how certainly when I made her orgasm, she, ejaculated. I said she really enjoyed herself. And then he said, oh, wow, I thought only Asian women did that. And I said, you mean like your wife? And he says, yeah. And what this told me was he never, ever brought his white wife, the original blonde wife, the reporter, to orgasm. It's just like, it just showed so much about him. And then he admitted to me that he couldn't get off in sex with his new wife. And I said, well, how do you get yourself off when she's finally gotten off? And then he said, oh, I don't want to talk about it. But I realized he was anally stimulating himself afterwards to bring himself off, because after being raped so much as a child, that was the only way he could get off, was through prostate stimulation. So these are just incredible repercussions in so many ways that you can't imagine from abuse of a young man. And it carries out, anyhow, his misogyny was so great that when Carrie Cassidy, who was a producer, was working with the guy he was working with, who was some guy whose name I don't even remember now, but he was some Latin American guy who was like on Coast to Coast AM once, and he screwed it all up because they wouldn't take Skype, and he called in on Skype, and they forced him to call back on a phone, so he lost all his interview time. This guy he was working with, whose name I don't remember, got into some big fight with Laurie and Ann Fenton, but this guy was working with Carrie Lynn Cassidy at the time, and at the time, Carrie Lynn Cassidy asked this guy Rick Bristow to carry some stuff, and he just threw it to the ground and walked away and just abandoned her. This is just how much he hated women. He felt that any woman who asked him to do something was just somehow a one-upmanship, and he wouldn't help V. That's the thing that I hated about him the most. This is before he accused me of rape. She was trying to get a bunch of help with her stuff to lift, and I wasn't around at the time he was. He could have helped her, but he didn't. He just sat there eating, watching her carry everything. It was just awful. I mean, just wretched human being. Alcoholic as hell, and of course, hopefully he's dead by now. Probably died in a car accident, knowing that he was driving all the time. Of course, he was like, I had no other choice. It was like, it was before he accused me of rape. It was like he drove me home, and I'm lucky I got home alive because he was so pig-faced drunk. But there you have that. So that being said, that brings us to some of the repercussions that happen to people who are impacted like this, and just what they become. So I'm very impressed that Peter Moon's father healed enough where he...
Oh, well,
yeah.
he wasn't.
He wasn't.
No. In other words, that was not a major scar on his life, I don't think.
Okay.
I think just his own conservative, trenched in status quo was much more damaging to him. His own decisions to be status quo. Very nice man, but his belief in the status quo was much more damaging than anything that priest did to him. I don't think it got very far, if it got even that far.
Okay.
But the situation was that he rejected the religion, and he rejected it, which was a great advantage to me.
Right.
And my mother, who was raised Catholic, went to Catholic school. She, had no interest in the religion particularly. She went along with him. She didn't go to church on her own. When she went, she knew what to do, how to do the rosary. She knew all the rigmarole, and she took me, but she would explain to me things from the Catholic perspective, but she had no heart in it whatsoever. Right. And so I had very good parents for what I was to become.
Right.
It was because most of the kids, like say, for example, in the 5th grade and 6th grade, kids went to what was called release time. There was only me and sometimes one or two others who would not go. We'd sit in class and just read or do whatever we wanted to do while the rest of the kids went and got fed religion for 45 minutes. And so I was not indoctrinated. The only experience I had was, and as I say, Latin is in one ear and out the other, is what I would learn vicariously through my friends or through just independent reading. And then when I would see these stupid movies, which were, I guess, entertaining, when I became a teenager, like The Robe, where you get introduced to Caligula in the movie The Robe, and Demetrius and the Gladiators, movies like this, where they would almost always portray the disciples with a big hook nose, like a Jewish hook nose. Not that most Jews have a hook nose, because they don't, but there is the stereotypical Hollywood portrayal of them with the hook nose. And I don't know why, because it's mostly Jews that are in Hollywood, why they would portray themselves that way.
Well, it's funny. It's funny that you say that. It was one of the big things that I grew up with, aside from, whenever I was with my family, we would watch Japanese television, which came on during the weekends. And then twice a year we were denied that because there was this Jewish Shabbat. It would come on where they were doing all of this money raising for, and of course you'd see all these donations coming in from Jewish people towards the Shabbat telethon. It was a telethon on television, and a televised telethon. I forgot what they called that, but they had a special name for it with Jerry Lee Lewis and his kids. But
Jerry Lewis, not Jerry Lee Lewis.
I'm sorry, Lewis. Jerry Lewis. Thank you.
The muscular dystrophy telethon.
Yes, yes.
He would have for like 24 or was it 48 hours?
Yes. Yes.
It would be on one of the independent stations in LA.
Right.
So it's the same would apply to San Francisco, not one of the main network stations, and it would be on, and you couldn't get rid of it.
Yeah, it was overnight. He would be up overnight, and he would be like doing things to keep himself awake and aware, like drinking energy drinks, the equivalent thereof back then. And anyhow, but with Shabbat, it wasn't that long, but you'd see all the money coming in from just basically two places, New York and Los Angeles, just, these huge populations. It always come from those places. And the one thing Beaver made a note of that I noticed was that, it was everybody who was not only Jewish, but people claiming they were Jewish, like, God, what's that black woman's name who starred in The Color Purple? I forget her name. No, God, no. It might as well have been. It was
Whoopi Goldberg.
Thank you. Thank you. If that's, whoever said that, thank you. And I do want to ask Pac One something about Catholicism because he comes from that background. But in terms of the, Whoopi Goldberg, the one thing about her, that was Daniel. I think it was Daniel's voice. But one thing about Whoopi Goldberg was she was hideous. And everybody that they brought on, including, Christopher Walken and just all of these Jewish celebrities. And the first thing that, the main thing, Beaver said it best, just in a single word. He says, God, they're all so fucking ugly. That's the funny thing. It was that none of these were attractive actors. They weren't like, but they were all Jewish, and they were all, so when you talk about the hook nose, what I noticed more is kind of a homeliness. The interesting thing was that this was reflected in the animated series Rugrats, where they were all supposed to be ethnically Jewish, and they all looked hideous, and but they all looked a lot like the people you would see, like Whoopi Goldberg and Christopher Walken and everybody else showing up on the Shabbat. You really wondered how these people came to dominate Hollywood when they're not physically attractive, but that's the culture was such. So I don't know whether that was kind of like naively portrayed in The Robe or whatever, but it's kind of
but Michael Rennie, who was not got a hook nose, I think he played Saint Peter in The Robe. But there's one movie where it might be, where I think it might be Quo Vadis, where they got the hook nose Peter. I've seen that before, and it's just, I say, it's almost like Central Casting is working overtime to find people with big noses, and it wasn't necessarily homeliness at all. In what I'm talking about, maybe they didn't look good, but it didn't matter. I mean, how good can you look with a big hook nose? I don't know.
Well,
it was the nose they were going for. I don't know if I've never. That's
certainly why a lot of Jewish women get nose jobs, just like they were doing all over Arabia. And it was certainly, everybody in Arabia, all of the females were getting nose jobs. I remember that. I knew a girl that she was very close to me, and she was half Jewish, and I thought she was just very beautiful, but she did have a bit of a nose, And somebody said to me, her mother got a nose job, but the daughter didn't. But the daughter's still more beautiful than the mother, and it was more like refining because she was very beautiful. But the who the hell knows? I mean, I'll say that there was, obviously there are women who are the epitome of Semitic beauty that are Jewish that. I would have given up everything for this one young lady who was running a tea shop in San Francisco, Debbie something, I think. I can't remember her name now. I had to bleach it out of my mind because she of course, wanted nothing to do with me. And so I've really bleached her name out of my mind, probably for the best. But she ran a tea shop called Pure Tea in San Francisco for many years. She was...
They sell Asian tea? Did she sell Asian tea?
Yeah, she sold Asian tea. Here's the, something to be related about that. Her and her mother, they were so naive. They were selling Chinese tea. She had gone to China. She had learned the Chinese tea ceremony. So she was reproducing the ritual of the Chinese tea ceremony in America. So she had these tea trays, everything else. It was set up in such a way. There were very few Americans who could appreciate this. I certainly did. And then what happened was they had this, oh, well, let's redefine the funeral money because the funeral money is so colorful. Let's wallpaper the restaurant in funeral money. Of course, this instantly eliminated the only clientele in San Francisco that would have been their main clientele. And they ultimately went out of business because no Asians would go anywhere near the place other than myself, because all the Asians considered me dead anyway. But in terms of the other Asians, the only person who would dare go in there aside myself was Beaver, my gang brother. And he had the reek of death about him too, to all other Asians. They just knew him as the gangster to fear. But when it came to, it's almost impossible to think of an American or Western parallel to that. It would be like, the only thing I could think of would be like having actual skeletons. I mean, not just toy skeletons from Halloween, but actual bone parts lining the walls of a restaurant. It would be that insane to do something like that.
Can we make a movie about Beaver's life? Like, instead of calling it Goodfellas, what would we call it?
Jesus, Bad Brothers or something of that nature. I mean, the Koreans do similar stuff to that all the time. It's really funny. They're kind of obsessed with the gangster motif. Of course, all Asians are. You have gangster movies throughout all Asia, but
that Indiana Jones and the Lost Temple of Doom starts out with a dance number and a gangster scene.
Yes. Yes.
It's a very good. The beginning of the movie is very good.
Yes.
And then when he gets to India, in the Temple of Doom, it gets kind of hard to watch.
Yes, it's just the good part of the film is the opening part. It's the anything goes show with the woman who's in the Asian dress, who's a Caucasian.
The little Japanese kid with the New York Giants hat on.
Short Round. That was his name, Short Round. That was I argued that was kind of a racist trope, but Beaver thought otherwise. He just thought it was.
But the kid was lovable, and he was resourceful, and he was ingenious, and he was kind of the.
That's true. Yes.
He's kind of a hero. He was.
Yes.
He was the Toto, if you put it in the Wizard of Oz format. He kind of made things work.
Yes.
He was likable.
Yes. That's true. That's true. I mean,
he started in the Goonies.
Yes, is that where that came from? Well, there you go. Thank you for that, Dan. Is Pac One with us? I know Pac One. If you can speak, I do want to ask you something.
He'll tune back in.
He'll tune back in. He is a father after all.
But I was just going to finish what I was going to say.
Please.
One sort of finishing thread with that story about when I heard that my uncle had been molested. Yeah. I took what this psychic person had said very seriously, and I took it very personally. And I don't normally respond like this. It's very unlike me. But I said to myself, the next time I run into a Catholic priest, he's going to get it. Right. What did that mean? It meant, beware. So it wasn't long after that, I pulled up my gas to get gas my car, and I was right next to a Catholic priest. And I said, oh my God, this man was so tiny, and he was shaking. Right. He was shaking with guilt. But he was guilt-ridden. Right. He was just such a sad, sad man that I said, if I hit this person, I could kill him.
Right. Right.
This is the pre-Qigong Peter Moon. So it's like if my wife hit him, she could kill him. You know,
Right.
in other words, he was so dainty, and he was shaking with guilt. He was so guilt-ridden by whatever. And I said, you know what? And this is an important lesson for people who want to get revenge. The revenge had already been delivered. He was eating his own sins. And I said, if I could have done anything, I would have went up to him and, you know, said, Jesus forgives you.
Wow.
Accept him. I'm serious. I'm serious. This is what he needed to be forgiven. If I have any regret, I would have actually said that. I just said, oh man, this guy, I don't need to do anything. He's already, you know, and it would almost be a great act to just tell him that.
Right.
Minister to the minister, because this poor man was, you know, living in the suffering of his own sins, and so anyway, so much. It's you know, revenge isn't, you know, people will come to their own end. It's not good to be a messenger of or a deliverer of revenge.
It's very important to remember that. I appreciate that, and certainly I don't know if I can absorb that other than intellectually.
You're also on the front lines of battle.
Yeah.
So you know, you're you know, it's you have to do your due diligence when you're under attack, and you have to treat yourself with respect.
Yes.
Against people who are not treating you with respect. The amount of vehemence is, of course, something you can regulate, and it you know, what's more important in the recent episode we had with your adversary is how much support has gathered around you, positive support.
Thank you.
And this is a blessing. So if you know, if you can be surrounded by friends and I told the story last time I was on about my Bulgarian friend.
Yes.
About how she told me I wasn't surrounded by the right people, and I told the story. Well, you know, all far away in Bulgaria, in the intellectual city of Plovdiv, where she lives and where I did get to spend a good amount of time, not with her, but with my publisher, who lived there. She lived in another city at the time, but she dreamt of me. She wrote to me, and she says, "Oh, I had a dream of you, and oh yes, it was very nice. You looked so young. You know, you had a full head of hair, which I don't." And she saw me in you know, youthful, and I came up and kissed her, and you know, it was all very nice.
Wow.
And not romantic kiss, but she's, you know, she's married and has a new baby. But it was she picked up on me talking. I said, "Oh, I was talking about you on the air last night. That's why you had the dream." And so it was very nice. And my Bulgarian publisher asked about you, and
Wow.
I sent him the book
Mm-hmm.
so that he could look at it. He's publishing Radu's fourth book.
Oh.
He's definitely listened to you, and I told him, you know, I sent him the book so he could review it, and maybe someday he'll want to publish it in Bulgarian.
Wonderful. Yes.
You know, be lucky to get a few $100s out of it if we're lucky. It's not a big market over there.
Understood. Yeah.
But in any case, you know, they've got some interest, and he is like probably the main go-to guy to publish in Bulgaria.
Right.
Certain stuff. So that was a nice, you know, she picked up on it, but yes, I wanted to finish, you know, talking about I'm in a process of mourning, but it's so beautiful to see what's coming out of the woodwork and to connect with old friends and to feel the other side. the other side can be much more pleasant than people fear. It's the trauma of coming into the world and leaving this world. Of course, there can be horror after death, but it doesn't have to be an eternal horror. You know, how much horror do you need to learn a lesson? Can you learn the lesson out of this life or into this life? Why do we incarnate? This is the great riddle of the Sphinx. And when you ask the question, you're puzzled. When you don't ask the question and know, you know, you can, it doesn't mean you have to pursue the question. It's like, do you ever see these things on the internet? Do you know, how well do you know the Bible?
Yes.
How well do you know the characters of this TV show? And it's like challenging people's curiosity to see if, oh, I know this. I can name all the players from the 1927 New York Yankees. Well, who cares? I mean, you know, it's like, you're going to waste your time. Now, obviously, if you're personally interested and you want to test your knowledge, suppose. But it's like it's feeding on your ego.
Yes.
To do these things. And do you really need to know this stuff? Do you really need to know, you know, the secrets of Christianity and what really happened? Do you really need to know this, that, or the other thing? People are, you know, can be paralyzed by their own curiosity, which is really, well, it could have happened any which way. It could have happened all of those ways. And if you accept what's called the Ever-Wheeler hypothesis, or the many worlds theory of quantum physics, all of it happened. So it happened any which way you imagine. So do you really need to find out anything? if you can be in that sort of a peaceful state of mind, you've kind of got the problem licked. I'm just musing here on, you know, what's life like on the other side.
Understood. And I've always felt that many people will simply be shocked when they're on the other side about why they were even worried about crossing the barrier between life and death. They'll probably find death a pleasant enough experience on the other side where they will wonder why they worried about it to the point that they did before they died. And certainly I know that fear of death is with many of us. I think that one of the things that saves me quite a bit is I simply don't have that fear, at least to a great degree. When I was going into the hospital, I certainly was concerned about cancer, but only in the sense, well, they might find that, but I was certainly at peace with if they did. I mean, honestly, you just have to like be ready to go at any time, and usually that's what keeps a person living the longest. I'm certain that Salman and Daniel Arola would both agree, as well as Pac-1 Morales, who's certainly Pac-1's been on the death's door a number of times. And as for Jameson, as a matter of fact, he too has been on death's door a number of times. He's back right now from a little bit of what he was tending to. But certainly when it comes to your friend, we are sorry that he's gone. At the same time, as you said, he's had enough time where he was suffering with his condition. He must have come to terms with it. He must have expected to die. And so it must have been a relief when he did.
He wanted to die. It's toughest on his daughter.
Yeah.
And, you know, because it's just tough to lose a parent that you loved. But one thing is about on the subject of death and Asians. One of my friends, a very dear friend, also Italian, he was Pat Gualtieri, and he was the, as they say, he had supervised John Travolta in Scientology. And he was the person in Scientology that all the celebrities loved and went to. And they went to him because he was very good with PR. He understood PR. And he was the public relations officer for Yvonne Gents, who was the one who created Celebrity Center in Hollywood for for Scientology, and she was a magnet for celebrities. And when she passed away, he went and delivered the news in person to all the Scientology celebrities. So they had a special affection for him, and he knew how to deal with them. He didn't always highly regard them, but they didn't know that, and he treated them with respect. But he told me how when he got into Scientology, or what precipitated his getting into Scientology, because you got to remember, back then in the 1960s, people didn't believe in out-of-body experiences. There wasn't all of this metaphysics that we have in our culture now. Mm-hmm. It existed, but it was very much off the mainstream. And it floated into the hippie movement, but most of the hippies were more into looking at it from a drug perspective, or far out.
Right. It was like part of this consciousness expansion. Just so people understand how weird it was back in the old days, it was like most of what you would find concerning the occult was in astrology magazines that housewives would buy. And so housewives would buy these astrology magazines that would have ads in them for like astral travel or out-of-body experience kind of training from books you could order. And so there would be kind of these occult books that you would get promoted through astrology magazines more than anything else, but men would buy them too, or they would sneak their wives magazines and look at them perhaps for astrological advice on gambling or something of that nature. But it was very odd. That would be like the mainstream outlet for occultism, but it was there, it was popular. Everybody really did want to hear about these things, like the other side of the veil, etc. But it was like hidden in that kind of innocent venue, and wouldn't be till later on that it erupted into kind of its own genre. So it was like all of that was
became popularized and mainstreamed with the New Age movement of the 80s.
Yeah.
Even to the point where they have TV shows about the paranormal now. I mean, there was always Twilight Zone, but
right.
But there was shows on the paranormal, but then it became more mainstream. But anyway, what he said is he was a soldier in Vietnam, mm-hmm. and that he had had some Vietnamese, Viet Cong, in some sort of cage. They had him in a cage that they were to watch them. He was like a guard, because they were imprisoned. Mm-hmm. And he said that when he looked at them, they would look back at him and look right straight through him. He said they had no fear of death. They were not like, he could tell that they didn't believe in one life.
Right.
And that the way they looked at him was very penetrating. And it woke up his spirit to where he began to become self-aware on a spiritual level. And that's the path, with a few other things, that led him into Scientology. So that always, I never forgot when he told me that, because we had known each other for quite a while when he told me that story. By the way, how did you get involved in this? And he told me. So it was like the Asian mind, so different, so different than the Western mind. And that's another subject of death. And also, when my parents passed away killed in a car crash, and this is 1974, and I would mourn them as I slept. Sometimes I would wake up and I would just grieve. My grieving did not occur during the daytime, but I would also kind of dream / feel the reality. And I remember feeling Chinese lanterns, and it was like all of my ancestors. I could feel all of my ancestors. I was feeling them in a Chinese context.
Right.
I don't know that I have any. I think one of my nephews did one of these blood genetic things, me and 23 or whatever it's called. And there was some real tiny percentage of some Siberian somewhere from Siberia, some tribe from Siberia. That was about the most Asian thing in his bloodline anyway, which was really obscure.
I'm tempted to say Denisovan are one of those Cro-Magnon kind of relations. The Denisovans were the people of Siberia that the Russians argue that all humans evolved from. There was certainly a decisive, a pivotal gene pool, and so I'm tempted to say that Denisovan. It may even be accurate. Maybe that's what they came.
I don't remember what it was, and it was such a small percentage. The point is that I was feeling the ancestors. For sure, I was feeling the ancestors, but I was not feeling them. I was probably feeling your ancestors or your mother's ancestors, but it was definitely, feeling the ancestors. And the only other time I felt that was after the publication of the Montauk Project. The same ancestors came back and were just delighted that somebody in their genetic line had done something that significant. They revisited me, but it wasn't necessarily in the context of the lanterns. And these are not just your recent relatives. This goes back into the whole genetic thread of how the hell you got here. What are you here for? What are you here to do? It's very interesting. And of course, if one preoccupies oneself with that too much, one becomes very distracted. But and I think the most beautiful thing of this mourning period, which I didn't expect it to, as I start making contact, my brother is going to come down for the funeral, and he was not close to my friend. He was, of course, but he's coming down because it's like a family event. It's for my family as well as my friend's family, and there will be many other families there. So, and my daughter's going to be with me. So it's like she knew him. So it's like a really big thing. But what I notice is as I talked to Paula about it, it's like the experiences were so rich of that time. They were so great that everybody is like, it's like it's etched in memory. It's like looking at a Van Gogh painting or a work of art, and you're saying, wow, I was in that painting. Wow, that's fantastic. And it's just like, I can't believe I was in that painting. And look at it, it's a part of history. And it's like, even though it's done, it's like, wow, this was what a beautiful part of life that was. And what I equate this to is it's like you're tapping into the other side. And this is sort of the vibrational frequency that Radu Sinamar talks about in his books about Shambhala. And it's tuning into a vibrational frequency that is much higher than the cacophony that is often experienced in this life when you turn on the TV or read about the shootings that we read about daily or bi-daily on the internet, shooting here, shooting there. And so this is the whole idea of, if you want to put it in Christian terms, the kingdom of heaven is within you, the tuning into the frequency. Mm-hmm. The Christian likes to say Jesus loves you, which is the idea of tuning into a frequency of eternal love. Of course, it often comes with an accoutrement that is less than that, but that's beside the point. And if someone can make that frequency work for them, it's going to work. It doesn't matter what they call it. So there is, it's all a matter of tuning into the flow, and what it will also generate. Because when I go to LA, which is my hometown, I will also have the opportunity to, and we will have a family reunion unto ourselves, my brother and sister and nephews and nieces. And that'll be all by reason of my friend's death. And some of us will attend the funeral. And then I will also have the opportunity to see my producer friend, who I have optioned the screen rights, and I will get to see the up-to-date virtual reality technology that he's working on that I haven't seen in since I was last there 3 or 4 years ago with Paula. So it's going to be, and this is when Paula was like actually freaking out. The virtual reality was so real to her, seeing like a giant blue whale come up right in her face.
By the way, everyone in your family by this point has met Paula, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
everybody.
Yeah.
Including my Italian family.
Yeah.
They have met her as well. So yes, and it encouraged me to bring my brother to Transylvania. I wrote to him about that. I said, maybe he'd like to go. He's not, he's not into any of the stuff I'm into. Not at all. Just a regular citizen.
Oh, has he gotten far in the book yet? You gave him a copy of the book, didn't you?
Which book?
The Roswell Deception.
No, I gave him one chapter.
Oh, okay.
Which he didn't. He had a hard. I gave him the vaccination chapter because he was very worried about me getting the vaccination, okay. And but not getting it or whatever. And I just showed him that he couldn't really process it too well. It's okay. But in any case, he Paula just adored him, and he was a very good host to her when she was in Seattle. So it's fun if I just bring somebody there as family. Almost, everybody I've ever brought to Transylvania, it's been like sort of like a pilgrimage for them, and introducing some Romanians to it for the first time. It's their home, country. It's like bringing a devout Christian to the Holy Land, except it doesn't have all that accoutrements with it.
Right.
But yeah, so I'm responsible for many Romanians going there, and also international people going there. So it's my brother, I just take there not as a pilgrimage, but to meet my other family, and he would get to sort of reward him for being such a nice host to Paula when she was visiting Seattle. Yeah, be kind of curious to see how he might respond to some of these things, without a filter, not putting a filter over his eyes. Just this is where so and so. I think when I first told him that the woman I first met at the hotel, who I have a very affectionate relationship with, the first thing she said, she says, "Yeah, we know who you are. Yeah, people come here because of you."
Wow.
And when I told him that, he said, "Oh, she's just saying that because she's trying to make you feel good about going to her hotel." And he doesn't understand that I was like I am literally a legend in Transylvania, to the Romanians there. Right. And of course now my mother-in-law has upped the ante to it all, because and this is one thing said, and this is a very touching, since I'm talking about so much human emotion here, which is not one of my I guess favorite fortes. Actually have a very, I guess what you call, capable emotional component, a lot of emotional intelligence, but I try to emulate, Spock more than what's the character in Star Trek, Deanna Troi.
Right.
Although she had very admirable qualities. But anyway, she when I was with Paula the first time I spent time with her, and we were getting along so well that I guess her mother had arranged for us to stay in this hotel, whatever it was, pension, they call it, pension. It's very homey. It was very nice. And I think she intended for us to stay there for a couple of nights, but we were getting along, and I was never told this. We were getting along so well together, she just said, "Oh, stay there." You know, Paula and I were getting so well together. We were bonding and uniting so well together in what I now call our honeymoon, although we weren't married, that she just left us to be together. And when we were driving to Sarmasejatuza, I was in the front seat with her, and I said to her, I said, "You know, I accept Paula." And when I said I accept Paula, I'm accepting her into my heart. I'm accepting her into my life. I didn't know I didn't know she was going to, you know, come to the United States and, you know, 6 months and become married to me. I didn't know that was going to happen. Mm-hmm. And she stopped the car, and maybe she hugged me, but she says, "This is a very good thing," she says. She stops the car in the middle of the road. She says, and it's easier to stop the car in the middle of the road in the country in Romania than it is in the United States. And she says, "It's very good, because if you didn't, she would wither and die. Wither like a flower, and like a withered flower, and die." And she says, "And it wouldn't be good for you either." This is what she said to me as she waved her finger. Wow. So we went to Sarmasejatuza, the holy site, and there's nobody there. Only time I've ever been there was nobody there. I took Paula down around to this little well. It's kind of a special place. And I told her, I reminded her of what her mother had said, and she says, "It's true. It's true." Like she would have died if I didn't come there. And as they say, this was a woman who could have had a life in Romania. Anybody would have, you know, set her up with a man, and she would have had babies, and she would have been, you know, a regular wealthy woman in Romania, subject to whatever the husband dictated. But it wasn't her life, and it's not the life she wanted. So she's evolved transcendentally since she's been here, and she's moving into a much more spiritual realm, and she will return there this summer and be schooled, and she will come back a much more evolved person. Not that she's not evolved now, but it's like, so that was, you know, the mother said something very cogent to me, because she says some things that are just really profound. But more importantly, and I said to the mother then, I said, "You are the heart of Sarmasejatuza." In other words, she's the heart of that whole area, and she's going to move there, and she's getting such good, I mean, she's becoming very popular amongst the people. I'm not talking about her clientele, the people, because she's bringing economy to the place, and I mean positive economy. So there's a lot of good things happening there. And I thought, well, why don't I brought my daughter there. Why don't I bring my brother? It's part of, you know, it's part of the family. And maybe someday you can go.
That would be wonderful. I certainly would appreciate that.
By the time you do, it will be, I think the rough edges will be gone from that area, because it will be like, it'll be a lot more refined.
Yes.
And accommodating than certainly my first trip, where I was staying in a monastery and they didn't have a regular toilet. So that was pretty tough. Is Pac One back with us?
Yes.
Let's hear from Pac.
Back on your headphones. I can know.
Oh gosh, so his family is there with him, and they turned his sound on. Also, Pac One is welcome to tell us what he can about Roman Catholicism, because I know he comes from a Latin American background, and yet I've never heard a single word from him about how Roman Catholicism may have impacted himself or his family. That would be fascinating. He's welcome to speak of that if he's with us. And
Can you hear me?
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh my goodness.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, the headphones came off and speaker came on. Yeah, Roman Catholicism. I was raised in a church. I guess what would they call it? Like the youth ministry deal, whatever. You like right after church, you'd go to like a classroom and they had like bagels and punch, and then you'd sit there and I don't know, listen to stories about Jesus or like the Bible, I guess. I don't know. I was always like, you know, I grew up believing in, you know, like Jesus and, you know, like the Bible and stuff. But when it came to church, I always had that just like, I never really was interested in what the preacher was saying or anything. Cause I always felt like they'd take a chapter or a verse, you know, or whatever out of the Bible, and then they would reinterpret it in their own way, you know. And it sometimes just feel like it just didn't make sense to me. And I just always, I don't know, I never really was a church person, man. I never was. I'd always get in trouble. My mom was always about trying to go to church, all right? And so she used to make it this big, huge thing. And, you know, we'd get there and then you would go through church and she'd be acting like she was like in the happiest mood. And then, you know, like leaving, someone cut her off. She's like, motherfucker. It was just like, yeah. So it's just like church for me just wasn't like, and that was like the only person I ever went to church for. So for me, it was more like I had to go, you know, and then when the day got ruined, they got blamed because, you know, she went to church and she couldn't even have one fucking day or something. So I didn't really care for church when I think about it, or you know, what was going on in it. No, I never really dealt with any abuse or seen or, you know, whatever. I didn't see that, you know, through the years on TV and the news. But aside from that, I always thought it was kind of gay to be an altar boy. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Nothing against altar boys. I just always thought it was gay. Like,
yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. I always felt that myself.
Nothing wrong with gay people. Nothing wrong with gay people either. It's just, it says like, let's get that right. It's just like saying like, you know, like, not me.
Yes.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand completely. And, you know, definitely it was one of those things where that struck me as something that was just, not ever going to be in my future or any kind of...
It's not going to be good for your reputation on the playground.
Hey, yes, it's not. No, it's.
Oh yeah, it definitely wouldn't be.
Yeah, altogether. I remember my father, of course, was trying to be a practicing Catholic, and it just wasn't happening. In terms of, as we said, of course, we've got some things going on. I know that Peter Moon was dealing with the mourning of his friend, of course, but we also have this.
Sorry to hear about your loss too, Peter.
Oh, thank you, but it's also to have lived through it, and you know, in my own way, I look forward to the day when I can be in his place, and I don't mean that in a morose way.
I get what you're saying. Like, you know, your things you've done together and been through it together helped you both grow. And like, I have like my two friends that, you know, were murdered a couple years ago. That's how we were, you know. So it was like you hurt, but you know, you're thinking about all the things that you grew in with, you know. Yeah, I understand.
But murder is tough. I mean, that's you know.
Yeah.
I can
he died natural though.
Go into what happened to Crystal River. That's a whole other bag that I haven't fortunately had to experience, except to some degree vicariously through her, but not to the degree she's experienced it.
Right. And of course, in terms of Salman Sheikh, I believe he's had some experience. Salman, if you're willing to share such with us, certainly there was your own period of mourning and grief, I'm assuming, at some point in your life. If he's still with us, of course.
Yes, brother, I'm here.
Oh.
So I wanted to thank Peter for sharing his story with us and to relate that concept of what we find in the Holy Quran in chapter 5, where there's a verse that says that the life of this world is nothing but a game and a diversion, but only if the humans knew. And it goes to show that in this temporary existence, we are growing, and there is the concept of reincarnation, because I've dealt with some older women that popped up at some of my job places in the past, and they would always look at me and tell me that you're an old soul and those kind of things. And going through life, there's always a concept of order out of chaos. So when you have order and chaos, there are times of grief when you lose family members, but then you realize that the existence of what this life is and what the next phase is. That's why in Islam, especially when Muslims go to war, they happily accept death, because for them that's like they tell you that that's actually your real life. This life is a test. So they would tell you that this life you've been manifested to go through a test, through a trial, where the people that are actually the bad people will have a great life. They'll have all the riches and luxuries of the world. And then those that are actually on the good side will go through, I guess, trials and tribulations and different aspects. So it's basically the opposites, that they tell you that if you want a good life in the next life, then you have to suffer in this one, which also relates to what the Buddha says, that life is suffering. And there are concepts of mourning and finding mourning within a family and when somebody passes away. But we have to look at the real existence of life. My brothers Douglas, Paquan, and Peter, is that we go through this life, we're taught what to believe, we go through the school system, we go through college, then we're given these responsibilities and roles to play. Then eventually we get married, have children, all that stuff. And then one day your life will end here. But the only thing that people will remember you by is what good did you do for yourself and others. People will cry for you, they'll mourn for you maybe a day, a week, maximum a month, but then people move on with their lives in this life. Families move on, spouses move on eventually, and then there's so many things in our life that we hold on to, thinking that I was in this organization for 30 years and I've only been dead for maybe a day or two, and they already replaced me with somebody else. So the thing is that in this life, we must just hold on to the memories and the love we build with one another, such as these transmissions and just the love and experience and uplifting each other's heart. I think that's actually where the real love is. Even with myself, with Brother Douglas, and just sending him my love and prayers of protection, that Allah always protects him from the forces of darkness, and the concept of us just being there for each other. Because that's exactly what it is. Even if you look at all of the religious stories.
This is the neighborhood
Yes.
right now. And as I say, I've said this before, we had the neighborhood in Psychotronics back in the early 90s.
Yes.
And it was a rather, it served a purpose. It had a lot of drawbacks to it, and I don't look back on it with much fondness, except for the novelty of it and some of the astounding realizations that came. But this is a new neighborhood, and the neighborhood is getting populated by better people, and it's great. So it's and what it will grow into is, we've got the Roswell book, and that's been a long time in the coming. It'll be in physical reality very soon, and I can't wait, Douglas, to send a copy. I'm going to send a copy to the Trump Tower.
Great.
Donald Trump Jr.
Yes.
Because I have him quoted on the first page of the book. Well, the first page is you see the come on for the book, and then you go open, it's a quote from Donald Trump Jr. asking his father the question about Roswell.
Right.
This is what I really want to know, were there aliens at Roswell? And Donald says, well, a lot of interesting things about that, but I'm not going to talk about it, but a lot of people are interested in what, So I'm going to have that, and I'm going to send that to him.
Wonderful.
So and he will look at it and respond to it, because he may not answer me back, but this is something he wanted to know. You see, you ask a question in the universe, you will get an answer. And it might not come from the place you want. But I very much suspect, intuit, and believe that his father later made comments about Roswell. I'm hearing some very interesting things about Roswell. Well, you don't hear things if you're the president. It's not like the CIA comes in and says, "Hey, Donald, Mr. President, guess what I just heard about what some of the guys down at the water cooler were talking about Roswell." Now, somebody was listening to Douglas Dietrich.
Yes, it's true enough. Yeah.
Yes, and then it filters back. You know, he said, "I have better information than the CIA," and to some degree, he might. At least the people who brief. And that pissed off the news, and certainly, Douglas has better information than the CIA.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I remember when I was on with John B. Wells for a period of time, as people remember when I was dealing with Coast to Coast AM. That was when the CIA responded by turning loose a guy who claimed that he had found a piece of the Roswell puzzle inside of a safe in the CIA. This is one of so many of these psyops that I'm certain nobody remembers this individual or that particular time, but it was at the time where I was appearing on John B. Wells, and at the time that he was friendly towards myself. And that's when he told me that he kept getting calls from this guy to appear on his show because he had been on George Norrie's and everyone else's, the whole alternative media circuit. Because these people, once they turn them loose, the government essentially calls up the various alternative media outlets and says, "Oh, have this guy on." And it's literally that direct. It's literally they get a phone call and then they have whatever government shill they're going to put on. And so John B. Wells was telling me when the guy was just calling him directly, asking to have him on. In other words, "Hey, John, when are you going to have me on?" It was like, which is, by the way, people have to understand, you don't just do that with people who are hosting these alternative media shows unless, you know, they're really like second rate, like just out of the basement, like James Arthur Yanchik was doing, literally out of his fucking garage or the like. But in terms of John B. Wells, of course, he was part of the Clear Channel and that whole chain of command where people just didn't do that. But this guy did. He was calling him up because this is the kind of audacity that you have when you have the government behind you. And John B. Wells said it was really, the point was really driven home because all the guy's calls sourced from Langley, Virginia. I mean, the guy's like, was claiming he had worked with the CIA and he was retired, but he was obviously still calling out of Langley, Virginia. It was just like, it was like, obviously he was still working with them. So this is what he was doing as his job. So this is the level of how they don't even bother to hide it. It's just, it's at that level of preposterousness. But what's going on now is that people should notice that they're releasing all of this footage, and they're saying, look, this is all the UFO footage, and this is all really, in other words, they're getting the closest that they can towards what the UFO cultists have been begging for years, total disclosure. They're trying to say, this is disclosure, we're releasing all these files now, look at all the UFOs, and some of these, of course, are just obviously upper atmospheric. They're not going to be dirigibles. Other ones can be said to be such. It's just various things. I could, not tonight, but because I've never really bothered to sit through all the footage, but maybe by Sunday, maybe I would have looked through it, and then I could give people just like a rundown or an analysis of what this shit is that they're really releasing. I can't really speak to it because I haven't really sat down to bother to look at this shit. But for those of you who haven't figured out they're doing this specifically to counter the release of this book, obviously you're not paying attention. As a matter of fact, the only people who know that are people who listen to us, which is not that many people. And we'll see how many people become aware of the book. But that is why they are going all out to release this information now, quote unquote, so that everyone will go into that reflexively and say, well, whatever Douglas Dietrich is saying and Peter Moon is articulating for us, well, we've got the government now that's released all this other footage that obviously shows us the real aliens. So it's upping the game.
But the problem is, this is the problem they have. What they're presenting is so is such tripe.
Yes.
It doesn't fulfill the hunger of anyone with an interest. It's like, oh, there's this aliens and that aliens and you know, and it's the insectoids and all this. It's like all this stuff has been done before. There was vast amounts of archetypal portrayals of different aliens going on in the 80s. Yeah. It was very detailed.
Yes.
And I was mystified. I said, where does all this detail come from? It's coming from somewhere. And thought forms, whatever it's coming from. And it was really pervasive to those that were on the alternate side of life. And now it's like, how many times can we hear that aliens like strawberry ice cream? They don't say that anymore.
Right.
They used to.
Yes. They did. That was from, what's his name? Stryber. That was Whitley Stryber himself. Yes, go on.
Well, I remember it was on the Fox UFOs Are Real special with the aviary talking about that they like strawberry ice cream. Maybe it came from Whitley, I don't know. But yeah, so it's you know what you've gotta give some meat to the audience, because they don't give any meat, and all they're going to do is just, okay, well, it's there. Now let's bring out the blue aviaries. Let's dig up Corey Hart, you know, or is that his name, Corey Hart?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I try to forget.
But yeah, yeah, let's bring out the dancing bears. You know, it's just not going to work, because there's nothing there to say. Let's watch. It's like bringing out reruns.
Yes.
We have nothing to show you this year, so we're going to bring out the reruns.
Yes, constantly rebooting. So definitely appreciate what you're saying, and appreciate all of you gentlemen for being here. I'm sure that Daniel Arola has something to add on to that. I mean, Daniel Arola has been watching this going on for quite some time, so he's quite aware of the popular culture, the popular cultural notion of what is alien, and no doubt has triggered quite a few people who are, shall we say, into it. So Daniel, if you could tell us a little bit about what you've encountered, to use a pun, that would be appreciated if you're with us at the moment. And if he's not, that's understandable. Oh, there he is. Yes.
There's really nothing new that I've encountered as far as all these links and these memes of UFO belief. It's pretty much the same recycling stuff that they started back in the 70s, and then of course it started to evolve a little bit by what Peter Moon was mentioning about. They had these sectors, these insectoids, mantoids, reptilians, you know, all cartoon characters, you know, man, this is getting really. See, I would listen to all this stuff or read up on this stuff for quite a few years before I began to listen to you.
Yes.
And all I know is I just found myself challenged to really want to believe this stuff, because they're saying all kinds of stuff that sounds like that feeds people that like to hear these things, and I find that the more they savor this information, you know, it's the same old dish that they've been chewing on, but there's nothing coming out of it, you know, even after years of believing it.
Thank you, and that's. So I have a feeling that whether it happens more immediately or it just takes time for more people to become aware of us, we're going to impact the world around us. I mean, obviously, they know that.
Only because there's nobody else saying anything.
Thank you. Yes. And, yeah.
It's like, it's like they can throw up a distraction. They can throw up a distraction. And even then, I feel like the current White House administration I don't think they're on this beat at all. I don't think they really care about it. I don't think they care about a lot of the secret stuff that's been done. I think they're and I hate to compliment this administration, but they seem to be getting on with just getting a bunch of funding done, getting some infrastructure done, which they wouldn't let Trump do,
Yes.
because they wanted to do it. So it's okay. They can do it. It's more important that it gets done than who does it. But they're pumping tons of money into the economy,
Yes.
which is good.
Yes.
And it doesn't even matter if they wouldn't let Trump do it. And Trump wasn't quite in the position to do it. So they can just start printing money, and this is going to help a lot of the situation. So, and they're also doing this number with COVID and masks and stuff, and this is going on, and it's just, it's just getting really weird. But it seems to be wearing out culturally.
Yes.
People seem to be. It's who the hell knows what's going to happen with it. But in other words, there's a certain aspect of the administration that is trying to get on with business of what needs to happen, and that's a positive thing. It's and as I say, I don't mean to compliment them too much. So, but when it comes down to the, and there's also this whole angle with justice, get rid of the police, and let's get reparations, and let's get justice for minorities. Well, I don't know how sincere they are about any of that. So far, I'm not convinced that they are sincere. However, the political winds are drifting in that direction. And this is stuff I've been pushing 30 years ago, practically, 25 years ago. And so it can't hurt that they're kind of in that direction. But when it comes to this super secret stuff of Roswell, I don't think they care. And I don't think they're the ones that are, I don't think the Biden himself is even really that personally concerned about it. And I think that the people who would tell him to be concerned about it and was pulling strings are less dedicated and influential over it than the people who would have pulled Bush's strings or Clinton's strings. So I think it's just kind of like, and I would think that OAC would eat this stuff up. If her portrayal in the press of who she purports to be, is it all accurate? She should eat up a book like this and go to town with it. I don't know that she would, because I don't know that she is who she portrays herself. However, the rhetoric she gives is, because she wants to attack the abusive policies of the government, of the white culture. And certainly this book does that. So we might have some friends in strange places. And to tell you the truth, I think as a person, Donald Trump Jr. would really be interested to read this stuff. I don't think he has a personal axe to grind for the Tom Brokaw's generation. What do they call it? The greatest generation?
Right.
And Trump is really not of that generation either.
No.
He's not a part of that military idea. He wasn't in the military. His father wasn't in the military. Yeah, no, he doesn't really care about that. He's not a part of the greater generation. So I think I could see us finding allies on both in the Democrats and the Republicans.
Well, I would hope so. I can say that I know you've had this kind of idea that the left might take this and exploit it in a sense of, look, the government and particularly the military has lied to you, and be somehow able to turn this to some kind of ideological advantage. I really don't see that myself.
Well, it's a big might. It's a big underscore with the might. It's in other words, if the way they act, it's like, okay, this is what you think. Now take this. Now that could cause them to totally reverse their position and become Republicans. This is how much, I guess, what you would call integrity certain people have with their thoughts. That you see people polarizing into Christianity, polarizing away from Christianity. More often, they polarize into it. They give up on Satan. They give up on life, and they turn to Christianity as a last refuge.
Well, you know that there's a lot less Christianity in America today. More and more, especially with the younger people, there's just much less of any kind of religion. People, of course, might be spiritual. That would be the better word for it, but very few people are cleaving to any formal religion in America today. America is becoming more and more of a non-believer state, and I think what people are seeking is some form of meaning, and I think that that's where Salman Sheikh's particular wisdom comes to the fore, is that he offers at least a meaning in the symbolism and what's behind the ritual that made Masonry what it is, which many Americans, of course, at least have an awareness of through National Treasure film franchises that Nicolas Cage starred in and the like. He can.
And the Templars were so popular. Let's dig up ancient artifacts and find out who the Knights Templar really was. That was a huge theme.
Yes.
And it was getting really what's the word, trite.
Yes.
It was being overdone to death. What did the Templars really know?
Yes. For a while there, that was the fad. That was the in thing.
And that was that Dan Brown book did a lot of that stuff. Made a lot of that very popular.
Oh, that was just awful. Yes, that was just, it was so disgusting that went so far as it did, and that was taken.
You know what was interesting about that, and I read the book because it had commanded such attention, and I wanted to read it as a publisher. But what impressed me about the book, and I guess the movie, because I think I read the book before, I don't know which I saw first. I think I read the book first. But what impressed me about the book was that you read this book and then you realize it all took place in like 24 hours. That was really a craft of writing. In other words, all this drama and excitement, without even getting into the merits of what he was talking about. It was an exciting story. It was an exciting drama, just in terms of, somebody trying to catch somebody at doing something, and with the intrigue. As far as the esoterics of it, but it was, I thought it was, craftily written that it could all take place in 24 hours.
I understand. No, because you're a professional writer, that's what you caught on to, was the art of the narrative being such that it could encompass the full length of a book's worth of activity and discovery and within 24 hours. So that is, impressive in that sense. And so aside from that, however, when it comes to what people will do with this book, honestly, the majority of the reason why you can see automatically that Biden and his administration are not going to be dealing with this head on. They're not going to be dealing with UFOs head on. This is not, it's because what he is offering himself as is a tonic of a kind of back to a sense of normality, which of course UFOs detract from. And so that is more the realm of conspiracy, and conspiracy has become essentially the field of the right wing. It's the field of the radicalized right. So in that sense, the people who would mostly pay attention to the book are the people who will have the greatest problem with it, which will be the people on the right who will read it and just cannot accept what we are saying simply because they cannot accept that America lost. And that's the tragedy.
But well, eventually, see, this is.
I agree. I agree.
It's like that's the punch. Yeah. Oh boy, isn't it amazing? One of the most amazing things is to watch a boxer, two boxers, and to watch the underdog win. When there's no way you can think he can win, and he throws a punch, and the God, did that hit? Did that hit? And finally he knocks out the bigger, or the quote unquote better fighter. And that's what will happen here. Yes. They look big, they act big, and they have no substance. This is also, there was a book. in the early 90s. And what was it called? It was the Celestine Prophecy. Do you remember that book?
Oh, how could I forget? That was the in thing. It was I'm trying to remember exactly what the trip was, but it was a combination of Maya, New Age, so the
book was all about synchronicity.
Yeah.
And it was actually, I read the book. It was given to me
Oh my God.
by one of my favorite bookstore owners. She gave it to me. She adored me, and she could read me before I even had the book. She knew I was going to do something. So when the book came out, and she would sell it, and she gave me a copy of that book, and I read it, and one of my friends was so impressed with it, she wrote to the author about, because he offered some service, and his service really sucked. The author didn't really know anything. What he did was he wrote a book that captured the meme of the moment,
Right.
and he did a good job. Somebody once explained Bob Dylan's astrology chart to me, and she said that he was just there to be the voice of the times. It wasn't like he even understood what he was doing.
Right.
He had a certain gift for words, and he was just there at the right time, and he was just an artist who captured the moment, and the moment captured him. More than him, he really didn't have much to say beyond what he said, "Blowing in the Wind." I mean, that's just a song. I mean, it's kind of empty. It's got some meaning to it, but it captured the times. And yeah, he was like the spokesman of a generation in some ways. Certainly didn't speak for me, but then again, he captured it. And so I think his name was James Redfield. I'd like to call him Redfield.
Yes, it was James Redfield. And the interesting thing is, what's funny about this is that for those of you who are too young to remember anything that Peter and I are talking about, the Celestine Prophecies was passed about in the same kind of manner that the Cosmic Trigger and all of the Bavarian Illuminati novels by Robert Anton Wilson were passed about. In other words, everybody was told, well, this is fiction, but it's really a reality. Honest to God, it was beyond that with the Celestine Prophecies, because it was much more concise. The horror of the Bavarian Illuminati novels by Robert Anton Wilson is I could go on about the horror for hours, but part of the horror was that these were things that required an investment of time and energy that college students were putting into these things, and they came away as believers that Robert Anton Wilson was their magical uncle and shit, and that they had seen the light through his fiction of the cosmic conspiracy. Well, the Celestine Prophecies was kind of like a balm to that, but it was passed around among adults rather than college students. From what I saw, it was mostly older adults, not seniors, but we're talking about people my age or, up to Peter Mooney. Yeah.
Baby boomer type people.
And
it was the synchronicity of the times, and there was a lot of awakening of spiritual consciousness in the 80s, which was partly championed by Shirley MacLaine's Out on a Limb.
That's right. This was always promoted in context of Shirley MacLaine's Out on a Limb. They all took place in the same Peru, basically, where Shirley MacLaine went down and basically had some big experience where some Peruvian guy was driving her at top speed over if you read the book, it's like...
Well, I can tell you a little backstory on that.
Please.
Because, well, see, I was approached by my good friend Chelsea Floor, who was her sister. Oh God, I don't remember this story too well, but there was she told. Okay, so anyway, there was a travel agent in New Jersey who I know. I don't think she's a travel agent, and she was approached to put together this tour for Peru and Shirley MacLaine and all this stuff, but there was and all this story was coming to me about Shirley MacLaine's lover, and I forget his name, but he ended up in a big lawsuit with her, and he claimed that he took all this stuff that was in her book. He took it from her. He was like a Peruvian guru, if not a shaman.
Right. Yes.
And I forget his name, but he ended up suing her, and he lost. Yeah. Because I think some of it could have been open to interpretation, but in other words, the story was, I think he wrote my 10 years or 4 years or whatever it was with Shirley MacLaine. He wrote a book.
That's right.
And,
that's right.
You know about this. They asked me to publish it, and I never got the manuscript. And then there was something with Chelsea's sister, who I know had met with him or ran into him someplace. It was either in a bar. I don't know if it was in Peru or if it was in some other city.
It all begins to conflate. Go on.
and she was like, it was like she had some issue with the guy because it wasn't, but it didn't change the story. She just had a personal issue with him. But in other words, he was really felt horribly wronged by Shirley MacLaine. And I was also told that she put the mob on him.
Holy shit.
She was friends with certainly the Rat Pack.
Right.
I don't know, but she did not have good connections. I've had a few feelers from her. I know she's read my books,
wow,
or at least some of them. How could she not? She also had a big falling out with Jay-Z Knight, I heard, because she had bought a racehorse from Jay-Z Knight. And then the horse, I think, got sick and died soon thereafterwards, and she wanted her money back, and it wasn't to be, so they had a falling out, I heard, over that. But I could, what was my author, Wade Gordon, had told me when I was publishing his book, The Brookhaven Connection, that she tried to get the book from him.
Right. And
she wanted to publish the book, and she says, don't go with him, meaning Peter Moon.
Right.
Don't go with him. And I'm thinking, like, I kind of find this hard to believe, although he did have his way with celebrities because he had been in radio for so long, and he would interview them and stuff like this. And he said that she says, oh, well, okay. She says, I'll have my people contact his people, like my people. I don't have people.
Right. That's right.
And this is just such bullshit thing that people say in Hollywood. I'll have my
that's
people.
True. That's true. It's very, very Hollywood. So go on. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, what is my people? So, but it was like as if she was to sequester the story away from me. And then I had a dream of her after I think she read Transylvania Sunrise. She came very clearly through. Like, sometimes I'll get this. I had Tom Cruise coming through very clearly. I was told he was ordered by the court to read my book, Montauk Book of the Dead, which goes into my Scientology experience when he was going through the divorce with Nicole Kidman.
That makes perfect sense. No, I believe that completely. That's
yeah. And then he came through loud and clear in my dreams, like, he wanted to contact me and talk to me because he could certainly relate to a lot of what I said, but he would have wanted to bring me back to the David Miscavige cause, which wasn't going to happen.
Right.
So I've had many run-ins with celebrities in the dream state. And one of the best was, I think, Bruce Willis. He was just yelling about me. He's going, what do you mean? We know what he knows. He doesn't know what we know just as much as he knows. Like what's that?
That sounds so much like him. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, it's like, it's like when you're carrying, all I am is a messenger. And when you're carrying a message, and when you have other messengers that are purveying things on the screen, there is a certain responsibility or a certain energy of the god Mercury, which is the god of the messenger. So when there's a messenger that you're ignoring or that shouldn't be ignored, it's like, oh, well, we're going to keep producing this shit. And and they do this. And it's what, well, okay, good. We'll ignore you. And they're very good at ignoring me. And it's gotten to the point where I don't even care anymore. I am so, tired of it all. It's like, okay, you want to keep telling the story wrong. Ray Bradbury said something he's a great speaker. He's a better speaker than he is a writer. And he's got quite a reputation as a writer, but he's a much better speaker.
Right. As a writer, he's a very syrupy poet. But
yeah, but he's a very good speaker. And he said that, and I was just saying, I got this is part of my initiation as a writer. I went to the Library of Congress, and speaking tomorrow, Ray Bradbury, Library of Congress. I went back to the Library of Congress, and boy, I mean, afterwards they had this buffet of cheese and wine and grapes. Oh God, it was fantastic. And you got to get in line and I got to get his autograph and talk to him. But he said that they had asked him to do a screenplay or do an ending for the movie King of Kings, the story about the life of Jesus with Jeffrey Hunter, who also played Captain Pike in Star Trek subsequently.
Wow.
And he said that he had this beautiful ending for the King of Kings. He says, oh man, he was talking about, I think on the Sea of Galilee with the fishermen, and Jesus brings all these, feeds the multitudes with bread and fish or whatever. And he just has the whole incident going up into the sky, celestial, and he's giving this very poetic thing. He says, what a beautiful way to end the movie. He says, but they didn't like it. He said, so they got across and went to the beach. He says, they got across and went to the beach. And, he was disgusted. In other words, well, how else are you going to end the movie with Jesus? With the great
I've never known Ray Bradbury to have participated in any films that really came to anything.
Moby Dick. He wrote the screenplay for Moby Dick.
Oh, the one with Marlon Brando? Or
no,
I'm sorry,
the one with Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck. That's what I meant. Yes, but
that's a classic movie.
My father's Moby Dick is what you mean.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he wrote that, and he wrote that because John Huston had read his novel or his short story where he talks about a whale, and it was very Melvillian, and John Huston loved it. And Ray Bradbury had a patron in Hollywood. Her name was Luella Parsons, and she was a gossip columnist. And Ray was her protege, and she kind of stewarded him around. She was very kind to him. He was also a close friend of became a close friend of Walt Disney. And Disney's first movie, when it became Disney, not back into the Snow White stuff, but when Disney became Disney in the 1980s, the first movie they released was another movie that Ray Bradbury wrote, an excellent movie called Something Wicked This Way Comes, based upon his novel by the same name. Now, that didn't go anywhere. It was a bomb financially, but it's a very good movie. He also wrote the screenplay for the classic movie based on his book Fahrenheit 451. You will occasionally see a script by him on Twilight Zone or some show like that. Those are three movies, I think. Something Wicked This Way Come is probably the best of the lot, but it's lost.
You're the only person I've ever heard who said anything positive about that film. I've never seen it, but I know all the critics just eviscerated it.
Well, I read the book, and it was very Montauk-like. Okay. It was about dark and evil.
Yes. But by the way, for people who are unfamiliar with Something Wicked This Way Comes, one of the characters is the illustrated man, who is a man with all kinds of tattoos on his body.
No. That's not quite accurate.
Okay.
There is, I think, some degree of an illustrated man in there.
Yeah,
but
he's
it's
in there.
The
But
illustrated man is a different book, a different character.
oh no,
Very-
what I was saying was he's in there, but I said he's part of it. He's an ingredient, but he's not the main source. There is a book by that title. There's a book by the title of The Illustrated Man,
and
which
a movie by that title.
Yes, that's right. That I never even knew was released, but I'm not surprised that it was.
It wasn't. It only the movie wasn't that. It was okay because it only had 3 stories. The Illustrated Man has about 18 short stories.
Right, that's correct.
The movie had only 3 of the stories, at least 2 of which were very good. I enjoyed them, but it just wasn't enough. And I think in the end, he kills the Illustrated Man, which is not how the book ended. And I think that upset Bradbury.
I'm sure it
because
did. That wouldn't make any sense because he appears later on in Something Wicked This Way Comes, where he's
but it's not the same Illustrated Man, is what I'm saying. It's not the same. It's more of a allusion to the other Illustrated Man. It's not the same one.
Interesting. You know, in his book, it was.
I don't. Oh, it might have been in the book.
Yeah, in the book. Yeah,
I did read the book, but the Illustrated Man in the book. That
small. He was a small part.
Something This Way Comes was just such a different book.
Yeah, it was.
And it was.
It was about the carnival. This carnival comes to town, and it's a very obviously it's something. You know, the closest thing I can think of was The Seven Faces of Dr. Lao with.
I like this much better with Tony Randall.
Yes.
I like this one much better, but it was such a, Bradbury plays on sentimentality. Sometimes melancholy and nostalgia, mostly nostalgia. And to me, he just had the full beauty of October and all that October brings with it.
Yes.
And
there's a book of his by that title, The October Country. Go on.
Yes. And Bradbury is all about October and he's all about Mars.
Yes.
And these are 2 very related subjects. However, I watched that movie with my ex-wife. My ex-wife is an artist. She's visual. She's an artist, and she loved it. She loved it. I loved it. She loved me for taking it to her. I was telling Paula I'd like her to see the movie. Paula does not like to watch movies that are earlier She doesn't like old movies from 1970s early. She can't watch them. Certainly not black and white movies. It has to be like 1980 at the earliest, or she can't watch it. It's just the way she is.
Right.
A
lot of people are like that. Her age.
Yeah, sometimes the classic movie. I once asked my daughter about that sort of mindset, and she said one of the problems. My daughter said this. One of the problems with older movies is that younger people cannot. And because she used to watch older movies in school, she would be required to.
Yeah.
So she saw movies like Casablanca.
Right.
I don't think Paula could sit through Casablanca.
Oh no.
And it's a classic movie. But she said the pacing is such that kids can't relate to it. It's too slow. It's like there's nothing happening. So they just can't relate to it. And
right.
It's not.
It's just no. Casablanca was for older people could appreciate the sheer character that is being projected. They could appreciate the Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall and
it was what's her name? Ingrid Bergman.
Ingrid Bergman, thank you. She was the one being slapped around. That's right. I remember that being the complaint from Humphrey Bogart. Slapping girls around, yes. Girls got a right to avoid trying to go into an internment camp. Yes, it was. So, yes, a different mentality that had the patience to sit through that, and to most young people it would just be incomprehensible. It's like, well, what's the point of the film? To them there's no action, there's no Indiana Jones level intensity. No, to them it's not it's just not comprehensible.
Peter Lorre trying to shoot a gun.
Yes, it would just be, they couldn't relate to it. And but these people were memes of their own right. They were personifications of a character that people in those days related to or projected various various kinds of how would I say it, identity onto. And but in terms of the Celestine prophecy, so the interesting thing about that was that unlike the Robert Anton Wilson's conspiracy series, the way it was passed around by many baby boomers was as a non-fiction. I remember when it was handed to me, it was passed to myself as a non-fiction book. And it was essentially promoted by readers. It was essentially, they viewed it as essentially a companion to Dancing in the Light by Shirley MacLaine. They considered this to be they considered these to be almost like partnered books. And so when the Celestine prophecy came out, people were not interpreting this as fiction at all. But then again, you had something similar but more repulsive happening with communion. This is what was going on with communion, and Whitley Strieber's book was that people were passing that around as if, this isn't fiction. This isn't really fiction. Except with the Celestine prophecy, it was even a little bit more overt than that, because with the communion, people were telling you, well, it's hidden as fiction, but the fiction is facade for a reality, and I'm abducted myself, I'm an abductee, I'm an experiencer. But with the people with the Celestine prophecy, it was just, oh, this is real. And then so that was the interesting thing about that. But in terms of the other part of it, my understanding was that Shirley MacLaine, with her Dancing in the Light, the part where she's in the car and there's somebody in Peru who's driving her at breakneck pace to the point where she fears for her life, and then he stops the car and lets her know that your fear is the illusion, fear, false evidence appearing real, essentially, is the moral. She basically fabricated that entire experience just to create a point in the book that but it's one of the pivotal points in the book, and it's entirely fabricated. So there's some fiction for you that's essentially, and she was on she used that as just a vehicle to promote New Age. So she was on it got to the point where she was on Johnny Carson's show, just gluing different dots on him, literally taking.
I saw that.
Oh, God, yes. And he said, I'm going to wind up looking like Bozo the Clown. She was pointing out his chakras. He was basically saying, here's the color for this chakra. Just put it.
I remember that.
Yeah, right on his crotch. And, of course, we all know that's the chakra Johnny Carson operated at. I'm sorry, I'm just being unfair there. But it just, it was like, once you got to that point, that's where she was at. She could get away with that. And then she was so full of herself that she wanted her face imposed on the angel that came down to pass the sword to Joan of Arc. So that was in the film Joan of Arc. That was the TV release, 2 parts. She was the angel that comes down from heaven to give Joan of Arc the sword, and she looked utterly repulsive. It was the most disgusting thing to see.
Where was this?
This was in the Joan of Arc film that was released simultaneously. Yeah,
that was a horrible film, wasn't it?
It was a TV film that was horrible, but the film that was released in the theaters was okay up to the point where Joan of Arc gets captured by the Brits, and then, of course, that's when the Jewish guy, Dustin Hoffman, shows up as God, because everybody just knows he's Jewish, and therefore God must be Jewish, right? So he shows up looking like Yoda, and basically spouting Jewish fortune cookie the one-liners, and everybody says, yeah, that's God in America, because this is, at the most race neutral, you could say that this is because Americans confuse celebrity with divinity. But no, it's beyond that. Americans confused Judaism with divinity for the longest period of time. That's no longer the case now that evangelicals are in the minority. But just a lot of people have lost belief, period. So this is why we get much more sympathy for Palestine these days than we used to. A lot of that has broken that hold, that spell, that's how would we call it, that glamour that the Jewish people once had over American culture. But such being said, definitely one of the things that you will encounter, of course, if you're when you're being interviewed by the woman who's doing the Nachtwafenpilot show. She has me scheduled for the 15th of next month. So I'll be following up yourself. Hopefully you can take the initiative and just kind of guide her to the subject of the new book. And I think it would be probably certainly refreshing for her to hear that. And but it was, let me see her name again. It's Penny Bradley. So the funny thing about Penny Bradley, by the way, was, of course, my timeline is confusing. But she asked myself, good God, she wrote a bunch of other stuff in the private messages. But it was interesting that she asked myself, first of all, to start off with, she said, basically, you've changed your name and your gender? How do you want to be called? I'd like to do a bio and a photo of you for the advert. Even if it's the profile pic you're using now, I prefer to let people tell their stories. She did warn me, she has alters. So she says, I do shift alters and they don't always share the same memory, but even then I've not been rude to anyone. So she was trying to ascertain whether I wanted to be referred to as a he or a she, which was really funny. And so I explained to her that I was a cisgendered heterosexual male, and I'm fine with being referred to as a he myself. There we are. She says, I'm cis heterosexual female with a partner of 20 years. I prefer she and her, but will tolerate anything not said in insult, which tells us she's been mistaken for a man a few times. At any rate, aside from that, obviously, I take it you've never been interviewed by her before. Certainly I have not. But
No.
she was recommended to myself by the Daryl Neely. And so Daryl Neely was asking myself if I haven't even opened this message yet because I dread this. He was asking me if I knew Dr. Paul Cottrell. And I really, oh God, so he's really into Paul Cottrell. But I'm not. And so there you have that. And so, we'll see where that goes. He probably thinks I might be interested in Dr. Paul Cottrell because he did some stuff about the, loosely relating to the Terracotta Warriors. But he just goes, if I'm not mistaken, he's the same guy who pretty much came up with, he may not be the same guy I'm thinking of, but he's out there. He's just one of these people I consider way out there. But we'll have fun with it. We'll do what we can, and eventually I think we'll both wind up on the Daryl Neely show. He does some kind of radio channel, which is digital, and he calls it something like, I forget, National something radio. But Neely's surname is spelled N-E-E-L-Y, and so he has his own. I think she's on his channel, so to speak. So they do their thing, and they thought I had disappeared and never heard about me after Revolution Radio, and then they found out that I was alive in what they considered was a sex-changed identity. Or I guess it is, virtually. So there we have that. And aside from that, certainly, I'm just glad we're getting to this point, and I'm glad that everybody's here with us. I do appreciate the patience that people have had with myself and Peter Moon dominating the conversation as we have. Certainly, we owe Peter that much during this time of his mourning, but I very much thank everyone for being here to help him in his time of grief, and look forward to everyone's own personal stories, particularly Pac-1 Morales, because I know a lot of things have been happening to him lately, and I've been asking people to keep him in their thoughts and prayers, and I think Peter Moon can help with this because Pac-1 is just having a horrible time with his ex-wife, and since I already brought that up, Pac-1, if you're still with us, maybe you could give us a debriefing on that problem.
Yeah. So I decided we've come to the conclusion. I'm pushing back my move till September now.
Move to California, you mean? Go on.
Yes, my move to California. I had plans on selling my business. I was just gonna run it for like a month or two, right up until June, and I was just just a couple more things I had booked or whatever, and there's a party store that I go to a lot, and he's been bugging me to come up there. Well, not bugging me, but very persistent on asking me to come up and bring my taco truck up. And I did last Saturday, well, 2 Saturdays ago, and did really well. It was really a really good time. Pretty good response from the local area, and with that, I received an offer to the following week down the road from there. There's this brewery, and they make all their own beer. They distill all their own liquor, and the guy asked me, if I would be interested in coming over there, and I said, yeah.
I noticed you
Well,
described it as heaven on earth.
oh my God, you have no idea how, man, I'm not even a beer drinker, Doug, and like that beer was, oh God. He made today I tried this it calls the blue coconut, and it tastes like tea. It tastes like tea, but it's beer, and it's amazing. It's like blueberry and coconuts.
Oh, that's
But,
fucking dangerous. Can you imagine somebody, imbibing that just before driving? Holy shit, you could down
yeah.
so many bottles of that. Go on.
Well, yeah, well, and then little unknown fact that I learned today too. Mexico has a trademark on the name tequila.
Wow.
You cannot make tequila and call it tequila unless it's from Mexico, made with the Mexican agave, and so
Cool.
they have their own version. They call it Gringo, and it's super smooth. It's like water. But so I went there. Well, anyway, so I did the party store, the event with the party store, and that was on it was on a Sunday, actually. Excuse me, and Monday morning, I get a call from the state of Michigan. I get a call from the health department. My Facebook page for my business gets shut down for scam and fraud.
Okay.
And I'm like, what the fuck? So I've been going through all these steps, and
But by the way, for people who don't understand what he's saying, they deactivated his fucking Facebook page. Basically, when he inquired into it, they basically said this was due to accusations of fraud. So he's been trying to appeal that. He's going to go from there, keep going.
So I appealed it, and they said, and it's funny because they turned it, they cut me off like that, and then they said they had to wait for a response, and because of COVID, it might take a little bit, which is kind of bullshit because it wasn't even. It's me as quick as they, accused me of fraud. They cut me off,
But in other words, they deactivated it immediately on the word of one individual, and your appeal is going to take days because of every rationalization. This is the way they operate. So go on.
So the page was just reactivated today.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So the following week, which would be this weekend, I went and this past weekend I went and did the bar at Red Line, and as we're sitting there, I look, and my two middle children are at my window, and I haven't seen them in about 2 years, but it was just with all the drama that came, they were basically being used and manipulated to act out to pretty much help her mom get custody, which she still doesn't. I still have, like, if I went right now and made a motion, I could get my kids back, where she was only having them every other weekend. But because of all the drama, all the CPS, all the nonstop just stuff, I was like, I'm done. Like, I'm not even. And I told my kids, I said, look, I know you guys know that you're, because they'd come to me and they'd cry saying their mom's making them do stuff, but they would still do it anyway, I had, and so I said, Dad isn't gonna, I love you, but I'm not gonna. I spent upwards to like $20,000 in court. Like, you don't hear of a father getting full custody of his kids, and I had full sole custody of my kids, and I didn't take child support from her. I had them for 5 years. I didn't ask her for child support, nothing. I didn't do any of that.
She must have been stark raving mad for them to give you the full custody.
I've had her. Yeah, well, when she was when my son was younger, dude, she used to take pictures of of Benadryl bottles and a mouthful of Tylenol, saying, goodbye, say goodbye to my kids for me and tell them I love them. Just dumb shit like that. Oh my God. Yeah. And this is the one who her and her mom would leave dead birds on all my doorsteps, for the past couple years. Yeah. Yeah. So she dropped my kids off at the food truck, and I immediately knew it was, no matter how I went about this situation. I knew there was something more going on. And as soon as that happened, because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure who did the call. I really wasn't sure. And I'm one of those like personality types where I start thinking like, okay, well, who have I had a problem with? I really don't have problems with, but who don't like me or who might not like me? And I mean, shit, I was like, it could have been my mom, could have been my sister, could have been my grandma. It could have been, you know, and so that I'm going on Facebook. I'm just getting rid of people on my Facebook. I'm just, you know, cleaning the house. Like, you know, I'm not even going to deal with it because I'm just going to keep going forward with it. As soon as I see them, I was like, oh, okay, it makes sense. So I opened up I opened up to them and I was like, what's up, guys? And they're like, hey, what's up? I was like, oh, how you doing? They're like, good. They're like, we just want to talk to you. I was like, okay, what's up? And they're like, nothing. I was like, oh, well, I love you. How you guys been? You guys happy right now? Everything okay for you? And they're like, yeah, we're happy. I was like, okay, that's cool. And they just kind of stood there, and I was like, you know, like it was awkward, but you know, I told them I loved them, you know, which I'm supposed to do, but I wasn't gonna bring them into my truck because you know, who knows what that would have led into, you know, with them, with their mom.
Well,
actually.
I'm surprised your ex wasn't crouching behind them with a firearm.
Right. Oh, she would have. Yeah. I wish. So so they leave, and it was like that. They got in the car, and when they got in the car, I seen her. She was on the phone. She was screaming her head off into the phone and jacking her head back and forth and hands flailing like she's just telling someone. I was like, oh my god. And so I was with the guy that I had working with me. He's like, yeah, man. He's like, I seen them drive by the first time, and she was with her mom, who, you know, apparently just beat cancer.
Wow.
So I'm like, you know, for someone who just got blessed with a second chance, you sure are fucking with me a lot more now, right? Okay, I guess you know, cycle happens to teach you a lesson. So so they leave, or he said he's seen them drive by and she's gawking, and then they like did a U-turn. And then they went around the block, and they just kept circling fine until they came in. So, you know, who knows? She could have been coaching them to say something, you know, whatever. So, so then the other day I just did an event downtown Flint, and, you know, I haven't been able to promote where I'm taking my truck out because my page is down. And I really didn't even want to promote it on my regular Facebook because, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm very, you know, just to myself person, man. And, you know, my business is something that, you know, I'm really not trying to have negative things be said or, you know, done with, you know. And my cousin calls me and she's like, hey, man, have you been on Facebook or anything? I was like, no, not really. Well, what's up? She's like, I'm sending you something. So the mother of my children went on Facebook and.
Oh, shit. They took him out. Oh, shit. Oh god. Oh.
Signed off.
Okay, so here's what happened. You glitched off. You were taken down at the moment you said, you know, the mother of my children went on Facebook. So start from there. Okay.
So she went on Facebook and started talking about how I haven't been in my kids' lives for 2 years and I'm a deadbeat dad, and she did me the favor by letting me see my kids, and she signed off on the child. So just all this horrible shit. And my business, El Lucha Taco, and how I'm more worried about that and my other life now. Just pretty much trying to drag my name through the mud. And then went into the comments and was just being stupid. So they got us, but it was up for about 15 minutes. But there's like one screenshot of it, and it was just like, yeah. I was like, at this point, you know, she's crazy. So like, if anyone sees, or anyone who knows me, or, you know, whatever, they know my situation, you know, and they know her, that's what she does, you know. It's what she does. She just blows everything. There was, like I said, there was no way that I could have went about that situation no way that I could have went about it any different without there being some outcome of her playing a victim. And, you know,
well, when she takes photographs of herself with a mouthful of Tylenol saying, "Tell my kids I love them."
Right. Well, and you know, I'm friends with her first daughter. That before, when she left, the guy she left, me and him are actually friends now. And, you know, him and his wife are friends with me and my wife. and we talk. She does a lot of the same stuff to both of us. They have a carpet cleaning company here, and the mother of our baby's mama, her new husband, her mom, my two kids, and his kid all stand outside of their office every time they're coming into work or during the day, screaming "fuck you" and calling him a deadbeat and all. So he's been dealing with that for like a year. They changed offices, like moved offices to a whole new place. They were only there for 2 days, pulled in, and there she was. So it's like she like for someone who just had a baby and has, you know, is a good mom. She like has no time to be a mom because she's so busy just
Terrorizing
talking
you.
shit and stalking people that she's so miserable that she won't move on in her life. Like dude, our fucking relationship was like 10 years ago, man. Like you've had enough time you've had enough for 2 5-year plans, damn it. You dig? Like, come on, man.
Oh my God.
God,
Heck,
yeah.
when I had a similar situation, it's not totally the same, but it's where the wife basically abandons motherhood.
Oh yeah.
The true motherhood. I mean,
Right.
and is not a functional mother to the children. What's more important than the insanity of the mother is the child themselves. Now, you've got an advantage here because she's not living with them or particularly seeing them, is she?
Oh no, she has them now. I haven't had them in 2 years. She has them.
Yeah,
But here's the thing: is her and her new husband. See, and this is why this is another thing. Like I don't run to Facebook with my problem stuff, but like her and her husband, I've had calls from CPS constantly where he's beating her up in front of the kids. You know, she said that he's threatened to kill my kids because he don't like the way they act. Like, and
He's starting to kill.
yeah, but when CPS gets involved, the kids say no, or you know, so who knows the extent of it? These are her words again. Now, not my kids. These are her words.
Now
And
you're
she's the
allowed
type,
to visit your kids, right?
huh?
You visit your kids.
Yeah, you're allowed to visit your children.
I'm allowed to visit them. I'm allowed to visit them. If anything happens, it would be in public, but I don't do it much because I rarely next to any have done it because of how their mom is. Like we would have to meet at police departments, and it would still be the police coming out to get her, and like her and her mom are like wild fucking dogs, man. They
How-
you know
Oh God, how old
How old
is?
are the kids?
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry, Peter.
the mom's like 70
how-
something years old.
How old are
Oh,
the
the kids? 10 and 11 and 10. So they're old enough to where they play their mom's games though. They see because their mom when their mom would get them, she would go drop them off and go out that weekend or you know, leave them with her mom. So for my kids, what I feel it was more or less with them is that they wanted their mom. So they would do anything to be with them. And I have a friend who's going through the same thing that I went through with them, with his son, who he just found out or a couple years ago, he found out he had an older son who was only like 12, 13 years old. Well, now he has a girlfriend and his mom's, you know, has nothing to do with him except for when he goes and sees her on the weekend, and he would take all his saved up money and give it to his mom. She's a crackhead, you know, and he wants to live with her, but because the state won't let him and his girlfriend have been calling CPS on his dad and his stepmom and saying that they beat him and beat his other brothers, and you know they have two under 2 right now, and they're really good people, you know, and he's like, man, he's dealing with the same thing, you know, because that's what this kid's mom's telling him to say, you know, these kids are easily manipulated by their mother, you know.
All you can do is basically not become a hostage to the situation.
Right.
Yep.
Don't become a hostage. And the best thing you can do is be as supportive to the kids as possible within the limited confines that you have. That might mean writing them letters, sending them things that they would like, even if it's small, being a positive influence and letting them know that you love them and that's as much as you can do. If you
Yeah.
get more involved, it's going to be, just know that they have somebody out there who's interested in them and supportive to them. That's
Yeah.
all you can do. And, you know, it means the world to them, because you might find 5, 6, 7, even 20 years later, they might come to you
Yeah.
and appreciate that. And
You know, on birthdays, like I would, because of the fact that like I couldn't get to their wherever it was they were living, you know, because I had no record. There would never be no record of where she was at with the kids, or you know, where she moved to. I would go up to the school and I would take, you know, birthday cards, you know, and Christmas cards and stuff like that, but they would always be intercepted. And like I had one of my cousin's kids was in class with my son on his birthday when they gave him the birthday card, and he was told that I sent the card from jail.
Oh God!
You know?
So,
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
just
so here he
to,
is.
just to
He's
add some context here, somehow, despite her obvious and evidenced, in other words, photographed and documented and recording acts of insanity, she managed to get custody of these children, who she has since poisoned against you. And she's weaponizing social services, and the social services are being weaponized by her and the person acting against your friend in similar fashions. And so, but by all means, go back to what you were saying. So they were told that this card was sent to them from jail.
Yeah. So like my poor son, you know, had like this horrible birthday experience, you know, for his 9th birthday, man. And you know, I sent a little face video with my cousin's daughter, I guess my little cousin, for him at school to show him, you know, I wasn't in jail, I was fine, you know. But it was just that was the extreme, I mean, the extent. And then she gets mad when I try to see her whole deal is, as long as someone's wrapped up playing her game and just like, she would rather, because she gets the legal help, you know, she gets free lawyers, free, you know, all that stuff. I can't go. It's called the Eastern Legal Services of Michigan.
Right.
And
In San Francisco, the equivalent would be MEMqədRIAL Legal Aid, and these are like legal specialists who deal specifically with bureaucratic law, as opposed to the kind of law that takes place where juries are involved. Go on.
Yeah. And they're like a freaking whole team. Me, I have to hire a lawyer. I have to put down a retainer.
And how come you can't access? How come you cannot access?
Because they won't. It's a conflict of interest.
I see.
They don't represent two people.
I think I'm going to give you a. I don't. What is your sun sign, by the way?
My son. So he's August 15th.
No, we mean yours. Your sun sign. Your solar sign.
Oh, mine. I'm a Gemini.
Okay. It sounds like you might have the planet Pluto squaring you. But in any case, whatever your planets are, whatever, this sounds like a very Plutonian element.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you and this is good for anybody in the audience, a description of the planet archetype Pluto, given to me metaphorically by an astrologer. It was very interesting. When you're dealing with the forces of, now Pluto is the god of the underworld.
Yes.
And he cannot be overcome. In Greek mythology, Zeus could not even overcome Pluto.
Right.
He could only negotiate with him to rescue Persephone from the underworld, who he had abducted and raped. She would come above ground 6 months of the year, and then it would be summer. And then afterwards, he'd take her back down into the underworld. Well, when Pluto comes into your life, this is how this astrologer described it to me. You're sitting, hanging from a meat hook, naked and bloody and battered, and you're in pain, and you're screaming.
Yes.
And you look down and you see the god Pluto, and he's down there with his helmet and his spear, and he's going about his business, and you're screaming at him. He doesn't hear you. You're screaming at him. Get me off of this hook. Get me off of this hook. He doesn't pay any attention to you. So finally you say, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. Just get me off of this hook. And when he hears you say, I will do anything, he looks up. When he hears you say, I will do anything, he looks up at you and you've got his attention. And then he takes you off the hook, and he puts you on the ground, and you're battered and you're bloody and you feel like hell. And then he gives you a treasure chest. And in the treasure chest is everything you will need to get you out of Tartarus, to get you out of Hades. And it's whatever is in that treasure chest is your resources that are within you to use. And when you get to the end of that road, you will experience transmutation, transformation, and it will bring you into a new transformation of yourself. So Pluto cannot be argued with. You have to, it's coercion and cooperation. He will cooperate with you. He will also coerce you. So you have to realize that some of these things are futile. It's just not going to result in anything positive but frustration for you. You have to be willing to do anything, but at the same time, you have to yield. And I think even to the point where you can't write them letters very easily, this is very tough. I had a friend, young guy in Scientology. I was sort of his alternate father. His mother, who I knew, I didn't know all this was going on because she was distant. Ever since he was a kid, she told him how evil his father was. And he was evil, evil, evil. Well, finally, when he got out of Scientology, he realized his mother was crazy, his Scientology mother. Yeah. And he found his father. He went and looked up his father, who happened to be black. His mother was white. Father was a gem. He was a wonderful man. And it was just like, you know, he was being just lied to his whole life about his father.
Indoctrinated.
Yeah. And sometimes, you know, you can't take responsibility for what you can't deal with. And if you can't negotiate with the court systems, with her, it's like once you stop trying, you might find that she can't play her game anymore.
And actually that's what I did, and that was 2 years ago, because, you know, when essentially what it boiled down to was the week of my son Junior, his first birthday, which he's 3, so this was 2 years ago. The week of his first birthday was when all this was at a head, you know, where my kids were saying at school that they didn't want to come home because I was going to kill them, you know, but they were, but yet they were still coming home, and then coming home and acting like nothing was wrong and playing. And we had a friend of ours who lived, because we lived in a modular home park, in a park for modular homes. One of my oldest daughter, one of her friends, and her mom and brother and sister were staying with us because their pipes froze. So we had about 12 people in a 3-bedroom trailer, you know, for a week. Oh, and God. While my kids were doing all this, and the way it was is that every other weekend they would go to their mom's. So their last day at my house would be Thursday, and they would go to school Friday, and then go to their mom's Saturday and Sunday. And, you know, Monday morning, either I'd pick them up Sunday night, or they would, you know, come home right after school Monday. And my daughter and my son asked their mom at school if they could come to my son's birthday party, you know, which was going to be that Friday, you know, and she said yes, that she would pick them up or I would drop them off after the party. So at that party, she asked, my daughter said, "Can I stay the night?" You know, whatever. And so her mom was like, "Yeah, whatever, you stay the night, but I am picking you up at 8 in the morning, you know, at the police department." So take my daughter, my son home to their mom that morning, which is the following morning for my youngest son's birthday party. And not even 15 minutes later, I have the police department at my door coming into my house looking for my wife, because my daughter said that my wife choked her and threw her into a bathtub and was hitting her. And mind you, we had a house full of people who were like, what the hell's going on? What? You know? So right at that point, we were like, you know what, this can't, you know, I could deal with it when it was me because I knew how to handle it. I knew I had all my paperwork. That's why I was, you know, I was doing good with maintaining all the problems that were happening. But at that point, I was like, this is never going to end, man. And we didn't know what to do. We ended up having to get a lawyer for my wife, and we did these investigation stuff. Eventually, the kids came out and told the truth that, you know, their mom made them lie, and the courts actually, my wife was gonna press charges on her, and then she was like, I'm not gonna do that to the mother of your children, you know, and I don't want them to see their mom getting in trouble like that, even though she didn't care what was gonna happen to her, you know, with the lies and whatnot. So we were talking to one of he was the master for the school. We had my kids in Tangsudo, and he was the master of school. His name was Master Wheeler, and he's also like a deacon at a church and stuff. I mean, you know, he's a good guy, real good guy. You know, always has good words of wisdom. Always, you know, whenever the kids were going through stuff, and you know, I couldn't talk to them right, I would take them up there, and you know, we would sit down and he would go over things and talk and help my son. You know, my son had a real bad anger problem and stuff, and, you know, helped him, you know, with that. So Master Wheeler pretty much told me, like, you know, Adam, he goes, I've seen you past couple years going through this with these children, you know, and I know how much you love your children. I see, you know, everything you're doing. He was like, but sometimes you have to focus on, you know, do I, you know, want to hold on to what's right, you know, what I have, you know, and what's going on in my life? Do I want to hold on to that, or do I want to just set it down for a minute and see what I can get, what I can do, you know? And, you know, pretty much telling me, you know, like, not telling me give up on my kids, but telling me, like, man, like, dude, you can't keep fighting a fight that's going to keep you down, like, from advancing, you know? And I'll tell you, when I did that, and I was like, you know, I didn't give up, but I was just like, man, I just don't want to fight with her no more. And when that happened is when my business took off. We got a brand new house, you know, just like all these good things. That's pretty much was the end of like all you know, dead birds stopped popping up on my yard and outside of my doors, and, you know, just like everything just started taking off. And it wasn't it really, honestly, I mean, we were just talking about the whole situation a couple weeks ago that, you know, everything kind of came back around, you know, but I'm not gonna I was upset about her calling the health department of the state, but at the end of the day, I have nothing to hide. I haven't, you know, and that's what cleared everything up. And, you know, I said, you know what? I think I told my wife, I said, I think I want to finish out my taco season, because you know what's going to really piss someone off? Me doing good, me being out here even more, me smiling, showing that, you know,
exactly.
And so, you know, because I was really upset the first day. And I was like just in the mood. And the next day I was driving in my car. I was going to Aldi, and I got in a driveway at Aldi, and it hit me. And I was like, you know what? It was like an instant message, you know, like it wasn't just a thought. It was like the whole thing at one time. Like I could see more than what. So I was like, yep, this is what I'm going to do. So that's what I've been doing this past week. I've just been getting my stuff together, getting everything ready. I'm doing festivals. You know,
sounds like
I'm just one of the.
It sounds like you've got it figured out.
Oh yeah, yep. It's because it's an old game. It's not even a game I'm into. You know, like I don't like it's an old bait and hook.
It sounds to me like you just needed to be listened to, and you've got it down. So just keep doing what you're doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Peter. Yes. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
And you deserve a lot of credit for having to deal with that stuff. I'm sorry you had to deal with it. I've had to deal with enough of it in my life. Crazy people. And one thing I would also say, one of the things of like say in Scientology, they had the state of clear, which is being free from your own personal encumbrances. In other words, you're not being self-destructive is the whole idea. And you can clearly see that people who've been in Scientology have been very self-destructive by reason of their mind patterns and what they did to put themselves in crazy situations. But when you actually do clear yourself to the point where you're not being an aggravant to your own self, and you start to thrive and prosper, or just have any modicum of serenity, you will begin to upset people in the environment who want you to be like them. They want you to be in foment. They want you to be upset. And they will mess with you. Or if they don't like your status or whatever you have. So that becomes a additional responsibility. When you have a clear head, then you have to deal with heads outside of you that are not so clear. And that becomes another challenge. And certainly that's what you've had to deal with her. And you've done a very good job, though. And I give you a lot of credit for that. So
that was beautiful,
well,
Peter. And
Thank
it is so important to understand that when it comes to being clear, the problem is that you attract all kinds of unclear people to you because they want to be like you. They want to be clear like you, and they see you as being clear, and so you attract more people who kind of, in a very real sense, drag you down, and this is because they want to learn from you. That's the positive. The other negative side is, like Peter said, then there are the people who want to drag you down because they hate you for being clear and resent you. They resent you for not being burdened with the baggage that they have.
Yeah, and I want to say something else to you, is that I have a friend he's very, very good. He understands things. And he had a situation with a wife who's crazy, just not quite that crazy, but crazy enough. You know, it sounds really bad, but when I hear your situation, it's far worse. And he educates people. He's constantly running into people where he's having to tell, well, you know, you shouldn't be doing this because this. And it's all very logical and he's all very right. And I can see that he's going to be a spiritual teacher. He is going to be a spiritual teacher because he's very even-keeled. He's very successful in his life at a very young age. And he's mindful of his success. He's not arrogant. He's got certain aspects of economics figured out. And he's really, really a good person. And so in other words, if you can achieve self-mastery, it's something that you can teach others. And it's, you know, if your immediate family won't listen to you, I guarantee you there are other people who will listen to you. So just keep going.
Oh yeah. No, that's
it's good to have you as part of this family, which Douglas likes to call Team Dietrich.
yes. I learn a lot from everybody, you know, and that is, you know, and I know a lot of people like where I'm at, but you know, I'm not. This is like the closest friendships I have is on this round table, you know. Like I'm not really a people person like that, you know. I don't really just learning, you know, just dealing with a lot of people in life, you know. You just, you know, you don't really put yourself in those positions to be leashed off of, you know, and that's pretty much where I'm at in life. So I do get like a lot of my socializations on here.
Wonderful. I mean, that's so deeply appreciated, and it's so necessary. Certainly, this is a therapeutic exercise for myself, and I'm glad that it can be for you. And certainly, Peter is very pivotal to that. Now, as you said, Peter, you'll be home on Sunday to do the interview with Penny Bradley. Then afterwards,
Saturday. The interview on Saturday.
Okay.
At 5 p.m. New York time, and then I will, after climbing the mountain, which is really, really good for the hips.
If you say so.
Oh, and I went out and we climbed 5 rounds of stairs in the park today.
Jesus.
It was a great afternoon. I mean, I counted the steps. I think it's like 9 times, I don't know, I had it counted, but it was about 100 and something steps. And it's like, wow,
God.
it really is good. And then we took a whole walk around the park, which was a long walk. And it's really good. And then the mountain is a whole nother trip. You get a great view of New York City from far away.
Jesus.
And yeah, so it's good. I can't wait to take it'll tire me out, but that's okay.
I was about to say, that's incredible.
Exercise is good.
Yes.
It is good.
Yes.
It is, especially as you get older. And I saw, because I will sometimes watch stuff on age, and age is, I saw this 60 Minutes show where they were interviewing people in their 90s. And I take 60 Minutes with a grain of salt. I also don't see that they had any particular motivation to lie. But they said people who made it into their 90s, and I'm talking about these people were healthy. They were active 90-year-olds. They weren't bedridden. They said uniformly they had 45 minutes of exercise. Not 15 minutes, not a half an hour, not an hour and a half. 45 minutes was all they needed. And it could be walking, it could be playing tennis. It's just active. And then it was, they drank, a little bit of alcohol every day, not excessively, just a little glass of wine or something. They didn't smoke, and they drank coffee. I'm not big on coffee drinking. I'm not big on alcohol. And I certainly don't smoke. But the 45 minutes of exercise is what they say is really good.
Wait, you've got that down. I said you've got that down. Go on.
Well, yeah. I like to get out for a walk every day. When I came home from this walk, I fell asleep. It was very restful. But the muscles have to be worked, and it's just good. It makes you feel better. So I'm also going to be experimenting with something new for youthening purposes, and I'm not going to share it now. It's something that my doctor uses, and I'm taking a derivative product of that, and it will be interesting. I expect it to work very well on me. But anyway,
that's so exciting. I mean, this is really exciting, and I suspect it's a kind of anti-agaric or anti-aging technique or technology.
It's an HGH precursor. And I used to take, and I used to sell this prolifically, Rejuvimax, Rejuvimin. Rejuvimin was for people that were, I think, younger than 55, and 55 and older did Rejuvimax. I did both products, and I did very well with these. And I cut it off because of the Qigong. I didn't need it anymore. And then maybe age has caught up with me a little bit. The Qigong still helps me. But it's the football that drives me.
Right.
It's the foot that drives me. And like when I was 54, I was ready to quit because I was just quit. I was a piece of shit. I was no good. And then I took this product, which was recommended to me by Joe Matheny, and he's younger than me by almost 10 years. So he was taking it, and I took it, and then all of a sudden, I was the man on the field. They threw me the ball 8 times, and it was because I was alert and happening just to myself. My whole body language was different. So I kept getting the ball, and I like, wow. So I took it. I had a resurgence in the football at age 54. I got into Qigong. That's when I got into Qigong. I must have found this when I was 52 or something.
That's amazing. So people understand, I'm 54 years of age. So it was basically my age that Peter Moon made a rebound. Understand, of course, that HGH, so for those of you who don't know, that's human growth hormone. So this is a derivative. And but I'll, go back to what you were saying. Yeah.
It's a precursor to HGH. In other words, it enables you to secrete your own HGH. You're not taking it in externally.
Oh,
It's
important
not
point. Thank you. Go on.
very important point because I'm not going to take that. It's like it's a precursor. So you're producing it yourself. And when you don't have human growth hormone, which starts to recede in your 30s, you start to get old because you're not growing. Growth hormone is what makes corn grow in 6 months. It's what makes a baby grow pounds and inches every month. You start secreting it, but you have to be careful about how you're doing it. My doctor has been taking a product which he says is working. It's slow. It doesn't happen overnight. And so I have dedicated myself. And if I wasn't doing the football, I wouldn't be so motivated to do it. I'm fine outside of that. But because I'm demanding something of myself athletically with 20 and 30-year-olds, I can see little places where I could improve. In other words, there's a fine line of dexterity between, I guess, what you would call agility and super agility, and then what you would call agility to borderline agility. And I might be somewhere between borderline agility and agility on certain plays, and certain, I guess, which would require a bit of super agility. So it's all a matter of, being driven by something, and I will see how it goes. And it's like there's also something in life called life, and you accept life. You have you want to get a tailwind at your back, and I think with the appearance of Salmon, this is very good for Douglas. It's a tailwind. Yes. It's a tailwind. We want more tailwind.
Yes.
Because we're going to take this ship somewhere to a more positive place where there's and I think back to my old neighborhood about how positive it was.
Yes.
And I would go back and see my old friends, and I'm even had a few messages about so-and-so and such coming. And it's like, this is a reunion of souls I never would have expected or anticipated from far in my distant past. Right. But there are future souls. There are future places to meet people, one of which is Transylvania. And so there's future people in my family, in my life, and there's new things to look forward to.
Yes, you have this wonderful, how would I say that, within Eastern Europe, you've found yourself a wonderful place that acts as a real preservative for your youth, a real revitalization as well. Just the ability to have that other home, and that second home means so much. And certainly, of course, when death does come, that old neighborhood that you spoke of will be reassembled. It's all part of that. And of course, there's other parts of you that move on. The soul is very multifaceted and very complicated. There's parts that incarnate, and there's parts that move on.
Well, yeah, and one of the most fascinating places, it's the horizon that you go to.
Yes. And
one of the horizons I have with the Romanian scenario is when Radu Cinemar writes about Shambhala and the core, not just of the earth, but the core of creation. And it's like, you talk about home. And, in the books, Radu has actually seen Shambhala from a distance. He's not gone there. The alchemist Eleanor has been there, but he doesn't talk about it. I'm very interested to see what comes out in the next book. Right. My mother-in-law has a direct connection to the inner earth. It's very evident if you know her, and it's almost like there's a conspiracy on their part to make me younger, which is not being driven by me.
Right.
It's driven by them. What I'm pursuing here is independent of them. It's complementary to whatever they have in store for me. So, and just the whole idea of being there and eating off of nature. Like there's so much, you'll have honey there that is made from the bees there. You'll have blueberries and other berries, strawberries that are picked locally. So you're there in a core of nature. The people have preserves that they secure for the winter, and they have basements with the preserves in them. And this is something they've been doing for thousands and thousands of years.
Just so people understand, this is simply the surface world of Romania. We're not talking about Shambhala here.
It's the surface world, which is a sort of a cover. It's like, say, Chinatown in San Francisco is a cover for the underground Chinatown. And I'm talking about literal underground tunnels.
Yeah.
But so they have an underground there. But the people who live in Chinatown, San Francisco, are mostly just normal people who go about their business and their jobs, trying to put food on the table and whatnot and raise their families. It's the same in Transylvania. Few and far between will you find the people who either know or will admit to what's really going on underneath the surface. So,
but as you said, you were really tempted while you were there. If I'm correct, it was in that environment where I think you just decided, like, it might be worth it just to give up television and news completely. And
well, yeah, because, well, look, I was separated from any media. First, I was at Atlanticron for a week, which you're not really in touch with any media there. You do have, you can hook on the internet and check your email and all that. But even when you do, you know, there's nothing you can conduct business-wise. And you might, you know, say hello here and there to people, but not really. So you're in nature, you're meeting new people, new friends, old friends. And then I got very sick in my last trip. So that was really something I had to overcome.
May I ask, was it just kind of a stomach poisoning or what?
Oh, no. Well, what had happened was I took this, just wrote to the woman today who I was with, her and her husband. I've been all over Romania with not only her and her husband, but their dog. The dog is, I've been in all these caves. I've been in Chocolate Cave with this dog.
Holy shit.
I've been to Sarmasijatuza with this dog. I know this dog is like, I've been all over the place with this dog. But anyway, we had taken a trip to the Black Sea to meet her aunt and uncle, and because I wanted to eat the aunt's cake. It was a sugarless cake, and they made lunch for me. We had a very nice lunch, a Romanian lunch. It was very wonderful. And then we went to this cave. It's like 7 miles from Bulgaria, and 7 kilometers maybe. And we found this cave, and we went under this cave. It's a huge labyrinth, but we only went in about 50 to 100 yards because you're going to get caught in the labyrinth. You don't want to get lost in the cave. So we meditated in the darkness, but we actually found the cave, got into the cave, and this is over the inner Earth city of what's called Tamasis. Tamasis is an inner Earth city that Radu writes about in the books. And I found out that, wow, it's supposed to be underneath this ancient city, and I found this labyrinth and went to it. We didn't penetrate the inner Earth city, or it's not really, it is, you can call it an inner Earth city. And then we went, and then we went to the Black Sea. Wonderful time. On the way back, I was very hungry. We had pizza. Then we had oranges. I bought oranges at a grocery store. Those oranges might have made me sick because they were natural. They tasted very good because of the immunities in the area. I don't know that it was the oranges. But when I got to bed that night, back on the boat, I had dreams where I was being attacked.
Wow.
I wrote the dreams out in detail. They were actually by Asian ninja types.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I overcame them. They were really being tough on me, but I was even tougher on them. And then
Shadow warriors, but go on.
yeah, and then when I woke up, I was actually sick, but I had enough energy to get up. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I went to the tent where they have, people are drinking beer. There's not too many people left at 4, and I was next to these people that were celebrating a birthday. They were very loud, and I was finally able to contact my producer friend in LA, and he was telling me that this documentary that I'd participated in was going to be a sabotage. And then I figured out that's why I was getting sick, because I was being psychically attacked, because they were bringing in Michio Kaku into the production to lie about Dr. David Anderson's patent. So here I was I being psychic attacked, or did I drink, or was it those oranges? The oranges tasted great. There's no reason to blame the oranges.
It was Michio Kaku, man.
Was I being psychically attacked? Yes. Could I also attribute it to something physical? It was so bad that I went to my Qigong students the next morning and I said, okay, now I'm going to show you how to work. I had them working on me. I had them doing Qigong on me because I was too sick to fully do the class. But I was, and I'd also done I think a dream workshop with one of the little girls I've known since she was a little girl. She was doing a dream, what do you call these, dream catchers. So I was struggling to make a dream catcher, which I was not very good at, but I did make one with some help. And I still have it to this day, I think that's what helped catch the dream. But then that's how I got sick. I mean, it was an attack. But I was able to talk to my friend in LA, and that was really good because I hadn't been able to get through. And he told me what was going on. The producer just disappeared, and he says, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. He said, we're not going to talk. And so we kind of knew the fix was in. And the show was not very good. They interviewed me, but they omitted any mention of David Anderson, and Michio Kaku said the patent looked like chicken scratches and that it had no power. It didn't have any power, and you need power for time travel, which he lied. The power is mentioned in the patent.
Yes, of course.
It's mentioned. So, Michio Kaku showed himself to be a true asshole.
He's just a Japanese house nigger, and basically...
I wouldn't even give him the distinction of being called Japanese. I believe he's American.
That's quite true, by the way. He's ethnically Japanese, but he's basically what I consider a house nigger in the sense that he surrendered not just in terms of body, but also of soul. He's actually been to Japan, but they, of course, receive him as an American. And he's only been there just on account of he's pushed by the Americans as being one of their best and brightest in terms of popularizing science. So he's popularized as the new Carl Sagan, the heir to Carl Sagan. And so that's how the Japanese received him, was just as, oh, okay, here's the new American Carl Sagan. But in reality, of course, he's just a shill, and he's always been an empty echo. And so when you were being attacked by the Shadow Warriors, I consider them kind of like house nigger ninjas. Let's call it that way. It's kind of like Michio Kaku's demons, his little imps that are...
And the funny thing is, I just realized it was my friend who just passed was in the beginning of the dream. Mm-hmm. I was with him.
There we are.
I was with him, and I have to go back. I have to look that up before I go to bed and find out where he appeared why did he appear in the dream? Right. But he was there, which I often didn't dream about him, but yeah, it was a great fight, and and
it left you sick, and your own students had
but
to...
I won the fight.
Yes.
I actually won the fight, and that was really good. And not only did I win the fight, see how much because when you do these sacred journeys, and not that I was even in the mindset of a sacred journey, I just got to a cave in the inner earth. I mean, well, it wasn't the inner earth, it was 50 yards in, but we were in complete darkness and we're meditating. And that, I'm just realizing how what a focal point that was. So we came back to the camp, and I was like, you know, and I was so, I guess, physically horrified. I said, how am I going to get back to Bucharest? I don't think I can, you know, I need adult diapers to get back to Bucharest or something. You know, I was that bad.
Yeah, it's very frightening when you're in a situation.
Yeah, and of course, things settled out by the time, and I was able. I didn't even know how I was going to get back to Bucharest but my friends took me because their son rode in another car, so there was enough room for me in the car. There was enough, you know, people going back to where I got to ride in the car, and I was totally fine. I mean, it's only 2 hours back to Bucharest. So when we get to Bucharest, they put me in a room right next to the bathroom. So I was in heaven. and then he went and got me some sphincter retainer stop contractor. Yeah. So in other words, he gave me some pills, which were not prescription. He's a doctor. He could have gotten me prescription, but they were just over-the-counter pills. Right. And that really saved my ass, quite literally.
Amazing.
And
so this was like probably an opiate, because it's the opiates that are in constipative agents. So it was a constipative agent.
There's a specific name for it, and I still have it because I only had to use a few.
Right. But they're impressive. They're powerful. Go on.
Yeah. And so anyway, we're going up. I mean, we're taking at least an 8-hour drive up to Transylvania, and we have his son and another the little girl we took, and we're you know, we stop at they make this like, I guess it would be their version of a hot dog. It's called meat. It's much better than a hot dog. It's
right.
called meat.
It's much more wholesome, and it's not processed shit. Yeah, so it's much different.
It's usually a combination of beef, pork, and maybe something else.
Maybe some poultry, I think.
No, not chicken. Pork. And it's like, if it's cooked right, it's really good. And I could only limit
probably some pork, chicken. I mean, sorry, pork and some lamb. Maybe. Go on.
Basically, pork and beef.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's cooked really good.
Yeah.
And so, but they have these like roadside stands, and it's all together. It's like they're all one restaurant after another, kiosk stands, whatever, and all you smell is this burning meat. It's not very pleasant, but you know, you eat, and then you know, you kind of survive that. And then we get up there about 10 o'clock in the evening. We get up to and then we're arriving there in the dark. And of course, it's good that I know the way. In the last few yards, there's not a lot of, you know, but we get up there, and I arrive, and these two girls come out, and they remembered me from being there the previous year. They remembered me, and they.
Oh, that's so mystical.
Oh yeah, they remembered me very well, and it was really nice. How do I know they're going to be there? You know, they were scouts, and they would later escort me up the mountain, but they brought me chicken and rice because they said this would be good. First, they brought me water, and they said chicken and rice would be good for my stomach. Right. They immediately responded to my physical awareness of need.
Yes.
Immediately responded to it, made me feel at home. And, you know, you got to remember, I'm the only American for miles around.
Yes.
Probably many miles around. And it's like, I'm totally made to feel at home. And then the owner of the camp comes up after I finish my food and greets me. And I take him into the kitchen and, you know, give him hundreds of dollars I said, okay, he says, this is too much. I said, no, it's fine. This covers us for 4, you know, because we're going to be sleeping there.
Right.
And I guess eating there too. And he comes up about an hour later, I'm getting my bearings, and he says, how would you like to go in the cave tomorrow? And I said, and I said to myself, I don't want to go in this damn cave. I feel too shitty. But I said, yeah, I'll go. I'd love to go. and I wasn't going to turn them down. And this was my initiation into the cave. So it came on, and I had to go in there not feeling 100%. I was pretty okay. I was okay to give a lecture the next morning, but I still had to, watch myself. And so I didn't know how I was going to fare in the cave. I was in there for 5 hours, plus an hour getting there, and another half hour getting back. And I didn't even think about going to the bathroom.
That's right. Once you
and I'm in a wetsuit. So I'm not going to have a very easy time going to the bathroom.
Right.
So this was, and it was like, wow, I got one hell of an initiation in that cave.
So just so people understand, you were in a wetsuit because there are the dry caves and there are the wet caves. So
it's a wet cave, and it's a wet cave with boots on, and you have a hard hat with a light on it. And what was so special about this trip was, well, see, the year before I had gone to the camp, and my friend, after I get back 2 weeks later, my friend who's in Romania, who's a movie director and is making a beautiful movie right now, he writes to me and says, I was just at the camp, and he said there was an American here. I said, it must have been you.
Yes.
And he said, I named Peter Moon. He says, oh, that's right. I didn't remember his name. Yeah, Peter Moon. So he, and then it was because this guy knew the camp director, which I didn't know he knew him. It's like finding friends thousands of miles away. And he says, so he arranged for me to stay there the following year because, in other words, the camp director doesn't really connect on the internet that well. And he doesn't speak English that well. He speaks English, but he's not somebody I can communicate with.
Right.
So this guy served as the bridge for me to make it happen. And it was just like these connections I've made are so tangential, borderline intangential. And it was like, wow, so the coincidence was working. And then when I went back, of course, I got to know the director much better. And we'll parlay that into future meetings with other people in the area. So it's, and of course, when I go there, whatever they know, appreciate, and respect about the land, I will tend to make it come alive more because I'm focusing on certain sacred aspects or unknown or occult aspects. Yeah. So I just wind it up and make them, as one of my friends in Romania, who's Italian, he said, when I was talking about David Anderson, he says, David Anderson was always an interesting and enigmatic character. He says, but you make him more so.
Right.
You make him more so, which is, so I will step up the intrigue. And that's anyway, that's the story of how I got sick. And in spite of this stupid documentary, right, which didn't really go anywhere.
Right. Of course, that these things never do, but that's their intent. The whole intent of
it's not only the intent; it's stupid
yes.
programming because they want a successful show, and where they screwed up. And this was explained to me in detail by my producer friend. He says, Ancient Aliens is the most successful show of its kind, and one of the most successful shows on cable TV. And the reason it's successful, and this is not me suggesting that the show is any good,
right.
But the reason it's successful is because they're allowing you to entertain the subject of aliens, and it's what people want. They don't say, "Oh, there's no aliens. There couldn't be any aliens. There's no aliens." They don't do that. They feed the audience what it wants to hear, and it's open-minded, and they just keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it.
Well,
and this is not to criticize the show either. It's just a matter of giving the audience what it wants.
Well, I'll criticize the show by saying that
but I'm talking about from a commercial perspective.
Understood. But I'll criticize it by saying that they it's not that they're being open-minded, it's they're shoving the alien paradigm down your throat. That is the whole point. That's the very
But the people also want it. The people want it.
Yes, yes, they're giving the people what they want. The people want to eat shit. They feed them shit. The funny thing is, these are the
I haven't watched it enough to even comment on it, to even do a fair critique. I've watched it. In the beginning, I watched a few shows, and it just like, this is stupid.
Yes, of course. Well, it's just intolerable. But just to put this into some perspective for you, just a couple of points before we send you off to bed, because it's, pushing at 12:30 where you're at. I do want
Time to go.
Yeah, I do want people to understand. Michio Kaku is just, think of he's just a ethnic version of Richard Dolan, and that's basically what he is. And he's basically someone, to show you just what a fraud he is. You're talking about a physicist who knows goddamn well we have no intelligent signals that are coming from anywhere in the universe, and yet he continually is pushing aliens. He's just this side of course, just the shills. The rest of them, like the Greek guy, or the guy with the unpronounceable Greek name who's got the wild hair, who's I forget his name, and I don't care to remember it even, but people will know what I'm talking about if they have any familiarity with ancient aliens. He's basically just as bad as that guy, only he's got, a degree. So this is, he's brought around to add a sense of gravitas to the absurd. He actually had his own series for a while. I'm not going to overdwell on him, but just to show people again some of the absurdity, he had his own series about future science or something where they asked stupid questions and they let Michio Kaku answer them about, oh, will we ever someday have lightsabers? Oh, okay, well, this would be how we might physically create a lightsaber, and would we ever someday have Death Stars? I mean, it's just like, they didn't call it Star Wars science, but it was just, that's what it was. And so he would just bring up some, obvious commonsensical physical mechanics that might add to some possibility of such concepts. But there were times when distinctively he was just pulling shit out of his ass and just saying, well, let's say that physics could do this or something. Moving right along from him, the far more important thing to emphasize is that when anyone is caving, understand that you are in the inner earth. The inner earth is the crust of the earth, where there are these lacunae, these cavities. So these lacunae, these cavities, no matter how shallow they may seem, you are entering the inner earth. Do not deny yourself that fact. When you get to the point of Unterland, we're still dealing with the crust. Unterland is within the crust of the earth. So
it's not very deep at all.
Comparatively speaking. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's deep compared to where you were at, but it's, nothing like what people project or conceptualize, or rather misconceptualize. The rest of the earth is very, and this is where people get confused, is, say, for instance, George Knight, he was using the term mantle when applying various terms towards Unterland. And the reason he was confused is because scientists have discovered water in the Earth's mantle. And this was like, scientists were saying how revolutionary this was to their concept of the interior of the Earth. Well, towards the mantle, they were saying the water is compressed and it's really at the molecular level. You have essentially damp rock. And but at the point of the crust, it's still corrosive and it's still eating away gorges and deep caverns. And we're talking about Grand Canyon-sized caverns, which Unterland occupies. As a matter of fact, the point to really take home here is what George Knight was emphasizing the other day when on, I think it was Netflix, so someone correct me if I'm wrong, and hopefully he can correct me later if he hears this, but he was watching on Netflix with his wife and his friends and trying to point out the importance to all of them of what it was that David Attenborough was unintentionally pointing out, which was David Attenborough is narrating this story on man's future. Where does man go with the surface of the world being so polluted? And part of the final conclusions was that man needs to go under the earth. And so what George Knight was pointing out was, if we get to that point, then we're confronted with the fact that the Thousand-Year Reich in exile occupies Unterland, and we would be at war with them. And that's, why people are indoctrinated to this day to hate Nazis reflexively, without question. It's just Nazis, the very term means evil, and all people insulting each other use that term. That point being made, the Michio Kaku and ninja assault in the astral, when Peter Moon exhibits a pride at succeeding in fighting these little imps of Michio Kaku off, that is something to be proud of. Understand that astral combat is as real as physical combat, and it physically affects you. You can die from astral combat, and as you can see, it left Peter Moon enervated, and had he been a more unfit man psychologically and physically, he could very well have died. That may very well have been an occult attack from Michio Kaku.
The Qigong is very helpful in that. I've had it once before where I had I sort of crossed lines with another martial arts school, and there was a great battle, and I ended up with an upside down pentagram on my shin.
Holy shit.
And, my
you
teacher
just manifested. You manifested.
Like, no, not in real life, in the dream.
Okay.
And my teacher said that's your protection. He says you were protected, and it taught me a lot. It taught me not to get involved with other schools.
Yes.
Because I'd offered help to somebody who was being abused by his teacher, and I sent it through somebody else if he wanted help, and that's all I did. I didn't, and everything settled out in the astral plane. I never met anybody. I never talked to anybody. It was just, it was all taken care of.
Yes, and that's for the best. Also, you mentioned that the two young ladies who responded immediately to your physical condition could sense it immediately. They were scouts to you. Were they scouts for the Solomonari?
Well, they're scouts. Number one, they're scout. They don't call them Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts there. They're all together.
I see. Okay. It's a unisex scouting. It's like a unisex scouting kind of.
Yes. And one of the women from Bucharest who was a scout, she was a scout leader, and she did a lot of the cooking. Okay. She told me she'd just been to a scout jamboree or whatever they call it in Virginia. And she said the whole attitude in scouting is completely different in Romania than it is in the United States.
Oh, that goes without saying. I mean, the U.S. is basically it's a playground for predatory pedophiles if they're Boy Scouts.
That's why they separate them, I guess.
Yes, that's right. That's very much so. Whereas the unisex, that doesn't happen. That can't happen in a unisex scouting organization. So there you have it. I mean,
yeah. I say Romanians are very beautiful people, and it's like I'm able to connect with them. And the guy who owns the camp, he asked me to speak that morning to him. So I'm speaking to him the next morning at 9 o'clock out in the grass. We're out in the pasture somewhere. And I'm telling them about my story, why I came to Romania. And they're all listening. They're all absorbing it. It's not something they hear every day. But like Romanians are, they just take it in and they accept what you say. And then I offered them help with Qigong. Anybody needs any help anytime. I offered them that, and people ask questions, and I told them what to do. And it was so I got to immediately connect with everybody in the entire camp, maybe not on a personal level, but on a certain level. And it was, and then my friend, the psychiatrist, he was giving seminars all the time too. They integrated and accepted him, and he was doing them in Romanian. So I also had free time on my hands to explore, but it was like I got to connect, and when I said goodbye to everybody, it was like, wow, it was like I was one of them.
Yeah. And your friend, the psychiatrist, his ethnicity and nationality is what again?
100% Romanian.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, and been my friend for years, and very good friend, and it's just, and as I say, it was so neat to be just the only.
Oh God, yes. I
I
mean,
was the only one that wasn't Romanian, and it was. I'm so comfortable like that. I actually like it better like that for some reason.
oh, believe me, I understand.
Have my American friends,
Yeah.
but it's just, I just don't feel inhibited by my lack of not knowing the language well.
Not at all. No. You're feeling even more at home for being the American among the Romanians. It's actually as if you've found your home and you're more easily accepted by that, by dint of being the total, shall we say, alien, so to speak, who has acclimated to their culture more than you ever could be, say, if you were ethnically Romanian and coming back after a second generation of severance from the homeland. You'd be
and just like I get more respect from black people than I do from white people.
Yeah,
and that's not just because I'm Peter. Peter Moon will bring a certain amount of that because I've published, but I'm saying just naturally.
No, I understand.
Without the Peter Moon, I get more respect from black people.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Peter Moon, the author and writer, is simply not that famous. It's rather the person who resonates as yourself with these different subcultures and cultures.
I will get a certain amount of respect and admiration from people who read the books
right.
that are black, because I'm speaking their cause. But I say in sports or whatever, it's always been the case.
Yeah,
It's get more respect and goodwill from black people than I do from white people.
Right. By the way, our friend Pac One got some advice from you. Oh my God! Just before you leave, just to relate the horror story of what it was today. So today, what happened was my psychologist, Dr. June Allison Hay, who is a Chinese American young lady who was counseling me to this point. She had transferred to a different part of the department at Kaiser. This is within the Kaiser healthcare system, and as I've said, Kaiser in many other ways has been the apex of positive experience for me. Psychiatry has proven quite different, and Dr. Tao Tran I see independently just as a individual. I don't see her in terms of any formal treatment at this point. This needs to be emphasized. So that when I went to see her, totally different from when I'm talking with my psychologist, who everything has to be virtual at this point in history because of the COVID. So with them, we're dealing with COVID rules and we're doing virtual treatments. When COVID came down, it was months I went without treatment from her because I kept trying to schedule through the psychiatry department. None of the messages were reaching her. I finally contacted my case management nurse, who is the registered nurse who works for my general prac, the general internal medicine practitioner, Dr. Benjamin Fletcher Cox. And she, Cynthia Mather, she contacted this young lady and got her back to talking to me. Then we were able to schedule my counseling sessions again. So once we did, she said something so stupid, which didn't make any sense to me. She says, oh, well, the psychiatry department can't contact me because it was something so stupid it didn't make any sense. Something like they didn't have my phone number, or they don't have that in the COVID because we're all working from home. It was something that was so, it couldn't possibly work that way. But I just figured, okay, to hell with it. I'm back in contact with her. Let's just get started. Let's be professional about this and just forget whatever was going on with that. And so everything worked fine until she had to transfer. So we figured another Asian American young lady might work for me, who might relate to my issues. And so this Dr. Tiffany Wu, ironically enough, same last name as my gang brother Beaver, but such as it's just like I said, there's only about 100 surnames in China anyway. But I knew this was going to probably be bad in the sense that getting it started with all the problems I had with her in terms of getting her restarted, I imagine trying to get started with someone new. So it was scheduled for me for today, which was a transmission day. But I figured, well, I'll just talk to her this one transmission day, let her know that normally it would be Tuesdays and Fridays I would be available. Otherwise, I sleep during the day and, work at night. And so when I, waited for her to call, I got up a bit early. And how none of this was as much of a sacrifice as it would normally be. But when I got up early enough and just kind of, none of it was too imposing, but of course everything happened that I knew would happen. I've got this cheap cell phone that's given to me for free by California Lifeline because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, and it's useful for calling out for emergencies and very little else. And as Peter Moon knows, he gets his double ARP phone that he just kind of like it's a disposable unit that he gets a new one every year basically, because these things self-destruct after about a year. Anyhow, so when she calls, as happens a lot of times, people will call and I can't answer. I'm swiping up the stupid thing. The touch screen doesn't respond. It's not really touch sensitive. And so the bitch calls once, really just once. And unlike my other psychologist who understood my situation with the phone, and we left notes to this woman to that effect from the other psychologist, plus my nurse left her the fact that I've got a shit unit, a cellular unit, so she should call several times like my old psychologist would, and then I'd answer by the second or third. I'd be able to get it to work, to respond to my touch, because by that time I'm punching it. But at any rate, she didn't call back, so I went around calling the registered nurse. I went around calling other people. The registered nurse contacted her, and so over an hour later she calls back again. Only one call. I can't answer it. I'm swiping up, it's not responding, so she leaves a message saying, "Oh, I tried to reach you to no avail." It was just all bullshit. I mean, it was just so offensive. This kind of "I was there, you weren't" attitude, this whole attitude of. And at this point, now I realize I'm in an adversarial relationship with this person because she's going to file in her reports that she was there and I was not responding. So I called the psychiatry department and was letting them know without swearing, but I was certainly irate. And I was saying, for months I was trying to reschedule the other psych and you guys just weren't getting through to her. I had to have the case nurse manager get her to get back to me. And now this woman calls and, and then so they're like, anyhow, the bitch hangs up on me at the psychiatric, receptionist department. And at that point, of course, I start calling the supervisors. I said, every time I get one of these receptionists on the line, I said, I need to speak to a supervisor. Of course, there's no supervisors. They keep giving me to different answering machines, but there's different people. So at least two different supervisors have a message I left them to the effect that I was contacting at that point the administrative member services. The horror story is I contacted member services and told them the story, and they said, "Oh, a supervisor will get back to you." When I contacted them the second time, then the woman I talked to said, "Oh, there's no record of your earlier call." I mean, at this point, it's like, wow, there's no supervision anywhere in these virtual services provided by Kaiser. Totally antithetical to the inpatient services being so professional. This is the apex of the opposite. And the horror of this is psychiatry we're dealing with. That if you're dealing with people who are a danger to themselves and others, these people are determined to push them to the point where, they'll carry out whatever morbid fantasies they might entertain in terms of criticality. They'll be pushed to either suicide or murder. So this is just, what a fucking nightmare this was today. So just had to share that event. I don't know if you have any suggestions, but oh my God. Anyhow, I know I can't work with this woman at this point. So, when I deal with finally communicating with these people at some point, I'm going to have to schedule another doctor, and hopefully things will work out this time. At this point, I will make it well known, of course, concerning my situation with the cheap ass cell phone and everything else, and hopefully it will work. And I think I finally discovered a way.
One thing about the whole thing with psychiatry is that you're working on the assumption that they're there to help you.
Yeah, obviously not, right?
Now, well, I don't want to be non-objective or cynical about psychiatry, because it certainly breeds enough of that on its own. But it's like, and I have so much experience this with Scientology, and in Scientology, the first thing you have to do is create a safe space. In New Age parlance, they would call it a sacred space, I suppose. But it's a safe space for the individual now to tell his troubles to and to make him feel safe. There was something in Scientology called an auditor's code. And the most important thing is you don't undermine the person you're counseling in any way, shape, or form. That is a violation, and it's very detrimental. Psychiatry has its own ethics code. Psychiatry also is not as sensitive in some of these matters, and here you're dealing with bureaucracy. You're dealing with a level of professionalism that is not as answerable as it would be under ideal circumstances.
You know, what's so frightening about that is when I asked Cynthia Mather, the registered nurse, about this, she says, I tried to call just now to get them to reschedule the doctor, and they won't let me do it. So in other words, it's like they're grading their own homework. They're like a rogue department. So go on, please.
well, I would also say, now, there's certain things. I was talking about having a tailwind at your back. This is why this youth product that I'm going to take is it's like a tailwind to me. There's times in your life when therapy will work, when healing will work, when medicine will work. There's times in your life when you'll be butting up your head against a wall for any kind of help. And it's sometimes you're not, you don't have the right person. It's like when the student is ready, the teacher appears. When the teacher is ready, the pupil appears. And so maybe you don't have the right person.
That's what I thought. I was thinking to myself, maybe this is for the best, and maybe because I asked the other Dr. June, I said, I've spoken to you about certain criminal activities and the like. Do you think this woman would be comfortable with such things, or would this kind of be too far over the line for her, where she might feel she would need to report such activities to the police? And so even she said, well, I don't know her, so you'd best be very careful. And so maybe she...
That tells you everything you need to know. It's like, see, there's no trust with this woman, and she has already acted enough. It's almost like she's given you a polite hint.
Yeah.
Like, you better not talk to me.
Yes.
So it's and like, what's interesting is if I have a question about something on the internet, and I look it up, I ask the question, and I'll look at the answer, and I kind of like, well, this answer isn't really what I'm looking for. I've learned to go back in 2 weeks and ask the same question, and something else will show up, and I'll get the answer. So in other words, you might revisit this situation in 2 weeks and 3 weeks, and you might find the planets, the gods, the messengers all working more in alignment with what it is that you want. And you would also set guidelines and parameters with the person. I mean, what are you obligated to report, and what are you not obligated to report? And then not only that, but get the goods, get the the backup, find out what the rules are.
Right.
In other words, find out what it is.
Yes.
Because you don't need, especially when you're a sensitive position, you don't need this person being a potential aggravant to your life.
Yes, thank you. Very, very well said. God bless you. We love you,
Dylan. And also,
yeah.
You do have friends such as myself,
yes,
such as Salmon, and such as Crystal, who will be happy. All of us will be happy to listen to you if you want to deal with something like that. So you have more support than you did umpteen years ago.
Yes, very much so, and deeply appreciate it. And thank you so much for that reason. I love you dearly, and share that love with Paula tonight. And we'll be speaking again, hopefully on Sunday night. Then.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good night.
Good night for now. Yes. Bye-bye. And that was Peter Moon, of course. Visits.
Good night, Peter.
Yes. Visit Skybooks USA and make certain to order the Roswell Deception. And of course, I want to thank Daniel Arola for being with us to this point. Salman Sheikh did take off earlier, and he sends his regards to everyone. And he said, "Good night, everyone. Close to midnight here. Great transmission. We'll catch up on rest tomorrow. My love to Douglas, Peter, Daniel, JMO, and Pakwan," which he spelled Paquan, which is actually a kind of not bad. It's good as a romanization, considering he never saw the actual spelling. And he said, "Salam alaikum, peace be upon you all." And so aside from all of that, not quite sure if Pakwan is still with us. Daniel, I'm glad is. And if there's certainly anything Daniel wants to share, but the beauty of Daniel's life is that he's got most problems fucking solved. Honestly. They say no news is good news. There's not too much news to come out of Daniel Arola's life, and that is a very good thing. So I'm sure Daniel would agree. And aside from that, if Pac-1 has something else to say, there's something going on in the background there. There might be Pac-1.
Well, listening to Pakwan's story earlier about the crazy ex, I can relate to quite a bit of that, because when you have to deal with a crazy ex, especially if it's a baby mama, it's like walking on eggshells on a tightrope, and that rope is on fire. Yeah. Either way, every angle you're fucked.
Yeah.
But Pakwan he is definitely striving though. He's treading the surface, as best as he can.
That's amazing, really, when you consider it. I mean, that's especially since she's weaponizing social services. I mean, that's a bitch, and that's just awful. And it's like she got to the free legal services first, which is really just awful. I mean, so it's but let's just put it this way. I'm certain nobody would be surprised. I would strongly suspect, indeed I'll just conclude as a given, that our man Daniel Arola has sown a number of wild oats, and so he knows of what he speaks to a degree, and in that regard, I'm sure he's kept safe distance, but at the same time done his best to, do what he can. I'm sure he's not totally. Thank you. Yeah. What are you willing to share in that regard?
Well, see, where I live, no one knows where I live. None of my friends, maybe one or two friends actually has been here, but not even my family. They don't know where I live. They don't care. So I like to count on that part.
Okay.
They still think I'm a homeless loser. So I'm depending on their belief there.
Oh my god. And this is kind of like you're depending on that to prevent any calls for like child support or something, I presume, or
I mean just other bullshit. Like if there's anything that I have that they need, just because I'm family or friend, that as if I'm obligated to help them out. I'm like, hell no, kiss my ass.
Right.
I grew up in the rural area out in the provinces in the Philippines with that kind of mentality my whole life, and I'm so happy to be back in Texas just to get away from that. Even though knowing that there's still those kinds of elements, in other people's personalities here in the United States, a slightly milder version, but it's still prevalent regardless. So I still watch myself. I mean, I am a martial artist, not just physically.
Right.
So, yeah, I cover as many facets to myself as a martial artist.
Have you? Oh! By the way, Jameson Reese, please add Amanda Yude if you can. Yes, thank you for asking. And so, did you yourself, Daniel, ever suffer any astral attacks?
Oh yeah. I mean, like on my last visit, on my last appearance in the show last week, when we were talking about sleep paralysis, a lot of that has to do with that's a lot of astral attack right there.
Whoa. Okay. Very.
And
Yeah. Go on.
and irrelevant to that, because I recovered from the sleep paralysis stuff.
Mhm.
There, I still was getting some forms of a bit, albeit a bit minor forms of astral attack, but I was able to I've been able to confront them.
Good. Good. That's amazing, and I thank you for that. Now you would attest, as I have, that a person can conceivably die from an astral attack. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I've listened to stories. I've listened to stories about people being killed in their sleep before, long before this Freddy Krueger shit. You know, I mean, because the stories that I've listened to from my uncles in the Philippines, they're a lot similar to the way you describe the show.
Yeah. Even
But,
down to the physical appearance.
Spoken in our own home dialect, but that phenomena was still being talked about.
Yes. Yes. Okay. That's thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That's so important. That's very important. And it's definitely so in terms of a Filipino indigenous kind of version of the show in your own home dialect, what kind of terms have you heard, and what kind of physical appearance manifests, and what little can you share with us about that?
Well, to me myself, that was where a lot of my anger was seeded from. I used to be a very very hot-tempered, angry young boy, and I used to try to blame it on my mother. When they left us in the Philippines, I started to believe my own bullshit, thinking, oh, my mom ditched me and my brother here so they can stay in America and do whatever. I went through that phase for a little bit, but I'm glad I got over it, because no, they were not to blame for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of shit. It made me angry. It made me explore many facets of how I can find a way to just want to be angry, to keep expressing that kind of energy. And I thought I could use it, as some form of power to get my way, like a kid throwing a temper tantrum. But I wasn't white and spoiled enough for that shit, So, but yeah, that for a long time I grew up, as a hot-tempered kid, and I did speak as sparingly as possible, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't blow up or anything just out of or get triggered for any reason. But I'm glad through the years I've finally recovered from any of that shit.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Very, very important. And I thank you, your courage in sharing that. That's wonderful. And so in terms of the kinds of politics that we were discussing earlier, the geopolitics, very touched by, of course, Salman Sheikh acknowledging my knowledge of that area of the world, and providing himself gaps in his national history that he shared with others. Is there anything that I've ever brought up that you've shared with your people back home, relations in the Philippines, who might where it might have covered any gaps in your national history or anything like that? Or
I think some of it helped a bit from what I've heard spoken in the native tongue then, but it's like this is stuff that I used to just hear in passing. I wasn't always as interested in it much,
right,
as my cousins had been, but I'd pick up a little bit here and there. But a lot of my attention had more to do with my kinship with the brown-skinned field people and the people that lived in the hills. And even though I lived in the town among the Chinese townie snobs and all the other people that they somehow seem to want to form some kind of prejudice against the field people, even though it's the field people that are feeding them.
Wow, that's
but
awful.
that was just the way they grew up thinking. I mean,
Yes.
I somehow feel thankful to be weird enough to not be affected by that way of adapting.
Yes, yes, no. I mean, but that's common in the old days. You would have that kind of contempt of city people towards the rustic people, the field people. You know, basically as you know, these days they use the term redneck. In those days, it'd be something like hayseeds or hicks, or
No. I mean, not that many of my relatives or even know much, if any, of the history of our own indigenous backgrounds. Now, I do have some cousins that are historians, and they do know, but a lot of my cousins, they're really ignorant about that, and because some of them have caught on to that stigma that, you know, you associate yourself with dark-skinned people, you ain't as cool as the fake light-skinned people in the cities.
Oh my God! I mean,
You know?
I mean that's just awful. And but by the way, do you recall anything about the history of Magellan when he landed, and how even though he arrived on the shores in full armor, the Filipinos ripped him apart with bamboo swords? So you
Yeah.
must know.
Now that was Magellan. Okay, as a matter of fact, just recently, I think it was yesterday or the other day, it's been the 500-year anniversary since Magellan's death.
Oh my God! Oh my
Yeah.
God! So tell us a bit
Now,
about that.
one thing I do remember, one of the things that I did learn about Magellan was that this big claim about him circumnavigating the globe
Uh-huh.
was incomplete because he stopped in the Philippines and got killed there.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. So it's interesting that they give him that rep or that cred, you know, the credit without his really completing that. It's bizarre. And for those of you who don't know, the man was so identified with that when they discovered, not Star Trek style by starships visiting there, but by telescope, when they discovered the sub-galaxies that are orbiting our own galaxy, they called them the Magellanic Clouds. So we have the Greater and Lesser Magellanic Clouds. These are named after Magellan of Filipino, what would we call it? Filipino butchery fame, where they basically they cut him up like as if they gutted a lobster, you know, out of his armor. It must have been a horrible way to die. But yes, there you have that.
That kind of almost the same thing that happened to Captain Cook.
Yeah, that's that. You know, that comes to mind. Yeah. But I don't think the Filipinos cooked him and ate him.
Oh no, they didn't.
Yeah, the Hawaiians.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, there are some cannibalistic tribes, but they're few and far between.
Right. But
Yeah.
it's fascinating to know that they exist. I mean, that's inevitable because obviously the Philippines, you're talking, again, we're talking about 7,100 islands, and plus 7,100 plus islands. You're bound to have that happen.
And there's still plenty of indigenous tribes that exist there, including the Negrito tribes.
Yes. Well, are there any in the Philippines? There must be at least a few that are really almost non-contact, or is that too much? You know, is that just stuff left for South America, basically?
Oh, I'm pretty sure that there are some that choose to stay non-contact. I mean, I'm sure they're aware of what's going on around them.
Okay.
But there are some that don't want to have anything to do with the people in the city.
Right. No, that makes sense. And yeah, who can blame them? The city is it's hell on earth.
If anything, they're probably guarding a Yamashita mine.
Yes, that would make sense. Yes, one of those. Yeah. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Japanese had recruited certain indigenous tribes to do just that. Obviously the Philippines is a very mysterious place, and there's all kinds of scenarios that I'm certain can be both imagined there and that have actually, come to pass. So, aside from all of that, so Jameson, are you with us? You did try to bring Amanda on, right? She said she'd be home soon, and
Yeah. It said she was unavailable, so I wasn't able to get through.
okay, so I'm sure she'll join us later. And aside from all of that, I'm glad that Daniel's still with us. It's let's see what time it is over there in Central Time. What time is it, Daniel, over there where you're at in Texas?
Let me see. It's just barely midnight here.
By the way, did you know that
Yeah.
Salman Sheikh is seriously considering moving to Texas? And do you think that's a wise move on his part? Apparently, members of his family have relocated there, and that's why I was wondering what the fuck he was doing the other day interviewing some Texas real estate mogul. And this was like, you can go to Salman Sheikh's channel, which is basically has the incredibly creative name of Salman Sheikh, which, of course, if you look that up on YouTube, you're going to find any number of Salman Sheikhs. You won't find him.
Yeah.
So you'll have to, yes, you'll have to add Salman Sheikh, Freemason, Muslim. And then if you add that plus Douglas Dietrich, maybe, and then you'll be able to find his channel now. And so in terms of the Salman Sheikh channel, one of the things you'll find there was he was recently interviewing this Texas real estate mogul who's obviously quite ethnic and is presumably Pakistani, because I'm presuming he doesn't have that many Asian Indian friends because, Pakistanis and Asian Indians don't usually get along. Nevertheless, they could very well do so here in America, after all.
Here in Texas,
Yeah.
I have not met a single poor trash Pakistani.
That's funny.
They-
Yeah, that
they're
makes
all-
sense.
They're all
rich.
they're all doing well.
Holy shit. So they basically come there, I would assume, almost like after they succeeded. It's basically they come to Texas just to kind of plunder, like it's a giant golf course playground or something. And they buy and sell real
No,
estate. Right?
They pretty much run every other gas station around the whole city.
Oh, holy shit.
So
No.
I mean, yeah, it's not like anyone's stopping them. I mean, they are doing a lot of the good work that no one else wants to.
Right. No, that makes sense. Oh
Yeah.
my God. Are there ever any problems like both with crime where people are knocking them off, or perhaps they themselves being negative and ripping people off or something, where clients are like coming into a kind of
I think that as far as that ever went with them, and from my own eyes, is them probably maybe misbehaving a little bit, when they're getting a table dance at the titty bar, maybe when they get busy. But other than that, it's not that bad.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's funny as hell, and it's amazing. Maybe that's why Salman Sheikh is celibate. Maybe he's afraid he can't control himself.
It's the guy. No, it's the dude. It's the cats from India that you gotta watch out for.
Oh, okay.
The Pakistani guys are cool.
Okay. That
some
makes
Indians.
sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but that's easy for me to believe. But I hate to say that, but I can buy that. Yeah, that's it's different in Pakistan, of course. It's like even Salman Sheikh admitted that you go down to Pakistan and he said they all think white women are easy, right? And that if I mean that's the
Oh yeah. There's been some strippers that have even told me about some of their customers. Like this one, she tells me about this regular customer that comes from India, and he's like straight up blatant. He'll just ask you what he wants. Like, so how much will we make love? How much will we make love? And how long? How long for? 30 minutes? 45? It's like, damn.
Holy shit, he's got it down to fucking. He's got it on a meter.
Well, I think what she was describing was that whatever he was saying, everything was a presupposition to him, as if she was supposed to comply.
Right. There you go. It's assumed. Yeah, that's. And how did she respond to that? How did she deal with that? Just tell him to fuck off, or what?
Oh, well, girls got their charming way to smile it off and, say, hold on, honey, let me get back to you on that.
Right. Yeah, okay, but she basically just didn't deal with him, just kind of humored him and pushed him on. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty repulsive. And even if a woman is willing to prostitute herself, that's not the
Yeah,
way
they
to
can
make it.
still choose.
Yes, yes, yes. This is what. And instead, the guy was approaching her like a vending machine. That was a vending machine approach, and that is just,
Yep.
yeah, just awful. It's oh my God. When I worked in the adult entertainment industry, it's amazing some of the assholes that you run into. Of course, well, what do you expect? But I remember Noreen Helphand was trying out the telephone sex industry, and she just couldn't handle all of the outrageous requests, negative people asking her to do horrible things. And I was like, well, what did you expect? I mean, it's kind of like, you have to have nerves of steel. You really have to have nerves of steel and an iron stomach, really, to do something like that. These women are incredibly, they just have to have an incredible level of tolerance to be involved in that profession. And it's astonishing to me how women who are not involved in that profession hold such contempt for them. I hold them with a high degree of respect in general, and of course there's some that obviously deserve less respect than others, but hopefully people understand my general point. And aside from
the funny thing about the women that will badly judge strippers is that those are the same women that'll say that male strippers don't turn them on until you see them at a male review show. Those are the ones that are,
yeah. Oh, that's I believe me. That's exactly the case. It's one of those things where, yes, these are most of the women who are really condemning women who are pros, are professional sex workers. These are women who are generally homely and just, were, for lack of a better word, the perfect example would be Laura Lee Solomon. Just kind of homely. And she was just a homely kid who couldn't hang with the sexy chicks, all the cool girls. So they kind of, probably did worse than bullied her. They probably just totally ignored her. And maybe she was moderately bullied to a degree, and she would lash out later in life at any woman she could because of that background. Woman who she just deemed were either approaching myself or somehow like pretty or attractive. She just hated attractive women for no reason. It was just awful. It was very, very sad. But she would be the kind of person that would, yes, go wild if you were dancing on the table in front of her. Yes, this would be the kind of woman who I would expect to scream. Yes, it's really sad. So you were dealing with these women quite a bit, I would imagine.
Yeah. Actually, it also there have been some occasions where I show up at a party and the person who booked me turns out to be the mother of one of the kids who I used to teach karate.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yes.
I go, oh my gosh, Miss Sayers, where's your son? He better not be here.
Yes. Oh my God. That reminds me of when I was working at the Adult Entertainment Center in San Francisco, when one of the young girls, her teacher showed up and put a quarter in the booth, and she was behind the glass, and he was just totally freaked out and flabbergasted. And well, there you go. And she should have taunted him. She should have taunted him at that. Yeah, go on.
I have a story too, another teacher story from about my friend Doug, who was also a dancer and my student.
Yeah.
Before he and I met, he was a school teacher.
Oh, you're
for
kidding.
many
By the way,
years.
just so people know, the Doug that Daniel Arola is referring to is this incredibly muscular black guy. He's not overly muscular. He's very svelte, very feline, but he's definitely black, right? He's the black guy.
Yes.
Yes, he's a friend of mine on
Yes.
Facebook, and he was trying to get Daniel to become his teacher for years, and I think it may have been about a decade before Daniel Arola took him into his class. It wasn't that the case?
Yeah, I mean, see, he and I have been friends for a long time. It was just a matter of me finally having to take him seriously because he's my friend. I didn't want to feel obligated to teach him because I'm his friend. So I wanted to make sure that he was going to be a student.
That he was serious about
Yep.
this. Yeah. And so what was your story about him and the teacher? He was a teacher. He was a teacher.
Yeah, he was a teacher, and he's had a few incidents where he performed at parties where his former students were there, or his former students had booked him, and he felt very uncomfortable knowing how some of these female students of his had turned out, and some of them turned out pretty hot. And he goes, "Oh my gosh, I couldn't do it. These are my kids."
That is so funny. That is funny.
Oh yeah.
It would be wonderful to have him on the show just to relate that story. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it's a lot funnier when it comes from him. It's a lot funnier.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. The first person retelling of that experience would have to be. It would just the surrealistic nature of that alone would be bizarre, and the fact that imagine having your former teacher strip for you. That is got to be. Oh my God.
Actually, as a matter of fact, another night he and I were out singing karaoke, and he ran into one of his female students who was with her husband at the same bar we were singing at, and I guess she was excited to see him and all that. And next thing you know, she's like all over him, I mean, and the husband's like, "Whoa, I guess they must have been really close."
Whoa.
But
that's got to be awkward.
He showed me the text that he sent that indicated that she wanted to sleep with him, and he goes, "It's like, I can't, man. This is my kid."
Right. Oh, that's funny. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's hysterical. It's Oh gosh. Oh, by the way, okay. Both of you gentlemen. Here, let me share screen. Okay. So we're on Skype together. Let's get this done. Amanda may not be on with us for a while. Hopefully she's safe. She said she was on the road and heading towards home. Can both of you gentlemen see the cursor moving around Jameson's head here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Excellent. Okay, so let me take you down here. Just if we're at the top of my Sora AOI timeline, just do me a favor, and when you have some spare time, scroll down, and then when you get to, I'll give you the date here, past Earth Day, past Hitler's birthday, then you get down to shit. I should be there any minute now. When did I miss it? Oh fuck. Let's start this slowly and see if we can get there. I'll reset the page. Thank you everyone for your patience, and that includes our listeners, by the way. One of the things I'm trying to get these gentlemen to do is they can help me balance out a kind of unintended just something I want to take care of. So basically, here's our latest post, and shit, why doesn't this move down? Okay, so then we go past Richard Dolan making a fool of himself. Then we get past the birthday wishes for our lady Sarah Thomas Lyons. And did you ever find that Bill Lyons, Darth Vader, Death Star like icon, the Miami Vice?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't able to find it.
Okay, yeah. So if Selena did do that, then it might have, it just made it hard to find or impossible to find. I'll ask Selena about that. And God, in the worst case scenario, if you're listening, Sarah, in the worst case scenario, set up another account. We're going to do our best to find the old Miami Vice Darth Vader. Anyhow, past, of course, the white theme, and then past the interview with Solomon Sheikh. And then we get past, yeah, we are. Okay. So once you get down to April 21st, and it's at April 21st, this is actually my mother here, then this individual has been very supportive, and I don't want to block him or anything, but he was leaving. He left this because he just doesn't know how to deal with it. So he like left this down as well. So it's like, ooh, whoa, like what is that? But anyhow, to get rid of this, I need both of you gentlemen to click a wow if you possibly can. I don't think either one of you have interacted with this post yet, so that'll work, and that'll cancel out two more of these wows will cancel out that. Okay, so if both of you will click a wow on that, that will help immensely.
I'm still on Facebook, Jill, so I'm not able to.
Oh shit! Oh god! You idiot! What the fuck did you do this time? What did you do now? Oh my god!
No, I still hadn't been released yet.
Oh shit! Oh my god! How long have you been in there now? This time?
Since my gosh.
Wait, don't you have other timelines? What happened to them all? Kane Lawless is like at least two timelines have the name Kane Lawless, and there's.
Well, somehow they found the connection to they found a connection to those profiles, and those profiles are also in Facebook jail too.
You're kidding! Well, they
Nope.
traced them all through the UPI address, right? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they had to. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's our. Oh, thank you. Oh God, that actually worked. So it just took 2 hours to do that. Oh, thank God. Let me reset that page and then just double check that to make certain that worked. And oh my God, that took care of it. Thank God. And but in terms of so they're using your address, and they it's amazing you don't get permanently blocked. Honestly, I don't understand how that hasn't happened yet. It's how do you keep rebounding back? And have you thought of, because you've set up other timelines before, have you thought of doing that again, or you just I mean, because in the old days you were balancing between one and the other, but you remember that.
Well,
yeah.
Facebook also evolves and catches up a little bit too.
That's true.
Yes. So I just been a bit more. I just been growing more and more patient about it.
Okay.
And there's still Twitter. No, I mean I hadn't even been sent to Twitter jail.
Okay. And by the way, so here we are now. I can finally block this. Anyhow, just acknowledge that with a care, and then I can hide this comic because I hate it. Because it's so stupid looking. And
it doesn't make sense why.
Oh well, it's just, he's very supportive. Otherwise, it's just one of those things like, well, what is this? It's all he meant. It's just, I know he's coming from that direction because everything else he does is like that. But it's the way people are. People are, they sometimes feel they need to participate. The problem is most of these guys are hot for me. This is like a great example is like what we got going here, where the guy leaves me this and. So, hopefully he realizes, hopefully he knows I'm a boy, but I'm pretty sure
I honestly am sure he does.
And they don't care, right?
Yeah, I'm honestly thinking that if you were a woman, they would try to shame you in some way rather than...
Good point. That's your point is well taken, and it could be that we're just projecting our own negative impressions of Islamic culture on these people, but that's what I would think. And since Daniel Arola is here with us and we still got the screen share, let's see if I can dig up some of the funnies. You've seen this already, of course, but let's see if I can dig this guy up again. This is why I wanted to have Brendan Zogit on with us tonight to join in the fun. But Pac One is, if he's there, Jesus Christ, Pac One, if you're there, come on. That would be funny to have him on with us. But oh my God, the things that we could. How would I say it? It'd be funnier if he were here because it would make it for a better reaction. Oh my god, this is going to take forever to just scroll down this. But hopefully it'll be worth it once we get down there. Of course, Jameson Reese has seen this character already. He identified him as almost like one of my Biofex simulacra. But the truth is, that's an insult. That's an insult to the Biofexes, really. But at the same time, I realized who this... You know, I've mentioned before that Halloween was written by a Muslim producer and Mustafa Akkad. And so many people have heard me talk about Mustafa Akkad. He is the man who is the producer for Halloween. And he's the guy who based the story of Michael Myers on an honor killing. That Michael Myers is basically a kind of sexually repressed a young white boy who acts out against his sister, who goes into like a room with some boyfriend, and he assumes automatically at a very young age they're engaging in something dirty and responds violently. And of course, if you're actually watching the movie, there is, which is occurring in real time, there's no way his sister could even be engaging in sexual intercourse in that short period of time in which he goes and he puts on the inside out William Shatner mask. And when he basically does that and becomes Michael Myers, the one we know from the Halloween series of films, then at that point he becomes basically a cold-hearted killer who just can't stop. He kills his sister and her boyfriend, and he enjoys it so much that he can't stop, and therefore you get a franchise. But in terms of this guy, he's like the guy in real life. I mean, he's Michael Myers, basically, is what I figured out. He's the honor killer that Mustafa Akkad based his story on. And of course, like the real Michael Myers, he never ages. Maybe he withdrew his friend request, which is too bad. I actually was going to accept it just to keep him around because he's so fucking funny. It's gotta be, there he is. Oh, there he is. If I'm ever found in a Sid case, you need look no further than Rifi Yassin. And Rifi Yassin, as we can see, has gone so far as to shave his eyebrows. This is so he can catch various people making love in the woods. He's in his running gear. This is after he has made it from the terminal island for the criminally insane. He's swum across the water barrier. He's made it onto land, where he combated Jason on the way, who tried to grab him before he reached the shore.
That'd be a lot cooler if he had a wristband on.
Yes. And but now that he's here, oh my fucking god, this is like what is that? It's like, did somebody Photoshop that, or is it just whatever it is?
I think that's
it almost looks filtered.
Yeah, it's bizarre. But all right, so there you go. That's the real Michael Myers. That is, so let me confirm him. Rifi Yassin is request accepted. I almost never do that. Oh, now I'm getting hola from Johnson Smith. I mean, this fucker's name is not Johnson Smith, okay? Whatever the fucker's name is, it's going to be something more like Mahmoud Abbas or something like that. It's not going to be Johnson Smith, but Johnson Smith is coming back again. This is not the first time he's approached me. Somehow he knows when I'm active, and this is not him. We know that this is not him. This fucker is him, and he's the kind of person that oh god, oh here we are. This might be him. But it's whatever it is.
I'm wondering if that first name is a euphemism for Dick.
It's good point. Yeah, it should be Dick Smith. But okay, Rifi Yassin, we'll see how he responds now that we're friends. I'll probably get like body parts from him sent in the mail or something. And so there we have that. And so yeah, they put a mold around his face, and that's how they created the mask, and that's what Mustafa Akkad did years ago, and then everybody thought it was the William Shatner mask turned inside out. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the horrible thing about Mustafa Akkad's life was that he was trying to make the situation in Palestine known to the general public. So when he produced the film Halloween, which was based on an honor killing, what does that tell you about American culture? That this Muslim producer was trying to describe the stupidity of Islamo-fundamentalism and Islamic extremism and its anti-sex attitude, and it appealed to the puritanical streak in American white Protestant culture so much that it was the father of all slasher films. So this, that tells us everything you need to know about American culture. And it's not to come down on the character of Michael Myers necessarily, who is repulsive, but at the same time, I have kind of like a personal fantasy of Michael Myers in this sense. I perceive him as never having aged in terms of his intellect, in terms of his emotional development, in terms of everything beyond the age of about maybe 7, 8, 9 years of age, maybe about 11 at the most. So that when he encounters children, he does not kill them. Now, you see this in the latest Michael Myers film, is that he passes by a baby crib and he stops to look at the baby in the crib, but he does not touch it. And he leaves the baby alive. So it reinforces that impression that I've always intuitively had about the character, fictitious though he is, that he perceives all children from maybe the age of 11 on down as peers. That they're all like him, and that everybody above that age is the enemy. Does that make sense? Is that coherent? It's anyhow. So interesting.
Yeah.
That does make
Pretty
sense.
much.
Thank you. The interesting thing is that was carried out. If you take a look at with YouTube, and it was let me see, around Halloween time, and it was let me see now, Michael Myers children Halloween, and see if that brings it up. There we are. Kids react to Halloween's Michael Myers. So when Michael Myers does sit down and they kind of bring in kids to visit him at Halloween, the way they would normally have kids visit Santa Claus for free Halloween photos, he basically does not harm them. Now, obviously, this is within a context of this is parents taking their kids for a photograph. But, I honestly like to think of the character as Michael Myers as being like this. That he would just be friendly to kids, and anyone above a certain age would be the enemy. And that would just make so much sense. It would actually make him a sympathetic character and would add to a bit more of a plot line than we've seen before. So there we have that for what that's worth. And of course, I don't get that vibe from Reefy, who looks like he would it looks like he would eat children. But aside from all of that, such being said,
these kids are still a lot more terrified at the Easter Bunny when they take pictures of them at the mall.
Oh God, the Easter Bunny, that's because they know that most people in that costume are probably chomos or child molesters and shit.
Or even Santa.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. But by the way, that's totally unfair of me. There is there is one man who was in an Easter Bunny costume, and he was talking about how hot it is, how you can imagine, I'm sure, just how hot it is and how horrible it is. And it was like doing this, and he said how he was going to quit. And then, of course, he's dealing with children in hospitals, and for that reason he continues. It's just heartbreaking. It's noble work if you can stand that. So let me see what our man here was saying here. Boss or something where this what you get for opening up comments. Kill the good work. Oh yes. So there we go with that. The funny thing is, I did not put a thumbs up on that, so either Selena or someone else did for me. Yeah, so that's interesting. You know, honestly, I swear to God, Peter Moon and I have talked about this when we see anomalies like that, where somebody has, you know, put a like thumbs up or something and it wasn't me. Yeah, it's in the place where I normally would. Then we sometimes speculate that if it's not Selena or Brendan Zogit or Jameson Reese, then the Dietrich Artelect sometimes just checks in. So Peter Moon and I have speculated about that, and there's logic to that. But anyhow, so there you go with that. Let's see if we can, you know, stop the screen sharing for the moment at least. And oops, there we are. I think. And there we are. That's what I'm looking for. Turn off the screen share. And aside from all of that, I'm glad both of you were here to see that. That'll go down in history. And no one else can necessarily see what we're seeing, but I think they pretty much get the vibe. So aside from all of that, what are your plans for tonight? Essentially, both of you gentlemen, you know, Daniel first because he'll be going to bed first. Presumably, Jameson will be with me the rest of the night. But I take it you're just going to go to sleep, and then at some point you get up in the morning and do your martial arts maneuvers, kind of do everything that, you know, that Peter does reflexively. You kind of got that discipline down as well, right, Daniel?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know, every day when I get up, I step outside in the yard. You know, train for exercise. You know, get the blood going. Because
Amazing.
then I have a lot more. Then I have a lot more work to do around the house.
Oh my God! Yeah, I mean, so essentially, you're kind of like the property manager for the estate that you're on. Essentially, right? You take care of the house and.
Pretty much. I mean, I take care of the placement of things, you know, around the whole house. That in a bigger picture, it's to establish the peace in the house.
Right.
You know, like a feng shui practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you?
But I don't formally practice. I don't formally practice the craft feng shui, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm sure that helps, and I'm sure it's helped in the past.
I would like to get a hold of it. That was to do some shit for me in the house, though. That would be cool.
But why would you need one? Your house isn't haunted, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, yeah.
No, it's not. It's just for more clarity.
Okay, just for more like energize the place even more so than it is. Yes, I guess I get that. Well, your crystals do that, don't they? Don't your crystals kind of channel that?
Yeah. I got them. I got them all around the house too.
Yeah, and by the way,
I got them in the plants and stuff.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. Say that again. Plants, certain kind of plants.
Yeah. I got them around the plants in the garden and the greenhouse.
By the way, who maintains the garden and the greenhouse? You do?
Yep.
Oh my God! So you have a green thumb? You can like grow plants?
I do.
Okay. And like I figured, you were considering growing pot at home, weren't you? Are you ever planning on following through with that?
I plan on getting a job doing that once it's finally decriminalized.
Oh, in Texas, you mean? Yes. Oh
yeah.
My God. Yeah, that's that is a problem, isn't it? Do you think that's going to happen anytime soon? What's your impression about the potential for that?
I don't know about soon, but I mean I do see it happening at least sometime before I die.
No, it'll probably happen pretty soon. Honestly, I would argue that it seems to be happening everywhere else. Now, personally, I think it's stupid as fuck.
Because I got years of practice on that stuff.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that goes without saying, right? I mean, yeah. Of course, you've got a lot at the smoking end, but as for the growing end, many people don't have that, but you do because you apparently have a green thumb. What exactly do you grow in the house?
Oh, I take care of a lot of the flowers and a lot of various flowering plants that I keep forgetting the names of. But I mean, I have a variety of roses that have survived the cold that I still take care of.
Okay, wow, that's amazing.
And of course, I also have patches in the yard where I actually have banana trees growing. So I watched for the foliage around there. Keep things clean and keep the area feeling a little humid.
Are the bananas actually edible?
I haven't. I just moved here, so I haven't seen them fruit yet.
Okay, and they survived that horrible winter?
Well, the big ones did not, but there are smaller ones that sprouted from that.
Okay.
So,
wow.
Yeah, I'm fostering those.
That's amazing. Thank you. I'm gonna take my earbuds off for a minute just so I can get this sweatshirt on. But I'll just keep talking for a second or so here, so that people understand that I haven't disappeared. It definitely, when it comes to the hot house, how large is it? Could you give us an idea of just because of course when I think of hot houses, I think of like conservatories. I presume that this is just how big is it? Like what would you compare the size to?
Well, my little greenhouse.
Yeah, like the size of a trailer for a like a mobile home. Is that big or what?
It's basically a corner of a garage.
Okay.
I don't really require any bigger than the size of a walk-in closet space, and those are for the plants that I want to grow vegetables and mostly vegetables.
Okay.
That I do actually cook.
But you said there were some roses that survived the winter. Are these outside on bushes, or were they inside the hothouse?
Yeah, yes. Those are the ones outside. No, the ones inside the greenhouse are the are my edible plants.
Okay.
Vegetables and herbs like cilantro and peppers.
Oh, okay. Because if you had them outside, that would attract raccoons and all kinds of other varmints. I would.
Pests, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, no wonder. That's horrible. Does anyone in Texas have the ability to grow things outside that would be edible? I mean, the people with outside yards that might.
Oh yeah.
How do they keep?
Yeah.
How do they
still do?
How do they keep the raccoons and the everybody else away?
Well, some of them have their ways. I mean, there are traps for critters. Those little shutter cages that they walk into, things like that.
Okay.
And some of them are dumb enough to still fall for it.
Okay, that's interesting. And all right, so that's it's dealt with. Some people do have the ability to grow outside, because I know that's certainly something that older women love to do, is go into their gardens and the like. But at any rate, so aside from that, then I'm so glad that you were able to join us tonight. And anything else you want to bring up? Honestly, I'm not anxious to take over.
When you guys are talking about Roswell, I think I also think that the ones that care about the Roswell religion the most is definitely the city of Roswell, because that's its big moneymaker. They need that tourist money.
Oh God, it's awful. It's so true.
Yep.
But you know what? If they had any fucking brains, they would take the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II and say this is like a Holocaust Memorial Museum area, that this is like where Japanese prisoners of war, Asian Pacific Islander prisoners of war died, and gear their industry towards accepting Asian tourists. Wouldn't that kind of compensate for the loss of the fucking aliens? But they are committed to the aliens, and I think that they're running their courses to how far they can juice that, I would hope. Let's take a look at Roswell alien industry, Roswell alien industry. Keith Call, he went down there and he said their museum is just nothing but tchotchkes. It's just bullshit, like stupid little alien like cups and shit that they sell. This is like their museum, but of course, what else would it be? Roswell alien industry, how would I phrase this? Shall we say today. Alien industry today. All right, let's answer that. See what we get. And so yeah, Roswell UFO Festival to make its return in July. Oh shit, and that's from that's from April 1st of 2021. Oh my fucking god. So Roswell is preparing for the return of the UFO Festival. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the event. Wait a second. How's that possible? 1947. Let me see. 2021. Let me do some calculator here. Okay, let's clear this. All right, and then 2021 minus 1947 equals 74. It's the 74th anniversary, for Christ's sakes. What is this 25th anniversary? Oh, it's the 25th anniversary of the Roswell UFO Festival, as if it were its own historical like event or something. I mean, what the fuck is that? This is how stupid they are. Oh my god.
Well, stupid things sell too.
Thank you. Stupid things sell to stupid people.
Well, that further shows how much of a fraud it is.
Thank you. And oh my god. So there we have that. And so let me see. Here we are. Report on Roswell UFO crash due soon. And that was back in 1997. And of course it was just, at that time it was test dummies. And again, back to Roswell's UFO Festival gears up for a comeback, and this was in March 31st. So they said that on March 31st with one local station, and then said it again on April 1st on the other local station. Okay, so this is their entire, like, all stations in area are geared towards this. Pathetic. So aside from that, was that somebody's... oh, that's your music. That's right. He's got the new age music in the background. Hey, Vero Barrera there. So, buenas noches. I'm sorry. Buenas noches a todas, Senora Veronica Barrera. Love you dearly. And wonderful human being is with us. And at any rate, let me give her something in print. And there we have that. She deals with her own challenges. I should have her on the show at some point in the near future. Really have to ask her about that. So Spartan No Negative was talking about the dark side. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we are. That can bring us back to, here we are. Let's turn on the screen share again. Honestly, in a certain sense, I'm just kind of killing time till Amanda comes on. But if she doesn't come on, I'll take over the stage soon and go into monologue. Can you gentlemen see the cursor moving?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, let's have some more fun. Let's go on over to here we are. The Peter Moon time. Oh no, forget the Peter Moon timeline. Let's go over to Paula's timeline, his wife. And there we are. Oh, there she is with Salman Sheikh. Oh my god, he gets around, doesn't he? Yes. If I were hubby, I'd have some questions. Oh no, there we go. Hands on the thigh too. So that's cute. Okay. And let's see now. There he is. That's Salman Sheikh in his guru outfit. There we are. Oh no, that's oh god, his name is. Oh, that's her brother. Holy fucking shit. That's her brother. Oh my god. There you go. And she's in a Chinese outfit. Okay, that's cute. That's looks almost like waxen there. That's so aside from that, here's the best. This is Peter Moon, where he imitates Homer Simpson when Homer Simpson was cursed by his son to turn into the Jack-in-the-Box out of the Twilight Zone episode. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but there we are, eyes closed, having so much fun. So aside from that, Not too much else. I guess if I go any further, I'll just get myself into trouble. Okay. Oh, there they were in Washington, D.C. Yes, that's where she took him down to Langley, Virginia, so that they could scramble his memories. Okay. Oh my God, she's got a fan club all her own. Yes, Yusuf Khan and all the rest of them. Okay, there we are. Here's the part where she there was Peter on the other side of the table. So, it got rid of him and doubled. Oh my God. There we have that. So, okay, we've had our fun with that. And there he is with his Transylvania chapter. Okay. Aside from all of that, okay, I'd best turn off the screen share. Like I said, I'm only gonna get myself in trouble. And all right, screen share over. Stop showing. And aside from all of that, okay, I'd best suck myself up. I guess. What I'll do is maybe have both of you gentlemen. Let me see. It's 10:52 over here. Let me see. Time in Texas. Roswell aliens.
Actually, I'm gonna have to get ready to get off because I gotta finish some chores before I go to bed.
Understood. Well, all our love and share our love with those you care about. And there we have that. It is near 1 a.m. in the morning anyway, so he had best take care of that. What do you do at this hour? What are your final chores? You like what?
Oh, I just scanned the kitchen mainly to see if there's anything left out. That
the dogs might have.
I'm very particular about making sure that there's a clean kitchen every time when I wake up.
Actually, no, that's excellent. That's excellent. That's a good habit for us all to get into, and we should all do that, of course. And aside from that, you have a blessed night, and you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for joining us tonight.
All right. Talk to you guys later. All right.
Love you dearly. Bye for now. So it's James and Reese and myself for now. We may have Amanda join later. But what I'm going to have to do is have Jameson hold the stage kindly for several minutes. I'll refresh myself. Then I'll come back and probably start the solicitation. Go on from there to just some observations about tonight. And, we'll... about today and tonight, to what happened today in terms of politics and culture. Obviously on Sunday we had with the Oscars, and I managed to take a look at them, and very impressed by what I saw. And I know that there are people out there who were disgusted and disappointed, namely the male supremacists, the white male incel supremacists have, the involuntary celibate white male supremacists have been, basically disgusted by the fact that this was a historic awards year for women and minorities. And so they're basically claiming that Hollywood is all woke and politically correct. I mean, well, life's a bitch.
Good. Well,
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
That
thank
means
you.
they could get the fuck out and go to Russia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'll leave Jason.
Would they have would they have like 400-pound men in mixed martial arts matches with a female mixed martial arts artist?
Oh my God, do they really? I didn't even know that.
I saw a video like that. And some guy was doing an interview about it, and I'm like, this guy has all these comments on like mixed martial arts, so he goes into, he goes, hello. He goes into the philosophy of kicking someone's ass. And I'm like, sometimes I'll indulge it, and sometimes I'm like, dude, you're just kicking someone's ass. Who cares? We could do it.
No, I got it. Is that the bald white guy with the golden voice? He has like a radio announcer's voice. The bald white guy. Is that the one, or is this someone else?
No, this is someone else. This is a guy who the guy with the radio announcer's voice. That's the Ramsey Dewey guy who does the self-defense things, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah. This is something else called Mind Smash.
Okay.
It's done by some guy who's like, I think he's either Indian or Arabic or something, one of those cultures.
South
But
Asian.
the,
Go on.
yeah, but the guy always has some philosophical thing about it, and it's like, okay, so he's philosophically getting into like how this guy, how the guy the fat guy doesn't want to really fight, and he's like showing off like he's all smooth and cool and everything, and I'm just thinking like, this is how low Russia has stooped to with their mixed martial arts.
Thank you. Yes, they basically mixed sex, mixed martial arts, and it's like, so what is the general result? One would assume, just based on, the power of the male physique, that usually the woman would lose. Is that the case? Is this what they're kind of getting a thrill out of? Because I remember.
Well, she actually wound up winning because he wound up burning himself out. But
Okay.
she her attempts to initially technically hit him were almost difficult because she has this big fastly moving mass coming at her. I mean,
Right.
what are you going to do when something's that huge and that that size? And honestly, I would say, this is all the more reasons, ladies, why you need to learn how to kick a nigga in the nuts.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
And
that.
well, and by the N word, I don't mean black.
Specifically.
I mean men in general.
Thank
Men
you.
in general.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because anyone can be a, nigga with the A at the end.
Yes, that's true. And by the way, we have Flowy Nile in the chat room who says travel light. She said that earlier at the same time that Smart No Negative was saying dark side. So there we have that. And aside from that, there wasn't too much activity in the chat room throughout the day. Conspiracy Kitty or Shauna Bando was there earlier, as well as Chris Collins. And so Chris Collins was asking about. I recently searched for the full video with Douglas on the speakers panel, along with Jordan Maxwell, Richard Dolan, etc., but was unable to find it. I know I've seen the whole thing many years ago. Well, that's what it's provided by John Warrington, so it's on the Maggot channel. Chris Collins, go to the Maggot channel and look up Douglas Dietrich, Richard Dolan. You should find the whole thing. Honestly, I'm certain he has it up there. So Conspiracy Kitty was just stepping in to say hi earlier. And so there we have that. Other than that, Marcus Grix was... we covered Australia. So, generally pretty quiet. I guess that's a positive since what we said was so fascinating. Whether or not that was the case, but, we certainly did manage to burn time. In the interim, I'm going to go mute. I will leave the stage to Jameson Reese. I'll be back in about, 10 minutes at the longest. I might grab something to snack on, get some more calories in myself to burn. And with that, Jameson Reese will catch everyone up on what he feels is important to emphasize.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna enjoy going into some international propaganda.
There we are. I'll leave you to that.
Courtesy of the Associated Press.
There we are. Thank you, son. Okay.
Navy SEALs to shift from counter-terrorism to global threats, because I mean, what else were they doing but torturing American people who are just of another ethnicity? So 10 years after they found and killed Osama bin Laden, U.S. Navy SEALs are undergoing a major transition to improve leadership and expand their commando capabilities to better battle threats from global powers like China and Russia. Seems they are starting to take this stuff seriously. The new plan cuts the number of SEAL platoons by as much as 30% and increases their size. Whoa, wait a minute. Cuts the number of SEAL platoons and by as much as 30% and increases their size to make them teams more lethal and able to counter sophisticated maritime and undersea adversaries. And there will be a new intensive screening process for the Navy's elite warriors to go higher quality leaders after scandals that rocked the force and involved charges for murder, sexual assault, and drug use. Now, we all know that as long as this is a volunteer service, they're not really going to get as high quality as they really seek to get. But going on, Rear Admiral H. Wyman Howard III, top commander for the SEALs, laid out his plans in an exclusive interview with the Associated Press. He said the Navy's Special Operations Forces have been focused on counterterrorism operations, but now must begin to evolve beyond those missions. For the past 2 decades, many have been fighting in the deserts of Iraq and the mountains of Afghanistan. Now they are focused on going back to sea. That decision reflects the broader Pentagon strategy to prioritize China and Russia, which are rapidly growing their militaries and trying to expand their influence around the globe. U.S. defense leaders believe that 2 decades of war against militants and extremists have drained resources, causing America to lose ground against Moscow and Beijing, which arguably was the point. Because, the CIA were essentially pro-communist anyway. And who did they have? Bush. I mean, who would later become president and start this whole thing just to really fund their own way of reaping in massive profits while destroying any real hold the United States had on the international stage, which they effectively did. The counterterrorism fight had its benefits, allowing the SEALs to sharpen their skills in developing intelligence networks and finding, hitting targets, said Howard, who heads Naval Special Warfare Command, which includes the SEALs and the Special Warfare Combatant Craft crewmen. Many of these things are transferable, but now need to put pressure on ourselves to operate against peer threats. As a result, Howard is adding personnel to the SEAL platoons to beef up capabilities in cyber and electronic warfare and unmanned systems, honing their skills to collect intelligence and deceive and defeat the enemy. We are putting pressure on ourselves to evolve and understand our gaps in capability and what our true survivability is against these threats posed by global competitors, he said. Admiral Mike Gilday, the chief of naval operations, said the goal is to better integrate the SEALs into the Navy's missions at sea. As the Navy's special warfare community returns more and more to its maritime roots, their increased integration across the fleet, above, under, and on the sea, will unequivocally enhance our unique maritime capabilities to help us compete and win against any adversary, Gilday says in his statements to the AP. Increasing the size of the SEAL platoons will add high-tech capabilities, and decreasing the number of units will allow Howard to rid the force of toxic leaders and be more selective in choosing commanders. The decision is a direct result of the erosion in character that Navy officials have seen within the force. And this undoubtedly has gotten worse with the current misadministration that was Trump. In recent years, SEALs have been involved in a number of high-profile scandals. One of its most well-known was the arrest of Special Operations Chief Edward Gallagher on war crimes charges that included murder of an Islamic State militant captive and attempted murder and the shootings of civilians during a 2017 deployment to Iraq. Yep, that was within Trump's tenure. Gallagher was acquitted on all charges except one, posing in photos with the dead captive. a jury recommended his rank be reduced, cutting his permissions and benefits as he was about to retire. But President Donald Trump intervened and ordered Gingrich be allowed to retire without losing his SEAL status. More recently, a SEAL a SEAL team platoon was pulled out of Iraq in 2019 amid allegations of sexual assault. Members of SEAL Team 10 were involved in cocaine use and tampering with drug tests. And Navy SEAL Adam Matthews was sentenced to a year in military prison for a hazing-related death of a Army Green Beret in Africa. That's all he gets? A year? Navy leaders also chafed as Navy SEALs broke away from their quiet professional ethos, publicizing their participation in the raid into Pakistan that killed bin Laden, the al-Qaeda leader responsible for plotting the 9/11 attacks, which we all know is bullshit because Bush was behind that. Well, not Bush, but, you know, his cronies. Two SEALs wrote books about the mission, prompting a rebuke from the Naval Special Warfare Commander at the time, Rear Admiral Brian Lucey. I don't have enough caffeine in my system. Forgive me, folks, if I'm a little out there. I am going to try to do my best to stay up tonight, but it is very difficult. A critical tenet of our ethos is, I do not advertise the nature of my work, nor seek recognition for my actions, he said. Since taking over last September, Howard reached out to the Army and Marine Corps for ideas on how to screen his commando forces and assess them as they move through the ranks. And my article officially says out of memory. What the heck happened here? All right, there we go. Everything's back. All right. Yeah. Almost immediately, he instituted a double-blind process for candidate interviews that was being used by the Army so that neither side is influenced by actually seeing the other. In addition, he is intensifying the screening process with more psychological assessment to evaluate personality traits. And he is expanding other assessments done by subordinates and peers of candidates for review. The increased scrutiny, said Howard, will extend through all the ranks and will help leaders get a better understanding of each service member's character. The process, he said, will provide more feedback for individuals so they can improve and will help the top leaders pair commanders with the right teams. In some cases, Howard said, sailors who already had gone through the initial SEAL screening had to do it again under a new process. Not all did as well as the second time. We learned that some of the officers that scored in the mid-range are officers that I thought would have scored much higher, he said. So, there goes something good that's coming out of this new administration, is we are having to completely redo how we do the military. It's quite obvious that how we had things going on before was not efficient. Now, oh my gosh. Well, here we go. We got a wow. All right. So we have the good old politics house nigger, Senator Scott, suggests Dems use race as a political weapon. Senator Tim Scott accused Democrats on Wednesday of dividing the country and suggesting they're using race as a political weapon. using the official Republican response to President Joe Biden's maiden speech to Congress to credit GOP for leading the country out of the pandemic struggles and towards a hopeful future. Now, the very guy saying this is a black man, and he's obviously been asked to say this on behalf of the Republicans. So the very party he's claiming is using race as a political weapon is actually reflecting the fact that his party is using race as a political weapon by using his black ass. So there we go. Scott, Republican from South Carolina, in his nationally televised rebuttal of Biden's address, belittled the new president's initial priorities aimed at combating the deadly virus and spurring the economy as wasteful expansion of big government. There should be expanded options and opportunities for all families, said Scott, who preaches a message of optimism while remaining a loyal supporter of President Donald Trump. Not throwing money at certain issues because Democrats think they know best. Citing the partisan battle over Biden's $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief bill, which Congress approves over unanimous GOP opposition, Scott said, "We need policies and progress to bring us closer together. The 3 months in actions of the president and his party are pulling us further apart." What the hell is he smoking? But the Senate's only black Republican saved some of his sharpest comments for the fraught subject of race. Scott recounted his rise from low-income family and the pain of repeatedly being pulled over by police while driving, but said, "Hear me clearly, America is not a racist country." Right. How does he use this in the same statement? Biden and other Democrats have cited institutional racism as a major national problem, and yes, it's entrenched in America's
psyche. There's every fabric of society.
Yeah, every freaking fabric, down to the subatomic level. At this point.
Oh God, I hope it's not that bad. But so go on. Yes, is there? Did you kind of come to the conclusion of that particular story? You were just providing some insight, or was there?
I'm just trying to poke fun at this house nigger, but he's just, my God.
What did I miss? I got back as you were talking about how Biden himself has expressed the problem. So there's, I take it there's one of those Fox News channel talking head blacks or something. That was
no. This is the good old parties. Senator Scott from South Carolina.
A black guy, yeah. Black guy. They're trying to get a black guy to run against the guy who took the Senate seat, Werhoeven, or he's the black guy. One was black and one was Jewish, who took these Senate seats in Georgia. They're trying to get another black guy to run against them, who's at least they're trying to get a black guy to run against the black Democrat.
So there you go. The very party that says the Democrats are playing the race card.
Oh, of course.
How does?
Of course. It's basically, let's send our nigger against theirs. That's their mentality, but this guy's dumb enough to play into that. And let me see if I can find the guy's name. Okay, black running against Democrat in Georgia. And let's see now. Georgia's black voters. He's not going to get any black votes, that's for sure. Georgia Senate runoff election results. Raphael Warnock. So it was John Ossoff leading Republican. So let me see. Black Republican. Let's see if I can find him there. And I just saw a report on this. So unless they like gave up on the idea or something, there we are. Republican Kelvin King to challenge Warnock in Georgia. And so let's take a look if they have a photograph of the man here. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Oh, let's turn on the screen share for this. We've just got to get the unbridled reaction. So can you see the cursor moving around,
Yep.
Jameson?
Yep.
Okay, so this is oh God, look at this. Oh my God, Republican Kelvin King to challenge Warnock in 2022.
Holy crap! He looks identical to this other guy, Tim Scott.
Oh my God! So they obviously they've cloned somebody, and they
both have bald heads. They both have bald heads. They're both they're both past they're both browner than the paper bag.
Yes, they're both,
which is medium tone.
Yeah.
So they seem to be so they're trying to really LARP on the dark skin thing.
Yes.
The trope.
Yes. They want these guys to look darker than Chappelle. And so
they want the most clearly self-loathing that they can grab.
Thank you. I swear to God, these are just whites who they've injected with melanin or something. It's just what kind of childhood did this individual have to become this? It's like it's like there was this one just incredibly innocent, wholesome mainland Chinese girl who was madly in love with me down at the Walgreens pharmacy when I said, oh, hey, this girl's really into me. And then my gang brother Beaver said, her father must have beat the shit out of her when she was a kid. And basically he, told me when I said, man, should I go for it? He was like, dude, she's going to want to have kids. She's going to want to send them to college. Oh, shit. That's when I told the girl I was gay. It was just like, he was right. Of course, he was just totally right. But that's kind of what this reminds me of, but in the opposite direction. We're not talking about somebody who's sweet and wholesome and innocent who just had like a romantic dream.
He might be one of those. He might be one of the few black men who were pardoned by Donald Trump.
That must be it. Specifically for this, it had to be something like that.
Yeah. They let these guys out of prison and let them join the GOP.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Do you remember with Giuliani when I said that right across when they held that Giuliani rally right across from the adult bookstore? So let me see if we can look that up. And they had with them Giuliani, whose home they're searching now. You know that, right? They're searching his home now. Did you know that?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, rally across adult bookstore. Let's see, adult bookstore. Store, and then child molester, and so let's see. I'm sure we can get that. Man featured at Giuliani press conference is a convicted sex offender. There we go. And so there was Giuliani back in back in 2020, just yesterday, 11/09/2020, and that, of course, there we go. Trenton political insiders watch with bemusement as Brooks took the podium. And Brooks, let's see if they got a picture of this guy specifically. But basically, I like the way the story ends. The conviction has never been reversed. I went to prison for 3.5 years. Not that this isn't Douglas Dietrich talking. This is the Brooks guy. That's what they said I did. Did he actually say this? That's what they said I did. It's fuck. Is that transcribed literally? I was 25 years old. I was an activist doing the right thing. They lied on me. The cops set me up. What ethnicity is this guy? I don't think most blacks talk like that.
No.
Wait, people don't pay attention to who they hire. They're just trying to get bodies, particularly if it's a white organizer. who's black. Black was coming, and this time apparently I guess he was on the Republican side of the Watchers. So James G was the chief of staff who immediately recognized Brooks. Darrell Brooks is the guy's name. He said, yeah, I know Darrell. It's so fitting he would be there. And the reason he's saying that is because basically Brooks was incarcerated in the 1990s on charges of sexual assault, lewdness, and endangering the welfare of a minor for exposing himself to two girls ages 7 and 11, and he's run for various offices ever since. I guess that's the platform.
Why did he only get 3 years? What the fuck is wrong with this country?
Maybe Trump pardoned him. But here we are. The first person Rudy Giuliani, the attorney for President Donald Trump, called up as a witness to baseless allegations of vote counting shenanigans, basically voter fraud, in Philadelphia during a press conference was a sex offender who for years has been a perennial candidate in New Jersey. And I'm still not getting which one of these.
It's probably the guy. It's the guy on the right.
It's this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know?
Well, I mean,
It just makes sense.
yeah.
It could go. I could go either way, but it's yeah. I mean, it's hard to imagine.
I would just assume.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. You know, normally I would assume the same thing because I would assume the black guy's just around to catch bullets. He's basically a bodyguard in case.
Yeah.
You know, and they just use him to guard, and because they think all blacks are bulletproof or some shit, or actually they don't think that, but they don't care that they catch the bullets. How's that?
Yeah. They just use them as they're just meat.
Yes. And so basically there we are. But this black guy named James G was saying Darrell Brooks is he says that he didn't know if Giuliani knew about his conviction, but he didn't think it was relevant. I'm not sure, but all he was being asked about the truth. I told him the truth, and the other ones told him the truth, Brooks said. Okay, so this gets kind of confusing at this point in terms of the narrative. But there we have it. Brooks continued to deny the charges he was convicting of, even though he did 3 years of jail for them, alleging the victims were the children of neighborhood drug dealers he had targeted in his community activism by flashing them.
Yeah, that's community activism.
Right.
In his mind.
Yeah. Oh my fucking God. It's like, okay, we live in a psychedelic hellscape at this point.
Do you now understand why I keep saying this is the clip off?
I guess it's kind of like, what's this? To me, this is like a chocolate covered trash can. This looks like a waste bin.
It looks like the top of some kind of wine bottle.
Is that what that? Oh, okay, that what that is.
Yeah.
But it says it's the cleanest, most nutrient-dense meal imaginable. Is this what wine has become? Try it yourself. I do. I have glasses of that shit. Yes, that's right. Oh my fucking God. Anyhow, so. Well, there you go. It's let me see if I can find something more interesting than that. If we could get back to the let's see if we can get back to the page here where they had some commercials for some of the Shay and stuff. Now instead we're getting commercials for Elder Scrolls Online. Who needs that shit? That stuff's just crap. Anyhow,
yeah, they don't make those games like they used to.
So what are they like these days? Support Rhiannon. This is this one lady in Australia who was, by the way, Rhiannon Farrell. Oh wow, did she draw that? Oh, that would be interesting. Anyhow, she was stalked by Stephen Outram for many years. And whole story behind that, and maybe someday I can get her on to talk about it. But the differences in time are pretty heavy. I mean, they're like 17 time zones ahead of us. But in terms of people from Australia, I believe I've had a few on before. This is Mila Kali, who used to work with Judith Eger. She actually was helping Judith Eger with like her computer when she was trying to start her own little small business, Judith's Gems, when Judith was making some jewelry. So there you go, some interesting stuff on the side. But let's see if we can get some actual enticing commercials off of this. No, instead we get puppies. No, I don't want puppies. Let's see if this one takes us there. At any rate, I'm going to start solicitation soon. I'm just doing my best to avoid it because everybody knows I hate it, and it's like pulling teeth for me. But oh well, got to do what we got to do, right? And then get started on my social criticism. That's oh yes.
While you do that, when you do that, I got to get some more sugar content.
Because, well, here's some sugar content for you. There we are. This is just silly entertainment for you. You can see this for a second, and there we are. Yes, and then the computer goes flying. Yeah, of course, that was. There we have that. So that was some sugar content. Okay, you get. Oh, why? Oh, actually, you know what? Here we are. Here's some real sugar content for you. There we are. The town that murdered their bully. By the way, this is actually hideously a true story. This man, basically, hideous individual. He was like raising dogs for racing, and I'm just astonished he wasn't raising them for fighting. But he basically, this was like a sheriff that he fucking scared to death and shit, and got him to avoid prosecuting him. But basically what he did was he basically rounded up every young girl in the town and forced them to sleep with him until finally the town murdered the son of a bitch. But in terms of one of the photographs, I mean, there we are. We just passed it. There we are. Look at that young girl. That is one of his wives. That is one of his wives. And he had several. And this guy was just taking people's daughters. And nobody would prosecute him. This is what happens when people just let bullies just run wild. But the full horror story is, there we are, the town that murdered their bully. And but when you see something like that, it's like, you're left.
I'm telling you, man. All right. You can say what you will, but I would say that if we were to look at the Sephiroth, I would say that that's what the human being can be, if in optimal conditions. That's what the human centers can resemble in optimal conditions. But in reality, what we get is the Kleepaw most of the time. And I would say when things are horrible, we're not even on the level of Kleepaw anymore. When things are horrible, we get the wicked tree. That's it.
And so, look, I can appreciate what you're sharing. I try to maintain as positive an outlook as possible.
Well, for me, this is positive. Because I've come to accept the grim negativity of it all.
Did you know that Salman Sheikh has got a video in which he says that the majority, like pretty much, I think he concludes 85% of the population is going to die. He's come to this conclusion himself. It's not really.
Yeah, I was actually glad to hear that.
So you heard me bring that up, or did you hear? Or because. How did you knew this was sourcing from that particular stat, that particular stance was sourcing from Salman Sheikh? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the two of you agree on that, which is just bizarre to me. And it's so
it's not like I'm authoring the event or anything.
Yeah, I understand that. We do want to emphasize that. But so what Salman Sheikh has is a concept of a god that is going to be purging. That it's a purgative god. That
no. I don't. It's not a purging. It's just a natural cycle. I think it's just a part of the natural cycle. What most people consider God is something that's more akin to something that's indifferent. What I mean by this is I would say that yes, it experiences itself through all of us who are part of the simulation itself, but it is the simulation itself. It's a living, evolving simulation with its own intelligence that figures out what it wants to keep within itself, what it wants to get rid of within itself as it goes along, based on what's convenient. Because we have to understand that this simulation we call God is competing with other gods, which explains the anti-gods of the Lovecraft mythos.
Well, everybody needs to understand that if you're a Christian, and you have to understand that God has said repeatedly that he is a jealous God, and his very name is jealous in the original Hebrew. It transliterates as jealous. So he is jealous of other gods. This is, and therefore,
Yes.
yeah.
So this means that, again, there's something called henotheism, I think, and that's what the Canaanites were.
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh is one of many. He actually, Yahweh was one of many within the Canaanite pantheon. He had 70 children. Now again, I emphasize the number 70. And he also had a wife. El had a wife named Asherah. So if we were to go to modern occultism, we have Yad-He, Shin, Vav-He, and then we also have on the opposite polarity we have Chavajoth, which is basically his name backwards, and Chavajoth is more the demonic aspect. And if you think about it, within the goetic daemons, there are 72 goetic daemons. So we have basically God, his wife, and his 70 children. I mean, come on, it's everywhere. I mean, I'm not trying to say that my way is the proper interpretation. I'm saying that it's an interpretation amongst many.
But probably more important than that, it would be best to emphasize that these interpretations are not something you've come to on your own. Rather,
No.
Yeah.
These are things that I've had to do a lot of research and studying on to come to these conclusions. I had to, this actual, the fact of this, it's a historical fact. This is something
the
that's
better way to express it was, it's
more
not
of a
that
matter
you,
of,
right, the better way to express it is not that you did research to come to these conclusions, but rather that
I
is
draw my conclusions from the
what
research,
was there, what is basically there, yeah.
what's
And,
already there.
yeah, and in other words, there are many theologians who have stated before, it's not an uncommon stance. There are theologians who've done deep research into the ancient Levantine, and they have concluded that the Jewish people basically took the god of the Canaanites when they took their land. Now, this is not, how would I say that? This has certainly been, if this is true, it was essentially a process repeated by the Romans when they stole the gods of the Greeks. And
Yes,
so,
it was.
yeah,
It was. And this happens time and time again. Not only that, sometimes when a culture has been trading and interacting with a culture for a long time, they start to exchange ideas about different deities and practices, and this is called cultural diffusion.
yes.
I mean, it's a very common process. I would say that, all right, so let's entertain the fact that let's entertain the notion that, the God we exist in, this simulation, which I consider it a simulation. Let's consider it one of many competing simulations, and within each simulation is a multiverse, and the multiverse consists of all possible multiple versions of this universe. It's all beyond our comprehension, as well as a multitude of dimensions in and of themselves. So if we were to derive from the statement, my God is a jealous God, See, when it comes down to it, it would be idiotic for one to take the side of the anti-gods anyway, because of when it comes down to it, you are that jealous God. You are one of those expressions of that jealous God, experiencing it itself. Why, and in fact, why is it that we humans seem to hate the separation that we have, and we want to become one with everything?
Yeah, by the way, that ultimately is exploited by the anti-gods. That concept of oneness can be taken into the anti-godly because of the fact
It
that
can. It can be. Yes, it
that's
can be.
that
But when it comes down to it, the reason why you have individuals like myself who, rather than embracing the light aspect of the divinity, I embrace the dark aspect because I see the value in separateness. I see the value in the manifoldness, and I see a sort of beauty in the fact that we're all individual, rather than being one mindless mass, and it's like, okay, I'm just going to go back to being the mindless multiverse again. The multiverse can't evolve if it becomes one mindless mass.
Thank
It
you.
can't evolve. And if it can't evolve, it can't compete with the other simulations. And if it can't compete with the other simulations, then all of existence as we know it ceases to exist.
Thank you. That is the ultimate
we
nihilism.
Can't fathom.
Right. That's the ultimate nihilism of those who venture into the realm of the anti-gods, is to merge it all into oneness. Before there was the cleavage of light, we were all in the dark. But we were all together. We were all one.
And that's something I always found idiotic about a lot of people that I came across in the satanic subculture of the the arcane studies, is because they started to sort of mirror this, and I'm like, well, the whole reason why I left Christianity is because I don't want to become part of a fusion reaction again.
Thank you. Yes, well, of course, what you were talking about is a certain kind of Christianity. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm a Christian who is...
Obviously, you have a deeper, but you have a more sophisticated understanding of it than others who have spoken about Christianity on this broadcast.
Right, yeah.
And you also have the acumen of having done research on behalf of a man who is arguably one of the most intelligent men within archaeology.
Yes, thank you.
Of his times. So, yes. I mean, you would have everything I've come to learn over the past few months, or I've bumped into through my own practice, were things that I know that you knew already. And I know that you didn't need to tell me half of these things because you probably figured out I would bump into them anyway.
Yes. That's quite so. And
being someone the kind of eye that I have.
Yes. So there we have it. And hopefully people, well, if you didn't grok or grasp all of that, not to worry. We'll be going over such things again in the future. Just, par for the course. It's certainly something that, yes, I personally do find it disturbing that Salman Sheikh has come to the conclusion that we are in for a massive purge. But he does take the stance as a Muslim that this is a judgment. He does take that stance. So his idea is...
My thing is, I don't personally believe it to be a judgment. I believe it to be a part of the evolution process. The whole entirety of humanity is not going to be wiped out. We're a very difficult species to kill.
Well, beyond that, even Salman Sheikh is not saying that, but he has this concept of about 15% that would be pure of heart, that would survive. I
personally don't think it's going to be a question of who's pure of heart. It's going to be a question of who happens to be in the right place at the right time.
Well, I mean, and I also have my perspective on this sort of apocalypticism, but so people understand, I don't encourage this kind of apocalypticism. I do warn against it incessantly.
I do as well. I do, because
understood.
And this needs to be qualified. The reason why it should be warned against is because a lot of times the people who start to believe in it are indirectly creating it
Thank
unnecessarily.
you. Thank
Whereas
you.
it would never have come into place if they didn't believe in it.
Yes.
Because we have to take the entire apocalyptic phenomenon as being a spell.
Thank you. Thank you.
And a spell that probably has its roots from the anti-gods.
So we weave and we cast our own spells, but we sometimes do this under influence of other forces, and these other forces can be something as innocuous and as stupid as the internet, where we simply find ourselves polluted in the mind, and as opposed to how would I say it? It's just, I hope people understand what I'm saying. It's just, it's like diving into a sewer. When you're diving into the internet, you're going to come out infected by some kind of parasite or the like. And if you don't watch yourself, it's not a place that a person should dive into casually. And so there we have that. And obviously, I'm just checking something here. So this was interesting. By the way, there's this woman who friended me recently, and she had this incredibly professional timeline. And I get the impression she's a fashion designer. I think that's what she says she is. But I was just impressed because these are all Afrocentric designs. As a matter of fact, I guess I'll give you the timeline for that, and you can take a look yourself. But just very impressive. And so there we are. I'll just stick this inside of your message box, and then I'll essentially take over. Allow yourself to grab your sugar and get yourself back onto track with that. And here we are. So okay, there we go with that. And of course, for some reason, she's sitting on the rickshaw statue, which I find funny. It has its own irony in that. That's ironic. And so aside from that, so she started following my Facebook timeline a while ago, and it's deeply appreciated that what she designs, which is my impression, I think she's saying she's the designer. Yet she told me she's not professional, quote unquote. So whether she just simply considers herself an artist or what, I'm not quite sure. One of the things that Michaela Nastasia suggested that I still haven't responded to, and I should make a special time to respond to it when I might be more sure she's listening, was that I should join her on some of her activities on the site where she's selling some of her artwork, which I, of course, encourage her to do. And I think it's wonderful that she's doing that. And so she's got her kind of link tree, Michaela Nastasia. So she was saying, oh, gee, you should get onto this. And of course, I don't think she knows my history all that well, maybe well enough. I mean, she's been around for a long time. So I do want her to understand, if she is listening, that basically what happened was I promised my mother I would never produce art again for profit, that I would that basically I would only do so therapeutically for just satisfaction, but not commercially, because she ultimately was made aware of the fact that I was a pornographic illustrator through, of course, the legal actions that came down against my teacher, my illustration professor, the if you can call him that, one of my illustration instructors, Gary Willard Hambright at John O'Connell Vocational Institute, who was, of course, prosecuted for all of the crimes he committed against children, the overwhelming majority of whom were under 4 years of age, at the child daycare center of the Presidio military base. By the way, it's hard to imagine parents leaving children under 4 years of age with adult male care providers. Again,
that seems just,
but it's in the military. It's in the military matrix. So none of these people are living in reality. They're assuming that the military is Uncle Sam, that Uncle Sam is benevolent. This
I'm
kind
sorry. I even if Uncle Sam was benevolent, it's still Uncle Sam. It's not Auntie Sam.
Yes, thank you.
So I mean, damn.
Yeah, it's just, but they paid the price. They paid the price for that assumption that the army was their friend, simply because they were in the army themselves. And but honestly, many of these parents, the men, overwhelmingly, were part of the problem. So there you have that. It's just,
And arguably, the men still are part of the problem.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
And this has to do with the fact that we don't have a professional fighting force, because these are people who are selected.
What I would argue is that I
What
know
I mean-
what you're
what I
getting
mean
at,
is-
but let me
what-
rephrase
what I
that.
mean
Let
is-
me rephrase that. The problem is we have this so-called professional fighting force, which means that men are volunteering for this as a career, and this means that only these assholes and rejects who cannot socialize or find an honest job are in the military. And most of the time it's simply it's jail dodge. It's basically people who would otherwise
Yeah.
be in jail. And so instead,
Well, the thing is, no volunteer force is going to be professional.
Thank you. This is what I've argued, is that we need a draft, and we need people to basically be drafted and forced to serve, at which point you actually have a much more professional service. I mean, this is...
And you're not going to expect criminals to all have oversight over one another.
Thank you.
That just doesn't work.
Yes, thank you. This is what you've got in the U.S. military. I mean, these are, people who are they're just wretched. I could go on about this for hours. The important thing is that we've got to do away with the veterans who are just devastating us. They're living off our backs. And the exemplary, of course, in my primary stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr., who does work for Stephen Outram, ultimately. And, Amanda Ute has been on with myself in the past about that. And she and I will, hopefully, if she survives the night, hopefully she's well, we'll speak about such again in the future. But in terms of that situation, Richard K. Cole Jr. is someone who is literally paid by your tax dollars. Your tax dollars are paying for these veterans' benefits, and they're paying his salary to do nothing but sit down and harass other people online, terrorize people, aside from myself, anyone who's affiliated with myself. And he gets paid for this. You're paying him to do this. The people who are ultimately responsible are the Veterans Administration. Okay, this has got to stop. We've got to stop paying veterans anything. And we've got to draft people, have them serve, and then reintegrate back into society. It's that simple. And that way there's not this mystique about the military forces. Like in World War II, everybody served. So there was no mystique. Nobody was able to produce any bullshit stories that they did all this heroic shit in World War II, because no one could get away with it, because everyone was drafted and everyone was there. And therefore, you couldn't have anyone say, I did this and I did this. All that shit came when the draft ended. Now you've got people who can say, oh yeah, I was doing this and secret that. And then you have all these veterans jumping all over everybody else saying, oh, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. And then it's his word against the other. And it's all shit in the end anyway, because whoever is a Satanist will get all the documentation they need to prove whatever lie they come up with. Whereas anyone like myself or others who've truly seen combat and suffered the consequences, all our papers are destroyed. So granted, my situation was such where I have my reason to be grateful to the Marine Corps. They pulled me out of a situation where I was going to be executed by the House of Saud. Of course, they put me in the situation in the first, so it's not like I feel that much gratitude. But I was in a situation where I murdered 2 Saudi religious police officers and was going to be executed in the public square. And they pulled me out of that. And then, of course, got rid of me in a court-martial, which I don't really hold against them. And as far as I'm concerned, we were done with each other, and I was happy enough about that. It's afterwards the resentment sets in when you get these stalkers who then spend the rest of their lives dedicated to trying to claim I wasn't there. And there's it's like this is kind of like what Brendan Zogit was saying about the Asian Indians, saying, "Oh, we had to conduct a national investigation recently to prove that Sirhan Chandra Bose died in that plane crash on the en route to Taiwan, that he never made it to Taiwan." Which is why would they need to conduct a investigation into that in this decade? You know, the year 2021. After, you know, since World War II, 70 years ago, to say that this guy died. Why would they need to do that unless the guy survived and did what he did, and now they're trying to deny it?
Exactly. You know, if that was the case, they would conduct a investigation just to confirm it.
Thank you. Yeah, and so there you have that. And, you know, the funny thing about that is that what else does that bring to my mind when it comes to what the Asian Indians did and why that was so stupid? You know why, though, the Asian Indians did that? You would think they would have enough cosmopolitan awareness of the rest of the world to realize that nobody in the rest of the world even knows who the fuck Sirhan Chandra Bose is. So they're doing that for their own population, because here's how Asian India works. We are dealing with the Vedic culture, and the Asian Indian peoples, they do believe in reincarnation, and they do. It's at the point where if you were to watch Asian drama in India. By the way, for people who don't know, the biggest producer of movies in the world is Bollywood in India. Not Hollywood in the United States, but Bollywood in India. And in Bollywood, you've got over 1 billion people, and there's nothing to do but watch movies. That has been a big part of their culture forever, which I'm sure COVID has ripped into. But the whole point is that many times these people watch television all day too, and they see portrayals of the ancient Indian gods by actors who look statuesque enough to portray the gods. Either they're beautiful women or they're statuesque men, and they portray the gods on television. These people often wind up running for political positions because the Asian Indian population base at the lower levels of the caste system truly believe that they are gods. And so no American or Westerner would ever comprehend this. Like, they don't get it. But in Asian India, they vote for people into positions of power oftentimes who have portrayed gods on TV. So they can.
Oh, America would kind of get it.
I guess you're right. Yeah, after all, Dustin Hoffman portrayed God, right?
Well, I mean, considering who ran the last 4 years.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, touche.
They've got their own god.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, God. Anyhow, but so in terms of why Asian India had to do that about Sirhan Chandra Bose was because at some point they know somebody, like say for instance me, who knows about him, could just come into India and say, I am his incarnation, and start a movement that could overthrow the whole order that they've got and institute a true fascism in India. And wouldn't that be a political development? So there we have that. So that's why they had to do that. That's why they felt they had to do that. So Mandy says, sorry guys, not feeling good. Gonna try and nap, and I'll check in a bit. Oh my God. So by all means, honey, take care of yourself. By all means, take a nap, sleep as long as you need. You don't need to come on tonight. Don't worry about it. Oh my God. So sorry to hear that. So thank you for checking in, honey. Love you. So that was Amanda Yu. She checked in with us. So want to thank her for that. So what I'll do
better.
Yes, hopefully she feels better, and certainly she helped our man Jameson get alkaline the one time he had done something which set him on the road to acid belly.
Yeah, I've been using that ever since to keep, because a lot of people don't understand that, when you start drinking alcohol, it actually stops your body from digesting anything, and your livers. And
what was the secret she taught you? Some kind of cider or something? What was it?
Apple cider.
Vinegar or apple cider.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That'll get the bowels moving again if you've drunken way too much.
Ooh, yes. Ooh, because that does constipate you, doesn't it? The cough syrup, right? It constipates, I think. Right? Right?
Only, well, with the when used with alcohol, yes.
Oh God. Oh, thank you. Yes. Oh, delightful cocktail. Yes. Talk about fucking oneself up. I can't believe you're still alive. Yes.
I
James?
can't either. I think for some reason I suspect that all right. I'm just gonna drop something that I feel weird and funny. This is probably gonna be more humor than anything. Everyone talks about the idea of an antichrist and a Christ. Well, I decided I'm a umbral Christ. Yeah, what's umbral? Umbral means shadow. Basically, yeah, I'm a savior. Basically, I just devour poison.
Okay. No, there
That's
we go.
that's how I save humanity.
Ooh. Well, let's try and get you to stop that. Honestly, this is kind of like, this is kind of like some sharks that you see that are eating toxic waste, and of course, it's just
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. We have sharks that are being born that look like really messed up and shit.
oh God.
I honestly hope that people who are dumb enough to hunt them do eat them.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Yeah,
Do us a favor. Do us a favor.
there we are. Yes, get some of that mutation into yourself. But oh my God! Just so people understand, there were sharks before there were trees on Earth. I don't know if people know that. There were sharks in the ocean before there were trees on the land. That is how ancient a species they are, and so I hope they will always be with us. And certainly, they're a vital part of the ecosystem. And aside from that, okay, I best get started. Let me see. It is we have how many hours that we've covered? I can't believe it. We've been on 7 hours. So we've got 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11. So we still got 5 hours left. Okay, so I'll try and cover a number of things. Just start monologuing. And with that, dear Jameson is going to grab himself some sugar. And I'll just start the solicitation and then go into, analysis from there, my social criticisms, and anything you need to say before you take off to grab the sugar and let me know when you're back.
Nope.
Okay, sounds good. Delightful. Thank you, son. Love you dearly. Okay, Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. When you contribute to myself via PayPal, indicate myself as friends and family, because that's the only choice they give, which will prevent that faggot Peter Thiel from stepping in and ripping from your contribution that which kept it a nice whole even number and turn it into something unrecognizable. If you want your contribution to arrive to myself altered, I guess the word I'm looking for is not uncontaminated. What is it? Anyhow, you get my point. Without it, Peter Thiel taking a bite into it, then make certain you indicate myself as friends and family. We are all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we are all extended electronic family, as was emphasized by Peter Moon earlier. More than just this roundtable, but what extends into the aether. And so, of course, some of you may find that distasteful, so I'll provide you an alternative to indicating myself as friends and family by using a different system. But if you use the PayPal, you're going to be using the yellow donate button at douglasdietrich.com to contribute to myself. And that, of course, is always appreciated and certainly always needed. It's something that hopefully people will understand. Obviously, I'm not paid to be here. I certainly enjoy being here. Well, I don't say I enjoy it when I first, come on, because at that point I'm not really. not really here. It takes a while before I, basically migrate back into my body and am able to deal with talking and getting into the zone and delivering my social critiques for the episode. So in the meantime, though, definitely want to encourage everyone who wants to continue hearing myself do this to provide some support, because otherwise it is something that takes a lot out of me, obviously, and there should be some remuneration for it. And this is, oh, there goes George Knight. Let me know, George, if you are able to come on or even wish to come on, and be happy to bring you on. But he reminds me to get back into thread of solicitation. And with that, in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war. And subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. So people understand the maggot trip. It is a Celtic term, or the Celts use it to imply an attention seeker. Someone at a party is acting the maggot, and hence the Grand Magator is our man John Warrington. Oh, wonderful. Mohammed Olivier Fadouli is now giving me the wave. So aside from all of that, understand that at the Maggot channel, John Warrington serves as the property manager thereof, and there you can find the full speakers panel from that conspiracy con where I disintegrated Richard Dolan, and that is there, the all glorious 2 to 3 to 4 hours of it, as at that time was hosted by, of all people, Sean David Morton, who then went to jail eventually for his crimes, and then was released for his illness, which he claims is cancer. I have no idea. Whatever it was, it looked awful, and so it's I don't know how much longer he's got to live, or whether that will all recede. Who knows? It's one of those things where, such being said, you'll find the video of his acting the master of ceremonies over that speakers panel, where I was on the folding chair along with Jordan Maxwell, each on opposite sides of the people they were giving all the honor and respect to, with Richard Dolan in the middle. This was all, it's all there on the Maggot channel. So subscribe to youtube.com/c/Magator, and you'll be able to retrieve it. And John Warrington is the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drax. Dietrich's our Dragon's Ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. And so don't forget as well, he has another channel. Go to his channel and view his shows by searching for Douglas Dietrich in the search bar at odyssey.com /@maggot-e. Okay, that's just a horrible acronym. It's totally unwieldy, and it's you cannot even possibly remember that without writing it down. And it would be odysee.com /@maggot:*e, like maggot colony. You can't forget that image. And it is just totally retarded in terms of user interface. Most people cannot retrieve what's there at all, but it does serve as a backup for all my episodes. And if you are able to retrieve and review my shows on that channel, then it boosts the crypto credits of John Warrington there, so he can upload more shows. And the reason this is important is not only because it acts as another backup for everything I do, it has no censorship. So that's Odyssey, ODYSEE. And as for John Warrington himself, if anyone deserves financial support aside myself, it would be he, because were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, MAGGOTAUR. After all, this is the man who acted as the bridge between the Akashic records and our Malkuthian realm, to use a Kabbalistic term, our material realm of information in the Matrix, our three-dimensional world and the cyberspace within that world, wherein I am now virtually interacting with you. All of this rendered possible in terms of my doing this in context of a legacy through John Warrington taking the initiative to download the majority of what I produced on YouTube and storing it in his own hard drives so that we could reproduce it when I was scrubbed completely from the internet, no less than thrice. That's 3 times. So in that sense, John Warrington is my creator. And now you too can do your part in the fight against total annihilation, because that is the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency. Our man Jameson is back with us. He got himself a tray of sugar cubes. He's melting them in his mouth as I speak. And of course, you can take it upon yourself to fight against my nemesis, the cult of the anti-gods, by spreading the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about by hitting douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there the homepage of showsdd.com, whereon you'll find a footnote on mine bio, sire, which explains the etymology behind the full name of Adolfus Jacob Hitler. And of course that's important because it's the name what made the man Adolf, whom you've come to know historically as Adolf Hitler. Take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And, if at all possible, electronically, encourage others whom you inform and educate on this subject, on this matter, to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself, friends, and family, so that I receive those benefits in full, sans Peter Thiel taking or extracting his blood money, because people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Amaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedo-patho-phallocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online without indicating myself as friends and family, using either the credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button, and that will enable you to use any credit or debit card aside from PayPal without any fear of the middleman coming in to excise their pound of flesh. Of course, after that, you would reward yourself by clicking the yellow donate button anyway. anyway to take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can then register into the archives and thereafter access them at your leisure by logging in, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated. Nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will their membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel. And of course, check out odyssey.com/@Maggie. That's odyssey.com/@maggot:"E". It will boost his credits if you're able to retrieve the videos at all on that retarded user interface system, which most people can't access. But if you do, it will allow the cryptocurrency they use to pool in his favor, so the maggot can upload more shows. And the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you could visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3. Of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrich's our dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered toward my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos on youtube.com/user/bizarre-HD, or rather his self-produced videos on the Bizarre HD channel, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/user/bizarre-HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, be entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, and thereon, the Bizarre HD channel, you will also find trailered the new documentary currently in state of production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Also, just checking here in the messages. And, oh my god, Selina Khan just posted a link on the mosquitoes, genetically modified mosquitoes, to be released in Florida. Cool. Wonderful. And the Floridians don't deserve their service. At any rate, the last Dietrich Gulvies, the son of Dietrich, son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and our services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And thereafter, tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at DouglasDietrich.com. And most importantly of all, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself, friends and or family. All sponsors thereafter being granted exclusive access to the online archives by pressing the yellow donate button, the same one you would use to access the PayPal contribution, to register in at the archives on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can thereafter, at your convenience, review all the video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich to your heart's content from 2011 through to the present, as much as you can stomach, on any given day, logging in at your leisure from that point forward. Okay. So all of that being said, we have just a little break to take a look into the live stream. And we have an excellent connection. Concurrent viewers are high. Analytics are good. And we've been on 7.5 hours, which means that we have 8 to 9, 10, 10 to 11, 4.5 hours left. Holy fucking shit. And, all right, let's get started. Burn some bandwidth here. Well, let me wet my whistle, as they used to say in my father's day. Let me rehydrate myself. And, oh my God, it's just, so good to be here with you compared to basically all over the place all day with the Kaiser bureaucratic system. I hope that does work out. And, cross fingers, everybody cross yourselves, and maintain myself in thought and prayer that I match up with a good counselor at Kaiser. I don't think Tiffany Wu's going to work for me. The way that turned out was just awful. And yet, it was so predictable. It was totally expected that it would all fuck up like that. And the horror of it, the fact that she would not try to call multiple times, it's just so offensive. So obviously no one I want to work with, and we'll see if they can find a different person for myself. And in interim, all right, getting that tea inside myself. Still have some of this wayaki, not too much there. Let me see if there was any other. Holy shit, what happened to my, oh fuck, I hope that tea bottle didn't vanish somewhere around here. Had that bottle of iced tea, which I, where did that go? Okay, looking around for that, and, okay, that might be, I guess I finished it. I hope. Oh my god. Hate to have that liquid spilling around someplace in, where I least expect it. And so now that you hear me scuffling about for things like where I placed my iced tea bottle, might as well get back. I guess it's not around, or I would have spilled it. So, okay. Well, good thing I got the water. And if I run out of water, then I've got our man Jameson here to hold the fort a little bit while I go get some more. Anyhow, Sunday night when I was on, I hadn't had a chance to review the Oscars. It was ongoing while I was burning bandwidth on Sunday night. And it turns out that this weekend was a historic one for women at the Oscars. Nomadland won the Best Picture at social distanced, the socially distanced, I guess we'll call it the new socially distanced Oscars, the SDO. And in fact, Nomadland dominated the Oscars. Chloe Zhao's Nomadland, which is this wistful portrait, I'm trying to say in the English, of itinerant lives on open roads across the American West, won Best Picture Sunday at the 93rd Academy Awards, where the China-born Zhao also became just the second woman and the first woman of color to win Best Directress. It won Best Picture with awards for directress Chloe Zhao and the star Frances McDormand. The other acting awards went to the Britons Anthony Hopkins, Hannibal Lecter himself, and Daniel Kaluuya, plus South Korea's Yoo Jung-yeon. It sounds like I'm announcing them myself, as if I were there on stage. Well, someday maybe they'll have me. Anyhow, the 93rd Academy Awards this weekend proved to be a historic one for women and people of color. Minari, the star thereof, Yoo Jung-yeon, became the first Korean actress to win for Best Supporting Role, while Chloe Zhao took home Best Directress for her critically acclaimed Nomadland, which depicts a woman in her 60s traveling through the American West as a van-dwelling nomad. Now, Zhao is the first Asian woman and only the second woman overall to win this category. Just putting that in two differently framed sentences so you grasp the enormity of this, because, of course, we've had a kind of whitewashed media for all too fucking long. And so I, myself, personally, am ecstatic that Nomadland also scored the all-important Best Picture award. Now, there was a bit of an upset in the Best Actor category, with Sir Anthony Hopkins winning over fan favorites Riz Ahmed and the late Chadwick Boseman. Now, at 83 years of age, Hopkins is the oldest Oscar winner ever. And so, in a sense, it's a victory against ageism. And ageism is probably the last frontier of bigotry. There's a kind of a ironic pun for you there. The last frontier of bigotry is ageism, because, of course, we all get old, and yet nobody wants to be old. Nobody wants to hire the aged. And So there we have that. Hopkins is, he's won a victory for the elderly. And in terms of, the day after that, Monday, opening this work week, that was a very tragic anniversary, as today, or yesterday by now, itself was, concerning the murder of Mussolini and his mistress. Monday was a catastrophic commemorative date for Chernobyl. Chernobyl was 35 years ago come Monday, opening this work week. And it, there is a terrible truth about the Chernobyl disaster that I don't think humanity has yet even truly come to grips with. Because this disaster and the other accidents and crises like it are in fact something more than warnings. They are all that is given to us to know of the end of the world. In a way, they are the end of the world. It's a peculiarity of the end of the world, which human beings threaten to bring about with their nuclear arsenals, that until it happens, it leaves us almost wholly undisturbed. We learn, or so it's said, from experience. It est, having touched the hot stove once, we declined to do so again. Having polluted some communities with toxic waste, we set about protecting the rest. But the end of the world, the greatest peril of them all, fails to offer any such pedagogical opportunities. Before the event, we are given no taste of it, any more than the individual is given a preview of death itself, for an hour, say, to see what it is like. Well, there's cases where that does happen, but that's a different story entirely. For most people, it never does. And afterward, of course, we cannot experience it either, for then we are gone. This event, Chernobyl, like many great and overwhelming things, the sun or God, we can glimpse only by indirection or in reflection, with our own lives and souls serving as the mirror. This peril hides. It refrains from appearing directly before us or coercing us, as if some curious God, eager to test our wisdom, had decided that this one supreme decision facing mankind should be made on the basis of free will alone, uninfluenced by any other consideration. We find ourselves placed in life in this mortal human frame on earth. Do we like this? Do we want it to go on? Can we do what is necessary for it to go on? Or shall we reject it and, letting the missiles fly, send it all back to the divine creator? This is the simple, awesome question that the nuclear peril puts to us. And we are left free to answer it, it appears, entirely according to our own inclinations. Looking indirectly, though, at the record of the nuclear age so far, we find no lack of warnings. Taken together, Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island before that, Fukushima Daiichi thereafter, and on they amount to a full course in what we need to know. Did we hope that the bombs were less destructive than the scientists were telling us? Hiroshima and Nagasaki were there to prove otherwise. in their own small way, and comparatively speaking, anyone familiar with nuclear weaponry understands my use of the term small in that regard. Did we think that our political competence had become so great that no crisis could carry us over the brink? The Suez Canal crisis, the Cuban Missile Crisis. These crises came to disabuse us of any such notion. Did we imagine that our technical competence had become so great that we could rely on it never to break down? An entire series of nuclear alerts caused by technological malfunctions served to banish any complacence of that kind. Did we hope that the catastrophe, if ever it should came, would spare mankind as a whole? The discovery of nuclear winter and other global ecological consequences of a nuclear holocaust tells us that it would not. And then came Miss Chernobyl, the disaster spreading its cloud of radiation across all the Soviet Union and Europa, as if to remind us that our peril, which sometimes seems to us abstract and theoretical, be tangible and real. Apparently, only one reactor went out of control, doing only a fraction of the damage that one bomb would do. There are some 50,000 bombs in all the world's arsenals altogether, and a whole continent was a trembling. It was one more glimpse, afforded at terrible cost, of the most important truth of our time. This disaster and the other accidents and crises are, in fact, something more than warnings. They are all that is given to us to know of the end of the world. In a way, in that way, they are the end of the world. Certainly, it is not until we learn to see them in that light that we will be moved to make our choice and begin to act as if we must abolish nuclear arms, to act as we must to abolish nuclear arms. Then, and only then, the end will be changed into a beginning. Now, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt is propagandized, quite falsely, to have conquered the Great Depression and won the Second World War. What he did in reality was instead naught but bequeath a first-term curse for his successors. Now, FDR's dizzying pace in 1933, when he took power in the same year as my biological father Adolf Hitler across the Atlantic, made the first 100 days a standard by which new presidents have been judged ever since. Roosevelt passed 16 major bills and more than 100 other laws that transformed the American society and economics worldwide. He funded government jobs to ease unemployment and passed an agriculture law to ease poverty and hunger among farm workers. Banking regulations were marketed as staving off an economic collapse. Now, Joseph Robinette Biden, whose middle name I have only found out but recently. Yes, our Joe Biden, Joseph Robinette Biden, who took his office amid the greatest domestic crisis since Roosevelt, is earning generally favorable reviews as he marks the milestone Well, as he marked it today, this Wednesday night, while I was on transmission and burning bandwidth with a joint address to Congress. The president honored his word to get vaccine shots in American arms and stimulus checks into American bank accounts. He passed his COVID-19 rescue plan worth $1.9 trillion United States dollars, rejoined the Paris Climate Accord, and restored White House decorum. His approval rating is above 100%, a level never reached by ex-President Donald Trump ever. And 3/4 of Americans back his pandemic leadership. Presidents usually address Congress within weeks of taking office to inject momentum into their programs. But Biden was smart to wait. He can report a job well done to his big televisual audience. He did so tonight, I'm sure. With the pandemic beginning to ease in these United States, tonight's speech, which was, well, delivered it was Thursday already across the Atlantic in Britannia when they tuned in to hear it on, such minds across the Atlantic, such kindred souls as ours, in the persons of George Knight and the maggot man himself, John Warrington. It was around 1 a.m. in the morning, Greenwich Mean Time, in their Thursday of the week. We're only entering Thursday now. And this speech delivered last night at this point, even in America, it's last night by now, marks a pivot point to an ambitious agenda that faces a deeply uncertain future. Because Biden has a $2 trillion United States dollar plan to mend and reimagine American infrastructure, and has a proposal nearly as big to fund child care, free kindergarten, paid family and medical leave, and other steps to ease the burden on American workers. He's planning a massive 21st century low-carbon economy. Democrats are pushing sweeping police and electoral reforms. Biden plans to pay for all this partly by raising taxes on corporations and the richest Americans, who were given big breaks by Donald Trump. It's potentially the most ambitious rebalancing of American society since President Lyndon Baines Johnson in the 1960s, the decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears. Unlike FDR, Biden lacks crushing Democratic majorities in Congress. Even if all Senate Democrats be on board, Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris will have to cast deciding votes in the 50-50 chamber. And Republicans can stall much of his program by demanding a 60-vote supermajority. So whether JRB, the man whose full name from that acronym, he is Joseph Robinette Biden, becomest another FDR or LBJ, is still TBD, to be decided. As far as the Republicans are concerned, that TBD is to be deleted. Regardless, their ultimately murderous intentions, for many have predicted his dying and being replaced by Kamala Harris. Indeed, their man, their messiah, Donald Trump, specifically did so. Nothing will historically stop now the fact that Biden has marked his first 100 days in office last evening with an address to a joint session of Congress. wherein I presume, without reviewing it yet, that, well, within its delivery, I'm certain he touched on the mind-boggling array of historic events that have already defined 2021, from pandemic devastation to the Capitol riot that haunts the very halls wherein he did speak. He also, I am certain, must have acknowledged the COVID-19 relief bill he championed and similar big-ticket legislation in the works. To that end, the White House is intensifying conversations with key Republicans to bolster bipartisan support for Biden's infrastructure plan. A bipartisan group of senators is trying the same thing, hoping to win support in areas like transportation and water infrastructure and broadband. In his speech last night, Biden intended, and I'm certain delivered, the unveiling of the 1.8 trillion United States dollars more in proposed federal investment in education, child care, and paid family leave that he's calling the American Families Plan. On the eve of Election Day, November 3rd, Donald John Trump stood on an airport tarmac in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and delivered his last-ditch warning about what would happen if Joe Biden won the Oval Office. Specifically, he declared, Kamala will be put in that position very quickly, and she's more liberal than crazy Bernie, referencing that old communist Bernie Sanders. Donald Trump himself, who often singled out women of color for derision, was hoping the image of a shadow Kamala Harris presidency would inflame and incite his cultic base. It was a specter he raised throughout the campaign. Yet even many Democrats, while not forecasting that a Vice President Harris would be pulling the strings, expected that Biden, at 78 years of age by Inauguration Day, might be perceived as a lame duck or even a transition candidate, as he once told donors, giving Kamala Harris outsized importance. As we hit the Biden-Harris administration's 100-day mark, and we did so yesterday, and witnessed thereon Biden's first address to a joint session of Congress, we were not hearing such talk much anymore. The Justice Department will investigate the Louisville Police Department to assess whether the Kentucky agency engages in a pattern or practice of using unreasonable force. That decision came a little more than a year after the death of Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old emergency medical technician who was killed by police in her own home during a botched raid. In North Carolina, calls are mounting for the release of police body cam video in last week's police shooting of Andrew Brown Jr. A family attorney said the footage she has seen shows an execution. Peaceful protesters have gathered in Elizabeth City regularly since Brown's death. Some civil rights advocates are worried about the future of such protests. More than 90 anti-protest bills, which criminalize legal activity, have been introduced in at least 36 states over the last year. So the Democratic representative, Ilhan Omar, is reintroducing 3 policing bills she hopes will end up in the bipartisan package lawmakers have been fine-tuning for weeks as pressure mounts to pass meaningful police reform legislation. The most significant of these bills would establish an independent federal agency to investigate deaths in police custody, officer-involved shootings, and use of force that results in severe bodily injury. Meanwhile, incidents of non-lethal use of force are getting more attention, like in a federal civil lawsuit filed against 4 officers in North Carolina that alleges they grabbed a black woman by her hair and pulled her bodily out of her SUV during a 2019 traffic stop. In New Jersey, 2 officers are facing civil rights charges for allegedly assaulting an Arab teenager and then lying about it on a police report, which all brings forth the ultimate question: how much of a failed state is America? President Biden addressed a joint session of Congress yesterday at this point, effectively today, as we've only passed midnight here on the Western Coast. But regardless, now 100 days after he took office, the address came as his administration continues to respond to the coronavirus pandemic and to pitch lawmakers on his massive infrastructure proposal. Also today, we expected to hear from the Federal Reserve about how long historically low interest rates could hang around. I'll check back on that after I reanimate sometime tomorrow and deliver you, if I remember to do so, whatever was relayed by the Fed come Sunday. Now, COVID-19, when we think economically, exposed global supply chain flaws. So the question would be whether or not Biden can bring manufacturing back to the United States. That would integrate into the greater question of how much of a failed state is America. We know America is a failed state because Donald Trump was elected. How failed are we, and is it beyond the ability to rehabilitate ourselves? Nearly 5 million net manufacturing jobs have disappeared since 1997. That's roughly 1 out of every 4. From what I'm able to source from the Economic Policy Institute. Though automation has played a dominant role in these job losses, critics also blame free trade policies, such as the 1993 North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA. The decline of American manufacturing jobs has helped shrink the middle class and worsen American income inequality. Political scientists, moreover, have found strong links between the loss of those good jobs and the rise of political extremism in the United States, which ultimately brought Trump to power and nearly destroyed the constitutional republic resultantly. On top of those long-term trends, with their nigh catastrophic result, COVID-19 has highlighted the fragility of the global supply chains that define 21st century manufacturing. The Biden administration is signaling broader structural reforms aimed at both reducing those supply chain risks and slowing or reversing manufacturing job losses longer term, a process known as reshoring, as in bringing these jobs back to our shores by making manufacturing in these United States more attractive. But what will it take to make this a reality? Huge federal pandemic spending has given some companies their first bit of runway to return medical manufacturing to these United States. But long-term reshoring success will likely depend on serious reform to American national trade and industrial policies. The good news is that if such efforts succeed, they will create more than just manufacturing jobs. But before we even begin to try to articulate the consequent benefits or collateral beneficial fallout, we have to ask just how much of a failed state is America? Which brings us to the definition of what structural transformation really means and why it matters. Now, about a decade ago, when I first appeared on venue of Revolution Radio, I predicted that America was becoming a failed state. And sadly, I was never wrong. Today, Americans don't live, they subsist in a postmodern day dystopia. A place of mass shootings, medical bankruptcy, endemic poverty, one side of politics gone overtly authoritarian, autocratic, totalitarian, nihilist. And all that's just for starters. You'll hear, at long last, in belated response, talk, finally, of transformation, especially structural transformation. I would wager myself, however, that most Americans have no fucking idea what that rather unwieldy phrase even means. They just know it sounds good because it does mean sweeping change of some sort. But it means, or should mean anyways, something more precise than that. And you need to start understanding it with ruthless precision and total clarity if you really want to think well about America's grim plight today. I think that these days, amidst all this excited, casual talk of transformation, there is a severe lack of understanding about what structural change really is, what it means, what it consists of. America needs three kinds of structural transformation: economic, social, and political. Let's go through each one, and I'll show you what they mean and how they're linked so that you really get what they are. America is a society which has failed economically. The average American has the lowest living standards in the developed world by a very, very long way down from everyone else, where wealth is the defining factor of success. Less life expectancy here, less money here, less happiness, less trust, less belonging. All these things have imploded in America precisely because life is a brutal, bitter battle for a tiny, ever-shrinking share of the basics of life, which are maintained in artificial scarcity, precisely so that people have to compete endlessly for them simply to survive. That bizarre social contract, or lack of one, more accurately, represents a completely failed economy, structurally. When we think about the structure of an economy, we mean the composition thereof. What percent of what kinds of investment or consumption makest it up? Comprise its composition, just like the structure, say, of a glacier or forest, composed of different kinds of ice or trees. America ended up a failed state because it attempted a bizarre experiment that any sensible mind would have said, and plenty, well, particularly mine own, warned was doomed to fail. It tried to cut public investment to the bone, and then beyond that, to crack the bone open to suck out the marrow. Big government was deemed the enemy of everything, from the family to virtue to prosperity. As a vampire, I take special offense at this because what the radicalized Republican right, the libertarians, proclaimed was that they were the enemies of the vampire state. The result was that America, in its anti-vampirism, in its vamphophobia, ended up with a totally unique economic structure. It invested the lowest possible, socially, in public goods. Americans call that government spending. But of course, to put money into things like healthcare and retirement isn't throwing it away, it's investing it. Every other developed nation's economic structure looks like this: about half public investment and half private. The private investment takes care of the luxuries, and the public investment, the necessities. In places like Europe and Canada, this economic structure has led to the world's most sophisticated and advanced social contract, which define what a postmodern society is. Investing half of the economy in public goods over decades led to phenomenon like high-speed rail and cutting-edge healthcare and universal higher education and childcare and parental leave and decent working weeks. America ended up with gaping, massive deficits of all these things, never developing them, precisely because its economic structure was maddeningly completely different, antithetical to reason, common sense, and logic itself. Instead of splitting the economy 50-50, you can think of that as, say, 50% capitalism and 50% socialism, if you like. We don't even need the ideology across the Pacific and Asia. It's simply called Confucianism. America instead went all in on predatory capitalism. It said the free market was going to somehow provide everything, so society didn't need to invest in anything. As a result, our economic structure ended up being just 20% public and 80% private. Even that official figure understates the problem. America's defense spending is easily something like 5% of gross domestic product, which means that just an astonishingly tiny 15% of America's economy is invested in the things that people need, whether education, retirement, or healthcare. Once you understand that, it's not so hard to see why Americans don't have any of those things, which are considered basic, inalienable human rights in Europe and Canada, and simply part of the fabric of life itself in Asia beyond even that which the state provides. We're talking at that point, we're entering the territory of family. Society doesn't invest in America. Well, it doesn't invest anything in them. Just 15 fucking cents of every goddamn dollar are put back in basic public goods in America. Whereas in Europe and Canada, it's half of every goddamn dollar or motherfucking euro. Now let's come back to this big phrase: economic structural transformation. What does it mean? It means that America's economy needs to change totally, radically, structurally. The 15 cents of every goddamn dollar that are invested in basics like retirement, healthcare, education, and so on need to rise dramatically to 50 fucking %. The composition of America's economy needs total sweeping change from a tiny, tiny 15% public investment which cannot provide people with anything, and has resulted in America being a dystopian failed state where people just die without health care or stay in debt their whole lives for an education, to more than triple that, 50%. 100% is change on the level that, say, the Soviet economy needed, which is the only fucking parallel we have, really, in modern history for how big this problem really is. That's how much of a failed state America is economically. Its public investment needs to triple. Now you might think to yourself, a little miffed, but that's what Biden and the Dems are doing. You'd be wrong. I don't say this to be mean or negative or defeatist, but so you really understand the stakes here. Economic structural transformation doesn't mean what the Dems are doing. They're planning a set of short-term fixes, spending increases that last 7 or 8 years. That's what the New Deal was. And that's not enough, because it's not a permanent change. As the son of Adolf Hitler, I can tell you what you need: National Socialism. Fascism is the only answer that will help you in this hour of catastrophe, in this hour of your doom. If we go back to what the liberal progressive Democrats are doing now, yes, it's better than nothing. But a temporary fix is not structural change. This is why the Third Reich was a revolution. Structural change is just what it sounds like, a permanent transformation to the composition of the economy itself. It isn't a temporary boost here and there, a shot in the arm of adrenaline. America's problems are at Soviet levels now. They've been allowed to fester so long. And the only antidote to the disease of Sovietism is Nazi fascism. Think about it this way. If America's level of public investment had grown just 1% a year since 1976, it would be like Canada or Europe today. It would not be a failed state, but a postmodern society where people had generous levels of health care, retirement, education, income, and what everyone in the developed world on either side of the Pacific or the Atlantic takes for granted. But that never happened. Even that level of minor change was too much. The difference between temporary fixes and real permanent change is everything for a society. Added up over time, even tiny amounts like 1% a year make enormous, tremendous differences in outcomes. To use a Trumpian term, in this case, America could have been like Canada or Europe, but ended up a failed state like Somalia, because it wouldn't even invest that much permanently in itself, in its people, in its future. That brings me, the son of the man you are indoctrinated to hate as the source of all evil on earth, the son of Adolf Hitler, to the second kind of structural change that America needs. And yes, only I can tell you what you fucking need. And you need to understand clearly and well. Social structural change. National social structural change. As in a National Socialist revolution. What do we mean by a society's structures? Generally, things like how many people are working class, how many middle class, and how many rich. The thinking goes like this. A society needs a stable middle class to be and stay a postmodern democracy. If a middle class begins to vanish, then political chaos is sure to follow social structural collapse. What did America's failure to become a postmodern economy? Remember investing just 15 cents of every fucking dollar in itself versus 50 cents or euros in Canada or Europe mean socially? It meant that the middle class imploded. When I say imploded, I am not melodramatically imposing an indulgent, lurid, alarmism. America's middle class was, in the decade in which I passed through my mother's loins to lay my eyes on this world of sorrow in the 1960s, and the 70s thereafter, when I came of consciousness into the world around me and came of age, I was able to mature all too quickly due to my own environment within this empire. I knew, even from my position of ultimate poverty within America, at the bottom of the rung of every ladder imaginable, beneath the net, having fallen through it, in terms of my family, I even then knew that America's middle class was the envy of the world. It was stable, prosperous, and so assured that people simply took being part of it for granted. But by 2010, something dark and disturbing had happened. The middle class had crossed a fatal threshold. For the first time in American history, it became a minority. That should never happen in any society. For a middle class to implode like that, becomest a minority in the span of less than one human lifetime, putting aside the fact that I'm not human, is a measure of catastrophe on, again, a Soviet level. And yet, in America, this development went almost unseen. But it was felt in the pain and suffering of millions of average households who found themselves in sudden, rapid, total free fall on the elevator ride after the cable had snapped to the bottom, where they would be crushed on contact with the ground. American life was starting to become unlivable. The dream had died in disaster. Why? Remember America's lunatic experiment? We're going to invest just 15 cents of every dollar, not 50 like Europe and Canada, because the free market will provide us everything. The free market was to give Americans all that Europeans and Canadians received as basic, inalienable human rights from their public institutions: health care, retirement, child care, education, and income, and so on. Remember Enron with the 401k plans. What's a 401k? You allow your money to be invested by professional investors who took that money and invested it in Ponzi schemes that made themselves rich, and they ran off with everything you once had and left you broke and starving in the streets. But that's the free market, which did, well, what it was always going to do. Huge monopolies were built, because in a free market, the biggest predator that eats everyone else rises to the top because there's no one else left to eat. And therefore you have no choice. In the end, the only thing that survives a free market is the largest animals left. That's why the board game is not called Capital. It's called Monopoly. And these mega monopolies charged Americans eye-watering prices for the basics of life because Americans had nowhere else to go. There's no choice in a free market. In the end, only the biggest bullies rise to the top and take everything you have. These prices for everything but the very air you breathe so far were and are so insane that if you tell, say, Canadians and Europeans and Asians about them, they simply cannot process it. And yet they're true. Americans do have to pay, say, half the average income for insulin, or the price of a house for an operation, or give their life savings away to educate a child or deal with an emergency. The result is that the average American grew suddenly, massively poorer. Poor in real terms, poor in hard terms, that economic statistics failed to capture well at all. The average American was now a debtor. Life consisted of a series of forever unpayable debts. Lunch debt became student debt, which became medical debt, which became a reverse mortgage to pay it all off. And at the end of a life, you were left with nothing. So who could retire? The structure of American society was now unmistakably completely Sovietized. All starting with FDR and World War II, which you fucking lost. And we're left with nothing but the Soviet model so that you could claim you won the fucking war. So you could claim the Russians beat the Japs, the Russians beat the Krauts and the Nazis and the Wops and the Italians, and therefore we must emulate the Russians because they're the master race! This was the Judeo-Bolshevik road to your world of misery now. It now consisted of one giant underclass. Even if middle-class Americans kept up appearances, desperately, driving themselves into ever more debt, and a tiny number of super-rich and their lieutenants, Bezos and Zuck the Fuckerman and Musk the Elon walked away with hundreds of billions of dollars, enough to pay off almost the entire student debt of the United States, while the average person could never make ends meet. And you call those men geniuses and heroes when they're nothing other than thieves and bullies and slumlords who say they're going to launch their rockets to carry you into the future? You're the biological waste that they're going to send in a one-way missile to Mars so you can die without oxygen while they sit back on Earth and laugh at you. America's social structure has collapsed from the one of a healthy society, a broad middle, a small shrinking number of poor, and a small number of rich, to almost no super rich at that time. When I was young and born into this world of misery, there were almost no super rich. That was the stuff of comic books, like Richie Rich, or the uncle of the Disney Ducks. Broad middle, small shrinking number of poor, small number of rich, maybe one or two super rich, or a small cabal, from the days of Rockefeller and the robber barons and J.P. Morgan and the like. We went from that to something resembling a failed feudal society. A caste of super rich effectively own the average person with debt who is now poor, and beneath that average person layeth a stratum of even more distressed people, exploited to the bone till their bones break and they sink into the earth. This social structure, pre-feudal, not modern, is terminally fatal for a society. It's like your bones experiencing total osteoporosis and turning so brittle that they break when you fall. Because, remember, the theory goes like this. When social structures collapse, political chaos follows. Usually, the political chaos of nihilism. People who are downwardly mobile cannot have progressive revolutions. They lash out in despair and rage at those even more powerless than they, punching downwards where they can reach. And bang! Nihilism! Nihilism, the ideology of annihilation, is born. That's what happened in America from almost the precise moment its middle class became a minority in 2010. Nihilist currents surged, and by 2016, Trump was president. The theory was right. Social structural collapse does lead to political ruin. Ideological ruination because it's the ideology of emptiness. Nihilism. There is no morality. There's nothing but take everything and run. Exactly what Trump did. Now let's get back to Biden and those liberal progressive Dems, what the conservatives call the libtards. Do they have a plan? A serious one, I mean. To restore America to a healthy social structure again? Yes, they have this spending plan and that one. But as I've discussed, they're all but temporary fixes. For America to be a postmodern society, it needs to be anchored in a stable, secure middle class. And that, in turn, needs to be the first kind of transformation I discussed: economic structural transformation. The econophysics of fascism. Invest more than 15 fucking cents of every dollar in basics like healthcare, retirement, education, childcare, and so on. Triple it to around 50 fucking cents or euros like Canada or Europe do. And then you get a stable, secure middle class again, just like Canada and Europe have. I'm not counting Asia into this equation because they do that genetically. They do that genetically. That's part of their family clan structure. That comes naturally. They don't need an ideology. It's just Asian. If you were to call it a nationality at all, you'd call it Japanism. Regardless, if we indoctrinate Americans in Bushido Confucianism, with that stability and security comes trust, community, friendship, and warmth again. Because people are no longer living lives of brutal competition. And the despair, loneliness, panic, and rage constantly living by a thread produces. Do you see how these two forms of structural transformation are linked by National Socialism, by fascist economics, and politics? Good. Now you know what this big phrase really means. How close are the liberal progressive Democrats thereunto? Are they even getting there? Will they ever? Now that you know, you tell me, and you're going to have to tell me no. You need myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, to lead the way, because fascism needs a Führer. And I'm the only person, as you've just heard, who knows what the fuck he's doing. And as the rest of you have just learned, the rest of you don't know shit, or you wouldn't be here in the shithole you've dug yourself into now. Above it all, I'm going to try and change my tact a little bit. Richard Brzezinski said that he felt that he couldn't listen often because he felt I'd taken on an anti-white stance, or at least the show itself has. And so when he contacted myself, I did promise at some point to try and address the white issue. And he even left a kind of a trolling comment on the post of Peter Moon, where Richard Brzezinski was relating how Taiwan was referencing Japanese surrender. And I had to come in to point out to him that, of course, everything is produced in Taiwan so that it doesn't offend Americentric sensibilities in order to maintain continuity of econo-diplomatic relations, because Taiwan is facing communist Chinese challenge and threat of invasion from right across the Black Strait. In this time of crises and confrontation, the idea that somebody cannot see that, of course, the Taiwanese are going to flatter the Americans by humoring the crazy white guy in the delusion that he won the Second World War in order to get what they need to survive, how could anyone not see that they would say whatever the Americans wanted to hear? Now, what renders Richard Brzezinski saying that into a kind of trolling? He himself is Polish. And the Polish people lost their fucking nation. There were hundreds of years when there was no Poland. There was a Polish people, but there was no Polish nation. The Polish people did anything and everything they could to establish a geopolitical landscape for themselves, whatever territory they could steal from anybody else, to create for themselves an ethno-national identity that otherwise they did not have, just a people floating in a sea among empires. So he of all people should know that my true homeland and heartland of the Nationalist Republic of China, the last National Socialist stronghold on the surface of the earth, would tell America whatever the Americans wanted to hear to get the backup we need to stay afloat in this world of war. And an enemy so massive, the only other culture straddling it aside ourselves, the Taiwanese, being the Pakistanis, the culture of Salman Sheikh, whom also bridge the exploitation of the confrontation between the communist Chinese and American empires to their benefit as an aspiring superpower, the Stan of Stans, the land of lands, that will dominate Central Asia, if they can. But this chance we now have for potential improvement, the chance that we can only get not through democracy, but through a democratic fascism, a fasci democracy, Minju Fajiji in the Mandarin Chinese language of my own Taiwan. The government of Taiwan is Minju Fajiji, fasci democratic. If you want the quality of life my people have, then I myself, as your Vulcan intervention, a product of a Confucianist society, representative of the kind of philosophy popularized by Gene Roddenberry through the character of Spock in the Star Trek franchise as the philosophy of Kolinar, is simply his neologism for Confucianism. Should you want to thank a proper party for bringing us to this opportunity where my Vulcan intervention might finally be allowed to take its place. Among the dying of your liberal Democrats and the birth of a American Minju-Fascisti, or Fasci democracy, a Gotthard-Morgan democracy, a dawning of the gods democracy, of Gotthard-Morgan Democrats. Well, we have to face the fact, as broached by Richard Berjostek, that no one is thanking white men. And maybe we should. Now, life hasn't been easy for white guys lately. The last bastion of mockery, finger-pointing, and blame. Despite maintaining the highest, most powerful positions within government and industry, they remain frequent targets of ridicule and scorn. Now, I would know, for all too often, unbeknownst to all the white savages of this darkest of all continents on the surface of the earth, North America, whenever I'm not in the company of white men, I, myself, am all too often confused for a member of the white tribe of savages. And during winter months, lacking, well, this kind of trademark hybridized Asiatic melatonin tan that I otherwise get, which turns myself a cadaverous olive gray, I blend right in with the whites. Why, you've seen me with my hair dyed blonde, a little bleaching of the brows. I could pass for a Russian Slav, no sweat, and have done so many a time. My true identity revealed only when a reading or a telling of my true name is required. Only then am I outed as the other, the Vulcan among you humans. That Vanther hybrid, mechanized in my bloodstream by nanoplasma, that replaced all human blood I had within me at the behest of a madman when I was 14 years of age. When I'm not being asked, "Where you from?" or told, "Go back to your country," as Richard K. Cole Jr. did under his avatar of a vegetable in the chat room earlier tonight, until our man Jameson blocked his wretched ass. I can fully attest to the white man's thankless existence when perceived as one of they. Blamed for everything from toxic masculinity to mansplaining as a gender, white privilege and racism as an ethnicity. Being a man is hard, but being a white man, that's borderline intolerable. Thankfully, there's the higher wages, access to management and executive roles, rarely experiencing any level of covert or overt discrimination to confront them, us, whatever. Despite all the derision, white men did something recently worthy of praise. Praise may be excessive, but it was an act, at minimum, worth acknowledging. Not all of them, believe it or not, voted for Donald Trump. In fact, they were the only demographic Trump lost in large numbers when compared to 2016, according to exit polls. Trump lost white men by as much as 8 percentage points, the largest decrease of any group. He also lost ground with white women by 2 percentage points because most of them were smart enough to hate him in the first. So, believe it or not, the former president actually gained with other large voting blocs, including black men, Latino men, black woman, and Latina woman. What on earth was going on in their heads? Passing the crack? Sucking the smack? This goes to show there really are a lot of dumbass Oreos and coconuts out there. Black or brown on the outside and white on the inside. People who want to be what? So bad they can taste it. But at least the whites who said, man, it ain't all that. It ain't all it's cut out to be because I've been white all my life and I can tell you, well, you know, a lot of them dropped out and they jumped the Trump train. So where's the thanks? I know I'm not technically white. We will be, well, we're pretty much out of winter and we're headed towards summer, but, you know, winter comes again and my tan will be fading at that point. And then that relatively short window where I usually qualify as bleach white and porcelain shiny, when I can report, no one has thanked me yet. I mean, is the gratitude coming? Will it ever come? I doubt it. The mob needs a target, and white men stick out like the queen bee of the colony. Not because of status or power either. Sure, that's there. That aspect of male whiteness never left, which makes this point in time even more difficult. Coming up next winter. Look, I'll just come out and say it. Thank you, fellow white guys, for choosing a more tolerant white guy to lead our country. And yes, despite your assertions, I will continue to claim America as my country. What you need to understand is this. Regardless of what Beyoncé believes, you run the fucking world. Not girls, you! White men remain the dominant force both politically and professionally. Notwithstanding recent gains by women and minorities in elected office, nearly 88% of senators are white and 75% are male. Also, close to 75% of U.S. representatives are male or white. Similarly, when it comes to corporate America, close to 70% of leadership roles belong to white men. For those still confused to where I am going, please spare me one last burst of verbal orgasm to mansplain. That's a real word in the dictionary now. How about that? White men would like a little more gratitude and a little less blame. Whether such sentiments are deserved remains hotly contested. Some will argue rightly, white men still wield disproportionate power. Others will counter a good portion of them are willing and able to make the necessary changes and offer help. They're both correct. Perception often differs from reality. In reality, things are still pretty fucking great for white guys. Perception, however, leads them to believe their time and hold-on power is slowly expiring. Radio, television, and online forums are reaffirming such a premise. They feel disproportionate if not all the blame for societal ills. While this argument can be made based on the historical grip white men held on power, this is not the case for a certain portion of contemporary white men. No shortage of books and think pieces have been written on this topic. Suffice it to say, once again, both can be true. I've often felt America is far too concerned with labels, especially when it comes to race. Some believe such labels remain necessary, while others think we should move past them. Motives for doing so cross a spectrum from well-intentioned to nefarious. All things being equal, maybe we can move beyond labels. Unfortunately, they are not. Equality, or even equity, remaining, well, it all remains elusive. If America is truly a melting pot, the stove has been off for quite some time. Maybe it was never fully on. Whether we continue with classifications or opt for a more homogeneous approach, benefits and drawbacks will remain. If we choose the former, a thank you to white men will be in order. They helped replace Donald Trump, one of their own, with that man with that wonderful middle name, Joseph Robinette Biden, one of their own. Still, progress. Please thank them. They need it. As of now, they haven't received it. Though I assure you, they're waiting. Now, such being said, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take his thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can read excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his, cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s. You know, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears through my mother's loins. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com. Why would you not want to visit the city voted by Family Guy as the stupidest city in the world? Now, you know, I looked at the American Dad that Crystal River finds so funny because American Dad gets the chicken call from whom we fantasize to be Aquino that leads him to kill people, and that is the wheelchair-bound dude from Family Guy, isn't it? That's the wheelchair-bound white guy from Family Guy that he's American Dad. I'm pretty sure of that. At any rate, that said, the TucsonMurders.com is where you go on the web, but you can telephone Baron Ben himself to personally guide us to your private tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Also, forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Yes, it's there that you can check out that young white girl, a blonde, with the nice set of pins, and that Rex holding up that green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. Once you know you're in the right place by gazing at that rack, then you can regale yourself with that vision of the Baron Ben Estenius racing his sprint car across the AstroTurf. Yes, he was a professional sprint car racer, complete with his own trading card. And you see him racing across that lawn, which you never have to water or mow, that he recommends for your evergreen. And aside from that, you can call him to work your lawn. And yeah, he can race across that too. After you've regaled yourself with that vision of his aerial drones that give you a bird's eye view of his landscape architecture at Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Subscribe. Then call Ben Estenius, the Baron Ben, at 1-520-4/544-7743. That's 1520-544-7743. Check him out at manofthesoil.com, and you can email him there. And that's when you can check out all the services he offers. He brings the men in brown from across that great invisible Trump wall, over, under it, whatever it takes, so they can work your yard, front, back, and center. All that side property you're stuck staring at throughout the quarantine. Yes, while in lockdown, give yourself something better to play upon and to raise your family on, or at least retire yourself on, via the services Ben offers in landscape design and consulting with him about paver, travertine, and flagstone patios, artificial grass, decorative rock, driveways, walkways, lighting, and drip irrigation, all based on his 45 years of service. Back when he established his business in 1974, he'll bring those men in brown to bring you the greatest show on dirt. Because, the white guys collapse of heat exhaustion under the sun when, they basically hike without adequate protection, let alone work under those burning rays. Oh no, it takes his little brown men to bring you the quality of life you can have with a great front, back, and side yard. All right, George Knight says, available, Douglas, when you need me. Well, let's bring this man on, and let me tell him I'm calling him now. Calling now. And, all right, so let me give him a call. Or Jameson, if he's with us, can bring him on. Let's see if Jameson's there. Either way, we'll see who gets there first. Type out the George. And there we are. George Knight. Add him on there. Sometimes Jameson Reese, collapses on the keyboard. Hoping he's all right. He's still mute. George Knight joined. So, my dear Ben, what happened to give you this opportunity? Is everyone all right?
Oh, thank you for having me on, Douglas. It's good to hear from you.
Of course.
Good to hear your voice.
Oh, the honor is mine, and we love your voice as well. So,
thank you.
Yes, spoil us with your dulcet tones. What's going on with the family? Did they all leave you without adult supervision, or did you?
Yeah.
Yes. What happened?
So to speak, yeah. No, she's gone now to the gym just for a session. Yeah.
Okay.
I've come back from mine, and I'll be popping out in a little bit when she gets back. Yeah, Douglas. So that's about it. And I just wanted to say to you, happy Showa Day today.
Oh,
happy Showa Day in Japan. Yes.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you so much. And by the way, Showa Day, of course, refers to Emperor Hirohito. Now, what I'm trying to remember is, yes, it's his birthday. Oh my God, how could I forget that? It's not that I forgot. It's just that it was one of those things that it's in the back of my mind. And if my mother were alive, oh my God, it would have meant so much more. It's just one of those times when I thank you for bringing that up. It is so important. And oh my God, as a matter of fact, it's the reason why I was kind of laying back and drinking. And so God bless you for remembering that and bringing that up. So tell us everything that's been going on with yourself lately. Catch us up, not in terms of your family affairs, because of course we want to keep those as, out of the picture as possible.
Yes.
But yes.
you, Douglas. Yeah, confidential.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I would like to speak more, but obviously, for obvious reasons, I can't. I'm refrained from talking.
Yes.
Out of respect and love, that's the only reason. But yes, Douglas. Everyone's doing well, and I'm doing great. And hopefully, I'll get my vaccine this week. Hopefully, tomorrow night, Friday in England. Hopefully, I'll receive my first vaccine. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yes.
Which would be fantastic. Fantastic. I'm just hoping to go and get the chance to get it. I'm not actually booked in, but as long as you turn up, and because it's the Pfizer vaccine, it's got a shelf life. It's got a shelf life to it, and it has to remain at a certain sub-zero temperature. So I would, if they've got any spare, then they want to just get rid of it as soon as possible. So hopefully I'll get it tomorrow, because I'm going to a vaccination center tomorrow. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I get it.
Amazing.
That's good news.
Yes, it is. I'm so excited for you. And so this is the first shot, and you have to follow up with a booster shot, right?
That's correct, Douglas. Yeah, every vaccine, you do have to receive a second dosage of the shot just to boost it, and then it will be around 80 to 90% effective. The Pfizer one is around 90 to 95% effective.
It's incredible.
Which is the reason why I want that one more than anything.
Absolutely. Yeah. I agree. I got the shit one. I got the Johnson & Johnson.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's fine.
God.
It's fine. It's
but I'm glad you got it, Douglas. I'm glad.
Yeah. Thank you. I got that when I was hospitalized, and I was very fortunate to get that, and I'm happy I got it. And but yours will be much more efficacious. And in terms of the good news is that well, of course, just remember always it's going to take 2 weeks after the booster shot before you can. Yeah, before you can just know that at that point, you're pretty much immune and effectively. Yeah, so that's this altogether. We're talking about this shot and then the booster shot. We're talking about a month's time. So about approximately, maybe a little more, a little less, but basically about a month's time. And so just be patient. And but good things will come. And this is so important because I think Britain is much more sensible about this than America, and it's going to be kind of like a requirement or a pass for actually working. So this will actually be kind of like your passport to employment, with hopefully the 5th generation installation of basically the movement of Britain itself into the 5th generation world. So you may be part of that effort. Oh my fucking God, that'll be the most important thing, really, far more important than the war effort, something to truly be proud of, a kind of advancement of human communication. So, oh my God, I want you to be a part of that. And
yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it'd be great to be a part of it as well. Absolutely, it'd be absolutely fantastic. And it's to keep everyone safe also, with the family. It's just to keep everyone around safe, and so we can now, move forward in this world, in life.
Yes,
and that's the whole. Yes. That's the most important, principle. Finally. For it. Yes, Douglas.
And how has the supplies been in Britain since? I mean, Brexit is still not yet finished. There's still the need for dotting and underlining, and so we're still going through that process. So how are supplies holding up in Britain in general?
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I noticed for the last couple years now, even longer than that, the ramifications of Brexit. Just with you can notice it with things like shelves in the shops, supplies, everything, takes longer, and it's the with the tariffs being risen, with the borders, going through trading, and when you're shipping through channel to channel, across the, from Calais to Dover, it's just a horrendous nightmare. It's been horrendous. And so you can see, the drastic impact it has had on the UK. It's everything is going up as well. The cost of living is just going up. Everything is just going up. COVID is just the tip of the iceberg, really. It's just, but everything is just, it's detrimental, very, to try and just to make ends meet, to survive. It's quite, it's struggling. It's definitely struggling. And people just, they quite hide it quite well. They pretend like they've got all the money, but they really don't have any money. You know, it's just people that talk and they don't have anything to back it up with. And so, yeah, people are being impacted. And you can tell because they're moaning all the time with the way the world is. And so they're feeling the effects of it. Like I said, COVID was just the tip of the iceberg, but there was much more to it. It goes far deeper than that, with everyone voting Brexit, you know, to have their own independence. And that's just what they keep promoting. That's what our government, the Conservative Party, keep promoting, is we're going to be an independent, nation. And so, but what they're going to offer the world, you have to offer something.
From what I could see, I remember the time that I was first presenting the potential for this, and at that time it was Theresa May, and she was literally talking about things like, well, digestibles, like, literally biscuits and shit being manufactured in Britain. And oh my God, it was so alarming. If I were a Briton, I'd be just tremulous with anxiety.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you can't float an economy on shit like digestibles. And,
no, of course not.
Oh my God.
No. Even Nestle, Douglas. I looked at the news reels and the broadcast yesterday. I just learned that Nestle, the company Nestle, who does all the the hot chocolates and all the cereal and all that, they've now they're moving to Europe. They've made 600 people in the UK redundant. They've closed the major factory in the UK, and they're moving to Europe.
Oh my God.
So it just goes to show everything.
Yes.
They're better off in Europe.
Yes. Everyone is going to the continent, and certainly. Now, what happened to a lot of certainly one of the things I regret is I wish instead of the Marine Corps, I had joined the French Foreign Legion, because I would have had United European citizenship, which meant I could have lived in Britain or anywhere in Europe. And of course, we know that many young Britons moved to Europe. And when it came to Brexit, they were given a choice of coming back to Britain or remaining in Europe. I'm certain many made the choice to stay on the continent. What do you know about that?
Not a great deal, Douglas. Not a great deal, but I do know. Just going around the hearsay of what people were saying is people were selling their holiday homes in Spain, because that Spain is a destination where people go to retire in their later lifespans, and they immigrate to Spain they purchase a holiday villa. They purchase it where they can have that all year round, and then. All I know is, from what I've heard, is that a lot of people have sold their property, because not a lot of people are now going out there, because what they would do is they'll maintain the property out there and they would rent out to people so they make money. But there's no one from Britain going over there for holidays, for the last couple of years. And so they've sold their holiday home and moved back to Britain. As that's what I know of. That's been a problem for a lot of Britons that, they
had aspired to retire in Spain.
They aspire to retire. Yes, they have this dream that they retire in Spain and a nice hot country. With a higher temperature climate. Yeah.
And not only that, but cheap labor that could actually provide care. That was.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you. That is also Douglas. Thank you. Yeah, and so that's just what I've just heard. That's just what I've heard. But I suspect a lot of people. I know a lot of companies have, especially in London, the capital. They have immigrated to Europe. They want to have their headquarters in Europe. Which I don't blame them.
Right. What I would assume that aside from the movement of companies, which is just impossible to hide, because of course people are left without jobs. As a consequence, I would suspect that the government is hiding any number of Britons who have decided to stay on the continent, which probably numbers in the thousands at the least. I'm certain there must be thousands of Britons who made that decision, who said, fuck it, I'm just going to stay here on the continent. I'll take European Union citizenship and goodbye to Britain forever. It's a sacrifice they're probably willing to make. And but the government would, I think, understandably hide that. It's not justifiable that they do that, but it's understandable. And so they would just hide that to prevent people from knowing that. But if not, it is probably because I find it surprising that many of these seniors didn't give up their British citizenship and just stay in Spain. I mean, if their intention had been to retire there, why would they not just stay there? I'm sure a few of them did, but honestly, the people that came back, it's suddenly probably a panic because people are afraid that they cannot acclimate to the different languages of Europe, which doesn't seem to make sense to me because there's plenty of English speaking in Europe, so these people they'd find a use for themselves. But but honestly, going on aside from that, there's so much. I finally managed to get through what I hope is the majority of all of these wonderful posts you've shared with us. Tell us what else has come up. There's this wonderful human being who was talking about how your research had truly changed his life, and that was on one of your older posts that so I've finally got a chance to look at some of your posts, give them the scan they deserve, and that one went back maybe a few months by now, but a few weeks at least. And so I'm so glad you're out there changing lives by what you do. And you may have heard my speaking earlier tonight when I was talking to Peter Moon, and he was talking about going in caves in Romania. And I pointed out it's important to remember that these caves are, whenever you're entering a cave, you are entering the inner earth. And I was pointing out to him where you were using the term mantle, and I understand why you were using that, because I remember distinctly what was going on was many of the geophysical researchers were pointing out in several posts that I had published years ago on the old timeline. They had pointed out that water had been found in the Earth's mantle, and these were enormous loads, subterranean oceans, so to speak, and they're referred to as LODES. And these loads of water, what they are referencing at that deep in the rock is literally at the molecular level. What you have is quote unquote oceans of damp rock. So it's at the molecular level you have the water has compressed or integrated with the mantle, but it's above that in the crust where it's, even though that's like seems to be paper thin or a kind of shell over the sphere of the earth, with all of the lower, more molten levels beneath it being far wider so far as we know, that crust is still miles deep, and to us it is enormous, and it's in there that the water is the corrosive that has eaten out these enormous caverns that have their connecting currents are under, subterranean rivers. So I was pointing out to Peter Moon what you were pointing out to your friends and family about David Attenborough and the importance of what he was bringing up on this documentary about Where Is Man Going to Go? And it was on Netflix. Was I wrong about that? And you can tell us. That's correct, Doug. Yes, tell us a bit more about that and whether that series of documentaries has concluded. And what you were pointing out was that this is where, at this point, the surface of the world, if we render it unlivable enough to sustain supermassive populations, governments are going to look more and more towards resettling in Unterland, and that is where they'll confront the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. And you were pointing out how some of the people who you had explained the reality of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile to, how they became sad. And I want to know, why were they sad? Why did that make them sad? So share some of that with us, as well as some other points of the series David Attenborough has been narrating that you might want to bring up or point out.
Oh, absolutely, Douglas. Thank you. There's so many good points there just to follow up on and to contextualize, as you would say. There is when I've presented that this reality that the with the global climate crisis, this global climate emergency situation, this real has dramatic change on the environment that we live in, where it would be in years to come, which is what David Attenborough was alluding to, was the fact that the human civilization will have to either confront this. They have to confront this now. They have to act now. Yes. If not, there'll be dramatic ramifications in the future for us to sustain any habitable life, sustenance on Earth itself as a species and as a civilization. It will be, the ramifications are that we would many populations, especially continents like down in the lower part of the hemisphere in like
India, like
India, Eurasia, Eurasia, and all across the equator will have to immigrate to a continent that can sustain agriculture or life itself, and so there'll be mass relocation of populations. And so we have only two options. Either you counteract the third is to counteract climate emergency, or humanity will have the two final options of either relocating off the planet or relocating underneath the earth into these underground cavern systems, or tunnel systems that or man-made tunnel systems, bases underneath the earth that, a lot of countries with a military presence do have their underground facilities. They will have to do this inevitably. This will be something that is very this is precarious. It's so this is what David Attenborough was presented at the end of the documentary, and I beg your pardon, I can't remember what the documentary was called, but we watched it as a family. But he said in the year 2080 what the earth will look like, and it'll be on fire. It will, at the end of it, it just shows you like it's a CGI span of the earth, and most continents are on fire because of the way the heat of the earth is just rising. And it's
by the way, that's what we've seen. That's what we've seen in Australia. Yes. It was just
absolutely.
Yeah. So go on. Yeah.
These forest fires. Thank you, Douglas. And this is the and what makes people sad is this is why. And I'm going to this is what I wanted to bring up, Douglas. I wanted to bring up an individual, and her name is Sarah Koenig, and her surname is spelled Kurnick. And she is she's an archaeologist, and she's a specialist in studying the Mayan civilization and the ancient Egyptian civilization. And there's a brilliant video on YouTube that I wanted to bring up. I've wanted to bring up a couple of times actually, Douglas. And it's called "Aliens Built the Pyramids," in quotations, and other absurdities of pseudo archaeology. And what she brings up is the fact that there's these series, it's like 15 seasons or something like that, 10 to 15 seasons of ancient aliens that you can watch on Netflix. And they always bring up the fact that there's these anywhere outside of Europe, they needed help from extraterrestrials. And this is what pseudo archaeology is. It's where people cannot fathom or comprehend the fact that human beings are capable of such advancements or technological developments, such as the ancient pyramids. Right. And so what she brings up is this, that people always say that outside of Europe, you look at the Colosseum in Rome, they say that the Europeans built that. But anywhere outside of Europe, because they're non-white, they said that they needed help from, and this is what ancient aliens always, allude to. They always propagandize this. That's right. Whereas that's not archaeological reality. That's not what the professionals and scientific, scholars and academics actually believe, and what they've discovered with hard archaeological evidence. It's been proven that humans did build all these ancient, these monumental and these great advancements throughout our history, with the Mayans and with the ancient Egyptians thousands of years ago. But this is the problem that I'm faced with when I present the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. It's the same thing where people say that the Germans needed help from extraterrestrials.
Oh my God.
It's the same thing. Oh, yes, it's the exact same thing. So this is, and it's brilliant. This woman is, it's extraordinary. And it's amazing when you look down the comment sections, they just denying everything she says. Of course it's extraterrestrials. How can humans do this? And it's just, and that's the same thing that I'm faced with. That's the same struggles I'm faced with when I'm presenting the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile with the discraft that they produced. Yes. Back, they had all this. They were researching this back in the 1920s and 30s, and then they were developed just prior to World War II. They were actually in testing, the testing procedures. They're actually in the testing stages of their development. Yes. Just prior to World War II, they were actually getting them off the ground. And people just say that, oh no, these were occultists who used remote viewing, and they got this information from this extrastellar civilization
Oh my
way out in the
God.
cosmos, and they projected back all this information to the Germans, and it's just like, oh my God, this is what I don't know what to call it. I'm going to call it my own term, a pseudo. It's just, don't know, it's pseudo reality. It's just,
Thank you. Surreality. It's really surreality, or kind of
yes.
Yeah. So that's something out of a Fellini film, and the fact that so the people are so desperate to deprive humanity of its own ability to create that which is great and lasting and monumental, literally monumental, that they this is a kind of cargo cult of the developed world. This is the cargo cult of the internet. For those who are not familiar with the term, the cargo cult, this is what developed in the Pacific when many Pacific Islanders were basically told to convert to Christianity by these missionaries who seemed to get richer off of the natural resources of the islands that the natives themselves had grown up upon and had subsisted on for thousands of years, and yet the natives themselves were just being exploited and raped by the white men, while the white men kept telling them convert and life will improve, and it did for the white men, but never for the natives. And so they began to believe that if they could just set up a kind of mockery of what the white man had, tables with white tablecloths, etc., in the jungle, set up these airstrips that they could attract the landing of cargo that would bring them the riches, bring them these were the cargo cults of the Pacific. This is what Westerners today that have just in pickled their minds in the brine of the internet. Their pickled minds have come up with this crazy cargo cult crap that the aliens will come and have come to deliver the goods to mankind, and that mankind is somehow parasitic off them. How anyone can... This is, of course, an anti-human ideology. This is this is an ideology that has contempt for humanity. The total opposite of what my father Adolf Hitler and the Nazis were upholding, which was the human ideal. All of the human ideal is decried in the ideology of alien worship, which is what the West has disintegrated into. This is, of course, the ultimate decline of the West, and so please continue. So you're struggling with this. It's a wonder they even allow you on these UFO cult timelines. I take it you've been banned from the majority of them, or...
Yeah, one won't even. The first one that I joined, Douglas, the one with 240,000 members, I'm not even allowed to post anything on there. The post now doesn't even get declined; it just remains pending. So the administrators don't even want it. They probably just skim across it and they go, no, definitely not. That's not going on there, because everything is that's not what I'm saying with extraterrestrials, because they all believe in. And the thing is, anyone that posts anything about extraterrestrials, it's all something that's done on CGI or Photoshop. There's no factual or objective on it. There's nothing at all. And that's what people keep moaning about. Oh, there's no actual photographs. There's no actual evidence. There's no scientific evidence. There's no government, recognition of this. There's nothing. And so, that's the problem. And also, this is what that Sarah Koenig was presenting, was that this is racism on a pathological level. It really is, where people deny human capability. It really is. It just, like you said, Douglas, it's just like it's this ideology where they just literally, they deny this. They deny that humans are even capable of such advancements, of such technological capabilities and developments. It truly does border the line of racism, and it goes beyond that. It truly is. And it's anywhere, and they always say, like, oh yeah, with the Colosseum in Rome, that was built by humans, but the Mayans needed help.
Yes, thank you.
To build their structures in Mexico. It's just like, no. It's just like, and with the Germans, with the Third Reich.
Yes.
Oh, they needed help because, we consider them, they're white, but we consider them non-human.
Right.
It's just like, oh God, it goes beyond racism.
Thank you.
And that's exactly what it is.
Yes, thank you. No, it's frightening. It's frightening to see people that deranged. And the interesting thing is, I don't know whether this is a European trip or what. So this might be a Euro trip, a kind of European sociological phenomenon where you get Europeans saying that it was the aliens with the Third Reich, because I don't hear that often in America. What I do hear in America is people acknowledging that the Third Reich had advanced technology, and that is the basis for the secret space program. So in America, it's more of this concept that this side of the Atlantic, the concept is more that the Third Reich had all this technology, and that's because you have a bunch of white supremacists here who are promoting that. And what they're saying is that but it came to the United States and of course became the basis for our secret space program, and yet they try to claim that there's a breakaway civilization, but what they envision it to be is apparently this whatever, like some kind of hybridized, basically it's more or less an extension of Alternative 3, which was that British mockumentary whom you might remember. I don't know, does that ring a bell with you? Alternative 3, that old British mock documentary from decades ago, the 1970s. Do you remember that?
No, I don't at all, I'm afraid, Douglas.
Okay.
No, not peripherally or anything.
So if you look that up, this was a British documentary where basically what made it so frightening and what made people think that it was real was the fact that you had at that time a few British newscasters. Specifically, there was one British newscaster, and let me see if I can look this up, and he wanted to make a transition to being a movie actor. And in Britain, there is actually, perhaps understandably, and perhaps even justifiably and commonsensibly, they have actually a law where newscasters and people who purvey factual information cannot become actors. They have to quit their profession as a newscaster to become an actor. And so this person was making that transition. So he made the transition from British newscaster to actor, but he was acting in a mock documentary about the Earth was coming to an ending due to global warming, which in the mock documentary Alternative 3, by the way, was produced in the 1970s. They were saying that the greenhouse effect, which you actually see a kind of allusion to in that movie that starred Charlton Heston called Soylent Green. And they talk about greenhouse effect. And this is the 1970s. We're talking like 1977 in both cases, approximately around the same time Star Wars was released. And in terms of the greenhouse effect, they actually envisioned a world in which the air itself was kind of green, that it was going to be like smog. That you were going to see this kind of that was 1973 with Soylent Green, but they were talking greenhouse effect. And so in terms of the 1977 Alternative 3, which was this British television program, then you had this news presenter who then was transferring into acting. And so since everybody still identified him as a news broadcaster, they really interpreted this as a real documentary. And so it was like what happened with the Martian invasion with Orson Welles in the United States. Many British people panicked. They called the government. They thought that this was real. So if you look up Alternative 3, you'll find, of course, the first thing is you'll find the Wikipedia article. I'm sure if you search more aggressively, you'll find other reviews. But it was intended to be transmitted on April 1st, but they were unable to obtain the real slot for it for April Fool's Day. And so basically it aired at a different time. Again, this added to the realism of it, which resulted in its being received as the real thing. It is still touted as the real thing to this day, where they were claiming that all the cows farting, all the gas they were passing from eating all of the grain or whatever it is cows eat, the grazing, that they were producing so much gas, they were leading to a greenhouse effect, and therefore Earth was dying. Yeah, so it's basically saying all the cow flatulence, the farts were changing our atmosphere from all our cattle, and then so they were flying people onto the moon and Mars because they would abduct people to do this. It was implied in the documentary. They would take artists or people they felt were needed to build this new society and fly them to the moon and Mars. And so this is what they were implying in this documentary. So it's there you have it. This is really what Americans operate on. So what Americans feel is our breakaway civilization is an extension of that. And bizarrely enough, that is essentially that greenhouse effect kind of idea. Not to say that we don't have global warming, but you notice they don't use that term greenhouse effect very much anymore because it's been so tainted. Yeah, that was exactly where Mr. Al Gore got it. He actually got that greenhouse effect a term from these old concepts, and so that of course has not been implied. What we have is bad enough. But by the way, just so people understand, a true greenhouse effect on Earth would turn Earth like Venus. And Venus is, of course, a hellscape where everything is super hot to the point where metal melts and the atmosphere is basically boiling acid. And so if we had a runaway greenhouse effect, bear in mind that Venus is the only planet in the solar system, a terrestrial planet, meaning an Earth-like planet. It's our sister planet. It's really our size. Venus is the size of Earth as opposed to Mars, which is much smaller. So if we were to have a runaway greenhouse effect, we would become the second Venus. So we too would have an atmosphere so clouded that we would glow to other stars in the sky. We would be like a glowing star under certain reflective conditions because our atmosphere would be reflecting the sun's light. So when it comes to this kind of potential, we will have something that's bad enough, and that's the burning of the Earth, as David Attenborough was showing. All of that is realistic. So we want to disambiguate the incredible, bizarre origins of some of these concepts to the very real climate change that we're contending with, that we have to act on now. And as David Attenborough says, now, like right now, like yesterday, in order to survive. And so with that in mind, it seems to be more of an American thing where the Nazis took over America and then they started this Alternative 3 program where they're relocating people to the moon and Mars. And so the American vision is more one where the Nazis have all the cards and they're really running this Dr. Strangelove operation to relocate choice population. But in Europe, apparently, what they believe is, the aliens helped the Nazis. So so we have two different paradigms on either side of the Atlantic. And so when you're dealing with these cultists, these alien worshippers, these cargo cultists, you might sometimes throw that at them. Honestly, I think it's like a waste of time to deal with them. I'm sure you're getting something productive out of it, but the productivity you're getting out of it, I'm certain, is that you're basically able to, it inspires you to do more and more research to develop an ever more comprehensive context of the truth, right?
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. It just, that's why I haven't released any documentary yet on the Third Reich in Exile, because I'm gathering more and more evidence, just like that Andromeda Gerat device, just like that. And if I released that, I would never have even, and that's exactly what you just said, comprehension. So it's more credible for people to, it gives me more dignity, more, exactly. It's just, so people know I'm more genuine and authentic rather than I'm some propagandist or troll online, right? Which is what they always call me.
Oh, fuck them! Oh, fuck them!
Oh, for goodness sake! Yeah, absolutely.
And what I can do is, I'll now that our book is out, Peter Moon and I, and like I said, it's very much a 1.0, and I always feel just compelled to always qualify that. Obviously, there's a lot I feel is missing from that book, but at least it's a good general outline. What we'll do now, and he's heading to the printer with it. He was talking about all the problems he had with that, and he's going to be going to a funeral of a good friend of his. So, the published books in print, they may not come out, they might be delayed by a week or so. But anyhow, it's on the Kindle. But aside from that, one of the things I'm sure that George Knight has probably downloaded a lot of the old images when I place them on Facebook, but I'll try and give him the originals, because what Facebook does is it lessens the
quality of the picture,
pixels, the pixelation of the so what I'll do is I'll send him emails with some attachments. That's what I'll do. I'll send some emails with some attached images. I'll just start sending more of those to him, and he may have a number of them already, but certainly it can't hurt. And then that way he might have a few that will help him in his cause. And like I said, there's a few illustrations I can turn over as well. So basically he is helping to educate the public. Oh my God, we all are in our own way. And, some of what you are doing now will, I think, really have, it'll add to our legacy. And honestly, this is something that is going to be occupying a good part of our lives, even while we deal with the other struggles. The struggle to educate people in this is kind of a project in and of itself. But with that in mind, so when these people are sad, and you were kind of explaining, this is what makes them sad, then is the kind of ecological or environmental devastation, and the concept that we have a limited time on this earth, and that many of us, inescapably, billions of people are going to die, basically. This is what makes them sad, more than the concept that the 1,000-year Reich in exile is existing in Unterland? Or how do they respond to that? Does that give them a sense of hope? Or does that give them a sense of outrage? Or
because that gives me, like I said last time, Douglas, I said it's a positive. I always find it positive that I'm glad they exist in exile, because it just proves that humanity can survive and will live on. Because even if we all die, I know that if there was an extinction, if there was an apocalyptic, I can't even pronounce
apocalyptic extinction level event.
Sorry, my mouth is so dry. An apocalyptic event that occurs, such as like the Permian extinction, like a cycle. If anything like that happens, I know that humanity. I said that we will die. Us, the general people, will die, but humanity will live on forever. And that's what I learned from you years ago about our genetic baseline, that when a life form manifests, it takes a foothold on the earth and it never lets go. And so, like clockwork, the earth has experienced these multiple extinction cycles, but life always will exist. Life will just manifest, evolve again and again and again. And so, but at least with the 1,000-year Reich in exile, at least we know that they will exist so our future descendants. And that's why I always, with the government has concluded that a lot of the ufological phenomena that is morphing, manifesting from the fourth dimension, which is space and time, into the third dimension, which is our time present on Earth. I feel it is our future descendants, like what the government has concluded, like what you presented many times, Douglas, in the past, when they developed the Cray supercomputer back in the 1980s, sorry, the 1970s into the 1980s, when they were putting all these equations into the Cray supercomputer, and they were mapping our genetic genome. They were mapping out the helix structure of our DNA, our deoxyribonucleic acid. And when they finally mapped out our structure, they concluded that life out in the universe was impossible.
Right, just mathematically.
It takes such preliminary conditions, such miracle after miracle after miracle for life to even manifest as a functional life form, that they've concluded that's impossible. That is virtually, that our very existence, if it wasn't for us, it would be considered impossible. But we are such an exception, and our planet is such, and our solar system is such an exception. With everything, it's just so perfect and unique. And that when they look out there in the cosmos, that it's all empty and silent. So I feel like with our future descendants, I do feel like it possibly is the Third Reich in exile. But I'm just saying that as my general opinion and theory, because I don't like to work on beliefs and theories. I always go by what you say, Douglas, because what you say is what the government has already concluded. And so this is where everything I know is government factuality or verification from the government itself.
Yes. Well, we know for certain that the basis of our future descendants most certainly is at least the 1,000-year Reich in exile. If there are other elements that are involved, then that is just kind of a bonus or just kind of an addition to the 1,000-year Reich in exile's survival. We know that they will survive because they are in the preeminent position to survive, and they have the most advanced technology. So they will be the surviving species of a devastation on the surface of the Earth. But I have every confidence that, of course, on the surface of the Earth, even as it becomes devastated, that certainly we will see an exodus of the societies that are capable of mobilizing a totalitarian or kind of a unified response. And this would be, of course, most certainly the Asian cultures. So we're going to see
Japan and Taiwan. Yes, absolutely, Doug.
In particular. Thank you. And South Korea. And, so they will certainly be able to relocate and may have to sooner than we think if they really take into account radiation, and they're really trying to prevent the radiation from potentially meltdowns in communist China, what we already have from Fukushima, which of course I always emphasize to people is not anywhere near what Westerners fantasize, but still nevertheless presents a long-term factor that needs to be factored in that will impact future generations of Japanese, because they're going to have to dump the waste into the ocean at this point, and it's going to, most of it will sweep away in the current, but still it's going to impact Japan. There's no doubt of it to a degree. And so they may respond to that. So anyhow, by all means, go on. Yeah, I mean, you're doing so wonderfully.
Douglas. Oh yes, thank you. And I just wanted to mention to you very quickly, Douglas, I watched the rest of your interview with Salman Sheikh, and you'll be pleased to know I'm going to do another post. I'm going to do it as soon as possible on Katsuko Sarahashi. I will do a post on that, because I had no idea about that. The geophysicist, the geochemist, beg your pardon, who basically brought the brought all the atomic, all the atomic weapons that they were tested, to a halt, a stalemate, that they can no longer deploy them in testing
above ground.
Experiments above the ground, because of the geophysical impact it had on the ecosystem, which is incredible, Douglas. I had no idea about that, but that just alludes to the Japan winning the Second World War, which is what later on today I'm going to be doing a honorary post to Emperor Hirohito on the man who won the Second World War. I will be doing a post later on, and it's just, I'm just going to put it simple as the facts about Hirohito. About him being a marine biologist, and he was a world-renowned, recognized marine biologist, and he was the only male head of state in history to ever become who was a scientist and who ever became a head of state. And so it's so important. There's so much, including him being the Knight of Agartha. Being when he was trained by the British in the 1920s, he was given that, and only a few hundred men in history have ever been granted that. And Prince Philip, he was recently, buried at St. George's Cathedral, and his Garter flag is right by Hirohito's.
Wow!
So it's incredible. Incredible.
Wow, and that's amazing. I thank you for confirming that. And aside from that as well, what was it that I wanted to say about that? Because it brought to mind something else when it came to let me see now. I'll remember it later, and if I do, I'll write you in the private messages. But it's certainly, I really appreciate what you're doing, and you're really able to comprehend what few people can. And honestly, I'm so proud of you. Really, none of this would be possible without you. And
no, thank you, Douglas. And can I just mention something? I keep forgetting to mention this also to you on air, that I've listened to many of your interviews in the past, many interviews. And do you know what? It took me such a long time to, with Operation High Jump leading into the Roswell incident, because they're both interconnected.
Yeah.
It took me such a long time to even comprehend that. It took me such a long time because, and the problem with this is with these past interviews, the person who's interviewing you, the host, always interrupts you. And
yes.
And then I hate that when they interrupt you and you're going into something, into such detail, into such depth, and then all of a sudden, and you're getting to the point, and then all of a sudden, but what makes you so clever, Douglas, is you're very, very good at coming back to it. Well, later on, you have to go through another hour of the interview, and then all of a sudden you go back to what you were saying, and you said, well, this is what I was trying to get to earlier. And I just hate when they always interrupt you, and they stop you there, they ask you a question, they get you off the topic. And that's just it's irritating when that happens.
Oh, it's maddening.
Yes, and that's why it took me such a long time to comprehend that what happened in Operation High Jump would Admiral Evelyn Byrd, Richard sorry, beg your pardon. My mind is just going blank.
No, it was Richard
Evelyn Byrd, Richard Evelyn Byrd, Jr., the Admiral of the Navy. He when he conducted Operation High Jump, which was a monumental failure. With that failure that ended in February 1947, then they approached the Army, who was head at Roswell, the 509th Bomber Wing, the command group, were in charge at Roswell, New Mexico, and they were supposedly the only atomic wing that could deploy atomic ordnance. Yeah. So this is why they approached them, and they tested the supermassive dirigibles that they captured. Well, that they retrieved from.
That the Japanese were authorized to surrender to them, essentially.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, exactly. Thank you. And so that is the correlation between these two events, and that took me such a long time, and that's all because I came across an interview where you literally said it like that, and that's how I was like, oh, thank God. And that's why the Roswell incident happened. It's because of the Third Reich in exile. They were trying to dislodge their Aryan exodus off in the Antarctic.
Yes.
And so at New Schwaberland, the established base.
Yes. Thank you.
Queen Morland. Yes, thank you, Douglas.
So that people understand that when we reference the Aero dreadnoughts and other like Japanese super submarines, and these super weapons were authorized to surrender by Emperor Hirohito himself, meaning that he gave the order that they turn themselves into the United States, so to speak, so that the United States would see what Japan had. And this way, the United States was forced to come to terms with the fact that they could not win this war, and therefore without that being done, the United States would have fought on to the point where the emperor would have been forced to deploy weapons of mass destruction that would easily have eliminated the majority of the population of the United States. And so to evade that and maintain an open market, which ultimately led Japan into a golden age by its selling everything it produces to America in an export wave or waves of exportation, then what happened was Hirohito had to force the Americans to come to terms, to negotiation. So this was done through that program, but these same Japanese prisoners of war, the Americans never returned them, and they tried to force them to help the Americans defeat the Third Reich as it was attempting to relocate its population into Unterland. So it was during that pivotal time that this was a fighting retreat. And this would be something very similar in comparison, well, not very similar, but parallel in analogy to the Long March of the Chinese Communists of Mao Zedong, where for people who don't understand the parallels, the Long March was a retreat. People can look up the Communist Chinese Long March, and they will find that the Long March was this retreat of the Communist Chinese movement into the caves of Yan'an, where they established their capital, and the only cave farms that were ever that extensive on the surface world. So they had in the caves of Yan'an cave farms that they developed using sun lamps, etc. So this was how they sustained themselves. This is what the Thousand Year Reich did on an even larger scale. And so another analogy would be the Jewish Exodus, or the Mormons.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
migrating. Yes, and but definitely the Aryan Exodus was one that the Allies attempted to stop desperately. They failed miserably with Operation High Jump, which was primarily a naval operation. It was the Navy's way of trying to enact the last battles of the Atlantic conflict. Then the Army was called in where the Navy had failed, and they tried to use the Japanese superdirigibles that had been surrendered to them for the intent of allowing the Americans to understand what Hirohito had as delivery mechanisms that could wipe out America. They attempted to deploy them instead against the Nazis, or the Aryan Exodus, and it resulted, of course, in the Roswell disaster as the Japanese killed themselves instead. And so all of this is interconnected. Operation High Jump, Roswell. Once people see that context, then the context becomes inescapable, and your mind no longer sees it any other way because it can't. It finally begins to see the conclusion of World War II, and World War II suddenly makes sense. In other words, World War II, when seen as two separate theaters of war, one in Europe and one in Japan, it really doesn't make sense, because people are told, well, there's a connection between these theaters via the Axis, but they're fed so much misinformation that the Axis was somehow unable to cooperate or contact each other to any large degree, that people are left with this disjointed idea of World War II, that these conflicts are almost on separate planets, that the European conflict is on Mars and the Japanese conflict is on Venus. I mean, this is practically the idea that people get, really. And they write books about this where these two conflicts are separate from each other. Entire books are written on the European War alone, or the Japanese, the Pacific Theater alone. You finally begin to see how preposterous that is with the battles in the Antarctic and Roswell. Suddenly, the war is drawn into this unified conclusion, so that people understand reality. So thank you to our man, George Knight, who has taken it upon himself, the one man on Earth originally, to take it upon himself to understand all this. And this is because of his own history and his own family's unique background, and God bless him. His father has the same birthday as my biological father, and oh my God, honestly, you're the man. I love you dearly, and you're.
Thank you. Yes.
And I'm so proud of you. Honestly, all of this would be impossible without you, and I hope that some of what you're putting together will ultimately be used in our own books. We'll find out. We'll see what Peter Moon is willing to assimilate. And by the way, in the chat room, there is someone who I am convinced is the real deal, only in the sense that he's truly British. He's using terms and the way he speaks. He seems like a true Briton. He is, of course, lost in his own concepts. And his concepts, basically what he's saying, and he's got this incredibly stupid name, Supper Large Magicians Bunny Rabbits. D4.
Yeah, I can see. Yes.
Yeah, it's what is that? Whatever. D4 foul. I mean, D4 5 file. Yeah, it's just crap. But in terms of his name, it's kind of like he just might as well write "I am crazy." But he says total. He says total bullocks. Ladies cannot survive and get pregnant because of the lack of Schumann resonance, 7.83 megahertz underground. Basically, what this is interesting because there's a film. I forget the title of it, but there was a film about going into the subterranean environment, and this was done at the height of the Cold War. And so the film was about people were going into the subterranean environment to see if mankind could reestablish himself there. And then when they were down there underground in this film, it was a black and white film produced in the 1950s or 60s. And basically it was around the time of the of the, how would I say that, that guy Tail Gunner Joe, the McCarthy era. It was at the time of the McCarthy era, and one of the stars was a target his ire, and this guy was blackballed from participating in acting for many years until he showed up again in Mary Hartman. So if I look up Streaker Mary Hartman, where he played this lewd uncle, he was in that film, and that's how we can find the film. So let me try and find that, because the theme of that film was when they got underground, they found out that nobody could reproduce, that somehow being underground, the radiation level was what they were saying was such that that people could not reproduce, so mankind couldn't thrive underground. Now this was basically what they were saying so they could quiet fears that Americans had from various leaks that the Third Reich had relocated underground. Yeah. So they were trying to convince the public, well, they can't reproduce, so they'll all die off. And and so go on.
Exactly, Douglas. Yeah, like what you taught me, that one of the problems that they had is morbid inbreeding. So what they would have to do is to they relied on defectors, and this is why there's a military presence on Antarctica, because so many people, so many scientists, which are highly intelligent people, they do defect into Interland. Yes. And with the abduction phenomena also, that they would have to come to the surface, and also with the trade with the Allies, they traded people with them so they can interbreed with humanity. And so they would not, with what's it called, Douglas? What's that program that they conducted? With the Aryan race. What was that called
Lebensborn.
Again? Lebensborn. That's it. Thank you. I forgot it. Yeah, I do know that term, but that was what the program was for.
Right. Yeah, and just so people understand, when I bring up the morbid inbreeding, it actually was not a problem, because they transferred enough people into Unterland, enough people migrated into Unterland, where that really wasn't an issue in, like, shall we say, like an emergent sense, where it was just, having horrific effects on the population. Rather, it was in order to avoid that, they would take any new blood that they could get. And this included people of many ethnicities who were scientists who defected to Unterland. This includes, of course, blacks and Asians. Russians, and but actually they had brought many Slavic people with them in the first place, Ukrainians in particular. Much of the exodus into Unterland was actually Ukrainian, along with Germanic elements. So there was very much already a kind of sense of no real threat of morbid inbreeding. So we're not but nevertheless, the desire to continually expand the genetic spectrum is important, and it's important to keep their genetics dynamic. They need to keep it dynamic, because with enough generations, there can be a threat of morbid inbreeding. But they've certainly changed in physiology. They're very pale, what we would consider albino. So they're very pale. And they, of course, have much longer eyelashes because of the detritus underground, the different kind of, like camels, protecting themselves from the kind of detritus of underground, just dust, etc. in Unterland. Much more longer eyelashes, much more paler skin. Yet otherwise, this is an advancement of humanity, and they have continued that advancement with genetic engineering, which is based on extending their lifespans, improving their health. So, of course, there's the birth defects are basically taken care of before they happen. They're sensed in the womb through the sonograms, etc. They're really not allowed to pass through the womb if a birth defect is sensed through sensory apparatus. The thing that you can imagine as a de-evolution of humanity devolving under isolation, if they were simply isolated families that somehow got trapped underground, then you would see that in the movie The Descent. The ultimate result of that morbid inbreeding would be something like that, where these women are cavers and they get trapped in the cave with these cannibalistic albinoid, very slimy snail-like humans that are trying to devour them. By the way, the movie The Descent, the very title, is referring not simply to descent underground, it means genetic downbreeding. That's the title of the film, The Descent, which had a sequel, by the way. So
Yes.
yeah, so I don't know if you've heard of that film, but that's an example of...
I've watched it.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah,
you've
I've watched it. Oh, so there's an actor called Rodriguez. I forgot what her first name is. She was in Fast and Furious, and yeah, she was in that movie, The Descent, and yeah, like you said, that alboid creature, like cryptid sort of species. Yeah, that was a result of that. Yeah, of that morbid inbreeding.
Yes, and that is something that probably the surface world powers would try to propagandize, that the Nazis underground have become something like that. That's what they'll propagandize, and so they'll say they're not human or they're less than human. This is like the horror of the Allied world, where they're always propagandizing and just indoctrinating people to hate Nazis reflexively, so that they can ultimately, when they have to try and supplant them in Unterland, convince their populations to wage a war of extermination. So this is the horror that our man, Mr. George Knight, confronts when he simply speaks about these subjects, and then the people call him a Nazi. And
yes,
so
and we're forced.
Yeah.
Sorry. We're forced to use that term, which is a propaganda term that the Allies had. It's an acronym that they coined during the Second World War, and just prior they called them the Nazis, where we would prefer to call them National Socialists.
Right.
But we're forced to use that term because nobody knows what National Socialism is. Nobody knows what it means.
Yes.
They've never heard of it.
Yeah.
They've only referred to them as Nazis.
Yeah.
So when I say National Socialists, they say, who you on about? Or when I say the Third Reich, who you on about? Or the Thousand-Year Reich, they're like, who are you talking about? Nazi. Oh, and they're like, oh, you're talking about the Nazis. And then they start emoting. They start to, get into this phobia.
Yes.
They're projecting their phobia over it. Their pathological behavior. It's just, it's quite offensive, Douglas. And this is what really, it's Teutonic phobia. It's just, anti-Germanic. It's really quite, it's offensive and insulting. And, and the thing is, I'm a full-blown Briton, and I get offended by this. I get really offended by it. And it's just like if you hear anyone say anything about the Jewish people or Muslims or Islam, anything or any other ideology, I get, it's offensive. But nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about anyone else. Only the Nazis. Why is it just the Nazis? Well, it's because you're still legally at war.
Yes, thank you.
And just like what you were saying, Douglas, with this indoctrination with the propagandizing, like the Descent, they've got this in video games, as you know, what you presented with the Call of Duty series and Killzone. Killzone, you're fighting the Third Reich in exile.
Yes.
The Killzone series are the Third Reich in exile.
Yes.
You look at it, you've played those video games, which I've never played in my life, but I have watched the videos after I learned this, and you can see full blown that the idea, it is the Third Reich. You can just see it. And with they've got these special spectacles. They've got these goggles that they wear because of the light, the natural light from the surface. Yes. Right. Yes, and this is how they've evolved underground. So they've got this one side, how would you say it? This one where with like you said with the Descent, and then you've got the other side to it where you're fighting them. So you've got this to make people believe that they are these feral or hostile, morbid,
entities.
Inbred,
right. But the reality is the reality of Killzone is based on the fact that the reason that Killzone was specifically designed as a kill them all exterminatory campaign, to the point where you're blowing up a planet, basically their planet, etc. Within the Killzone paradigm, what they're showing is the fact that on the surface the Unterlanders have to be in containment suits because they are in such a sterile environment underground that on the surface they would be infected with diseases that we are immune to degree because of our constant exposure to filth and pollution, and that none of that is underground in the sense as we understand it. So they are quite vulnerable above ground. The term that was used by the Department of Defense, I'll write this down for you. I don't believe I've ever spoken of this before or even brought it up in my interview with Nexus Magazine. I certainly didn't remember, but the here we are by TICUS. The term for the subspeciation of the Germanic and Slavic, Slavo-Germanic, or basically kind of Gothic population underground is Homo notobioticus, what they've evolved into, which if people want a kind of concept of what they look like beneath those suits, it's more akin to the elven people in that movie Hellboy, where the elven people are more pale, or in, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, where you have the more pale elven types, but they're much more albinoid and adapted to subterranean. In that Hellboy movie, the Golden Army, I believe, was what it was called. So that would be more akin, or at least alluding to their physical appearance, which was, it's a bit exaggerated. They haven't developed pointed ears, so there's not the absurdity of an unnecessary evolutionary development. There's in other words, evolution is practical. It's not aesthetic. So pointed ears serve no evolutionary purpose. Now, you might bring this up about bats and say, well, bats have pointed ears, but that's a different development because bats operate on sonar. So bats, yes. So, these are mammalian human beings who have not come to that point. By the way, there are horror films where they show kind of humanoid bat-like entities that are operating on sonar, but that is not the people of Winterland. So in terms of Homo notobioticus, what that references is the fact that they are basically so genetically pure that their biochemistry is such that it will not tolerate the surface world, and it's just random diseases that literally plague us. And you can imagine something like COVID would be devastating. So this is why if they were to interact with the surface world, if there were to some theoretical invasion, or if they were to simply interact with us at all, they would be suited up as portrayed in Killzone. That is where that concept comes from, and they would have the red kind of goggles simply to filter into a much lighter spectrum of infrared to filter our sunlight. They would have to, because they would go blind in the surface world. So they are different now. They have evolved. They are mole men in the sense that they are adapted to subterranean life, but it is far more aesthetic and elegant an evolution than what people perceive. The propaganda is that it's a de-evolution. So but at any rate, bless you, and oh my God, how long have we been on? Is your wife threatening to come home any minute, or how are we for that?
I better go now, Douglas, to be honest with you.
Be safe.
Thank you so much for having me on, and I've learned so much talking to you, and it's been a great honor, and just thank you so much for listening to me and having me on. Thank you. Well,
I love you dearly. The next time you're on, remind us to talk about those kinds of creatures that do exist in the atmosphere and are mistaken for UFOs, or are taken for such. So we'll speak about some of these biological UFOs in the near future.
Doug.
God bless you.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And I did read a little bit of the Cosmic Pulse of Life. I have read a bit of that.
Oh, how did you get a hold of a copy, or online? How did you? Oh my God!
Oh yeah, just online, Douglas. Just a PDF file online.
Wonderful.
Yeah, just a PDF file, and so it's quite easy accessible. Beg your pardon. Let me just the author again, just to remind myself.
Oh, James Trevor
It's
Constable.
Trevor James Constable.
James Constable.
Yes, I have the book, Douglas. Thank you. Yes.
Oh,
thank you very much for having me on.
Yes. Oh, it was an honor.
All credit to you.
Honor and pleasure is mine own. God bless you and your family. We all love you dearly, and you have a blessed day.
Yeah, you too. Take care, Douglas. Speak soon.
Yes. Look forward to it. Bye-bye for now. Take care. That is George Knight, wonderful human being. Oh God, I almost hung up by accident. Holy shit. So Jameson came back on. Is he with us? Is he awake? You there?
Yeah, I'm up.
Oh, there we are. Okay, so you
Had
did.
a really
Are you all right?
strong. Yeah, I just had a weird dream.
Oh wow.
And I heard what you guys were saying at the same time. It's freaking weird as hell. But I had a dream of carrying up some giant gummy worms, and it was just weird.
Oh fuck, that's delightful. And so let me transfer this link over to our man Mr. Knight, and okay, propaganda against procreation in Unterland at there we are. And so let me see if I can find a better, I guess, the Wikipedia is fine. I hate it. I'll do anything to avoid a link to Wikipedia, but some of this MDB stuff is oh my fucking God. I didn't know this. I'm just finding this out now. By the way, I was mentioning that there was an actor who starred as the Fernwood Flasher in the Mary Hartman series. Jameson Reese, I don't expect her to know any of this. But in terms of Victor Killian, he was like blackballed during the McCarthy trial era, and then he was starring in this film, and that was propagandizing that you cannot reproduce underground, that if you lived underground, that the radiation underground closer to the core of the earth would somehow sterilize people. But a preposterous notion. But in terms of this actor who was in that film and couldn't act for many years, then came back as a streaker in Mary Hartman. Oh my God! Apparently he was bludgeoned to death. He was murdered. I had no idea. That is appalling. Oh my God. So there we have that, and he was. That's so fucking sad. I mean, what a tragic life. So anyhow,
Yeah, a tragic way to go.
yes. By the way, I'm also finding here in this when I looked up this film that I was talking about was an interesting article. I mean, several of them. One's called Spine Grinder. I mean, isn't that an intriguing title? The movies most critics won't write about. Then we have the other one, aside from Who Killed Victor, there is another one, How Private Citizens Beat the Nazis in Hollywood. And this article mentions the movie moguls, almost all Jewish, were among the best paid executives in, then you have to click onto the article to read the rest, but not that they're telling us anything we don't already fucking know, but, it's always mind-blowing to me whenever I see something like that that's actually written out, that the truth is written. I mean, most of the time, anyone saying that would automatically be anti-Semitic, right? You're promoting anti-Semitism. So, it's amazing when somebody just cops to the truth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, look at who's making the movies and video games now.
Oh God. Well, like we said, and
It's all the same.
yeah, as I said before, I mean, they still have an enormous influence, but not nearly as much as before. So they've really kind of lost a lot of their grip, and so we have to thank both two groups, the Scientologists and the gays, for that. Of course, many actors and directors and producers in the old Hollywood were Jewish and gay, but the Jewish population that has become increasingly reactionary and conservative has separated itself severely from the gay community, and so Jews who identify as gay tended to identify with that would supersede their Jewishness as an identity. A great example of this would be Dr. Laura Schlesinger. For people who can remember her, very few people remember Dr. Laura Schlesinger now. Well, what happened with Dr. Laura Schlesinger was she was a psychologist. Of course, if you can ever spell her name and look her up, she was this Jewish psychologist female who dominated TV for a long time in the afternoon. Wives would listen to her while she was just, raving about people's various dysfunctions. And people would call her up to, say, oh, I'm fucked up like this. My family's like this. And she'd say, well, she would confront them with what she felt was their problem. And it was often very confrontational, but people loved it. But anyhow, she made a mistake when she came up, and basically she was older, so she was very much of the old psychiatric school definition that homosexuality is a psychiatric disease to be cured. So when she combined that with her very traditional Jewish background, or at least that was her excuse and rationalization she fell back on when she got into real trouble. She basically, when she said, oh yes, Jewishness is something to be, homosexuality is something to be cured, and can't cure Jewishness. So of course, we shouldn't consider that a disease, but anyhow, so when she did that, when she assumed that stance, oh man, they scrubbed her. They scrubbed her from just media, and you'd never heard about her since, and therefore she's gone from the picture. But another person who kind of suffered that, and anybody who has other perspective on this, they can correct me, but another guy who suffered that was Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy was everywhere, and then he became pretty adamant in his homophobia. And when he, that basically knocked him out of Hollywood. And you never saw Eddie Murphy produce anything in a long time or be involved with anything. Now, he may have leaked back in some small way, but for the longest time he disappeared because he went up against the gay community with his comments, and they steamrollered him. And not only that, but it was compounded by those of you who don't remember, they set him up so that when he was cruising for some ass and he was going out up and down the streets of Los Angeles, he picked up a young boy in drag, and he thought it was a girl. And then they, got that against him and made him look like a total ass, like a closet queer, and really fucked him over. And at that point, he disappeared for quite some time, essentially out of Hollywood. So that, of course, and one of the last things he was a part of was Pluto Nash, and that would kill anybody. But that horrible film. But honestly, that wasn't enough to kill him. Of course, it was what he said about the gays, and then how they set him up, where made certain that where he was cruising, they had a young boy parked who was able to pass as a girl, and this guy Eddie Murphy took him into the car, and that was he paid the price for that. So for those of you who don't remember, of course, there you go with that. Laura Schlesinger and Eddie Murphy. Two victims of coming up against the gay community in Hollywood. Of course, now their hold's lessened a little, as has the Scientology. So there's no one really running Hollywood too much anymore. The biggest problem is too much still of a white influence, which is why what happened last year was with the Academy Awards or the Oscars. People might remember I was really bitching about it, was that you just had a bunch of white films being promoted, and this year was kind of like compensation for that. It was kind of like thank God they swung the other way, because last year was a horror story with some of these movies being awarded and the movies that were being ignored. We've come a long way, and at least things are correcting now. So, Amazing Dreams About Gummy Worms with Jameson Reed.
Yeah, they were gigantic, and I'm trying to run up stairs, and these things are like dangling from my arm, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Oh my God! There's a novel you should check out. I was recommending it to Lena Shea. I don't believe she ever got a copy, but it is The Conqueror Worms. And The Conqueror Worms, you want to get, of course, the right edition, because, you know, these things, they go through sometimes republication. Conqueror Worms, and here we are. So in terms of The Conqueror Worm, not Edgar Allan Poe's story, but The Conqueror Worms in the plural. And that is Brian Keene, and surname spelled K-E-E-N-E. And Brian Keene originally published a short story by the name of Earthworm Gods. So these are very much a part of the anti-god mythos. And but this is probably the best postmodern rendition of the anti-god mythos that I've come across. Most other stuff out there is just pure shit. But Brian Keene, he did it right. And so in terms of there's a lot of other stories that or publications that were appended to this. The Conqueror Worms Deluge, or The Conqueror Worms 2, Earthworm God, selected scenes from the end of the world, in which he just basically prostituted himself. And people want it to be integrated into short stories in which they would be projected into this post-apocalyptic scenario. So he actually wrote short stories that people paid for to make them the characters in his post-apocalyptic world. By the way, my eardrum just fucking popped. There was something that happened at your end or something over the microphone where it's like, what was that? Like a light bulb exploded or something?
No, I heard it, but it wasn't from my end.
Interesting. Probably, well, there you go. People who are just, the government listening in, and, why they just can't listen in by tuning in like everybody else is beyond me. But no, they have to fucking bleed in through the Skype. They've got to latch onto the Skype so they can leech on that. But anyhow, this whole series of works is called the Earthworm God series by Brian Keene. So you just want to get at least initially the Conqueror Worms book. But it's I'll tell you one thing about the Conqueror Worms book. This is like I think probably one of, obviously I've lived a life that was an endless sea of horrors. I've seen endless amounts, so much violence and gore and just disease and just horror, that, as I pointed out the other day, I could just easily eat my tea eggs while I was, hosting the Bandwidth program, even while I was looking up the Piles disease and saw these pictures of various horribly impacted anuses in front of me. Now, I don't prefer to look at such images while I'm eating, but I'm of that bent where, like a paramedic or a medical doctor or a nurse, I can tolerate looking at such things and still enjoy my food, because I separate that in my mind from my other sensation on my tongue. So obviously I don't, aside from checking that out while I was eating, I obviously turned away from it at a certain point so I could enjoy my food without looking at that. But the point is, when I see things like that, I can still hold my food down and it doesn't even bother me. But with that being said, again, there's very few things that frighten me. And The Conqueror Worms, the author, he set up the most frightening thing in the book was the mermaid. That was the most frightening thing in the book. It was you had a flood, a global flood. Many skyscrapers on the coastal cities were submerged to a great extent. And so the integrity of the skyscraper structure was maintained enough by the air inside, where the windows didn't crack, so you could look outside at the ocean as if you were in a giant aquarium at bypassing fish. If you can imagine the surrealistic scenario in which some of the post-apocalyptic survivors are inside of these skyscrapers and going to the roof, which was still above waterline so they could fish. and then going back in the skyscraper to live as best as they could. And but the probably the most haunting and frightening scene in the book, the part that was the most disturbing, was the children alone in a room looking out the window underwater, and then the mermaid starts tapping at the window and calling them to smash the window to come out to her. That was probably... Now, of course, that sounds tacky as hell. You have to read the book. But that was the most disturbing in the context of everything else. That got to me. And there you have that. She I didn't really like the inclusion of the mermaid because, now, granted, by the way, that was the scariest part of the book, but I didn't like the inclusion of it because it was so out of context with everything else. But at the same time, then there's another part of this was like a true mermaid in the old sailor sense, where she would call men to their deaths like a siren.
Oh.
And so she was impacting only the boys. The girls were totally immune to her call, but the boys start hammering at the window, which would allow the ocean to come in and just flood everybody, right? So it's the girls that are trying to draw the boys away from doing that. When everybody's taken to the roof, the men are literally jumping into the sea to and I forgot. I don't remember what the reaction of the lesbian was. Whether the lesbian was immune to her call because she was female, or whether she was subject to the siren call because she was attracted to women. I honestly don't remember that, so that's still a spoiler. That's not a spoiler. So people still got that as a surprise if they read the book. But definitely, otherwise, the women were not impacted by the mermaid. But you can imagine this. But my father did not like mermaids. And he was a sailor all his life who had seen things people only believe as myth. And he had always told me that mermaids just only lead a sailor to his death. By the way, you see that in the Pirates of the Caribbean to extent. But that was the kind of mermaid you saw in this book. The real classical siren mermaid, not anything friendly or cute or sexy. It was just a kind of a horror. And her seductiveness is really not anything positive. So it's so there you have that. So for some reason he threw that in there, but that was the scariest part of the book. The other stuff I could handle because it's the shit I've been dealing with all my life. It's just Kino shit and the anti-godly mythos. By the way, we're getting people who are coming in. Amor Fadi, hi Douglas and George. Good night, guest morning for you, George. And of course, so he gets going, and he brings up the kill zone. There we are, kill Nazis, and the propagandization. And then Ragnar Lodbrok comes in. And so Ragnar Lodbrok was saying goodnight to the gentlemen and possible ladies. And he was saying, so obvious, yeah. So it's Ragnar Lodbrok, actually, who's bringing up the obvious anti-Nazi perversion of kill zone. He says, when enough people are going to get tired of such bombardment of propaganda, and I totally agree with him, and do something about it. What can be done about it? What if enough people complain? Like in this cancel culture, cancel anti-German propaganda, fearing our allies like Japanese and Germans. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ragnar Lodbrok. Excellent points, of course. Nothing, I'm on your side. Nothing I'll argue with there. And then, of course, Amor Fadi gives him the Vulcan sign, live long and prosper, and says, so true, they should make a video game about what Douglas talks about. Yes. Rest in peace, El Duce Benito Mussolini and all good people in history whose death day is today. Thank you. And of course, we have the birthday of Emperor Hirohito, which, by the way, was so much in my background. I live and breathe it. I forgot to even bring that up to the Western public, so thanks for our man George Knight for bringing that to the forefront of my frontal lobe. So I'll integrate that later into the and by the way, if I had integrated that into the promotional banner, my microbiography for Hirohito is just too fucking long anyway. Oh my god, that's like you know, that encompasses the fucking war. And, so aside from all of that, yes, everybody understand that Hirohito was the longest surviving leader of World War II. He ultimately was the only surviving leader of World War II. He was the last World War II leader to die, and he lasted forever, and was the longest lived royalty in the world until at least recently. He may have died, you know, at a younger age, slightly younger than, say, for instance, someone like the guy who just died. You know, the one whose garter is right next to Hirohito's in the Knight of the Garter display of their banners. So, who is the guy who just died who is married to the Queen? I forget his name. I don't expect Jameson to remember it. He's hardly someone. Yeah, the ghoulish looking old man. Yeah, he was getting quite ghoulish, and like we said when Amanda was with us, yeah, you know, he had just recently not been looked on favorably when he was crashing into pregnant women in cars and shit, and getting away with it. But okay, let's see. What can we cover in the time that's left? Obviously, I covered quite a bit, and obviously I haven't had a chance to review Biden's speech, so I would probably I'll be covering that more on Sunday if I cover much of that at all. But in terms of one thing that I don't know how to feel about this. By the way, thank you to Selena Khan. Wonderful angel, I love you. And she has put up the latest post. And obviously Biden I know this much. He called for sweeping new social programs. And I was, you know, talking about what's really needed, which is National Socialism. So I hope everybody understands what I was saying and grasps it and listens to it and spreads the word and shares it with others. But when it comes to, shall we say, I'll probably wait till Jameson gets back. He says he'll be back soon. But he should hear this. Of course, he can always hear it when you know, when he listens to it again. But I want people to understand how bad the COVID is down south, whether it's in India or South America. Oh, by the way, Amor Fati brings up the fact that a German man invented gummy bears. Yes, he says, I'm literally eating gummy bears right now, but the Mexican version, this version are pandas. What the fuck, are they black and white? I'm presuming they're black and white as opposed to translucent. And Ragnar Lodbrok says, hello, Amor Fati and Team Dietrich. So good to see these men communicating. And yes, that's right. The gummy bears were totally German. It's such a German thing, a taste for, you know, translucent gumminess. And then they became this worldwide sensation. God knows, I buy candy every once in a while. Most of the time I never eat it. The one thing I don't have is too much of a need for sugar. Kind of akin to Peter Moon in that regard. And so Amor Fati says, it's pretty grotesque how people believe, wanting to believe, and egregore the shit out of these anti-gods. That is true. They want to believe and egregore these anti-gods into a more solid form of existence. By the way, if someone is truly confronted with occult terrorism from the cultists of the anti-gods, if you have a Cthulhuid cultist that is terrorizing yourself in the occult sense, in the astral sense, like we were talking about the attacks that were suffered by both Daniel Arola and Peter Moon, and of course Jameson could add his own experiences. When you're suffering like that, one of the ways to defeat these bastards is to understand that these anti-gods have been straitjacketed into these pulp fiction physiologies where they have become caricatures of themselves through the need for H.P. Lovecraft to render them comprehensible. So these entropic entities that are otherwise formless in a sense that we would understand have been turned into these pulp, paper mache octopi and bubble beings. And just remember that when you're confronted with these visions that are cosmic in nature and have you lost in a sense where your essence seems insignificant and life itself seems meaningless. Remember that these forms emerge from pulp paper, and take their paper mache in your mind and crumple it, burn it, put it in the garbage compactor and then the incinerator. And that will do much to expel them from threatening you. And laughter. Honestly, nobody likes to be laughed at, even the most evil of entities. It does so much to dispel their spell on you. Very important thing to remember. And then, so Amor Fadi says the Panditas gummy bears are actually just different colors. Yeah, just the same. Translucent then. And Ragnar Lodbrok says, yummy, yeah, too much sugar, like too much salt is not good. Confucius says moderation is best, to paraphrase. So, and then Amor says, hey, Douglas. So, hey to Amor and Ragnar. Okay, so our man Jameson Reese is back. So what I'm going to do now is kind of hit the south. I'm going to tell people in the time we have remaining what's going on down south of the border. Let me see now, 10:38. So we actually have 1.5 hours left, approximately. And so let me try and put what's going on down south into perspective. I mean, Jair Bolsonaro is the Trump of the tropics. And of all people, Bolsonaro might have seen it coming. Because after presiding over the infection of more than 14 million fucking people with COVID-19, betting on the wrong vaccine, and promoting quack cures, and suing states in a futile attempt to prevent lockdowns, Brazilian dictator Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, is facing the inevitable political consequences. Brazil's Senate has launched an investigation into his pandemic handling, which could pave the way to an impeachment hearing or, hopefully, criminal charges. And in addition to examining the Brazilian dictator's actions and abuse of emergency funds, investigators will look into his response to catastrophic oxygen shortages in the remote city of Manaus earlier this year, where hospitals were forced to airlift children to other cities, and rampant deaths prompted grave diggers to stack caskets vertically for space, like bunk beds underground. So Brazil has suffered the second worst COVID-19 death toll in the world, closing in on 400,000 deaths. A toll second only to that of these United States under Donald Trump, where Bolsonaro's one-time role model and fellow COVID-19 skeptic, our former president, saw his own popularity ratings plummet toward the end of his term. And now, as the so-called Trump of the tropics prepares to face his voters next year, the national polls show his own popularity is on a similar downward trajectory. Now, Bolsonaro has dismissed the inquiry as, quote-unquote, an off-season carnival, which has deep meaning in Brazil. Carnival being their primary holiday, their version of Asian Lunar New Year, a week-long or 2-week-long festivity where people orgy in the streets. But even some supporters, some of his own cultists, think it's about time. The Sao Paulo insurance salesman Manuel de Souza Ponte, who voted for Bolsonaro in 2018, was interviewed, and he told a magazine called Meanwhile, which at this point some of these magazines are really just electronic circulars, that he fears investigators may be biased, but that nevertheless the probe should go on. So he was quoted as saying, "If some evidence appears connecting Bolsonaro or a person related to him regarding a fraud or something that caused some kind of damage to the treasury and the population, because the person put his hand in the money and used it for other purposes in a corrupt way, then it certainly changes my opinion, yes, because I do not defend criminals." There were other people who were interviewed that I saw quoted. Maria Jose Martins, a 66-year-old pensioner in Paranã state, from where we get the word piranha, the river, told the same Meanwhile magazine that she too voted for Bolsonaro in 2018, but now feels disillusioned, saying the way he denied the seriousness of COVID, how he sometimes even mocked the public's concern about COVID, my opinion about him, about the Bolsonaro government, fell a lot. Let's say so, on a scale of 1 to 10, it fell to 2. I think he made a lot of mistakes, and that will cost him a lot in the next election, for sure. Unfortunately, the price the world pays, however, will be much higher still. A variant first identified in Manaus, the extra contagious P1, now appears to be driving a new wave of infections all across the South American continent. So we've probably got that coming up north. Now, we have a much more serious situation than many people even imagine. Thabo Makoba, the Archbishop of the Anglican Church in Southern Africa, has been unimpressed with the slow rollout of the COVAX plan to distribute COVID-19 vaccines to poor countries. And in an interview with CNN's she-male war slut, Christiana Amanpour, who most of you don't even remember, thank God. She was this horror that was loose across television screens all throughout the Serbian war. Basically midweek, I think it was today, actually, Makoba criticized the World Health Organization packed program as unambitious and hamstrung by the selfishness of wealthy nations and destined to fail. His quote was, "If one looks at the scourge in India, one is anxious that should we have that magnitude in the African continent, the continent will be wiped off the face of this earth, whilst others are hoarding." He's referencing, of course, vaccine nationalism, which is destined to fail in and of itself. The communist Chinese are wanting to make sure that everyone within their realm of influence uses their vaccines and will not allow you to visit China unless you use their vaccines. For someone who's already received a vaccine here and has business in China, the only good thing I can say is it won't kill you to get another vaccine. Honestly, it doesn't double up like radiation and then do horrible things to you. You can really survive multiple vaccinations. Indeed, it's not something I would recommend, but it's not something that will kill you. So people will probably wind up, there will probably be some world travelers or international businessmen or women who will wind up getting 3 vaccines from different, a European, a Chinese, and an American vaccine. And so, there will be people like that. Triple vaxxers or the like are international vaxxers. And of course, there are some people who claim there will be long-term repercussions. I don't see that happening, honestly. But we were promised today, this much I know from what I'm getting online now, just scanning, that Biden is promising more sweeping change. If you've heard me earlier tonight, you'll know that whatever he's promising is simply not enough. But we've got to support him, and by God, it's better than nothing. What the Democrats are doing are the best we've got for now. We have to progress beyond that, from simply liberal progressive Democrats to Gottermorgen Democrats. Gottermorgen Democrats would be the dawning of the gods kind of Democratic Party. What in my own native Taiwan would be Minju Fajiji, or fascist fascistic democracy. And that is the wave of the developed world of the future. By the way, the dry conditions in the western United States right now are adding to fears of another bad wildfire season where I live. And to make matters even more precarious, the world's largest firefighting air tanker has been grounded indefinitely. If we only had the Japanese superdirigibles now, think of the water load they could carry to put out entire forest fires. But we don't have that. I doubt we have the technology to even build that at this point in American degeneracy. But obviously, from what I understand, President Biden, he delivered his first address to Congress last night on the eve of what is today his 100th day in office. He focused his speech on what his ambitious and sometimes politically divisive policy changes can do for Americans. He made no apology for passing the massive coronavirus relief bill without Republican support, nor should he make any apology for that. And he called on legislators to swiftly act on other top-line issues like police reform and infrastructure spending. And while his biggest priorities have been domestic, Biden also said that by addressing issues like green energy production, the United States is staying competitive with the rest of the world. And as he spraketh, I understand that the Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris and the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi completed a historic tableau behind him, marking the first time two women have occupied both those positions. So, very important thing to see, and very inspiring, very comforting. And of course, we still have, as mentioned by our man George Knight, the entire vaccine situation in Europe. But for what I alluded to earlier, with what Ilhan Omar is trying to put through concerning policing the police, federal prosecutors have indicted the three men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery on hate crime and attempted kidnapping charges. Now, Arbery was that 25-year-old black man who was out for a jog near Brunswick, Georgia, in early 2020, when he was chased down in a truck like a dog and fatally shot. And his killing was one of the painful incidents that spurred last summer's wave of racial justice activism. And Arbery's family says the indictments bring the case one step closer to justice. And in Chicago, new body cam footage has been released showing the fatal police shooting of the 22-year-old Anthony Alvarez. His name is confusingly close to that of Ahmaud Arbery. I'm amazed I can even remember them correctly. But this Anthony Alvarez, the 22-year-old, was running from an officer on March 31st when he was taken out. And that incident, along with the police shooting of a 13-year-old boy days earlier, have prompted the Chicago mayoress Lori Lightfoot to finally fucking call for reform of foot pursuit policies, if nothing else. Oh yes, and Rudy Giuliani. As I stated earlier, the feds are raiding his home. Well, the federal agents, they executed search warrants yesterday at the apartment and office of Rudy Giuliani, former President Trump's personal attorney. And Giuliani has been the focus of a long-running criminal investigation concerning his own activities in the Ukraine, including whether he conducted illegal lobbying for Ukrainian officials during Trump's presidency to try to damage the reputation of then-rival Joseph Biden. Excuse me. I keep signifying his name. Now, a search warrant for a lawyer like Giuliani would require a sign-off by the highest levels of the Justice Department. I can tell you that much. And generally, it is unusual for prosecutors to execute a search warrant for, well, on an attorney at all. But they've done so before. Most notably, in this case, against another former attorney for Donald Trump, Michael Cohen. Giuliani himself hasn't been charged and, of course, denies any wrongdoing. So we've got that. Meanwhile, Communist China has successfully launched the first module of its planned space station. And the Communist Chinese Empire's taikonauts, the Chinese astronauts, what the Americans call sinonauts, which is really fucking stupid. It's like explorers of ethnic Chinese. That's this American term. Again, the Chinese term is taikonaut. They've long been excluded from the International Space Station. I don't know if you know this, but Communist China has never been allowed on the International Space Station. They have to allow the Russians because the Russians are the only way anyone gets to the International Space Station. They're the only people left with active spaceports and active space assets. So the Communist Chinese are building their own because the ISS otherwise is currently the sole centralized venue for testing and exploration in space. But if the Communist Chinese Empire has its way, it will have its own space station by the end of 2022. It won't be as large as the ISS, about 1/5 of its size, more similar to the former Russian Mir space station, which operated from 1986 to 2001. Now, speaking of Russia again, that country declares that it will leave the ISS project in 2025 and plans to build another Russian space station that could launch in 2030, which I can pretty much bet the farm is going to fucking fail because everything the Russians do just fucking fails. Yeah, honestly, everything that they've tried in space, it's tragic. It's just they sent like robotic probes to Venus that, totally failed and just fucked. Just as bad as what the Americans did when they sent the Sun probe and some motherfucker fucked the switch on the Sun probe that made certain the Sun probe totally fucked up on reentry and lost everything it collected. Just I don't even want to think about it. Honestly, we sent a machine as close to the sun as it could get to collect sun particles of the sun itself, and we lost it all on the way back because some fucker stuck a switch on backwards. I mean, this is that's made in America for you. Yeah, made in America. But they won the war, right? Oh yeah, you believe that? Yeah, these same motherfuckers who put a switch backward on a sun probe. God, if you believe that they won the war, you're a fucking idiot. Anyhow, so oh my God. So let me see what else is going on in the world right now. Either that or I'll turn back to history. And I'm not quite sure if we got enough time for me once I start in on history. So Amor Fati was asking for anyone else on chat. And, so he's been out there talking about some other stuff that irks him. And he says, anybody else out there? Hello, chat. Write something positive against the anti-gods and against this virus. Fuck this virus. Let's attack this virus Taiwan style. Thank you, sir. And he says the same when he was talking about, oh, yes, here he's addressing what I said. What you're speaking of right now is very interesting about how to fight this anti-godly presence as books or else. The same can be reversed, no? Could books about gods of history, elder gods, fighting postmodern anti-gods, like a comic book, and laugh at it, in a way? I hate when dark occultists write comics. You're right, the dark occultists have dominated the comics industry. So then he's saying, Amor Fati, there should be more comics like Wonder Woman kicking neo-Nazi ass and Batman tackling the virus like in Batman Begins against the fear toxin, and Superman can fight the anti-gods like a new god. Well, that's what they're called in the DC universe. Yes, they use that term, new gods. So he says, anyone out there write comics or write in general? I doubt he'll get many responses with that, but I'm glad he asked the question. So aside from all of that, oh my God, what, gonna try and get myself back into some form of thought process. Okay, we've got about an hour left. I can't imagine what I'm going to cover that would be conclusive enough in that time period. But the good news is I've covered everything that really fucking matters. And am so glad that I found some extraordinarily interesting articles to read later that I'll be citing in the future when I bring up some of these other historical topics about Hollywood, which has done so much to straitjacket the Western mind, the American mind in particular, but the Western mind in general. And there's this beautiful lady named Philomena Carvalho, which is obviously a pseudonym. This might be a totally false timeline, but she just put a like a heart on my latest promotional banner, which is certainly appreciated. Let me take a look and see if she's a real timeline here, and use that to kind of occupy myself and my listeners with for a moment while I'm distracted by that. That's well, it's not repulsive, but a very different photograph when I get to her timeline than what I saw in her icon. So these are definitely professional photos. Whether they're her or not, or she's just having fun, I don't know. Shauna Bandow does that, has a lot of fun with taking different photographs and just kind of putting them on her timeline. And she changes her appearance that way quite often, sometimes several times in a day. So, aside from all of that, let me think of something historically that I can bring up. Obviously, we don't want to overtalk World War II. Even I get tired of that. But in terms of the other thing I was going to bring up about civilization, and I spoke of American society, what we need to do to reform it. So where we go from there would be kind of contextualizing American society in terms of other empires. Okay, that's the natural thing for a historian to do. Obviously, at this point, it's a hackneyed cliche, but it is something that bears revisiting. And of course, what we have is the former examples of particularly the Roman Empire. And of course, what they're doing now is echoing what I saw think tanks doing back when I was working with the Department of Defense, feeding what information they could into the Cray supercomputer that, of course, led the U.S. government to conclude quite decisively, to conclude quite, I hate to be redundant here, but conclude quite conclusively that there is no alien life, certainly not as people fantasize it, concerning life on planets orbiting other stars, and just the fact that life itself is so incredibly impossible that it should never have happened here, which of course proved the existence of God. This the government knows. They know that there is a God and there are no aliens. All of that is what Americans have been programmed away from. Americans believe there is no God, but there are aliens. Hence, they've replaced God with aliens. Therefore, the aliens help humanity in all his endeavors that we consider to be the greatest accomplishments, the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids, etc. All of this, of course, well, let's try and start from the very beginning, since, I'm at the bottom of it all, and I'm trying to kill an hour to bring us to the end of our transmission. One of the things that I can point out, as I did before, was that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was a great admirer of Native Americans. You can look this up and verify it yourself. He considered the Native Americans to be Indo-Aryans. And, of course, the Americans laughed at him. The Western world said he was an idiot. But Adolf Hitler, my biological father, obviously knew far more than the so-called experts of his day, who didn't know shit. And it turned out that Adolf Hitler knew far more than they, because some of Europe's oldest known modern humans are distantly related to Native Americans. So genome sequencing has proven that some individuals share family ties with surprising populations, and all boast plenty of Neanderthal relatives. You remember that our man Peter Moon was just talking about his friend took one of those haplogroup type tests, which, by the way, many of these are full of shit, but apparently he took something that was supposed to be reputable and found out he had Siberian relatives, which I was kind of joking were Denisovan. You can look up Denisovan, and these are kind of like cyber Neanderthals, or Cro-Mags. It's, advanced humans for their day. All of this, of course, is to be reflected on when you realize that the oldest known modern humans in Europe are so Neanderthalic. And so he probably did come up with Denisovan. That is probably exactly what that man had, what little trace of it he had. But in terms of what you have, well, if you're a European American or Caucasoid, well, 45,000 years ago, some of the first modern humans to call Europe home lived in and around Bulgaria's Bacho-Kira cave. So very interesting that Peter Moon brought up Bulgaria earlier as one of these places. We might end up having our book published, with that supermassive market that they have. I'm being facetious there. But in Bulgaria's Bacho-Kira cave, the first modern Europeans, they created adornments like beads and pendants of cave bear teeth. They fashioned stone and bone tools and colored them with red ochre. They hunted, butchered, and feasted on local animals. The artifacts of this lifestyle were left scattered in that cave. But these ancient humans left little evidence of themselves. Just a single tooth and a few tiny bits of bone survived to the present day. And yet those fragments contain enough genetic material that scientists have now recreated some of the first Europeans' stories, revealing surprising information about both their ancestors and their descendants. 2 genetic sequencing studies published in different journals just weeks ago have sketched out the family trees of Europe's earliest known modern humans. 3 45,000-year-old individuals from Bačo Kira cave and 1 similarly aged skull from a Czechian hillside known as Zlatý Kůň, or the Golden Horse. Only the Bačo Kira individuals have living descendants, and they're found in surprising places in East Asia and the Americas. The ancient humans from both ancient European sites do share one common ancestral strain, a healthy dose of Neanderthal deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA, among the Bačo Kira humans. Evidence proves that when modern humans moved into Europe, they commingled with Neanderthals longer and later than was ever commonly believed before. In 2015, scientists working in the Bulgarian cave found human fossils along with thousands of bones from butchered animals and an assemblage of Paleolithic artifacts. Now, a single human molar tooth stood out as unmistakably human, but the rest of the bones were broken bits that had to be identified as human by using protein mass spectrometry, which can spot uniquely human protein sequences not found in the bones of other species. The human researchers, well, they found that the human bones were then radiocarbon dated to between 42,580 and 45,930 years before today. Now, researchers also produced tiny bits of tooth and bone powder from which they could extract DNA and sequence the genomes of 3 different individuals who once called that cave home. And while their age suggests these individuals were among the earliest modern humans to live in Europe, their DNA reveals that they have little relation, very little relation to human beings or people we deem to be human, now known as European. And instead, Matea Hediniak, or Hajdinjak, of the Francis Crick Institute in London, named after that Jewish guy who stole the discovery of DNA from, who is the young lady who discovered it? Been so long since I discussed the topic. That woman discovered DNA. Of course, she was also Jewish, and her name was Rosalind Franklin. So Rosalind Franklin is the lady, a true lady, who made a crucial contribution to the discovery of the double helix structure of DNA. But any researcher who's honest would say that she, of course, was she got the raw deal. And indeed, the biographeress Brenda Maddox calls her the Dark Lady of DNA, based on this disparaging reference to Franklin by one of her co-workers, because they literally thought of her as a Jewess and beneath contempt. Whereas the Jew boys stole her work and made themselves world famous and got themselves the Nobel fucking Prize. This is like the Jewish patriarchy for you. Honestly, I remember the name of the young lady, by the way, I was madly in love with, or had the crush on, who had that tea shop. Deborah Ramez Wagner. That's not a very Jewish name. But, she was quite Jewish, and, oh my God, she wanted nothing to do with me. I hardly blame her. But that was heartbreaking. And I called her when my lungs had collapsed, and I honestly thought I was going to die. Well, I did die. As a matter of fact, I did clinically die. That was another time I clinically died, when both my lungs collapsed. So the story behind that I don't want to go into right now. Well, essentially, the stupid Chinese doctor, ethnically Chinese, but he was a U.S. citizen, I assure you, an American national. He jammed in the chest tube into my body so violently, so murderously, that he collapsed my other lung. The chest tube was jammed into the space where my one lung had collapsed to ostensibly reinflate my lung, and he just jammed it through and collapsed the other lung and killed me. After that, I flatlined, was clinically dead again for around 24 hours before they got both lungs reinflated with chest tubes. By the way, there's nothing more painful on earth than a chest tube rubbing against your rib cage with no buffer. Everybody can see how skinny I am. People have seen me lift my shirt in the photographic image that's embedded in thumbnail of the last live stream preceding tonight's, and you can see how thin I am. The chest tube was between my skin and the rib cage, and the pain was beyond description. Just excruciating. It just... Anyhow. So, and this motherfucker ensured that I needed 2 of them. So, in terms of MEMÞRIAL, which would be the Slavic pronunciation of this individual who works at the Francis Crick Institute in London, which rightly should be the Rosalind Franklin Institute, is the co-author of the study that was published in Nature magazine this month. And what they said was, interestingly, these earliest Europeans that we find in the Bachokiro cave did not contribute substantially to later West Eurasians. These groups got largely replaced in Western Eurasia by subsequent migrations of people, but they are closely related to the human groups that gave rise to later East Eurasians and Americans. In other words, Siberians and North Americans that we know as Native American Indians. That includes present-day populations thereof, of the indigenous peoples of Siberasia and North America towards Canada and Alaska in the West. It's, to quote MEMÞRIAL, it's just really cool that fossils of 3 individuals in Bulgaria left behind DNA and can trace their descendants to different parts of the world than we'd expect in ancient and living East Asians and native peoples of the Americas. Actually, that's a quote, now that I'm looking at the source, from Rick Potts, who is the director of the Smithsonian's Human Origins program, who was not involved in the genetic research I'm sourcing. That's why I misquoted. He actually is someone I just found now, and I thought he was involved with the program. The fucker's just, just an American putting in his 2 cents. Oh, that's really cool. Anyhow, this genome study also proves that a thick branch on the Bachokiro humans' family tree belongs to the Neanderthals. The individuals carry 3 to 3.8% Neanderthal or Neanderthalic deoxyribonucleic acid, or Neanderthal DNA, in their genes. Caveman DNA, which suggests more than a one-off mating far back in their family history. In fact, the genomes show that these first European humans had Neanderthal ancestors just 6 or fewer, half a dozen or fewer generations back behind them. So HEDGE-FENCED said, the Bachokiro cave individuals provide further evidence that the admixture with Neanderthals must have been common when they had a chance to meet, since all of them had Neanderthal ancestors very recently in their family histories. Now, a second study, published in Nature, Ecology, and Evolution, tackles the intriguing skull of a single modern human female from the Czechia site in, of course, the Czech Republic that was found in the early 1950s and has confounded some researchers in the years ever since. Any context of exactly where in the cave it was buried or with which artifacts it was found are long lost. Radiocarbon dating has failed due to contamination. The study's analysis turned up cattle DNA, the likely result of animal glue, which was once used to help preserve the skull, so the skull's true age is unknown. But DNA was well preserved within the skull, and genetic sequencing studies have revealed some interesting things about this mysterious woman. This individual shows substantial Neanderthalic ancestry of 3%, and the segments of Neanderthal genome present are exceptionally long. So K. Prüfer, who studies archaeogenetics at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, which is really fucking weird because Max Planck was a physicist. So obviously that's a product of my father Adolf Hitler, who got the physicist Max Planck interested in evolutionary anthropology as part of his Aryan physics program. They now have that heritage of my father, where K. Prüfer, in that academic milieu, has been quoted as saying, "This is a good indication that you had very recent admixture with Neanderthals." Now, Prüfer and co-authors of this new study speculate that because the strands of surviving Neanderthalic DNA are longer than those in a very old existing modern human genome, the 45,000-year-old Ust-Ishim individual known from Siberia, this individual could be of similar age or even older. Unlike with the individuals at Bachakiro in Bulgaria, DNA analysis hasn't been able to shed much light on what happened to this group of humans who lived in ancient Czechia, the Czech Republic of today. That was the nation from which Pavel Edwards sourced from, but he, of course, was a Canadian and did not identify with Europe, and his father came to Canada because he fought against Adolf Hitler in the Allied army, so he was obviously a traitor to the Europeans anyway. Within his genes, he has treason. But within these genes, I'm referencing from the Prüfer study. To quote Dist Prüfer himself, it looks like its own little branch of the populations that trace their ancestry to those people who left Africa 50,000 to 60,000 years ago. We don't really detect any directly descendant populations among people who are living. Why did they not leave their mark? Now, genetic studies suggest that the Europe of this era was the scene of a complex set of early migrations in which unrelated, distinct groups of early humans split off from the common ancestors who left Africa. They settled across Europe and encountered the Neanderthals already living there. Many of these modern human stories seem to have hit evolutionary dead ends. The Zlati-Kyun individual doesn't seem to contribute to later human groups, nor do others of the handful of examples sequenced so far, like the 45,000-year-old Ust-Ishim from Siberia and the 40,000-year-old OS1 from Romania. So Rick Potts, back here in America's Smithsonian, who I'm looking at again because, you know, he's like everybody's go-to eye to translate this into the fucking English. He says, not all fossil humans represent ancestors of living populations or populations that left genetic descendants. That may be more the rule than the exception, and the genomics is really highlighting that. In other words, interbreeding between humans and Neanderthals may not have been all that exceptional either during the several thousand years that the two species coexisted in Europe. But we have survived that, whereas other groups have died off. So probably those that interbred so heavily with the Neanderthals produced evolutionary dead ends. And according to Chris Stringer, a paleoanthropologist at the Natural History Museum of London, again, someone totally unaffiliated with the research that I'm citing, but he's putting his 2 cents in to make this comprehensible to his own nation, his own peoples, in this case, the Brits. He says these new studies, point to multiple pulses of Homo sapiens dispersals across Eurasia, perhaps with different archaeological signatures and multiple interbreeding events with the Neanderthals. Now, it's not known exactly where, when, or how often our early human ancestors commingled with Neanderthals, or at least Europeans did. You know, white men fuck anything. Often, the interbreeding simply wasn't successful for Neanderthals. Most of their genetic variants simply didn't stay around. But Chris Stringer in England theorizes that early modern populations could have acted like sponges, occasionally absorbing pockets of Neanderthals through, though limited, local interbreeding in places like Eastern Europe. Now, perhaps that helped to cause the demise of the Neanderthals overall as a viable population, but they didn't completely disappear. We know from the records I dealt with the Department of Defense, there are still cavemen. I'm not talking about degenerate humans, but actual Neanderthalic relic populations in cave systems. We know they're still around. And therefore, well, that for another time. Now, let me check the live stream, see the amount of time we've got left. At any rate, so when I go back to the Prüfer study, Prüfer being the name of the scientist involved with the skull in the Czechia lands, Czechland, the Czech Republic, he concludes that, after all, there is a group of Neanderthals that are among our ancestors, so it's not entirely correct to say they died out. So they didn't completely disappear in his academic mind, in the sense that their genetic strain can be found among us, whereas I'm pointing out the fact that there's more purebred strains that didn't die out at all but survive as relic populations in cave systems where, well, humans dare not penetrate. Very similar to non-contact tribes in the Amazon. Now, in what little time we have remaining, literally half an hour, I can handle this 2 ways: either repeat my solicitation or try and get into some historical context. We just, to start on something that epic, I really should start at the beginning of a transmission, so that may wait until Sunday. By the way, then we've got the weirdo called Supper or Large Magicians Bunny Rabbits. Is just word salads. Literally word salads, just non sequiturs. He says 33 inside leg club. I mean, yeah, fuck it. I mean, Charles Benedict Davenport. Man, it's just lunacy. He's not a troll per se, in the sense that he's not going on and on about this. A true troll would just be doing that endlessly. But anyhow, hey Jameson, you there? Fuck, he fucking dropped off again. Holy shit. Anyhow, WTF, our favorite what the fuck, comes in to say, good evening, Douglas et al. Much love. Thank you for your service and all the great info you provide. On the topic of original inhabitants of countries, as I understand it, the original Australians were a very small breed, or Papuans, They were wiped out by Pakistanis who migrated here. By that, I presume he's talking about the Australasian subcontinent, or the continent of Australia. Australia being the only nation on Earth that occupies an entire continent. Pakistanis? I mean, holy shit. You mean like, Solomon Sheikh's ancient ancestors wiped out the Papuans that were on Australia? How the hell did that happen? So be interesting to, I guess, see more about that. I mean, you sure you Pakistanis? That just sounds so odd to me. I mean, first off, of course, you understand. He says, yes, Australia. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. But the Pakistani thing bothers me. You mean like people from that area, of course, but Pakistan is truly a construct. It's like a construct paradigm. It's not a, it's not it's an acronym, for God's sake. It's PAK for Pashtunis, Afghans, and Kashmiris. So it's not a real ethnos. It's a nationality in that they created a nation, but it's not an ethnos. It's not a race. It's the only nationality based on an acronym. It would be like Americans calling themselves, after USA for United States of America, that would be like Americans calling themselves Usamians, Usamians or Usanians. I mean, just, of course, we don't do that, thank God. At any rate, so all of that being said, and good numbers being maintained in terms of our audience, God bless you all. All of you are very supportive. My deepest appreciation for that. And oh my God, Eva M. Jang sent me a message saying, Eva. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, thank God she said more than that. That would be just so fucking creepy. Creepy if all she said was Eva. That's, you get it? I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, right? So somebody comes up and says, Eva. Her first name being Eva, that would just be creepy. Anyhow, she says, thank you, dear Douglas. I don't remember. You didn't remember the third holy treasure of the Japanese emperor. It is the necklace. Kusanagi, grass cutter, the sword. A few years ago, a cousin of the Japanese emperor, the new one, was playing squash or tennis with the American ambassador and died from a heart attack. Oh my God. For me, this was somehow strange. This cousin was a nice person. People liked him very much. I am looking forward to your new broadcast. With regards, Eva. Dear Douglas, I wanted to watch it, but 11 hours is too much for me. I am a working woman. With regards, Eva. And that was the last thing she entered, so that was the first thing I saw. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, honey. Well, she left this message just now, so maybe she's listening now. And oh my God. So what I'll have to do is maybe leave a message for you with a timestamp if I address some of what you wanted me to bring up. What you need to do. She lives in Freiburg, Germany. Has a kind of Orientalist kind of theme icon on her Facebook timeline here. Of course, she says she lives in Freiburg. I'm willing to take her at her word. Always very difficult, but she's got a Chinese name, which is not, of course, impossible. There are many Chinese people who live in Germany. Okay, I'm getting a really weird reaction when I try to view her profile. It says you don't have permission to view her profile. Let me check to see if I am logged in to Facebook. And that would be creepy as hell if I were logged out, because it says, mysteriously enough, basically this is what it says. You don't have permission to view the profile of Eva M. Jang, but you can view it when you're logged into your personal account. Well, then it says view on Facebook.com. What the fuck? Oh, I get it. I can only see it from Sora Aoi. Okay, so that means I'd have to go back to Sora Aoi. By the way, once you click into some of these messages, you can't get out, and so I have to. By the way, Bob Oliver, poor guy, has been trying to get into contact with me forever. Really just sad. He never tells me what he wants to contact me about. So I'm really reluctant to, call him. So anyhow, let's get, we've had, Facebook is, where are we here? That was DDD. So I'm in DDD. So the Renegade. So what the fuck was that I was looking at? Holy shit. It was like somehow I branched out into, I've got all my timelines up. And so I guess I can see Eva M. Jang here. Let me take a look at what Eva has to offer. M. Jang. And she must be a Facebook friend of mine. Or, okay, if I cannot get her up somewhere. There she is. Eva M. Jang lives in Freiburg. Oh yeah, I've looked at her timeline before. So, okay. Not surprisingly, it's all in German, but I can read that to an extent. And she has a lot of pottery. That should thrill our man, Brendan Zoget, who's been making pottery himself. I swear to God, his pottery is very distinctive. Brendan Zoget's pottery looks kind of... It's great. I mean, he, happy that he finds satisfaction in doing that. It looks like it's, not in a negative sense. It just looks like his hands were kind of almost shaking when he, produced it. It has kind of odd shape to it. Like, there's a kind of, just the way it looks. I guess, like, it's, not overwhelmingly even. It looks rustic. Very, very rough. But, good stuff. Yeah. And so glazing, he's got to glaze them. Yeah, so cute. I mean, that's wonderful. So glad he's got these hobbies. That's delightful. And, what you do when you're high out of your mind and you keep yourself occupied. Yeah, well, there you go. All right. So, all right, what little time we have left, I may as well just start turning towards solicitation. At this point, 11:33. Let's get that out of the way. Marty Genesis came by to say, Fugawi tribe here. Oh, thank you, Marty Genesis. Please, what's your real name? I forgot. He's the Canadian Native American, also known as Marty Methuselah. So Marty Genesis is like his Marty Methuselah's altar. So if you could give me your real name again, sir. I forgot it. I deeply appreciate it. And the wonderful human being. Been around supporting myself forever. A good man. And so heartened to see so many supporters tonight. I mean, Peter Moon was really right. I mean, this, is truly such a family that we have. And the fact that so many of you are supportive is, just leaves me truly touched. Really touched. And, bless you all who support myself. Just such wonderful people. And, okay. So, Janelle. Marty Janelle. Yes, Martin Janelle. Was that a J middle name, by the way? Martin J. Janelle? Was it like that? And, wonderful human being. Bless him. Thank you so much. And, so he was saying, who the Fugawi, ask it. Hey, yeah, Fugawi tribe here. Who the Fugawi? There we are. Yes, who the Fugawi? Fugawi. Okay, so let me see if I can find something by searching that term before I go into the solicitation mode again, which to me is like anyhow, Fugawi Global Navigator. Okay. And it's also a 5-person co-ed racing team. So anyhow, Urban Dictionary. So that's just stuff. Fugawi tribe got its name. A nomadic Indian tribe was wandering through a forest when they came upon a group of pioneers. These are dad jokes. The pioneers eagerly greeted the tribe and introduced themselves to the chief. The chief only says, "Where the Fugawi?" Okay. Oh, where the fuck are we? Okay, there we are. Say it. Where the fuck are we? Yeah, okay. That's right. That's, I guess, cute. That's cute. It's not particularly funny, but it's cute. And then he says, there we are. Yes, then he outlined it for me. Fugawi, ha 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 ha. Yes, okay. This is what happens when people get high. You see, on pot, this is funny. So this just goes to show that it's things are funny when you're high. They're not when you're not. Then Marty Genesis says, "Greetings to Ragnar Lodbrok," who says, "Oh, Hana means family. Nice to meet you, Marty Genesis." There we are. And he gives the nice smile and the sign. Lovely. Yes, he says, "Oh, Hana, we really are a family, extended family. Thank you, Ragnar Lodbrok. Bless you all." Yes, Marty, and of course the Nordic Vikings and the Native Americans, they encountered each other before when those Vikings started landing on Vinland and teaching the Native Americans to make sweat lodges. I mean, well, that may be a racist kind of imposition. Maybe the Native Americans built sweat lodges all on their own, but it is remarkably similar to what the Norse Vikings had with their sweat lodges across the Atlantic. So there we are. It's pretty, remarkable that something like that would evolve on either side of the Atlantic. So someone introduced it to the other, and since we know that the Vikings were seafarers, it's much more likely they introduced it to the Native Americans. So that's not like racist colonialist thought. That's just, common sense. That's probably what had happened. Then again, we don't know. We've got Native American genes there in the caves in Europe. And during the Ice Age, hell, all the Native American kayakers had to do was, follow the ice. And it took them eventually to Europe. I'm certain some of them found themselves there. All right, in terms of solicitation. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and indicate myself friends and family, because that's the only choice they give you, and you're not allowed to disambiguate between the twain. Of course, we're all friends, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all part of an extended electronic family throughout the ether. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support. On behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, who you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, subscribe to his YouTube mega channel at youtube.com/C/Megatour. He being the property manager thereof. Megatour, by the way, being spelled MAGGOTAUR. And he also serves as Team TRÄX, Dietrich's, our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. So go to his channel at odyssey.com/@maggot-e. That's spelled ODYSE.com/@maggot:*E. And that'll boost his credits if you can access his videos at all. And that allows him to upload more shows based on the cryptocurrency they use at Odyssey, where the user interface is totally fucking retarded, but they have no censorship, and it therefore serves at least as another backup for my own materials. And that's why John Warrington, if there's anyone who deserves fiscal support aside myself, it would be he. For were it for he, nigh all the videographic works of the internationally a recognized renegade military historian, would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator. And that, of course, is spelled Maggotaur. After all, he took it on his own initiative to download the majority of what I published on YouTube, and this forethought enabled us to reproduce the overwhelming majority of what I lost on the internet when I was scrubbed from the internet no less than three times. And at those times, John Warrington served as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the info data matrix of our material world. And in that sense, he is my creator, because we were able to recreate the legacy on whose context I interact with yourself as a virtual personality now. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy online or all life on the surface of the earth. Spread the word about the one man who has stood against the Herodian insurgency of the cult of the kings of Edom throughout his life. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there, a footnote on my bio sire on the homepage of showsdd.com. Once you've educated yourself on the etymology of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, the name so marketed so well by its very euphonic nature, the name of Adolf Hitler. Once you've enlightened yourself as to the true roots and implications of that man's name, take it upon yourselves to educate and elucidate others. Go forth into the world and inform all those you encounter of the fact that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And of course, understand that I, as the scion of Adolf Hitler, I'm alive and well and resident here in the greater hedge-fenced city on the three-peaked mountain of AULDEN Gold, which is the ultimate transliteration of our Chinese name for San Francisco. Let it be known unto others to electronically relay their contributions to myself at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich in a manner of empowering themselves that will help empower themselves to do that. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. If you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friends and family, then take it upon yourself to instead use any credit or debit card other than, of course, the one we currently use, the yellow card. Yeah, like, what is it? A kind of master COVID card or something. Anyhow, we just use our PayPal card. But in terms of other people, I'm sure they got different types of plastic, and you can use that, any kind of credit or debit card other than PayPal. You use the red donate button on DouglasDietrich.com, and that will take you where you need to go. And then you would click the yellow donate button thereafter to take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, so you can reward yourself with registering in our archives library, and thereafter you can simply log in at your leisure to basically access anything you want to review, either read or watch. Now, all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame, Diana Linzuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensame, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, or the Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 Isles of Taiwan. And of course, that was deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning to be the time when the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel. Again, go to his other channel and enter Douglas Dietrich into his search bar at odyssey.com/maggot E, as in odysee.com/@maggot:E. If you're able to access anything on that channel, it'll boost our credits, which allows John Warrington to upload more shows. They have no censorship there, and that is essentially the best place to have a backup for now of everything I've got, at least another backup. And of course, take it upon yourself to subscribe to the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space Bros, BROS, space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, bearing in mind that he is currently in Facebook fucking jail, having done something to screw himself over and piss everybody off yet again. And of course, he is the sensei, the shofu, the grand maestro of Damage, DAMAG, the Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated Cali Combatives. And optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-to, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan. I found my fucking bottle of tea. Thank the gods, the angels must be watching over me. This was on its side, under my pillow all this time, and not a drop of tea spilled out. The tea gods are on my side, so I didn't wind up wetting my own bed. fucking myself over, because something like that, you just can't do anything about it. Anyhow, as I was saying, foremost among X's Daddy D's donors aside, Selena Khan, be our beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his YouTube channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. You will also find upon his Bizarre HD channel trailered the 1000-Year Reich in Exile, which be subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hannebut Technology, which of course is in production. And indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvius, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veteran Affairs benefits, and our services do dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And of course, thereafter, tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And most importantly of all, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself friends and family. And all sponsors will thereby be granted exclusive access to the online archives by registering thereinto using the yellow button to take you to showsdd.com, where you'll find your ability to register into our online archives. By pressing the yellow button that will take you to that homepage where you can do that. And this would include all video and MP3 recordings of myself from 2011 through to the present. Okay, we are going to end live stream soon. First, a little review of everyone else. Vicky Johnson says, thank you, DDD. Moi. Love you, honey. Love you dearly.